Am I dead? But I still want to live. Bai Xiaofan looked at his own weightless form, silver and translucent, easily pierced through by a passing bird, and could not help but let out a bitter smile. Blankly he gazed down at the earth, a ruined city reduced to rubble, countless zombies howling, scarred and devastated corners where a few survivors still clung to life, struggling on the brink of death. There was nothing to be done. Under the apocalypse, all order had collapsed, and most people lived for nothing but the bare act of survival. Bai Xiaofan was one of them. A cold wind blew past, its chills seeping straight into his soul. Bai Xiaofan suddenly felt his body dissolving. When he looked down, his feet were already gone, and his legs were turning transparent. At this rate, he'll definitely scatter into dust and vanish. A flash of unwillingness flickered in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. Life in the apocalypse was harsh, yet he truly did not want to die. The danger grew more imminent. Looking toward the ruins, he saw himself, now transformed into a zombie. Yes, that body belonged to Bai Xiaofan. Gritting his teeth, he decided to stake everything on one last gamble. With a soft pop, he strained to control his soul, trying to move closer. Yet before he could succeed, a swirling vortex suddenly appeared behind him and sucked him in. A strange sensation washed over him. Bai Xiaofan was still a soul, yet a cluster of energy seeped into him. He hurriedly asked, "What are you?" "I am the intelligent core of the Temporal Spatial Administration Bureau. Your soul will disappear in less than an hour," the cluster of energy replied. "Disappear?" Bai Xiaofan frowned. "You may choose to vanish completely," the voice continued, "or bind yourself to me, travel to different planes across the myriad worlds, and complete missions to prolong your existence." The energy cluster wobbled a few times, and ignoring Bai Xiaofan's stunned silence, went on speaking on its own. "I am an intelligent core. I once created many systems, so-called golden fingers. These golden fingers were scattered throughout the myriad worlds to seek fated individuals. Those people used these golden fingers to complete all manner of missions. From the rewards of those missions, 30% was contributed to our Temporal Spatial Administration Bureau. However, over time, the mission takers relied on the golden fingers to become powerful and grew rebellious. They sought to free themselves from the Bureau's control and launched assaults against the intelligent cores. I am merely a primordial intelligent core born with the universe and not adept at combat. Even with highest level authority, though I eradicated most of the mission takers, a number of powerful ones still managed to evade the Bureau's purges. They infiltrated the Bureau from within and carved up the golden fingers among themselves. By a stroke of fortune, I evolved a higher level of intelligence and escaped. But my energy is now nearly exhausted, and you are the bound host I have chosen." "Temporal Spatial Administration Bureau," Bai Xiaofan exclaimed in shock. "I am about to enter dormancy. The missions that follow will depend on you alone," the voice said. "Those mission takers are all searching for me to devour me and become even stronger so that they can ultimately rule over the myriad realms and endless time and space. Therefore, you must be cautious and stay constantly on guard." The energy cluster spoke. "So you're being hunted down?" Bai Xiaofan understood. "You could put it that way," the energy cluster replied after a brief, somewhat guilty pause. "If I bind to you, what golden finger do I get?" Bai Xiaofan asked urgently. "My stockpile has been thoroughly divided up by the mission takers." The energy cluster answered. "Divine weapons, magic treasures?" Bai Xiaofan asked, unwilling to accept it. "None," the energy cluster replied, its voice a little soft. "Peerless martial arts? Cultivation manuals?" "Absolutely none." "Then what good are you?" Bai Xiaofan snapped. The energy cluster paused in slight embarrassment, then, as if suddenly recalling something, it said, "By binding with me, you will not vanish completely. As long as you traverse different planes and diligently complete missions to gather energy, we can eventually open the plane marketplace, where you will find everything you desire. In addition, I have modified your former physical body, making it something between a zombie and a jiangshi. It can devour crystal cores to rise in level, drink fresh blood, and at night absorb the essence of moonlight. He will be your guardian in the mission worlds, protecting you whenever I am not awake." "That does make sense. Not dying is fortune enough," Bai Xiaofan comforted himself. "Binding begins," the energy cluster spoke again, sounding somewhat impatient. Bai Xiaofan's heart clenched violently, heat surging through his entire being. Yet he felt little fear. No matter how dangerous it was, as long as he lived, there would always be more possibilities. A single sliver of life, a lifeline. He had to seize it. This was the instinct to survive. In the doomsday world where death loomed daily, people still fought with everything they had just to go on living. "Stay alive," Bai Xiaofan murmured to himself. With a soft pop, the message came, "Contract complete. Initial mission activated." At that moment, the energy cluster finished merging with his body, and the binding was done. A wave of lightness washed over his entire body. After that, the voice of the energy cluster turned mechanical, like a preset program devoid of any emotional inflection. Bai Xiaofan suddenly understood the energy cluster, the intelligent core, had fallen into complete slumber. Whatever these so-called missions entailed, he had no choice but to face them bravely and adapt as they came. The roars of zombies echoed in his ears, growing more and more distant until they became low, faint, and finally disappeared altogether. The world shattered into fragments in an instant. A sudden hurricane of force erupted, sweeping Bai Xiaofan away. Surrounded on all sides by the tearing, destructive power of time and space, he remained unscathed and finally appeared within a vast, white, misty space. In that space, a figure in tattered clothes lay sprawled over a mound of crystal cores. Its pupils were ashen gray, its throat rasped hoarsely, and one arm hung broken. Unaware of pain, it gnawed away greedily at the pile. Damn! So many crystal cores! Bai Xiaofan cried out in shock, unable to hold back a sharp scream. Crystal cores. Only second-tier zombies possessed rice grain-sized crystal cores in their brains. These cores were condensed energy clusters that zombies could devour to evolve, and human ability users could also refine them to enhance their strength. Yet before his eyes rose a small mountain of crystal cores piled high, so tempting it made one's mouth water. The cores varied in size. Some were as large as fists, likely from 6th-tier zombies. Some were like yo-yos, at least from 4th-tier zombies. Most terrifying of all among them lay a core the size of a football. Bai Xiaofan guessed that only a 7th or even 8th-tier zombie king could possess something that massive. And now all these crystal cores belonged to him. Bai Xiaofan burst into wild laughter. In an instant, all discontent toward the energy cluster vanished. A single pile of crystal cores was equivalent to an immense fortune. In the apocalypse, crystal cores could even serve as currency for purchasing supplies. Faced with such an abundance of cores, Bai Xiaofan felt as if he had suddenly become fabulously rich. The zombie Bai Xiaofan chomped furiously on the crystal cores. After devouring several fist-sized ones, he finally stopped. Crystal cores contained immense energy and required time to digest. Fortunately, zombie Bai Xiaofan digested crystal cores faster than human ability users. He did not know how much time passed. He was still exhilarated when his head grew heavy and his body light, as though his soul was being poured into a vessel. Dizzy and reeling, he then lost consciousness. In the great Xian kingdom within the Duke of Dinghua's residence, the sharp crack of the board rang out, accompanied by shrill, miserable screams that pierced the ears. A cold sneer flashed in Su Fengxiao's eyes as she felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the chief, maid Mingyu, approached unhurriedly, dressed in a small gown of emerald silk, and reported, "Madam, the punishment has been carried out." "How did it go?" Su Fengxiao asked lightly. "She was fiercely struck 60 times, Mingyu replied. At first, she still shouted, one moment threatening to make the servants look good, the next boasting that she belonged to 4th young master, spouting nothing but absurdities. Later, when the pain became unbearable, she finally yielded, obediently admitted her fault, begged young madam for forgiveness, and now she is lying face down on the spring couch in the side room." Mingyu's brows danced as she spoke, her eyes filled with unconcealed glee at another's misfortune. "Bring her to see me," Su Fengxiao nodded. "Yes," Mingyu answered and hurried off to summon people. After a short while, a beautiful woman was dragged into the courtyard by sturdy servant women and violently flung to the ground. Having just been flogged, her face was ashen. She crouched shivering and prostrate, terror written all over her. Such was the ancient inner residence where status and rank were sharply stratified. "Young madam, the concubine of the 4th branch, Hua Jiyu, has received 60 strokes of family discipline and comes to offer thanks for your mercy," Mingyu proclaimed loudly on purpose. "Then tell me, do you harbor any resentment?" Su Fengxiao asked, face cold. Hua Jiyu forced herself upright into a proper kneel and prostration. She knew full well that the maid's questioning was meant to disgrace her, and a flash of venom passed through her eyes. Her twisted expression, however, transformed in an instant into humble docility as she lifted her head. Silently thinking that a clever woman does not suffer losses before her eyes, she kowtowed and said, "This humble concubine knows her mistake and will remember this pain. From now on, I will never do such a thing again." When she finished, she lowered herself even further and pleaded, "Third young madam, I beg you to be lenient and spare me this time. There will never be a next. Kneel over there. For 4th young master's sake today, I spare your cheap life," Su Fengxiao said icily as she regarded Hua Jiyu. Yes, how could Hua Jiyu dare utter anything else? Under another's ease, no matter how much resentment she held, she could only swallow it. She found a corner and knelt there while a maid watched over her. Tears streamed down Hua Jiyu's face as she secretly vowed that she would one day rise above everyone. It hurt so much, she thought. Just you wait. Status legitimate and concubine family background, these rigid rules, she inwardly spat. Bah. One day I will shatter them all. Hua Jiyu's eyes turned red, her body trembling, not from pain but from rage and venomous hatred. A storm raged in her heart for a long time before it gradually subsided. Ambition had already sprouted and would from then on grow wildly. What a joke. As a transmigrated heroine, was she to be crushed beneath feudal rights and hierarchies? Would that not make her transmigration in vain? At this moment by the bedroom window, third young Madam Su Fengxiao gazed at the kneeling figure in the corner. Phoenix's eyes shadowed, a trace of worry clouding her face. Seeing this, Mingyu assumed her mistress was merely in low spirits and hurried to comfort her. Young Madam, please set your mind at ease. She committed the fault herself and overstepped the rules. Even if fourth young master is displeased later, Madam is above him. There is nothing to fear, even if it stirs up trouble. Moreover, His Grace the Duke of Dinghua does not tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. He will not allow fourth young master to twist the truth at will. Besides that, Hua Jiyu is the daughter of a disgraced official. Only by relying on our Duke of Dinghua's household was she able to have her family's name cleared. That single favor alone is kindness as vast as heaven and earth, yet she does not remember the good and even dreams of becoming fourth young madam. Usually she spends money like water currying favor with servants. I heard that besides the monthly wage the household gives, she even rewards certain maids an extra 2 taels of silver each month. She claims that the silver is earned by herself and that she can give it to whomever she pleases. If you ask me, it is only because fourth young master dotes on her. Otherwise, how could a mere concubine of the Duke of Dinghua's household be allowed to flaunt herself in public? She is nothing more than a foxy plaything. The day fourth young master grows tired of her, she will suffer for it. As she spoke, a deep look of contempt flickered in Mingyu's eyes. That is not certain. Nothing in this world is absolute, Su Fengxiao replied, returning from her thoughts. We shall wait and see. Also, from today on, confine her to the residence of the Duke of Dinghua. She is not to take a single step outside. I will go pass on the order at once, Mingyu said, and darted out like a gust of wind. Hua Jiyu, Su Fengxiao murmured, I truly had not expected that the Duke of Dinghua's illustrious house of 3 generations would be ruined by your hands, left in utter desolation. In this life, even if I cannot change the grand course of events, I, Su Fengxiao, will never let you live in comfort. After the maid left, Su Fengxiao spoke through clenched teeth. Indeed, this third young madam of the Duke of Dinghua's household had been reborn. The one who had been beaten and punished to kneel, Hua Jiyu, was a transmigrated heroine. Like most transmigrated women, Hua Jiyu's first thought upon arriving in the ancient world was to ensnare a handsome young lord and experience a passionate, earth-shaking romance. Yet as the daughter of a disgraced official with clear distinctions of rank and status, she could only enter the Duke of Dinghua's household as a concubine. Hua Jiyu was of course unwilling. What a joke! Being a lesser wife, would she not be laughed at by other transmigrators? Furthermore, survival in the inner residence was difficult. There were endless rules and rights, and family discipline was invoked at the slightest misstep. This Hua Jiyu absolutely refused to endure. Thus, she used the spiritual spring within the spatial dimension she brought from her transmigration to persuade fourth young master, conspiring with him in secret. With the profits from the shops she opened after arriving in this world, she raised private soldiers and began plotting for the realm itself. But she was still too naive. Nothing done by one's own hands remains unknown to others. In the imperial capital under the sun of heaven's very feet, how could there be any true secrets? Naturally, the matter was discovered. News that the fourth son of the Duke of Dinghua was plotting great treason shook the court and the realm, and the catastrophe that followed descended too swiftly, too suddenly. Who would have imagined that a mere concubine would dare such heaven-defying deeds? Once discovered, the halo of protagonist fortune protected Hua Jiyu and fourth young master. They managed to flee. Afterwards, they drifted from place to place, supporting each other as they secretly nurtured their forces, and in the end, seizing a moment of chaos, they actually took the throne. Yet all the glory that followed had little to do with the Duke of Dinghua's household. By the time the realm was unified and Hua Jiyu became the mother of the nation, the Duke's entire family and all related persons had long turned to dust and ashes. The weeds upon their graves might already have grown 3 feet high. What a pity that I am only a woman of the inner residence without Hua Jiyu's abilities, skilled in commerce, and possessing a miraculous spring, Su Fengxiao reflected. Otherwise, I might have been able to save the Duke of Dinghua's household. As she recalled all that had happened in her previous life, Su Fengxiao's expression dimmed. After a long while, she finally shook her head. For now, let me suppress you for a time and vent my anger. Later, I will find an opportunity to persuade father to leave the capital with me and settle in some remote place. As long as we change our names and hide our tracks in a realm this vast, you will not be able to catch me. So it turned out that this high-spirited third young madam was in truth timid at heart. But that was only natural. After all, even with rebirth, she did not have the advantages of a transmigrator. Young madam, third young master has been drinking and lost 50,000 taels of silver at the gambling house. He has only just lain down, still not fully sober, when people from the gambling house came to the door to demand payment. Madam is nearly beside herself with rage. Master is shouting that he will send third young master back to the ancestral home in Yiyang, saying that out of sight will be out of mind. Just as Su Fengxiao was planning her future, preparing to avoid the heroine's sharp edge and choose a remote place to live in seclusion, maid Mingyu rushed and flustered. Why panic? Come with me, and we will see, Su Fengxiao said with a start. She suddenly remembered this whole episode. Sent back to Yiyang. That would be excellent. It would save her the trouble of finding another excuse to leave the capital. However, in her previous life, after this incident occurred, she had refused to go. That wastrel had thrown a great tantrum, turning the household upside down so that no one in the Duke of Dinghua's residence knew peace. Madame, heart aching for her son, pleaded on his behalf, and only then was the third branch allowed to remain in the capital. This time Su Fengxiao would have to carefully work on that wastrel's mindset and coax him properly. Third young master Su Fengxiao smiled, full of confidence. She might be no match for the heroine, but as for a male supporting role, a mere expendable cannon fodder. Could he possibly slip free of this young madame's grasp? She snorted softly at the thought and unconsciously quickened her pace. Back to Yiyang. Indeed, what use is there in keeping such a prodigal son around? Best to drive him away before it's too late. The Duke's mansion has flourished for 3 generations, a century of nobility, yet it has produced such a young master. You speak truly. I've heard this third young master Bai excels at neither letters nor martial arts. His only pleasures are cockfighting, dog racing, wine, women, and idle revelry. He lost 50,000 taels of silver in a single visit to the gambling house. A true wastrel. Serves him right, this downfall. What a pity. The carriage convoy slowly departed, leaving the capital. Along the way, peddlers and merchants pointed and gossiped about the Duke's mansion affairs. Bad news travels fast. Beneath the emperor's gaze, secrets were scarce. The tale of third young master Bai's drunken gambling spree, losing 50,000 taels, had spread like wildfire across the city for the past half-month. Nobles and officials, wary, sternly warned their own sons, "Dare to bring such calamity upon our house, and it'll break your legs." Third young master Bai, a true good for nothing. Su Fengxiao married the wrong man. Her life is over, a shell, likely never set foot in the capital again. The young ladies of noble houses, once outshone by Su Fengxiao, sneered with satisfaction. The Duke is certainly wealthy. Some officials speculated in hushed tones. In short, the ignorant and worthless third young master Bai earned no one's sympathy. Su Fengxiao, look at you now. In the crowd, Hua Jiayu's eyes turned venomous as she watched the carriage leave the city. Remembering the beating she had suffered, her wounds still unhealed, she gritted her teeth. The Duke's mansion without you, Su Fengxiao, the eldest young mistress born of a military family, cannot manage the household. The second young mistress is too weak to hold things together. Even if the matriarch keeps control, the power won't fall to me, but at least I won't be under your thumb. Ancient women only know how to scheme within the inner chambers. Their vision is too narrow. This mere Duke's mansion is beneath my notice. Without you watching me, I can hasten my plans. Jiyu, let us return as well. I wanted to avenge you, but third brother brought this upon himself. Even third sister-in-law's family is being sent back to Yiyang. We may never see them again. The fourth young master said tenderly by her side. Mother is grieving, so I couldn't bring it up. I understand. It's not your fault. Hua Jiyu nodded. The fourth young master and Hua Jiyu returned hand in hand. The official road stretched flat and wide. The carriage sped up without jostling. Su Fengxiao was not as despondent as imagined. She pleaded tirelessly, trying to convince third young master Bai to agree to her plan. Third young master Bai, please listen to me. If you do, I'll even let you take several concubines later, and you can decide all household matters. We truly cannot return to Yiyang. Let's find a remote place, take my father, and hide away. Su Fengxiao grew anxious. No. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. He opened his eyes and looked at Su Fengxiao. Do you really think we can hide forever? If we don't eliminate the root cause, there will be no peace. I don't want to live in constant fear. Do you think I don't want a permanent solution, eh? But that wretch Hua Jiyu isn't so easy to kill. She has a miraculous spring that strengthens her followers, lets them master martial arts swiftly, and allows her to vanish at will. I've heard she's escaped danger several times using that very trick, Su Fengxiao said instinctively. Realizing her slip, she looked up in shock at Bai Xiaofan. You know, it seems my guess is correct. You've also been reborn, Bai Xiaofan said calmly. You? Su Fengxiao's gaze grew complicated. In their past life, although third young master Bai was useless, he had been truly kind to her. Even when exiled and caught in a blizzard during their journey, he shielded her until they both froze to death. Now, knowing Bai Xiaofan had also been reborn, Su Fengxiao was at a loss for how to face him. After a pause, she asked dryly, "So what do you plan to do?" "Don't worry." Bai Xiaofan took Su Fengxiao's hand, his voice tender and earnest. "I won't let you be bullied again. When I was dying, my last thought was to hold your hand forever, to care for you, spoil you, and stay by your side. As for other distractions, I have my ways. You. Su Fengqiu's cheeks flushed, her heart pounding like a deer, her ears burning red. You always know how to charm me. Held in his strong hands, Su Fengqiu inexplicably felt at ease, her entire body relaxing completely. From then on, Bai Xiaofan and Su Fengqiu appeared together sweetly, showing no sign of despair at being banished from the capital. Only the guards were dispirited. They all believed returning to Yeyang meant the end of their prospects. After all, who could expect anything from third young master Bai? Among these guards, over a dozen were veterans who had followed the old duke into battle. They had lost their ambition and didn't mind retiring to Yeyang. But the 100 or so young, strong men were filled with uncertainty about their future. Even if these guards are loyal, it's to the duke's mansion. Moreover, in a true crisis, they might not be utterly devoted. They'll wait. This time, after the zombie body absorbs the crystal core, its appearance should be nearly human. To establish a foothold in this world, I need my own foundation. Converted zombies are more reliable, Bai Xiaofan mused silently in the carriage. Once bitten by a zombie and drained of blood, these people would not only gain extended lifespans and robust health, but also become utterly obedient. After all, the hierarchy among zombies is innate and irreversible. A level 5 zombie could command thousands of lower-level zombies to assault human bases without fear of death. Moreover, Bai Xiaofan's zombie body, forged by the intelligent core, was now extraordinary. He was like a vampire lord. His progeny could not defy his commands while retaining their original consciousness. Bai Xiaofan could already envision a legion of death warriors emerging from his zombie boat's followers. They would become the blade in his hand. This blade would be a sharp instrument capable of cutting through anything. As for unleashing zombies, Bai Xiaofan felt no moral qualms. After all, he had endured 5 years of the apocalypse. With enough strength, what couldn't he do? Besides, once transformed, these guards would gain extended lifespans, immunity to disease and poison. In the future, they would be highly valued, bringing glory to their ancestors and rising in status. They would surely be willing. Without this opportunity, they would remain ordinary, mediocre lives. One evening on a narrow mountain path, Bai Xiaofan was dining with Su Fengqiu in the carriage when sudden clamor and clashing weapons erupted outside. The metallic clash of weapons and the scent of blood filled the air. An old servant shouted, "Bandits are here. Protect the young master." "Kill them all," a thunderous roar answered. In close combat, both sides fought fiercely. The bandits, leveraging the terrain and their ambush, overwhelmed the duke's guards. Bai Xiaofan and Su Fengqiu peered through the carriage window, witnessing flesh and blood flying, limbs torn apart. A brutal scene. "What do we do?" Su Fengqiu paled in terror. "Don't worry. I'm here." A cold glint flashed in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. "Run." The bandits were fierce, outmatched. The guards lost their will to fight. Some began to flee. Once one ran, others followed. Life was more precious. A few loyal old servants and about 20 young men, their blood boiling, fought on relentlessly. "How dare you!" Bai Xiaofan let out a mighty roar. At his command, the trees shuddered and a dark shadow streaked down from the perilous cliff like the wind. It charged recklessly. The bandit's blade struck its body without leaving a scratch, as if it had practiced external martial arts. An iron shirt, golden bell, impervious to weapons. This figure was the zombie Zhang Xiaofan, a monster of immense strength, scattering the bandit formation like a savage beast among sheep. "Oh!" The bandits screamed in terror. But it was futile. Within the time it takes to drink tea, the mountain was strewn with corpses. "Your martial arts are extraordinary, sir. Thank you for your assistance. May I ask your esteemed name?" "The Duke's mansion will surely reward you," said one of the less injured older guards, cupping his hands. "He is a shadow guard assigned to me by my mother," Bai Xiaofan said flatly. "What?" Everyone was astonished. But then they reasoned the old duke had earned many military honors. Even after relinquishing his command, it was plausible he possessed highly skilled shadow guards. Still, such formidable prowess was rare, even in the duke's mansion. Perhaps the matriarch still valued third young master Bai, and his prospects weren't entirely lost. "Young master, our brothers are wounded. Should we continue the journey?" an old servant asked. Bai Xiaofan sneered and waved his hand. "The bandits' lair must be up in the mountains. Find it and wipe them out. Let everyone know that I am not someone to be trifled with." He added, "Their den is sure to have plenty of gold and silver. Search it all out to make up for what I lost in the capital recently." "Yes." The guards replied in unison and hastened to obey. The zombie Bai Xiaofan displayed extraordinary power, silencing everyone present. Those who remained gazing at Bai Xiaofan no longer held the previous contempt. Regardless of the circumstances, the presence of such a capable shadow guard signifies that the Duke's manor still values this Bai San Shao, at least not having given up on him. To avoid becoming a discarded pawn, and to follow him, there might still be a future perhaps. "Young master, we will send people to search the mountain. This mountain isn't large, it won't take long to find the bandits' lair." An old servant approached. "Rest here and let the doctor bandage them." Bai Xiaofan instructed. Yes. The old servant nodded. By the way, what is your name? Bai Xiaofan suddenly asked. Nye Santong. The old servant replied in a dry, neither humble nor arrogant tone. Bai Xiaofan's eyes brightened. Nye Santong. I recall now you followed my grandfather the Duke through numerous battles. Later, due to a great war, you suffered a hidden injury and had no choice but to retire, then became a guard for the manor. Those are matters of the past, it's best not to mention them. Nye Santong said, somewhat dejected. Many of your contemporaries are now generals. Nye Santong, are you content with this? Bai Xiaofan asked casually, not taking it seriously. Upon hearing this, Nye Santong's face turned pale. Bai Xiaofan's indifferent words felt like a knife brutally reopening a wound, making it hard to bear. However, considering his identity, Nye Santong said, perhaps this is fate. I do not believe in fate. Bai Xiaofan shook his head and smiled. The Shadow Guard's Dark Commander possesses formidable martial arts and has a unique skill that is rumored to heal various hidden injuries. Even a shattered dantian can be restored. I say he is boasting. Nye Santong, do you wish to give it a try? Is there really such a method? Nye Santong trembled all over. He thought his heart was dead, but if there was even a glimmer of hope, he would grasp it desperately. Wait until he returns, I will let him have a try. Bai Xiaofan said. Good. Nye Santong nodded vigorously. After that, Bai Xiaofan ignored him, leaving Nye Santong in a state of anxiety. The remaining dozens of guards, youthful and passionate, over 30 of them, were all injured. The lightly wounded were bandaged by the accompanying doctor to stop the bleeding, while 5 or 6 others were gravely wounded and near death, with the doctor expressing helplessness. These few individuals wore expressions of despair. The others, unsure of how to comfort them, could only remain silent. After all, they were facing death. To suggest that they should lighten up sounded suspiciously like gloating. Thus, for a moment, the mountains were utterly silent, with only the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Roar, 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 kill. After a long while, from a certain part of the mountain, the sounds of battle cries echoed, a thunderous roar. Clearly, the zombie Bai Xiaofan and his companions had discovered the bandits' lair. These bandits were notorious and caused great harm. Eliminating them would be considered a good deed. Once the zombie Bai Xiaofan made his move, the bandits stood no chance, completely collapsing in less than half a stick of incense. Young master, the bandits have been wiped out. Those beasts still thinking of resisting were directly taken down by our dark guards, and our brothers killed them swiftly. We found 3 chests of gold and jewels in the bandit den, with gold notes amounting to 100,000 taels and silver notes of 30,000 taels. A young guard exclaimed with his hands clasped together, speaking loudly. Hiss! Everyone gasped in disbelief. Robbing and pillaging truly is a no-cost venture. Bai Xiaofan was not surprised, collecting the gold and silver notes, pulling one out, and handing it to Nye Santong. Take this 1,000 taels of silver and distribute it among yourselves. The severely injured should receive a bit more, while the rest can be split evenly. Yes. Nye Santong quickly agreed. At this moment, with silver in hand, his gloomy mood instantly lifted. During dinner, Bai Xiaofan specifically checked on a few seriously injured individuals, then pretended to instruct the shadow guards to go to the forest to heal. Thinking of the methods of the shadow guards, those individuals felt renewed hope. Better to treat a dying horse as a living one than to wait for death. Nye Santong's eyes lit up, silently waiting, though he was also forcing himself to remain calm, anxious inside. Half an hour passed in the torturous wait. When those 5 individuals appeared, lively and bouncing behind the zombie Zhang Xiaofan, everyone was stunned. Then they looked at the zombie Zhang Xiaofan with heat and reverence. Wang Hu, you only had 1 breath left earlier. Is this truly miraculous? A rugged man exclaimed with a look of disbelief, shouting, Thank you, young master, for the grace of rebirth. Several individuals knelt and bowed. Bai Xiaofan casually glanced at them and simply said, After recovery, your bodies will undergo some changes, but it is not a sequela, it is a good phenomenon. You need to adapt for a few days. Then you will train with the Dark Commander. After finishing, he pointed at the zombie Zhang Xiaofan in a black robe and said, You can call him the Dark Commander. He speaks little, so don't disturb him on usual days. Yes, Dark Commander. Several guards called out loudly. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand, and just as they were about to leave, Nye Santong approached excitedly. Calling the zombie Zhang Xiaofan over after giving an order, Nye Santong couldn't wait to follow the Dark Commander into the forest. Half an hour later, Nye Santong, full of energy and vitality, felt as if he had become 10 years younger, his hidden injuries completely healed. Like several other guards, Nye Santong was assimilated by the zombie Zhang Xiaofan and chose to submit. Nye Santong, from now on you will be the chief steward for me. All manor guards will be under your command. Here are 20,000 taels of silver notes. Take them and spend as needed. Yes. Nye Santong clasped his fists. Returning to the carriage, Su Fenkio's eyes sparkled as she stared at Bai Xiaofan. When did you learn to win people's hearts? Moreover, I clearly know that Madame never sent shadow guards to you. Speaking of which, I have been married into the Duke's manor for years and have never seen any shadow guards. Shadow guards. That's just a cover. In fact, the young master was reborn and had another fortuitous encounter. The Dark Commander is one of my avatars. Bai Xiaofan deceived. An avatar? Su Fengxiao was shocked. Of course, without some confidence, how could I protect you? Bai Xiaofan said proudly. Su Fengxiao suddenly realized, and then became excited. That's great. I said it's unreasonable for Hua Jieyu to have a fortuitous encounter while others do not. Alright, let's not talk about this. Here are the gold notes, take them for household use. Bai Xiaofan changed the subject, pulling out a stack of gold notes and handing them to Su Fengxiao. Good. Su Fengxiao unceremoniously stuffed them into her bosom. By recruiting Nie Santong and several capable individuals, everything on the upcoming journey fell into place, almost requiring no effort from Bai Xiaofan. Route planning, accommodation, and all arrangements were made properly. Just as they made a fortune upon arriving at the next city, Bai Xiaofan instructed Nie Santong to go to the brokerage to buy some strong and sturdy servants for recruitment, thus replenishing the guards to reach 100. Su Fengxiao instructed her maid Mingyu to buy a dozen beautiful and clever maidens, signing the contracts of servitude to keep them clothes, which was also a prudent measure. Afterwards, Bai Xiaofan truly fell into a world of tenderness. Su Fengxiao had her ways of making Bai Xiaofan comfortable, like a lord, feeling quite pleased. The old duke came from Yiyang, having established remarkable military achievements later declared by the emperor of the Xian dynasty to stabilize the realm and secure the throne. This city was granted to the duke's manor, inheritable and unchangeable. It was merely a small border town which was inconsequential, yet could also demonstrate the royal's grace and power. Why not? The successor of the Taizu Xian emperor would not have thought of this insignificant town. Even if he did, he would not reclaim it from the duke. Thus, Yiyang gradually became the ancestral home of the duke, several thousand miles away from the capital, with a long travel time. Young master, that is Yiyang City, Nie Santong reported. First return to the old residence. Tomorrow let the city lord come to see me. Bai Xiaofan said calmly. Yes. Nie Santong clasped his fists. A grand procession entered the city, making a grand entrance into the Bai family's ancestral home. Bai Xiaofan stepped into the ancestral home of the Yang family. In the courtyard, numerous servants and housekeepers were bound tightly, their faces covered in dirt, kneeling in submission. We are the old servants of the duke's residence. Bai San Shao, you cannot do this. Let me go. I did not embezzle any wealth with no evidence. Why am I being arrested? It is said that this young man is unruly and behaves erratically. How dare he return to the Yang family after being expelled and act so arrogantly? Is this ancestral home a place for you to flaunt your power? How can you bear to face the duke? Trash. You want to arrest me? I refuse to accept it. We have diligently managed the shops and lands of Yeyang City for decades. Though we have no merit, we have put in hard work. You fool. Do not ruin the family fortune with your ignorance. Bai San Shao. You. The cries and wails came from the people of the old residence. However, due to the duke's prolonged absence, the former household servants in the capital had taken over, boldly acting as if they were the masters. With shop profits and land rents, they only sent a small portion to the duke each year, while keeping the bulk for themselves, enjoying a lavish lifestyle in the outskirts. To Bai Xiaofan, this legendary useless person was not well regarded. They seemed dissatisfied, believing that Bai Xiaofan's arrival disrupted the peaceful life of the Yang ancestral home, and even the housekeepers dared to show their displeasure. What a joke. Just because they think the sky is high and the emperor far away, does that mean they can bully their masters? Under normal circumstances, this was indeed the case. The duke had not paid attention to matters here, making it normal for subordinates to deceive their superiors. With a distance of 1,000 miles, communication took months, leaving them unchecked. But now that Bai Xiaofan had come as the master, things were different. Shut up. Bai Xiaofan sat in a chair with the black commander Nie Santong behind him and 100 guards glaring menacingly, a hint of cold mockery flashing in his eyes as he shouted, "Since you claim to be old servants of the duke's residence, you should know the rules. You are household servants bound by the servitude contract signed with the duke's residence. My lord has come from the capital to deal with you. What is wrong with that?" After saying that, he sneered repeatedly, as for being wronged. "Do you really think I can't see the false accounts you've made? Young master, such people are a cancer in the residence. They cannot be allowed to remain. I have sent someone to gather evidence. How should we deal with them?" Nie Santong put down the ledger and asked respectfully, "Confiscate their assets. Those with serious issues should be sent to court. The rest should be sold off," Bai Xiaofan replied indifferently. He would not show mercy to these ungrateful servants and housekeepers. "Yes," Nie Santong replied solemnly. "Young master, spare us. We were wrong." The old servant admits his guilt. "Spare the servants. We will not dare again." At this moment, these people were truly frightened, their faces pale as they begged loudly. Bai Xiaofan naturally ignored them. Nies and Tong arranged for people to clean the ancestral home inside and out. Su Fengxiao entered the back courtyard and arranged accommodations for 3 concubines, distributing several beautiful maids. Meanwhile, the guards under the Black Commander firmly guarded the entrance, while Nies and Tong personally went to the Yang to sell off the treacherous servants. Thus, within a single day, the ancestral home underwent a massive change, purging the cancer, and the air felt fresher. Bai Xiaofan maintained a good mood throughout the day, letting his subordinates busily work while he comfortably reclined. Young master, the city lord's residents said they are too busy with official business and will not come to pay their respects tomorrow. This clearly shows they do not regard us. In the evening, Nies and Tong returned, his face filled with anger. Bai Xiaofan sat in his seat looking at Nies and Tong, saying, "If I remember correctly, Yeyang City was granted to the Duke's residents, and the appointment of officials in the city is decided by the Duke's residents, right?" In theory, yes, but to avoid suspicion and influence, the Duke has never intervened in the appointment of officials in Yeyang. Furthermore, Yeyang is a small city, and the capital's main lineage wouldn't even think of it. Therefore, the current city lord of Yeyang was sent by the court. Seeing his behavior, it is clear he is bullying the young master due to his youth, trying to assert his authority over us. Nies and Tong stated, "Send the Black Commander to pay a visit and make him obedient." Bai Xiaofan ordered. "Yes." Nies and Tong immediately replied. Subsequently, the Black Commander took action, and the city lord was silently assimilated, becoming a loyal dog in Bai Xiaofan's hands. "I, Wang Tianlong, pay my respects to the young master." Wang Tianlong knelt and knocked his head on the ground. "Get up. You are still the city lord, but the true master is me. Do you understand?" Bai Xiaofan said calmly. "I will serve the young master to the death." Wang Tianlong declared loudly. "How many soldiers are there in Yeyang? What is the annual tax revenue?" Bai Xiaofan inquired. Wang Tianlong reported in detail, "Young master. Although Yeyang is on the outskirts, it is not an important place, it is just a small city. Therefore, there are only 2,000 city guards and 100 war horses. Additionally, there are over 100 constables under the city lord responsible for maintaining public order. I have been the city lord for many years, and these are the only useful people." "Understood." Bai Xiaofan was indifferent. He waved his hand to dismiss Wang Tianlong, ensuring that everything returned to normal. Bai Xiaofan instructed Nies and Tong to secretly recruit Hulin warriors to expand his own forces. In fact, this meant training private soldiers. Without military power, one cannot control their life. Ultimately, to seize the world, one must have soldiers at their disposal. That female traveler Hua Jiu understood this point clearly, and Bai Xiaofan was well aware of it too. However, raising private soldiers was a crime of exterminating families and required a lot of money, food, horses, weapons, and everything had to be bought with money. Therefore, noble families also maintained soldiers, but not many, only a few thousand. This is because in the capital there are many spies and no one dares to expand their private soldiers on a large scale. Thus, Hua Jiu secretly trained soldiers and actively expanded her forces, which drew attention and led to her downfall. It was also Hua Jiu's naivety, thinking she would not be exposed. But in the end, she was taught a lesson by reality and fled for her life. Compared to the capital in Yeyang, such an outlying area backed by mountains and forests, training soldiers was relatively easier. Firstly, the court does not care about Yeyang. Secondly, the distance is too far and information does not flow easily. For example, Wang Tianlong, who was previously the local tyrant of Yeyang, might find that even the emperor's decree is not as effective as a word from the Wang family. You wouldn't think of doing the same, would you? Su Fengxiao asked anxiously. Is that not allowed? Bai Xiaofan replied calmly. That would be a death sentence. Su Fengxiao was somewhat frightened. Bai Xiaofan was indifferent. What Hua Jiu and the fourth prince have done is already a crime worthy of extermination, and when the court's army comes to our door, we cannot just sit and wait to die. Being prepared is always better than being caught off guard, otherwise I have no sense of security at all. I will follow your lead. Su Fengxiao knew she could not persuade him. With the zombie Bai Xiaofan transformed into the Black Commander acting as support, Bai Xiaofan dealt with Wang Tianlong to take control of Yeyang. On the surface, everything appeared normal. The people in the city talked about Bai Xiaofan for a few days, but nothing seemed unusual, and they continued their labor. Nies and Tong, a veteran general who had fought in many battles, was rejuvenated after being transformed into a zombie reminiscent of a withered tree blossoming anew. Though he appeared to be just a steward overseeing the guards collecting shop rent and land taxes, in reality, he was arranged by Bai Xiaofan to secretly recruit soldiers and warriors, concentrating training in the mountains north of Yeyang. Bai Xiaofan also ordered Wang Tianlong to organize a cavalry unit under the guise of business, venturing beyond Dexian to purchase weapons, horses, and provisions. In addition, Bai Xiaofan invested heavily in establishing shops in various locations, both to earn money and, of course, to gather intelligence. An initial network of informants was being constructed with many brothels and taverns unknowingly becoming Bai Xiaofan's enterprises, as such places often had the most reliable information. Moreover, Yiyang is far from the capital. Even if someone notices something amiss without concrete evidence, they would not dare to meddle. The Duke of the State would not easily offend anyone, and besides it took months for messages to be conveyed. By the time the court sent someone to investigate, it would take even longer. If nothing was found, they would end up taking the blame. City officials considered their lives and livelihoods, so they were not concerned. In Bai Xiaofan's view, in the ancient world where information was not easily communicated, stirring up trouble was not too difficult. As long as one has money, as long as they have the heart, and certainly one must have the capability to ensure their subordinates' loyalty. Dexian has been established for nearly 100 years with an incompetent emperor and factional struggles among ministers, which has rotted from the root. Although military power lies with the royal family and can maintain the situation, the discontent among the lower classes is great. After all, who would willingly endure heavy taxes and oppression from officials? Thus, the emergence of Hua Jiu may bring about a change in the world. Perhaps it is a matter of destiny. On the road to the rise of the male and female leads, there will inevitably be many cannon fodder, and the Duke's family is one of them. Bai Xiaofan pondered carefully. He had a vague intuition that perhaps Hua Jiu was destined to assist Bai Xiao in seizing the world and establishing a new country. A school, eh? Su Fengxiao asked, bewildered. Indeed. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Yiyang is our stronghold. It must be well managed. The school is not only a benevolent act, but also a means to win people's hearts and broaden the residents' horizons. Since ancient times, the divine right of kings has caused people to fear them like tigers. In some places, unless they are driven to desperation, they simply do not know how to resist. Such thinking is unacceptable. With a good education, the people of Yiyang can break free from their ingrained notions. When the imperial army besieges them one day, the city of Yiyang will remain orderly and provide continuous logistical support. I will speak to my father and ask him to help you, Su Fengxiao pondered. My father was once the grand tutor with many disciples, and it would be most suitable for him to lead the Yiyang Academy. Bai Xiaofan would not oppose this. Su Fengxiao softly replied. Even after being reborn, there remained a slightly mischievous side to her. During this time, she had gradually developed a dependence on Bai Xiaofan. This is quite good. Bai Xiaofan was very satisfied with this capable assistant. Bai Sanxiao is opening a school. For free. 5 years of compulsory education. Children aged 10 to 15 in Yiyang, regardless of their background, whether rich or poor, must attend school. This is surprisingly mandatory. Such a wasteful act. In a small city, news travels fast. Any new event spreads quickly, and soon the news of Bai Sanxiao offering free education swept through like a tornado, attracting some criticism. Fortunately, due to his promise of no tuition fees, along with the former grand tutor serving as the academy head, there was not much resistance. To learn and practice regularly, is that not a joy? I examine myself 3 times daily. With the academy established thanks to the connections with the grand tutor, Bai Xiaofan invited many teachers. Months later, within Yiyang, the sound of children reading aloud could be heard every morning and evening. Though these children were still young, they were full of vitality. Knowledge. It is never useless, it is merely that some do not know how to utilize it well. After this move, Bai Sanxiao's reputation gradually improved, transforming from a wastrel and useless person into a late bloomer and a figure of great wisdom. The merchant group has made a profit, and I am planning to invest in the renovation of Yiyang. Not long after, Bai Xiaofan proposed a new idea. Yes, young master. Wang Tianlong replied repeatedly. Renovating Yiyang. The main tasks included renovating the old city, paving roads, reinforcing the city gates, and widening the moat. This required a lot of manpower, so Bai Xiaofan hired local residents of Yiyang with skilled craftsmen leading the efforts. These projects were launched with great vigor. After 6 months, Yiyang was completely transformed. After some time, encouraged by Bai Xiaofan, the city lord Wang Tianlong issued new city regulations promoting agriculture. Every year, farmers with good harvests received rewards from the city lord, greatly motivating the people. Winning the city lord's reward brought them much prestige. Bai Xiaofan also vigorously developed commerce, using his own merchant group as the leading force, bringing forth many merchants. The residents of Yiyang, due to Bai Xiaofan, escaped their previous poverty and began their journey towards wealth. Life gradually became colorful and flavorful. Thus the days passed peacefully, and Bai Xiaofan remained in Yiyang, developing steadily. 2 years slipped by. According to the timeline from my previous life, that event is about to happen. Recently, Su Fengxiao has been restless, always worrying. The Black Commander has sent someone to the capital. Bai Xiaofan remained unconcerned, maintaining his calm demeanor. He is secretly entering the capital, bringing only the elite. Do you have confidence? Su Fengxiao could not help but ask. Perhaps. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Bang bang. In the capital, the Imperial Guard broke down doors and forcibly apprehended people. Everyone was in shock, and the Duke of the State roared to the heavens, "What is happening? My father has made great contributions. Who dares to touch me? This is an injustice." The womenfolk turned pale, screaming repeatedly, "My son is incapable of harming a chicken. He would never dare to rebel." "General, there must be some misunderstanding here." The lady could hardly believe it. "Fourth, what is going on? Speak." Bai Xiao and Bai family's eldest brother shouted at Bai Xiao with grim faces. "Father, mother, Bai Xiao had not gone through much in life. The disaster came too suddenly. He was stunned, his eyes flickering, lowering his head in guilt. "Beast, you ungrateful child." Upon seeing this, everyone understood that it was likely true. Moreover, the incident had occurred. This time, everything was over. In a moment of deep sorrow, the Duke of the State spat out a mouthful of old blood, fell back, and was killed by sheer rage. "My lord, father, this is an injustice. Have mercy. We are just servants knowing nothing." Instantly, the Duke's residence was thrown into chaos. In the face of imminent disaster, the couple could still fly away separately. Now that the big tree had fallen, the servants and maids scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in a rush, wishing their parents had more legs. This is normal, otherwise would they share the same fate as the Duke's residence? What a joke. One's own life is the most important. They have been discovered. Hua Jiu trembled all over, feeling dazed. Fortunately, the female lead reacted quickly, seizing Bai Xiao amid the chaos and fleeing into space. However, while the two of them escaped, others could not. They were imprisoned, and the Dali Temple held a three-panel trial. The Duke of the State's fourth son, seduced by a concubine, raised private soldiers and plotted rebellion, which became public knowledge, shocking both the court and the public. Hiss. The Duke of the State was driven to death by a mere concubine. This is simply. Some officials who understood the background were left dumbfounded. Many were emotional. When a nation is about to fall into chaos, there must be a demon. Fortunately, we were not implicated. This was the secret relief of those close to the Duke of the State. Moreover, Hua Jiu's actions caused great suffering to the concubines of various families. The current environment was one of male superiority and female inferiority, with concubines holding even less status. The group of concubines feared the emergence of someone like Hua Jiu, who defied conventions. Thus, the concubines of prestigious families suffered an undeserved disaster, becoming the second wave of collateral damage. As for the first wave, it was naturally the Duke of the State's family. Better families established strict rules and severe family laws to restrain their concubines. Those with a cruel heart would sell any that showed signs of disobedience into slavery. Hua Jiu is truly a calamity. While she herself may be a seductress, she drags us down with her. Woe is us. The concubines lamented, suffering greatly. Vile wench. Heaven bless, may she be caught soon. Hua Jiu, having become the public enemy of concubines, was often dragged out to be cursed at. Kill. Capture the rebels. Although the private soldiers were brave, they were outnumbered and faced encirclement by the Imperial Guard. 2 years of hard work were destroyed in an instant. The emperor was furious, yet the lady retrieved the iron roll of the imperial edict. Furthermore, since the Duke of the State died of anger, his entire family, young and old, was spared from execution, but faced exile to the frontier. In fact, the emperor was interested in Hua Jiu's miraculous spring. As the rebels were imprisoned and interrogated, many useful pieces of information naturally surfaced. Why was Hua Jiu, a mere concubine, so bold? It turned out she possessed a miraculous spring. Drinking from it could prolong life and strengthen the body. This cannot be allowed. Such a heavenly object must be under my control. Thus, the emperor pardoned the entire Duke's family, merely exiling them, believing it would serve as bait. The emperor trusted that if any remnants of the rebels remained, Hua Jiu and Bai Xiao would surely come to rescue them. Mother, elder brother, second brother. Outside the capital, in the crowd, Bai Xiao was covered in dirt, reedied, clenching his fists tightly. Hua Jiu looked haggard and was having a hard time, but she held on to Bai Xiao tightly and gently advised, "It's just exile, no one will die. We have the miraculous spring and can secretly develop, giving us a chance to save them." At this moment, Hua Jiu also realized that she had been too young. Fortunately, they were alive, learned their lesson, and could plan to develop their business far away from the capital. All right, Bai Xiao gritted his teeth. Not regretting it all was impossible, but at this moment, he chose a path to follow to the end. Without the identity of the Duke's heir, he had only Hua Jiu. "Let's go," Hua Jiu said helplessly. The male and female leads supported each other, limping as they embarked on their journey of escape. "Useless. What use are you to me, your majesty? 2,000 imperial guards, and yet the prisoner was taken." In the Golden Throne Hall, the emperor pointed at the assembled officials and roared with fury. The entire family of the Duke of Dinghua, while being escorted into exile, had been forcefully rescued midway. With Commander He personally taking action, the matter naturally proceeded smoothly. The Bai Clan Merchant Association along the route provided cover. After disguises and scattering into the vast crowd, tracking down the dispersed rebels again was more difficult than reaching the heavens. Your Majesty, the rebels are unstoppable and appear and disappear like phantoms. Your subjects could not catch up. The Imperial Guard commander's face turned pale. Issue a nationwide wanted order. The Emperor bellowed. Yes. All civil and military officials replied in unison. Elsewhere, having traveled several hundred li in a small city, the entire family was reunited. Did Old Fourth send you a Big Brother Bai asked Commander He and his men. Commander He remained stone-faced, not uttering a word. A guard beside him explained, Young Master 4. He is now a homeless dog. How could he care for others? When third young master heard of the capital's turmoil, he sent Commander He traveling day and night to come to the rescue. Third young master. The Bai family stood frozen in shock. It was third brother. Second young master exclaimed in astonishment. How is my son? Only then did the madam remember she had another son exiled to Yiyang. The young master is excellent. Our mission on this trip is to escort the madam and the two young masters back to Yiyang for a reunion. To avoid detection, you shall all disguise yourselves as merchants visiting relatives. Our people will handle matters along the way. The guard stated with neither humility nor arrogance. Fine. Big Brother Bai and the others naturally had no objections. Are you kidding me? At such a critical juncture, who would still put on airs? Their own lives were what mattered most. At the same time, the entire family was marveling. How did their useless third young master Bai possess such capability? Set out. Commander He gave the order. None dared to complain. They lifted their anxious hearts and continued the journey. Several months later, after a life of hardship and wandering, Yiyang was finally in sight. Kill. Rebels and traitors are to be slain by all. Wang Tianlong, this general advises you to open the city gates and surrender. Hand over third young master Bai for escort to the capital, and perhaps you may be spared death. A great roar echoed. Pa. Wang Tianlong would rather die for the young master. Wang Tianlong bellowed back. Attack the city. The Grand Army launched a fierce assault on Yiyang. In the distance, Big Brother Bai second young master and the others had ashen faces, their bodies trembling with terror. It's over. The Emperor's decree has arrived, and the frontier generals from surrounding cities have dispatched troops to besiege the city. Yiyang is merely a small city. Oh, how can it withstand this? The first young madam said in despair. Dong, dong, dong. Just as the tidal wave of steel was about to engulf Yiyang, the terrified Bai family heard the earth-shaking sound of war drums. The ground trembled, and armored cavalry charged forth. Behind Yiyang lay a mountain lush with forests. Suddenly, an army launched a surprise attack from the flank, cutting through the besieging force like a sharp blade. Chaos ensued with dust and stones flying everywhere. Soon atop the city walls, over 1,000 soldiers and armored warriors began to fire arrows in turns. The arrows fell like rain, wave after wave, claiming one vibrant life after another. Occasionally, soldiers managed to approach the city gates, ready to scale them with ladders. But from the walls they were met with rolling stones and boiling oil. The defending soldiers showed no disarray, clearly well-trained and disciplined, displaying no fear. In an instant, the land outside Yiyang was transformed into a living hell. Heart-wrenching screams filled the air, countless limbs were shattered, the moat was stained a deep crimson, and the stench of blood permeated everything. Can we hold out? In the ancestral mansion, Su Fengxiao twisted her handkerchief, her heart consumed by anxiety. Young madam, with third young master here, there is no problem. The maid Mingyu tried to console her. Surely nothing will go wrong. Su Fengxiao prayed silently. Outside the city, the Bai family was stunned. Yiyang. Such a massive army. And they can annihilate the frontier troops so thoroughly. Don't tell me these soldiers are under third brother's command. Second young master Bai stammered, his lips trembling as he asked. Yiyang is under the young master's control. What are a few city-defending soldiers? The guards beside Commander He wore proud expressions, their eyes filled with admiration. Whenever third young master Bai was mentioned, the guards all felt a sense of shared honor. Good. My son has grown up, he has grown up. The madam was deeply moved, and the others were also thrilled. The women folks sobbing huddled together, releasing all the pent-up grievances of the past days. General, the assault is failing and our casualties are immense. Beside the siege chariot, a general's face showed a flicker of reluctance. Sound the retreat. We will fight another day, the general commanded. This grand siege came to an inconclusive end. The leading general had assumed that Yiyang, being a mere speck of land, would be easily taken. To his surprise, his advance was halted with heavy losses, and his face turned green with frustration. Wang Tianlong, you have been raising private troops. It seems you have long harbored treasonous intentions. Unable to prevail, the general resorted to hurling insults. The emperor is unjust, the ministers are corrupt, embezzlement is rampant, and the world is a living hell. Only my young master follows the will of heaven, cares for the people, and is destined for greatness. Wang Tianlong retorted without backing down. Pak! The general sneered in contempt. Just as he was about to continue his tirade, Bai Xiaofan, draped in a black cloak with a sword at his waist, ascended the city wall and declared, "My name is Bai Xiaofan. Yang is my domain. The mountain behind it is called Zhigu Mountain, a name I gave it. Zhigu. It symbolizes the hope that the city's people may live in peace, have ample food and clothing, and that warfare shall cease forever. Whoever dares to come and disturb the peace of Yeyang is opposing me and opposing the soldiers and people of Yeyang. I hear you are the vanguard general of the Lord of Anping Prefecture. Go back and tell your master that my army will arrive at Anping Prefecture in 10 days and will be at his city gates. Tell him to clean his neck and wait for me to take his head. Arrogant brat. Let's go." Having suffered a defeat, the general left behind a harsh word and fled in haste. And so this battle came to a temporary end. The news of the Battle of Yeyang spread like wildfire to the surrounding cities and counties. His name is Bai Xiaofan. That Zhigu Mountain. In the various prefectures and counties, the city lords and generals wore dark, brooding expressions. But none made a rash move. They all awaited the confrontation between Bai Xiaofan and Anping Prefecture. Some began to mobilize their troops, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Yeyang during the main battle, or to swoop in at the end and seize Anping Prefecture as well. Prepare for battle immediately. The Lord of Anping Prefecture was not one to sit idly by. In Yeyang, City Lord Wang Tianlong managed the post-war affairs, tending to the wounded, collecting weapons, armor, horses, and grain, and dispatching soldiers to pursue the remaining enemy forces. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The residents of Yeyang obediently stayed indoors, showing little panic. Their calmness stemmed from absolute trust in third young master Bai Xiaofan. Moreover, after 2 years of ideological influence through the schools, the people of Yeyang no longer held the imperial court, the son of heaven, or the emperor, in such awe. The emperor was also just a man. Nobles were also made of flesh and blood. At the ancestral mansion, "My son," the madam tearfully poured out her grievances to Bai Xiaofan. She had completely forgotten how she had once neglected and abandoned this son. Third brother, father, he, big brother, and second brother looked at him with fervent eyes. "You can all live in Yeyang from now on. Nothing will happen. I am here," Bai Xiaofan replied, suppressing his impatience. In truth, he felt little emotional connection to the Bai family. But how to put it? They were, after all, bound by blood. Besides, even though the original host was a wastrel, this family had never truly done him any harm. The original host had hoped that Bai Xiaofan would take care of his mother. Good, very good. The Bai family felt greatly relieved. "Madam, after several months of travel, you must be weary and should take care of your health. The wife has prepared the guest room, and both the elder sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law have gone." Su Fengxiao observed the expressions of others and noticed that Bai Xiaofan was impatient, quickly stopping madam from complaining. "Mother, now that we have arrived at Yeyang, there is no rush. There is plenty of time to reminisce, my brothers, and I still have some matters to discuss with the elder brother and the second brother," Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. "All right, you brothers should speak well." Madam nodded. After speaking, she took Su Fengxiao's hand and left under the guidance of beautiful maids and attendants. "Elder brother, second brother, what do you wish to discuss?" Bai Xiaofan looked towards the elder and second young masters, asking calmly, "Third brother, we are all family, so I will speak plainly. Now that we have returned to our hometown Yeyang, we cannot just sit idly in retirement. I wonder what positions I can hold." Elder brother Bai spoke directly. "Having family support is always more trustworthy than outsiders," said second young master Bai. In essence, both young masters were seeking official positions. "This is quite normal." Bai Xiaofan nodded, saying, "Yeyang needs manpower. If elder brother and second brother can lend a hand, I would be delighted. However, there are new city regulations in place that have been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Everyone must abide by them, and if anyone violates them, I will not shield them." "Haha. Third brother, rest assured, neither I nor the second will hold you back," the elder said with a laugh. The second quickly agreed, and both brothers expressed their commitment to uphold the laws of Yeyang City, vowing not to engage in wrongdoing. "Good." Bai Xiaofan nodded. After that, the three brothers reminisced about events that had transpired since their separation. "I never expected that the fourth brother would cause such a colossal disaster, not only angering our father, but also abandoning our mother to run off with a concubine." After several rounds of drinks, the elder brother became drunkenly confused and shouted due to the effects of the alcohol. Indeed, the second brother, with a flushed face, angrily slammed the table. He raised a white-eyed wolf, bringing misfortune to our family. "Mother is truly heartbroken this time, constantly anxious during the journey, and her health has deteriorated significantly. She needs proper care. It's not that retribution won't come, but the time has not yet arrived," Bai Xiaofan said. Through interaction, he found that the elder and second brothers were not fundamentally bad. Moreover, they had some capabilities after all the education they received from the Duke's residence was not wasted. Only the original owner was a wastrel, while the other young masters had become talents. After inquiring about their aspirations, Bai Xiaofan instructed Nie Santong to arrange positions for them, not in high-ranking powerful roles, as it is easy to create problems to have high expectations while being new to the area. Instead, they should start at mid-level positions to gain experience and achieve results before being promoted, which would enhance their own standing while also gaining the support of the public. The elder and second brothers had no objections and quickly immersed themselves in their work. In the conference hall, young master, City Lord Wang Tianlong said respectfully, "Deploy 10,000 troops. I will personally lead the attack on Amping Prefecture." Bai Xiaofan spoke in a calm tone infused with undeniable authority. After speaking, he looked at Nie Santong and Wang Tianlong, saying, "You will guard Yiyang." Yes, both complied. Bai Xiaofan had made his decision and naturally had to mobilize the troops. Not only would they mobilize, but they would also swiftly adopt a strong posture to seize Amping Prefecture, thus intimidating the surrounding forces and preventing the border cities from daring to provoke them easily. This battle must be won perfectly. Therefore, Bai Xiaofan personally led the expedition, bringing along Captain He, ensuring safety with his presence. He also took along 1,000 city guards and 9,000 soldiers. The 10,000 soldiers were all elite troops constituting half of Yiyang's military strength. Maintaining an army is not easy, but requires time and finances to purchase provisions, weapons, and horses. Thus, despite Nie Santong's full efforts to recruit and Captain He's training, they only managed to increase the number to 20,000 soldiers. This also included 2,000 direct city guards under Captain He. Attack! Bang bang! As the army approached the city, Bai Xiaofan was too lazy to waste words and directly advanced. In the ensuing battle, blood flowed like rivers and corpses lay strewn across the ground. Arrows rained down from the city walls like a storm, but Bai Xiaofan did not deploy regular soldiers. Instead, he sent the 800 city guards to charge ahead. These city guards were about to reveal their prowess in their first real battle. With cold eyes like machines, they launched their assault against the hail of arrows. Their zombie-like strength and speed made them impervious to normal arrows. Only powerful crossbows could barely inflict damage on the city guards. However, such large crossbows akin to trebuchets were prohibitively expensive, and there were not many in Amping Prefecture. Furthermore, loading bolts and drawing bows required considerable effort and time. Thus, before the large crossbows could unleash their power, the city guards had already reached the city gates, crossing the moat, transforming into martial arts experts, leaping and dodging to avoid rolling stones and massive logs while climbing the city walls. Bang, bang, bang. Some even lifted heavy logs to crash against the city gates. In essence, the city guards were akin to special forces with strength surpassing that of cavalry and infantry. "This is impossible. Block them." The city lord of Amping was greatly alarmed, shouting repeatedly, "Monsters! They are all monsters." The defending soldiers showed fear on their faces. As mere flesh and blood-faced invincible martial artists, they were naturally filled with dread. Half an hour later, the city gates were shattered and 1,000 city guards broke through, creating a gaping hole, allowing Bai Xiaofan to command his soldiers to surge in. "This brat is arrogant. Ew, I will kill you first." The city lord of Amping, his eyes bloodshot, turned the crossbow towards Bai Xiaofan and fired repeatedly. Roar! Captain He emitted a beast-like roar, his figure flickering with such speed that it left afterimages. With a punch, he blocked the large bolts with his own strength. Hiss! Is this still a human? The soldiers ambushed from afar were filled with terror. "You!" The city lord of Amping looked at him in disbelief. Taking advantage of this moment, the city guards all attacked, their blades gleaming brightly as they severed his head. "The city lord is dead. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." One of the city guards shouted. "I surrender." The army lost its leader, becoming a headless dragon. The elite troops turned into a rabble. The defending forces of Amping Prefecture surrendered under the lead of several vice-generals. "We pay our respects to the young master." The roar echoed. "Enter the city," Bai Xiaofan commanded. This battle lasted half a day, capturing the city at minimal cost. Afterward, Bai Xiaofan settled into Amping Prefecture, reorganizing the military and calming the populace. He first announced new city regulations such as reducing corvée and taxes, establishing schools, and repairing roads, and rewarding agricultural efforts mirroring those of Yiyang. No one was foolish, and they naturally understood what kind of national policies were beneficial to the people. Gradually, the hearts of the populace were soothed. Various affairs began to get back on track. Bai Xiaofan was also adept at recognizing talent, conducting thorough investigations, removing corrupt officials from Amping Prefecture, confiscating their ill-gotten gains, and promoting those who had previously been overlooked. A series of actions unfolded rapidly, so swiftly that others had no time to react. Within a month, news spread, and he had already taken control of Anping Prefecture. This place was not like Yiyang, it was a much larger city, with a population 10 times that of Yiyang. Young master, Yiyang is as solid as gold. Several surrounding cities sent scouts to test us, but upon witnessing the might of the city guards, they retreated. That day, the reporting city guard returned. With everything stable, Bai Xiaofan set off back to Yiyang. The new city lord of Anping Prefecture, completely zombified, obeyed orders. Young master Bai, Yiyang has gained fame through battle. This young man is truly formidable. The key lies in those city guards, as such elite troops with an army of 20,000 will surely sweep the world unstoppable. I have found out clearly the 2,000 city guards are his personal guard. Fortunately, there are only these 2,000. The border cities received news one after another. Regarding the Battle of Anping Prefecture, every detail was shared. The might of the city guards and the name Bai Xiaofan spread throughout the realm. This news continued to spread to other countries and to the capital. In the conference hall, young master, our army has achieved initial victory. Now the people of Yiyang are spreading the news, saying that you are the true dragon son of heaven. Wang Tianlong said excitedly. Taking advantage of this great victory, what should be our next step? A staff member inquired. Everyone share your thoughts and brainstorm. Bai Xiaofan replied calmly. Nie Santong frowned. This battle was a complete victory. However, if we were to send troops again, it would seem a bit hasty. Yiyang's foundation is weak, and without a justified cause for war, if anything goes wrong and the border cities are attacked, our army would be in a tight spot. It would be better to take some time to solidify our position. Indeed, Anping Prefecture is vast. It will take a year to digest this victory, Bai Xiaofan said lightly. However, once the court receives the news, they will surely send a large army to pressure us. There were concerns. Perhaps we can wait another year or two. The court might not be able to focus on the border then. Bai Xiaofan was unconcerned. He believed that the leads would take action soon. Hua Jiu possesses a spatial spiritual spring. If such a person can remain calm, it would be surprising. Moreover, given the pride of the leads, they would definitely not choose the border, but rather the southern regions or Shaanxi, where it is rich in resources lying deep within the territory of Dashuan. Afterwards, they discussed the affairs of Anping Prefecture, mobilizing officials and military generals before finally dispersing the meeting. Fortunately, this child took Anping Prefecture and ceased hostilities without advancing further. Soon the border city lord let out a sigh of relief. Yet he still secretly dispatched spies to Yiyang for intelligence. Bai Xiaofan focused on development, accumulating resources and strength. Yiyang, Anping Prefecture. Everything fell into place. Besides expanding the military, the academy continuously cultivated talent. Some could administer counties, others were suited for battles, and there were builders focused on fortifying defenses along with craftsmen developing bows and crossbows. Yiyang and Anping Prefecture entered a positive cycle. A bountiful harvest. With no excessive taxes, the farmers worked diligently, and the grain collected was substantial. Moreover, the grain tax households were all beaming with genuine smiles. Gradually, people from other cities heard such news and moved their families over. The population was increasing, grain was piling up, and soldiers were undergoing training. Build high walls, accumulate grain, and delay declaring kingship. This child has great ambitions and should not be underestimated. However, this was a matter for the court to worry about. It was likely that within half a year the court would dispatch a large army to pacify Yiyang. The border city lord closely monitored Bai Xiaofan's actions, seeing through his intentions. However, he was unsure if he could take credit for some minor achievements. What a joke! The lessons from Anping Prefecture were right before his eyes. As for Yiyang's matters, let's send a swift report to the court, letting the emperor have a headache over it. These city lords were clever, adept at shifting the blame. Yes, each city sent urgent military reports. Thus, after intimidating the various factions, Bai Xiaofan's life returned to calm. There were few affairs to handle, and with so many people under his command, ordinary matters did not require his attention. Only major decisions would be presented to him by Nie Santong and Wang Tianlong. My mother sent over a few beauties who I saw them. They are quite charming. Why not go take a look? That night, Su Fengxiao looked at Bai Xiaofan with a smile that was not quite a smile, filled with jealousy. My mother is just bored and has nothing better to do, Bai Xiaofan replied. Quickly expressing his stance, he put on a serious face and stated plainly, "You still don't understand my feelings. Besides you, I cannot accommodate anyone else." Pa. Now, at least as the lord of a city, he still has a silver tongue. Su Fengxiao spat, yet couldn't help but smirk, her cheeks flushed. "Except for you, I won't let any other woman bear my children. In fact, having too many children is not good. With so many illegitimate sons, dividing the inheritance later could lead to conflict. It would be best for you and me to have a son and a daughter, making a perfect good family." Bai Xiaofan's expression was unusually serious as he smiled. "You said it, don't try to fool me." Su Fengxiao's face turned even redder. "Of course. Tomorrow I will talk to my mother about not having a legitimate son or daughter, and for the concubines he'll reward them with a bowl of contraceptive soup to avoid having too many children and causing chaos in the courtyard, Bai Xiaofan said. Su Fengxiao responded. Afterwards they blew out the candle and a rustling sound echoed. Since they decided to have a legitimate son and daughter, they naturally had to put in efforts to nurture them. With beauties by his side, Bai Xiaofan's life was quite enjoyable. The eldest and second sons were also doing well, making great progress without any arrogance, and certainly not taking advantage of being Bai Xiaofan's brothers to act overbearingly. Thus time swiftly passed in 2 years. Congratulations, young master, the young mistress is pregnant. After 2 years of effort, Su Fengqiao's belly finally showed signs of activity. Haha, good, there will be heavy rewards. Bai Xiaofan laughed heartily. Thank you, young master. The doctor hurriedly bowed respectfully. All right, Fengxiao, you are a meritorious minister of the Bai family. After hearing this, the lady beamed, her hands trembling with joy. Young master. At this moment, Nie Santong rushed in, saying, news from the front, the fourth young master has taken Shenyang Prefecture. The prefecture is located north of the Great River, encompassing 10 cities, commanding an army of 150,000, declaring itself Shenyang Nation, crowning Hua Jiu as empress and granting titles to numerous officials. The emperor was furious and mobilized 200,000 imperial troops with the prime minister as the commander, along with seasoned generals such as Lu Qi and Wei Ming, preparing to cross the Great River and crush Shenyang Nation. Hiss! Just as the young master predicted, the court cannot spare attention for us, Wang Tianlong exclaimed in shock. Remain vigilant, Bai Xiaofan commanded. Yes. The various officials and generals responded. Months later, military reports began to return from Shenyang Prefecture. The initial victory of Shenyang Nation was due to the soldiers cultivated by the spiritual spring, who possessed immense strength. Although they weren't as powerful as the provincial guards, they were still much stronger than ordinary soldiers, causing heavy losses for the court. However, Dashuan has established itself for over 100 years, and its foundation remains. The Prime Minister and the Minister of War and others are all seasoned veterans who fought alongside the Duke of the State with rich experience from countless battles, unlike the hastily trained recruits of Huajiu. Experience. Foundation. A large number of troops and generals. Tactical strategies. In these aspects, Dashuan made Shenyang Nation suffer significant losses. Even with Huajiu's advantages, she was still not a god and lacked the experience of leading troops into battle. Thus, in the following battles, Dashuan began to regain the initiative. Kill. Charge. Both sides had their advantages, making it difficult to determine a victor, and the battle situation became intense. The emperor has issued a decree ordering the various prefectures and counties to send troops to aid the imperial army in suppressing the chaotic factions and crushing Shenyang Nation. A few days later, Wang Tianlong reported again. Currently, the situation is unclear, and the various prefectures may not be willing to exert themselves, Bai Xiaofan said flatly. Yes, young master, your foresight is remarkable. Shaoguo Prefecture has sent reinforcements, but only 2,000 troops, clearly just for show to preserve their own strength. The other prefectures followed suit with a maximum of 3,000 troops. Nie Santong laughed. Let them fight, the interior will be divided. Some will declare themselves kings, and the border will not remain peaceful. The various nations outside Dashuan will take advantage of the chaos and approach our borders. Without the court's military supplies and grain support, the border cities will struggle to withstand it. At that time, our true opportunity will arise. The fourth young master is still too naive, declaring independence without being prepared, chasing after a hollow title, becoming a target for everyone, utterly foolish. I will not pursue hollow titles, but focus on practicality, immediately setting up defenses, expanding military supplies, and gathering intelligence from the border prefectures and counties, ensuring we are well prepared. Bai Xiaofan commanded. To be honest, he wasn't very knowledgeable about leading troops into battle and donning armor. After all, Bai Xiaofan had never experienced ancient warfare, so these 2 years were spent developing steadily, without rashly advancing. Should they attack other cities and fall into ambushes, it could lead to significant losses. The provincial guards are formidable, but there are only 2,000 of them, which cannot determine the overall situation. However, during this period of dormancy, Bai Xiaofan was studying military books and delving into strategies. While maybe not experienced enough, at least he could speak on the subject. He believed that when the world is in chaos, there would be opportunities for self-improvement. Learning military texts was naturally for the day they could be put to use. The young master is wise. Nie Santong and Wang Tianlong responded. In a flurry, Yang and Anping Prefecture entered a state of martial law, adopting wartime mechanisms. Prepare for battle. Dashuan is about to be thrown into chaos. The various city lords were doing the same as Bai Xiaofan. The male and female protagonists possess extraordinary fortune, particularly immense fortune. In the heart of the mainland, the battle is intense, with neither side able to determine a victor in a short time. The current emperor is dim-witted and incompetent, having long lost the hearts of the people. He no longer possesses the charisma of the founding emperor, and his decrees are regarded as little better than waste paper by the various city lords. With no wise ruler, the common folk are in turmoil. As tyrants seize power, the world becomes a hellish place. Almost everyone is recruiting soldiers and expanding their military forces. Whether for ambition or self-preservation, all are doing their utmost to prepare for the impending Great War. Kill. The emperor is dim-witted and the barbarians are ruthless. Today, the General Wu, leading over 80,000 troops on the waterways, has declared himself king. We shall all respect him. Who dares to pull the emperor down from his throne? There are many who dream of being emperor. Why can't I? Ha ha ha, I too am the true dragon of heaven. Immediately march troops to seize half of Jiangnan. The court failed to quell the Shanyang kingdom and instead suffered repeated setbacks at the hands of Huajiu. At this moment, different voices began to emerge across the lands. Many were ambitious individuals, and some city lords were actually spies for enemy nations, having lurked for years before causing trouble. In summary, within a year of the war starting, the Great Xian is fragmented. Warlords are carving out territories, and over a dozen small nations have emerged. Who does not wish to be emperor? Even if one's strength is insufficient to unify the world, that matters not. Are you joking? Even being emperor for a day is something. Corvée, taxes. Years of conscription have left no way out. The officials have forced the people to rebel. The only option is to take to the mountains as bandits and rob the officials and nobles. Many people are suffering greatly, falling into the ranks of mountain bandits. Living by plunder, who would do such a thing if there were other options? Yang. Conference hall. Young master. More and more disaster victims are moving their families to the border. Their hometowns are ravaged by war, their lives as fragile as ants. Staying behind is certain death. Fleeing to the border may still offer hope. Wang Tianlong reports the latest situation. Indeed, the border is somewhat peaceful at this stage, Bai Xiaofan said calmly. This is only because the neighboring nations are waiting and observing. They are quite patient, hoping for the internal exhaustion of the Xian nation to strike the borders, capture cities, and consume this piece of fat meat at minimal cost. There are no wolves that do not eat meat. They are poised to act. The advisors present wore extremely grave expressions. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall bury it. The enemy is waiting. We too are waiting for them to strike the borders, and the opportunity will surely come, Bai Xiaofan stated with determination. Yes. After hearing this, Wang Tianlong and the others had nothing to say in response. Indeed, the first wave of refugees arrived, settling at the border, and war broke out. Kill. Over a dozen cities were attacked almost simultaneously. Defend our territory and secure our borders. Hold them off for me. The city lords roared. Even if the odds were slim, no one would sit idly by. Anping Prefecture is also a massive city with significant strategic importance, which the enemy would not easily give up. After preparing for so long, it is finally time for real combat. Bai Xiaofan shouted. He delivered an impassioned speech to rally morale. Afterwards, he donned armor and took up arms, leading the charge into battle, setting an example for his soldiers. Long live. The soldiers' morale surged even higher. Their gazes toward Bai Xiaofan were filled with boundless fervor and admiration. You reckless kid, kill for me. In the distance, a general let out a furious roar. Protect the young master. Wang Tianlong bellowed. Nie Santong personally led his troops to engage in fierce combat, blood and flesh flying, corpses strewn about. Roar. Captain He rarely intervened, closely guarding Bai Xiaofan. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan also needed to hone himself on the battlefield to build courage and improve his martial skills. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, facing zombies had already tempered his courage. In this life, however, it was his first time in battle. Refreshing. Let's fight again. Bai Xiaofan shouted. Blood surged in his chest. He had prepared meticulously. Defending the city was more than enough, and not just Yang and Anping Prefecture, but other border cities would not be easily conquered at the onset of the battle. The accumulated military strength over the years allowed these cities to hold out for some time. Depending on their strength, some could endure for a month, 2 months, or even half a year in total. Therefore, this battle is still winnable. However, these city lords could only manage to hold off the enemy. Young master, we have won. Wang Tianlong exclaimed with excitement. A small victory, what is there to be happy about? I have already sent Nie Santong to pursue and counterattack. If he can take the city, that would be worth celebrating. Are we preparing to counterattack? The others were shocked. Is that not allowed? Bai Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. There is a saying in military strategy, a prolonged defense will inevitably lead to loss. Simply being passive and enduring attacks will exhaust the resources accumulated over the years. In less than 2 years, the Anping Prefecture will be filled with devastation. Therefore, we must adopt a strong stance and march north to avenge the invasion. Not only to expand territory, but the people of the Great Xian nation will also support us. Before long, the cities will be unable to withstand it, and more city lords will come to surrender. If we can survive the initial difficult period, things will improve thereafter. But can we win? One advisor expressed concern. The others were also apprehensive. Bai Xiaofan replied, I will dispatch the city guards to lead the charge with Nie Santong commanding the main army behind. The soldiers left in Anping Prefecture and Yiyang are fewer than 3,000. Thus in this battle we will put everything on the line and fight with all our might. Hiss! The advisors present could not help but gasp, secretly astonished. Bai Xiaofan's move was extremely bold. However, upon careful consideration, the art of war should be a mix of real and feigned strategies. Nie Santong was also a seasoned general skilled in battle. Perhaps he could achieve miraculous results this time. Thus Bai Xiaofan set the tone. Yiyang, Anping Prefecture. Soldiers remain vigilant, and Bai Xiaofan awaits the return of victory. 2 months later it became evident that Nie Santong did not disappoint. His troops moved swiftly and struck like fire, and with the strength of the city guards they captured a prefectural city from the enemy. Not smaller than Anping Prefecture, perhaps even slightly larger. How is this possible? The border city lords were all astonished. We have been passively defending and barely managing. How could this child have the strength to attack a city in such a short time? This is too monstrous. If Nie Santong's army is stationed outside, won't Yiyang and Anping Prefecture be left empty? Foolish. This child is not foolish. He has several hidden military camps in Jiga Mountain, where he has trained an unknown number of soldiers. The city guards are valiant, and since he dared to send Nie Santong, he must have a backup plan. Moreover, we are also preoccupied with our own affairs. Indeed, at such a critical juncture it is better not to provoke this child. It was not that no one suspected Bai Xiaofan was using a feigned city strategy. But what if? The art of warfare is a treacherous path, a deadly weapon. One cannot afford to make mistakes. If there is a single misstep on the battlefield, everything may fall apart, and as Bai Xiaofan remained calm, the city lords were even more afraid to act rashly. As for the enemy nation that lost the prefectural city, they were naturally furious and amassed troops to besiege the city. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan's long-cultivated talents finally came into play. Under his orders, these people emerged from the Yiyang Academy, some skilled in military strategy, to join the army, others skilled in rhetoric, to soothe the hearts of the people, and supplies, weapons, and siege equipment being escorted by the city guards, all reached the city. The more proactive they were, the less the other city lords dared to provoke. In a few years, Bai Xiaofan accumulated many resources, and with the city guards participating in the battle, the prefectural city became as solid as a fortress. For a year and a half, the empire could not be reclaimed. Counterattack. Bold. Feigned city strategy. Active preparations. A tough stance. These aspects allowed Bai Xiaofan to seize the initiative. Another wave of refugees is approaching. Though Anping Prefecture is vast and sparsely populated, we have already settled many disaster victims. If this continues, it won't be long before we are overcrowded. Other cities are much the same. No room to accommodate them, nor the means to sustain them. The city lords have ordered them driven away, a prefectural guard reported that day. There's no helping it. With so many refugees and limited grain, the border cannot support millions of starving people. Wang Tianlong's face darkened. Young master, should we drive them away too? The retainers exchanged glances, steeled themselves, and offered a suggestion. No, accept the refugees in batches. Wang Tianlong, you are in charge of registering the population and compiling records. Then enlist troops. Among the refugees, any who wish to join the army shall receive military pay and grain just the same, Bai Xiaofan declared decisively. But with so many people, where will they live? Wang Tianlong couldn't help asking. They cannot eat for free. Organize them and have them build high towers. Here are the blueprints I have designed recently. Follow them accordingly. Bai Xiaofan said, dismissively tossing out a set of plans, a design for a 4 or 5-story building. Though he was no architect, his ideas differed from the ancients, shaped as they were by a modern mindset. Designing towers of dozens or hundreds of stories was certainly beyond him. But 4 or 5-story pavilions were feasible. 4 or 5 stories. Won't they collapse? Wang Tianlong and the others stared at the blueprints dumbfounded. You'll know once you try, won't you? Bai Xiaofan said flatly. He had no absolute certainty. Improvements would come through practice. Yes, young master. Wang Tianlong and the others had no choice but to comply. Bai Xiaofan's decision spread. In an instant, countless refugees surged in. People on the brink of starvation. Give them a meal, and they would not hesitate to work or even lay down their lives. At this moment, Bai Xiaofan could provide a ration, 1 meal a day, and they were filled with gratitude. As long as they didn't starve, there was hope. Indeed, no matter how much grain Bai Xiaofan had, he could not supply it indefinitely. After all, military provisions lay ahead. Thus, the daily grain distributed to the residents of Anping Prefecture was not abundant. They would neither starve nor be fully fed. They still had to work, reinforcing the city walls of Anping, deepening the moat, and setting up defenses like iron caltrops and palisades. As for building towers, after repeated experiments, they finally achieved relative stability. Once the first tower was built, the second followed, and the process became smoother. Long live the young master. The refugees were registered and became residents of Yeyang. Thanks to the advent of the towers, the housing problem was solved without encroaching on fertile farmland. Under Bai Xiaofan's plan, the new residents received seeds and were allotted fields. Though crops could not sprout instantly, watching the wheat grow in the ridges brought countless people to tears of joy, smiles spreading across their faces. My son, the young master, has issued a conscription order. Go enlist. Your mother and I can tend the fields. Our family has finally settled a life. We'll get better. But without soldiers, how can we protect this good life? That's why I want you to join the army. In the field, an old farmer said to his son, Your father is right. Go, son. The mother, holding back tears, did not object this time and waved her hand. Yes, father. The young man was somewhat excited. If not for fear that his family would be left unattended, he would have enlisted long ago. Boy, don't you dare be a coward, or I won't acknowledge you as my son. The old man shouted at his son. I'm not afraid of death. The youth waved dismissively and strode away. I want to enlist too. Anping Prefecture has a rule: commoners can earn titles through battlefield merit. Many others came seeking advancement. Thus the morale of Yeyang's soldiers and civilians was roused. With the population swelling, the conscription order drew crowds at the registration office. In just a few months, Anping Prefecture Yeyang had raised another army of 80,000. Though they were a motley crew, their numbers were substantial. This move effectively alleviated the dire shortage of troops in Yeyang. Of course, achieving this was due to Bai Xiaofan's ample preparations. Most of the money earned over the years had been spent on purchasing grain to sustain such an effort. Other city lords on the border did not have such vast sums to buy so much grain. The primary reason they dared not accept refugees was the lack of food. Otherwise, who would be foolish enough not to realize that taking in refugees could bolster their forces? It was simply a matter of being unable to sustain them. Without grain, the refugees let into the city would go mad, turning into rioters who would pillage and burn without restraint, endangering the strongholds. Thus, emulating Bai Xiaofan was exceedingly difficult. On Mount Zhiga, new troops trained, and wave after wave was sent to the battlefield. Fighting the enemy was the best training. Without seeing blood, they remained mere greenhorns. Thus a year passed. The enemy still had not retaken the prefectural city, which had long since stabilized. Tightening their belts and gritting their teeth through the hardest times, that prefectural city began to yield returns for Bai Xiaofan. First, the crops ripened. Wheat and rice were harvested in abundance, becoming cartload after cartload of military grain. With hearts at ease, the city's residents experienced the benefits of Bai Xiaofan's policies. No longer longing for their former homeland, they too began to enlist. Bai Xiaofan's forces grew. The academy continuously produced talents, and shops across the region accelerated the purchase of more grain, weapons, and supplies. Having crossed that threshold, a new virtuous cycle began. Young master, Siwa can no longer hold out. They've sent for our aid. Wang Tianlong burst in one day, exclaiming. Then send troops and take Siwa city along the way, Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. Siwa was a border city similar to Anping Prefecture, a formidable pass. Its city lord, quite capable, had held out for a year, but with enemy reinforcements and dwindling grain supplies, he could no longer resist. Charge! Bai Xiaofan led his righteous army to rescue the soldiers and civilians of Tsiwa from dire straits. Your servant pays homage to the young master. The city lord of Tsiwa knew which way the wind blew. He pledged allegiance to Bai Xiaofan. In truth, he had no other path. You shall remain the city lord of Tsiwa, Bai Xiaofan said calmly. Thank you, young master. The city lord of Tsiwa was overjoyed. With Bai Xiaofan's army stationed there and grain brought in, Tsiwa city was saved. This was a good start. With Tsiwa city as an example, soon a second, then a third prefectural city came to pledge allegiance. Bai Xiaofan did not accept them all indiscriminately, but focused on those around Anping Prefecture and Yeyang. Gradually, his territories connected, forming a region the size of a commandery truly carved out by his own efforts. Long live the young master. To hold a commandery was to be a high-ranking official in any kingdom. Even princes and crown princes dared not underestimate such a figure. Useless. You've let that brat grow strong and become a force to reckon with. What have you been doing? The enemy emperor roared in fury. But it was futile. Breaking through Bai Xiaofan's defenses was exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Bai Xiaofan possessed forward-thinking ideas, designing various contraptions and weapons like repeating crossbows, which greatly enhanced his soldiers' combat power. Though the enemy kingdom had deep resources, they struggled to withstand him. Furthermore, his prefectural guard had swelled to 5,000. 5,000 death-defying warriors, impervious to blades, comparable to martial experts. Hesitant to act rashly, the hostile kingdoms had to take detours penetrating the heartland of the Dashuan kingdom from other directions. At this point, Bai Xiaofan chose to lie low, focusing on managing his single commandery. Now our Yayang commandery is thriving. Other places are far worse off than we are, all thanks to the young master's foresight. Among the people, third young master Bai became a legend. He was like a tiger perched on the mountain, observing the situation, patiently waiting for the moment to hunt. At the ancestral estate in Yayang, in the rear courtyard's delivery room, great news. The young mistress has given birth again, a daughter this time. Both mother and child are safe. The midwife beamed as she rushed out to announce the tidings. Good. A son and a daughter, both legitimate heirs. Bai Xiaofan laughed heartily. Congratulations, young master. The concubines around him secretly felt envious. From the previous pregnancy, Su Fengxiao had borne a legitimate son, now 2.5 years old. This time, as Bai Xiaofan had hoped, she gave birth to a legitimate daughter. Naturally delighted, he immediately ordered a grand feast to be held. You've worked hard. Bai Xiaofan grasped Su Fengxiao's hand. Let's not have any more children. One son and one daughter is quite enough. If this continues, I'm afraid your health will be affected and the losses will be too great. I understand. Su Fengxiao replied weakly, her smile pure and beautiful. Go talk to my mother, otherwise she might think I'm jealous again. All right. Bai Xiaofan nodded. The young couple slept together, fully clothed, their relationship intimate. As for love, Bai Xiaofan had not thought much about it. He was just a normal man who had traveled to ancient times. Having multiple wives was only natural, wasn't it? Deep down, Bai Xiaofan was a self-serving individual. He did not refuse to take concubines, but he also needed a woman to manage his household to prevent chaos. Su Fengxiao was quite suitable for that role. Thus, Bai Xiaofan treated her differently from his concubines, with more patience, more tenderness, and more affection. For a woman, this was more than enough. Su Fengxiao was different from Hua Jiyu. Even after her rebirth, she still held the mindset of an ancient woman, her thoughts constrained by the limitations of her era. Although she could be a bit fiery and jealous, she still felt that Bai Xiaofan treated her exceptionally well. What a joke. In this era, which family of some wealth didn't have a bunch of illegitimate children? You are truly wonderful, Su Fengxiao said, feeling very satisfied. Bai Xiaofan also thought that their relationship was very comfortable. Later, he specifically told his wife that one son and one daughter were sufficient, and there was no need to frequently take concubines. Even if he took concubines, they were not allowed to become pregnant or give birth. His wife was naturally displeased with this and believed that Su Fengxiao had used some seductive means, but due to Bai Xiaofan's firm attitude, she had no way to object. His wife also noticed the growing distance between herself and her son. By arranging to send concubines, she hoped to improve their mother-son relationship. Now Bai Xiaofan stated that he didn't want it that way, making his wife feel that she had lost face, but there was nothing she could do. Bai Sanxiao was no longer the useless person who could be easily dismissed. You're the one who indulges him. I don't care about her, that should be fine. His wife suppressed her anger, trying to maintain her dignity as a mother. When my son returns, he will pay his respects to you. Bai Xiaofan was indifferent. He truly had little to say to his wife. Bang! As soon as he left, his wife angrily smashed several teacups. That night, Bai Xiaofan stepped out of the study to see the Black Commander meditating quietly under the moonlight. Have you been absorbing moonlight to cultivate these days, eh? Bai Xiaofan asked. The Black Commander replied in a hoarse voice, the advanced crystal cores are running low. The first and second level crystal cores are no longer effective for me. I should save them to train the guards. That's true. Raising an army of 5,000 zombies consumes a lot, so we need to conserve the lower level crystal cores, Bai Xiaofan nodded. After saying that, as if remembering something, he suddenly added, in the future, we will definitely be able to enter the apocalyptic world. At that time, we should gather as many zombie crystal cores as possible. All right, the Black Commander agreed. The zombies continued to evolve, gaining higher intelligence with their levels. Now the Black Commander had developed his own logical thinking, and during his leisure time, Bai Xiaofan would chat with him, as if he were talking to himself. He was curious about the Black Commander's mental state. Fortunately, due to the system's modifications, even if he had thoughts, he would not betray Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan was very confident about this. Thus, ruling over a county, even without establishing a nation, the citizens of Yayang County had long regarded Bai Xiaofan as their emperor. As his reputation spread, more and more people came to join him. Bai Xiaofan meticulously vetted and appointed them to place his subordinates in suitable positions, allowing them to shine and contribute. Knowing how to utilize talents was the most basic quality of a qualified emperor. Although he had never been an emperor, Bai Xiaofan was willing to learn. Through his contemplation of imperial strategies, he grasped a great deal. Over time, he inadvertently developed a form of authority befitting a superior. When facing individuals like Wang Tianlong and Nye Santong, they couldn't help but lower their heads. Serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. The ministers felt immense pressure when they saw Bai Xiaofan kill Yiyang County was developing steadily. Meanwhile, the great battle on the other side raged fiercely with intense clashes happening everywhere. Due to the foreign troops' interventions, the Dacian kingdom fell further into chaos, and the lords of those small cities were warring against each other, plundering wealth and expanding territory, leaving them bloodied. It's chaotic. The world is truly chaotic. How tragic. I shall also emerge from my retreat and seek a wise ruler. Many enlightened individuals began to step forward and showcase their skills. The general is mighty. Brave warriors transformed into great generals wielding significant power. This was the best of times, filled with opportunities. As long as you seized them, you could rise to prominence and achieve greatness. Yet this was also the worst of times, with the common people in turmoil, lands lying fallow, and the underprivileged unable to find stable shelter, struggling to survive. The world felt like a hellish crucible. The realm was in disarray. Now the imperial edict is useless. The emperor has lost the ability to control the situation, repeatedly engaging in battles with the Shanyang kingdom, constantly consuming resources, and the national treasury is running thinner. The lords of various cities, hoarding military power, gradually grew stronger, becoming local tyrants. The fortunes of the Dacian kingdom have come to an end. It's pitiful for the great Emperor Xian, so wise and talented, yet there are no successors. In just 100 years it has deteriorated to this state. No wonder others criticized. The path is one that must be walked by oneself. Many were skeptical. The Shanyang kingdom has also suffered significant losses. Of course, Bai Xiao is powerless and his civil governance seems insufficient. If it weren't for his empress support, which minister would be willing to serve him? That makes sense, people remarked. Many rumors circulated among the populace. Bai Xiao, this male protagonist, was depicted in stories as a pampered pretty boy who due to luck had entangled himself with a fairy and achieved great power. Countless men envied him, harboring jealousy and hatred. However, when these words reached Bai Xiao's ears, it was an entirely different story. He flew into a rage and strictly prohibited any such talk. It was rumored that many lost their heads because of this. How could the proud male protagonist endure being called a pretty boy? Unconsciously, he also felt a hint of anger towards Huajiu. The relationship between the male and female protagonists was no longer as intimate as it once was. On the surface, they still had to maintain the pretense of affection. Otherwise, if things became unstable below, it would lead to chaos, which would be detrimental. In the Shanyang kingdom, the imperial palace. Empress, the spiritual spring of the imperial guards has run out. Gather some for training the soldiers. Once I defeat the Dacian kingdom, we will become the sole power. How could it be used up so quickly? The spiritual spring is precious. You should conserve it. Hua Jiu's expression was somewhat displeased. It's not like we're fighting on the front lines, losing soldiers and generals. We need to replenish our troops, Empress. Trust me, the war will end soon. All right. Hua Jiu hesitated slightly. However, she couldn't resist Bai Xiao's coaxing and gave him some of the spiritual spring. Bai Xiao's expression brightened, but as he turned to leave, his face darkened. You really don't care about me anymore. The supply of the spiritual spring is dwindling. What a wretched person. Bai Xiao, who had already been emperor for several years, still had to humble himself to placate and persuade Hua Jiu. This was a humiliation for him. At least that's what he thought at that moment. Your Majesty has left the palace incognito and gone to the estate, a close maid reported to Hua Jiu. Is he going to find that wretched maid again? A trace of resentment crossed Hua Jiu's face. What was once a promise of a lifetime together had changed over time. Though Bai Xiao did not choose a concubine, due to the need for the spiritual spring, he still had a few secret lovers. Indeed, he was no longer the youthful boy who would blush at holding a girl's hand. As a powerful emperor, his relationship with her had turned into a mutual exploitation. It must be tough on the front lines. The emperor must be feeling low, a maid advised softly. Hua Jiu was absent-minded. Soon Bai Xiao came again, asking for the spiritual spring. Hua Jiu endured her anger and gave him some, though it was less each time. Bai Xiao's dissatisfaction grew stronger. The imperial couple was at odds. If we continue to use it without restraint, the supply of the spiritual spring will dwindle further. The space has not seen rain for months and cracks have appeared on the ground. If this continues, won't my space? Suddenly one day, Hua Jiu discovered that there was a problem with the space. She immediately panicked, her mind in turmoil. Men are unreliable. If the space deteriorates further, everything will be lost. This time, no matter how much Bai Xiao pleaded, Hua Jiu refused to provide the spiritual spring and forbade him from stepping into the space. Bai Xiao stormed off, declaring he would no longer visit her. Do you think I still care about your affection? Hua Jiu sneered. She prayed for the space to self-regulate and recover. However, some things are perhaps destined to be difficult to achieve. Young Master Bai Xi, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me for being heartless. Have you forgotten the promises you once made? Now that you hold power and prestige, you've grown lustful and fickle, caring nothing for my feelings. Amen. I Huajiu don't need you to survive. On the contrary, without me, see how you fare. With their relationship so fractured, Huajiu simply gave up on salvaging it. She no longer yearned for Bai Xi's affection. Her greatest difference from ancient women was that she did not wholly rely on a man. If her husband treated her well, she would reciprocate with kindness. Your Majesty the Empress, what if the Emperor does not come? Her personal maid was utterly anxious, worrying for her Empress. What is there to fear? Without a man's favor, do you think I cannot live? Huajiu said, dismissively sneering. He will regret this. Gather all my jewelry and treasures, and take inventory. Yes, the maid acknowledged. Afterwards, she packed the valuables, counted the gold notes and silver notes, and stored them in a spatial ring. Then, taking advantage of a moonless night, Huajiu vanished from the imperial palace. As the Empress, she knew the inner court intimately and could leave with her eyes closed. She quietly departed with her trusted maid, unnoticed by anyone. No one could have imagined that the mother of the nation would simply leave without a word. A few days later, Huajiu had already left the city. At one of her shops outside the capital, she disguised herself, prepared horses' rations and clothing, and was escorted away by her confidants. Kill. The realm was in chaos, and it was remarkably easy for a person to hide. Empress, come back. It is my fault. I should not have neglected you. Bai Xi regretted his actions. When the civil and military officials heard of the Empress' disappearance, and their gazes toward him shifted, he finally realized the gravity of the situation. Once her love waned, Huajiu could live without him, Bai Xi. But he could not live without Huajiu. Find the Empress for me at any cost. Bai Xi roared. But it was too late. Huajiu had vanished too quickly and too completely. Unable to find her, Bai Xi was on the verge of collapse. He had never imagined that Huajiu would disappear from his world. He had always believed that whenever he wished to see her, she would be there. Not like this, where no matter how he searched, she was nowhere to be found. Bai Xi was overwhelmed with regret, unable to fathom what he would do if he never found Huajiu. Kill. Half a year later, a palace coup erupted in the Shenyang kingdom. The Lord of Yangchuan, also the left chancellor, formed a faction to usurp the throne, deposing the emperor and declaring himself ruler. Treacherous traitor! How dare you? Bai Xi's face darkened as he knelt, his expression bitter and venomous. The Lord of Yangchuan, no, the new emperor, looked down from his height and sneered, Fool! You are still so oblivious. How could someone like you ever deserve a woman like her? You didn't even cherish someone like that. You were already defeated the moment the empress lost hope. Since we're here, I might as well tell you all the rumors circulating were spread by me. Was there anything wrong with saying you live off a woman? It was the truth. I merely helped publicize it. Yet you destroyed your own defenses, harbored resentment, and let the bond between emperor and empress deteriorate step by step. Ha ha ha, Lord of Yangchuan, I will never forgive you. Bai Xi roared in grief and fury. But regret came too late. Take him away and place him under house arrest. The new emperor commanded. Yes, the armored soldiers responded. And so Bai Xi was imprisoned, muttering deliriously to himself. The Lord of Yangchuan ascended the throne, his ambition blazing as he devoted himself fully to his quest for hegemony. I told you long ago that you would regret this. When the news reached a tavern on the border between Shenyang and Dashuan, Huajiu sneered, showing no concern whatsoever. Nor did she feel any softness or risk going to his rescue. If you have no heart for me, then I shall let you go. It must be said from this perspective, Huajiu was truly an extraordinary woman. Regardless of past right or wrong, at least after losing love, she did not wallow in despair. She swiftly came to her senses and withdrew in time. Mistress, are you not being too cold-hearted? The maid who had followed her complained to Huajiu. If a man abandons me, should I kneel and beg for his affection? He cast me aside. From now on, I'll just treat myself twice as well. Others are unreliable. Huajiu said dismissively. She was a survivalist. She had once loved Bai Xi, but above all she loved herself. She believed that if survival ever demanded it, she could swallow her pride, kneel, and beg. But since she could live well on her own, why should she depend on a man who no longer cared for her? Acting clingy would only make others despise me even more. Little girl, you'll understand these things when you're older. Huajiu said. Yes, mistress. The maid had only spoken casually. She felt no sympathy for Bai Xi. With the spirit spring insufficient, Huajiu also abandoned any ambition for conquest. She focused on managing her shops, expanding her business, and dedicating herself to her career. The conflicts of the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with her anymore. War. Long live the young Lord Charge. The war grew ever fiercer, and one small kingdom after another was swallowed up. The enemy states also tasted the sweetness, reaping great gains. The foundation laid by my ancestors has been destroyed by my hands. I have no face to face them in the afterlife. 3 years later, the war reached its climax. The Shenyang army attacked the capital, and the Xian emperor took his own life. The ensuing battles became even more intense. And ever since the female lead disappeared and the male lead was imprisoned, losing their fortune, Bai Xiaofan no longer remained in hiding. With years of accumulation, he now had the capital to contend for the Central Plains. Using Yiyang Commandery as a springboard, he divided his forces into 5 routes. First, he conquered 25 border cities, fending off enemy states that sought to take advantage of the chaos. After deterring them from invasion, he turned his army toward the heartland of Dashuan, advancing deep, winning every battle and capturing every fortress. In every battle, his personal guards charged ahead while the main army followed. His siege weapons and crossbows were exceptionally advanced. In time, at the mere sight of his banner, the enemy fled in terror, their will to fight shattered before the battle even began. What a joke! Were we to pit our flesh and blood against invulnerable monsters? After that, things went even more smoothly. In some places, the cities simply opened their gates and surrendered as soon as his army arrived. The young lord is favored by heaven. Long may he reign. Talented individuals emerged under his command, all pledging their allegiance. Good fortune clung to Bai Xiaofan like a shadow ever since he received news of the female lead's disappearance. In the unseen, destiny guides all. The male and female leads were born with destiny. But fate is fickle and not set in stone. For various reasons, they failed to seize their opportunity. As their fortune drained away, another person would inevitably rise to quell the chaos and unify the Xian kingdom. And I, Bai Xiaofan, am the new male lead. With Shanyang in sight, Bai Xiaofan suddenly had a revelation. He did not know if his recent run of smooth sailing was related to the system, but he believed he had certainly stolen the fortune of the male and female leads. Fortune, so elusive, so intangible. Yet Bai Xiaofan, having survived the apocalypse and bound to a system, possessed a mind unlike ordinary mortals. Though still far from comprehending the profound essence of fate itself, he believed in it utterly. Moreover, Bai Xiaofan felt it in his very bones. Overwhelming fortune could render one's path smooth as silk, unimpeded by storm or stone. No matter how diligently an antagonist strives, 9 times out of 10, he remains no match for the protagonist. To oppose the protagonist is to invite ruin. Bai Xiaofan mused inwardly. So this is the crux of it. Antagonists were not mindless fools. Many were formidable indeed. Countless individuals surpassed the protagonist in talent, yet still met crushing defeat. The host has bound to the system and may seize fortune. A voice resonated from the depths of his soul. A system? You've awakened. Bai Xiaofan exclaimed in astonishment. I stirred because you seized the protagonist's fortune. Do you have instructions? Bai Xiaofan hurriedly pressed. This is a golden finger capture device. It activates automatically upon detecting the heroine, or even when near her, to seize her spatial domain. Thus your next mission is to locate the heroine. With those words, a metallic orb materialized in Bai Xiaofan's palm. You wish me to seize the heroine's spatial domain? The system replied matter-of-factly. The spatial spirit spring was originally one of the temporal spatial administration's golden fingers. In my archives once existed countless spatial domains, great and small, exquisite and crude. Hers was but an insignificant fragment, mediocre in quality. It likely fell through a temporal rift during some tasker's battle, and she happened upon it. Now that you reclaim it, nothing is amiss. Understood. Bai Xiaofan's eyes widened with sudden clarity. So as sovereign of time and space, retrieving a golden finger was merely reclaiming what was rightfully his. I must return to slumber. Proceed with caution. With that final warning, the system fell silent. Yang, the Grand Council Hall. This woman Hua Jiu harbors a profound secret, one which now deeply intrigues me. Without her, the Shanyang kingdom would never have existed. Her disappearance left the fourth prince unable to hold the realm together. Soon thereafter, he was imprisoned. All these events were interwoven. Bai Xiaofan spoke calmly. Young master, what do you mean? Wang Tianlong ventured cautiously. Find her alive. Bai Xiaofan commanded. Yes. Wang Tianlong and the others bowed in unison. Thus began Bai Xiaofan's vast, sweeping manhunt for Hua Jiu. Yet she was cunning, hiding with extraordinary skill, evading detection for the time being. Young master, we have constructed massive vessels, crossed the great river, and advanced deep into enemy territory. Within half a year, we shall strike straight at the heart of their power. One day, Nie Santong reported elated. Shanyang is the last bastion of the great Xian dynasty. It must fall within 1 year. The war draws to its close. Bai Xiaofan spoke quietly. Yes, Nie Santong affirmed. Thereafter all proceeded methodically. The river crossing, Bai Xiaofan himself commanding from the front lines, directing sieges and conquests. Shanyang could not simply await annihilation. Yet Bai Xiaofan's forces had long since matured into an unstoppable tide, beyond Shanyang's capacity to resist. Send envoys to every nation. Offer any terms, territory, gold, beauties, jewels, if only they dispatch reinforcements. Yang Chuanjun, now the newly enthroned emperor, issued the decree. Ya, 15 special envoys sped forth from Shanyang seeking aid. Has the dog truly snapped and leapt over the wall? Issue an imperial proclamation. Declare this a domestic conflict of the great Qian dynasty. Any nation interfering shall be deemed aggressors against our sovereign state. Bai Xiaofan dismissed the matter lightly. The proclamation bore ironclad resolve. Its tone of stern admonition leapt from the page. Outrageous! How dare this youth threaten the emperor himself? Upon hearing it, monarchs across the lands seethed with fury. Some erupted in curses, others sneered coldly, while a few convened solemn councils. In the end, not a single nation committed troops. Why? First, this truly was an internal war of the great Qian. No just cause for intervention. Second, many nations had already seized spoils. Conquered cities demanded consolidation and governance. Third, and most telling, they had not forgotten the humiliations suffered earlier when they attempted opportunistic raids against Bai Xiaofan. Without clear advantage, why risk open war? A coalition to eliminate Bai Xiaofan, a looming threat, seemed plausible in theory. Yet unity remained elusive. Border skirmishes and ancient blood feuds had long poisoned relations among these nations, grudges deeper, more visceral than any fear of Bai Xiaofan. Even if reluctant alliances formed, mutual suspicion would fester, each faction harboring hidden agendas. Moreover, assembling a coalition army demanded immense time, troop mobilization, supply stockpiling, logistical coordination, endless delays. Was it worth such colossal effort? For a mere speck of land, the tiny Shanyang commandery. Hardly. Kill. We fight for the young master. Yangchuanjun shall fall. Abandoned by all, Shanyang could only endure the onslaught passively. Bai Xiaofan's soldiers were seasoned battlefield veterans, renowned for invincibility. Augmented by elite Fuwei special forces armed with superior siege engines and ironclad cavalry, victory was inevitable. Defeated again. Worthless. What then are you good for? This insolent boy dares defy me. I shall not yield. I will reverse this tide in triumph. From Shanyang's imperial hall, Yangchuanjun's impotent roars echoed incessantly. Alas, the turning point he longed for never came. Your Majesty, the Minister of Revenue has fled with the treasury coffers. The imperial vault stands empty. Report. General Yu Longshan has been routed. 80,000 troops lost, and he has surrendered to the enemy. The Bai family's Fuwei vanguard has reached the city gates. One catastrophe followed another. Any discerning observer knew Shanyang's fate was sealed. Officials, civil and military alike, fled with their families. Why remain only to die? I have lost. Yangchuanjun stared blankly at the hollowed-out throne hall, his face ashen. Only a handful of loyal retainers remained silent, their faces etched with despair. You have indeed lost. My third brother's army has entered the city. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Bai Xiao burst into the hall, flanked by a squad of soldiers. Opportunists, sensing the Bai family's irresistible momentum, immediately fawned over Bai Xiao, groveling for mercy, hoping perhaps for favor and prosperity. Bai Xiao? Yangchuanjun's face darkened with fury. Upon hearing those words, the remaining minister's expressions shifted repeatedly before collapsing into dejection. Shanyang had fallen, its annihilation imminent today. They lacked the will to confront Bai Xiao, nor did they believe holding him hostage could possibly alter the course of destiny. Taking hostages. A fool's fantasy. With a thunderous crash, the palace doors flew open. Bai Xiaofan stood at the threshold, Black Commander beside him, Nie Santong and Wang Tianlong behind. Numerous strategists, retainers, and Fuwei guards filled the chamber. His gaze swept over the assembly, calm and detached. You, all of you, wish to live. What do you mean? Yangchuanjun bellowed, his eyes flickering with suspicion. He suspected mockery. Can we truly survive? One minister asked timidly. Others, including Yangchuanjun himself, gazed back with fragile, desperate hope. Who after all chooses death when life remains possible? Kneel and bow your heads. This magnanimity I possess. Yangchuanjun, if you submit, you shall remain Lord of Shanyang Commandery. Your family has ruled this land for generations. Its roots run deep, its networks intricate. You can swiftly restore order across the cities and stabilize the region. And as one intimately familiar with local administration, you shall serve as commandery governor. Bai Xiaofan spoke without inflection. What? Yangchuanjun stared stunned. How in the blink of an eye had he transformed from a vanquished sovereign facing execution into a regional governor? Do you fear betrayal? Yangchuanjun drew a slow, steadying breath. Then you must also fear the consequence of total annihilation, your entire clan eradicated. Bai Xiaofan replied, tone unchanged. His voice held no fluctuation, no hint of doubt. Many thanks, young master. Your humble servant pledges eternal loyalty, and shall govern Shanyang in your name. At that moment, Yangchuanjun understood fully, and without hesitation sank to his knees, forehead touching the floor. Bai Xiaofan's confidence was absolute. Betrayal posed no true threat. Betrayal? Seize them. Execute them. Erase their entire lineage. Before Yang Chuanjun had clung to a sliver of defiance, but now everything had changed. Bai Xiaofan stood alone atop the realm, ending the era of warring factions. No force on earth could challenge him. To entertain rebellion now was akin to smashing an egg against a boulder. Besides, if he submitted, he would retain the title and authority of commandery governor. Even without military command, his influence would remain vast. So long as he caused no trouble, his family's wealth and prestige were secured. The kingdom is destroyed, and even Yang Chuanjun has submitted. Ha ha ha. Bai Xiaofan, ignored like a phantom, finally reclaimed his voice. 10,000 years to his majesty. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 years. Nie Santong and the others suddenly dropped to their knees, roaring with fervor. Outside the hall, Fu-Wei guards and soldiers, sensing the shift, immediately knelt, in unison. 10,000 years to his majesty. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 years. Major decisions have always been made unilaterally by Bai Xiaofan, with no one daring to oppose him. Moreover, Bai Xiaofan's increasing authority and imperial demeanor made it even more difficult for people to look him in the eye. When Nie Santong, Wang Tianlong, and others were face to face, they felt a certain restraint. Despite currently being favored, they knew that if they ever offended Bai Xiaofan, misfortune could easily befall them. To be close to the ruler is akin to being close to a tiger. It's not just a saying. Enough. You all may leave. Yang Quanjun shall take the position of Shou of Shangyang, and Wang Tianlong will assist you to stabilize the people's hearts. I have but one request of you: Shangyang must not fall into chaos. Bai Xiaofan looked down at Yang Quanjun and spoke blandly. This minister will remember it. Yang Quanjun responded. Go now. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand. Wang Tianlong, Nie Santong, and the others left with good sense. Fourth brother. Bai Xiaofan turned and looked at Bai Xiao with a half-smile. Third brother. Bai Xiao swallowed hard and bowed to Bai Xiaofan, asking how his mother. Her health is far from what it was. If you can win her forgiveness, you may avoid death. Your task henceforth is to stay in Yiyang, keeping the old lady company, to win her favor. If you cannot do this, even if I do not kill you, elder brother and second brother will surely flay your skin. Bai Xiaofan spoke calmly. Younger brother understands. Bai Xiao nodded with a bitter smile. Bai Xiaofan no longer paid him any mind and turned to leave. In truth, it would not be impossible to kill Bai Xiao now. However, with the world just stabilized and people's hearts still uncertain, many with ulterior motives were lurking in the shadows. They would not let any opportunity pass to attack Bai Xiaofan. If Bai Xiao were to be slain, countless would criticize Bai Xiaofan for slaughtering his own kin. Reputation is still very important. Moreover, Bai Xiao was no longer a concern for Bai Xiaofan. Keeping this son around to please the old lady would prevent him from meddling in Bai Xiaofan's affairs with Su Fengqiao. Yang Quanjun has also been demoted, but takes the position of county guardian. So besides the change from Shangyang to Shangyang County, there are no other significant changes. The fact that Yang Quanjun can escape with his life shows the emperor's magnanimity and true appreciation for talent. We should also seek to align ourselves. Now that the world is initially settled, it is the time to employ people. Indeed, let us go quickly. Bai Xiaofan, instead of executing Yang Chuanjun, entrusted him with a heavy responsibility. This matter has been widely circulated among the populace. Regardless of how the conspirators criticized, the people of Shangyang breathed a sigh of relief, as they would not face slaughter, and many came to seek refuge. 3 months later, on the 5th day of the 5th month, the capital will be established at Omping Prefecture, with the coronation ceremony to follow. Soon a proclamation shocked the court and the public, making everyone realize that a new master had arrived in the land of Dashuan. Leaving a portion of the army to guard Shangyang, Bai Xiaofan set off to return to Omping Prefecture. Upon his return, everyone busied themselves, as the new emperor's ascension was a significant event. Among them, the ceremonial preparations were intricate, with many items to arrange, and people were to be sent to notify that envoys from various nations would also be present to offer their congratulations. The Ministry of Rites began arranging the grand ceremony. Bai Xiaofan started to reward his meritorious officials as the world had settled due to everyone's efforts, not just one or two individuals, so rewards and punishments had to be fair. In the front lines, all soldiers who fought valiantly have earned their merits. Thus, it is decreed that all participating soldiers shall be granted the title of Rue Shi, and shall each receive a Rue Shi sword forged by the workshop as a lasting remembrance. Those who have merited shall be conferred titles and granted nobility, and there were many such distinguished individuals. The list of rewards for civil and military officials took an entire hour to read, not including the promotions of lower officials and soldiers, such as 1,000 household and 100 household soldiers, which Wang Tianlong, Nie Santong, and others would assess for merit and reward as appropriate, relieving Bai Xiaofan of concern. Once the rewards concluded, everyone was satisfied with their appropriate positions. Among them, Bai Dage and Bai Urge were conferred the title of prince. After all, they were of royal blood. The two brothers were each promoted to county guardians wielding authority over a county. It was not favoritism indeed. Over the years Bai Dage and Bai Urge had not lagged behind and had contributed significantly, and Bai Xiaofan had seen their achievements. Thus, the two princes' promotions to county guardians faced no opposition. Fourth brother has returned. Mother still has a soft heart. The two brothers gathered together. Bai Daya's expression was dark. Mother has been bewitched by this brat, completely forgetting that father was angered to death by him, and our family nearly fell apart. Indeed, if it weren't for third brother's success, our Bai family wouldn't be where we are today. Bai Ershao lamented. Mother is confused. We should visit less in the future. Bai Dage and Bai Ershao felt somewhat disheartened regarding the old lady. However, it is natural for the elderly lady to be unable to resist Bai Xiao's coaxing. This just happened to fulfill Bai Xiaofan's wish for peace and quiet. Saving him from daily nagging and letting Bai Xiao handle this matter was quite good. Damn, this brat has managed to achieve greatness. A wolf from Zhongshan. From now on I have another formidable opponent. Send envoys with gifts saying that I wish to befriend him for eternity. With mountains and rivers as our pact, we shall guard and assist each other. The emperors of various nations sent envoys to celebrate. At this critical moment, no one would seek trouble, and pleasantries were exchanged in abundance. The reason for this is that strength speaks. Bai Xiaofan's army is strong and robust. On the 5th day of the 5th month, the dragon raises its head. Omping Prefecture. The coronation ceremony begins. The new emperor's coronation took place as scheduled. Bai Xiaofan donned a black robe with golden embroidered dragons, wearing a crown and carrying a long sword, striding towards the palace with a majestic demeanor. Behind him were Nie Santong, Wang Tianlong, civil and military officials, a number of eunuchs, and beautiful maidens following closely, with elite armored soldiers accompanying on both sides. What a young ruler. A heroic emperor. Su Fengqiao, dressed in a phoenix crown and colorful robe, held Bai Xiaofan's hand as they walked towards the platform. Long live the emperor. Long live the empress. From the highest officials down to the soldiers, and even the common folk, everyone prostrated themselves before him. Rise. Bai Xiaofan spoke blandly. Thank you, Your Majesty. The resounding voices echoed through the air. In the crowd, Hua Jiyu hid well nestled in an inconspicuous corner, unable to resist stealing glances at Su Fengqiao, who wore the phoenix crown and colorful robe, exuding an aura of maternal grace. A hint of barely noticeable disappointment and deep regret flashed in her eyes. He has really done it. Su Fengqiao, why is your fate so good? You chose a good man and have been cruising smoothly since. And I. Hua Jiyu's expression was filled with resentment, envy, and hatred. Driven by this explosive mentality, she couldn't help but glance at Bai Xiaofan. Huh. Bai Xiaofan suddenly turned his head. Oh no. Discovered. Hua Jiyu did not expect Bai Xiaofan to be so perceptive, as she had only glanced once. Meeting Bai Xiaofan's sharp gaze, Hua Jiyu immediately panicked, her face turning pale, and without thinking she hid into the space. With a snap. But Bai Xiaofan had already crushed the metallic sphere, which was the golden finger capture device given by the system. I wonder if this is useful. I will check it when I return. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. At this moment, the female lead suddenly made her appearance, and Bai Xiaofan felt rather surprised. Sometimes what one seeks is found without effort. Close call. Lucky I ran fast, or else. Hua Jiyu suddenly appeared in the space, a look of relief on her face. It had been truly perilous just moments ago. Suddenly she was taken aback. Lifting her gaze, she exclaimed in delight. Is it raining in the space again? Could it be that after years of self-regulation, the ecological cycle is beginning to recover? The spiritual spring had run dry. A malfunction in the space was Hua Jiyu's greatest vulnerability. For years she had been forced to hide and skulk, not daring to use the spiritual spring freely. Now that it was raining again in the space, did it mean the space was beginning to heal? Has the space grown larger? And what is that hazy white thing in the distance? Hua Jiyu immediately rose to her feet and surveyed her surroundings. Her own space was intimately familiar to her, though any minute change was immediately apparent. With a soft hum, Hua Jiyu curiously ran to the edge of the land and reached out to touch it. It felt soft, like grasping an ethereal cloud. It was truly magical. The space is different, Hua Jiyu murmured to herself. Though she couldn't fully comprehend it, she understood that this change was for the better. At this moment, Hua Jiyu had long forgotten the terror of being glared at by Bai Xiaofan. She was wholly absorbed in exploring the space, welcoming the rain, and guarding the spiritual spring. The space is repairing itself, and it can even evolve. After a long while, Hua Jiyu confirmed this fact, a secret joy welling up within her. But before she could revel in her excitement, her vision blurred, the world spun, and before she could react, she was thrown harshly to the ground. Hua Jiyu saw stars wincing in pain, nearly crying out. Struggling to her feet, Hua Jiyu saw a young man seated on the dragon thrown across from her, exuding the majesty of an emperor. It was him. How could this be? Third young master Bai, she shrieked involuntarily. You've fallen into our hands. Think about how you might save your life, Bai Xiaofan said indifferently. Hua Jiyu was stunned, her expression one of horror. She frantically tried to enter the space, desperate to avoid facing this emperor. In Bai Xiaofan's presence, she felt an immense pressure. But the next moment her gaze froze. She couldn't enter the space. It's useless. Your space belongs to the Time and Space Administration. I am now reclaiming it. It has returned to its origin. Chaos, the primordial realm, is its true home. Deprived of its origin, this space would eventually collapse. Moreover, due to your excessive use of the spiritual spring, the balance was disrupted, causing it to malfunction prematurely. Only by returning to its origin and merging with the primordial can it be restored. Henceforth it will thrive endlessly without defect. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Who are you? Hua Jiyu's expression was unnatural. Staring blankly at Bai Xiaofan, a look of incredulity appeared in her eyes. How could this emperor know about the spiritual spring in her space? Could this young man know even more than she did? That was impossible. And the space was truly inaccessible, no longer under her control. Surprised, you picked up a dropped golden finger, bound it privately, and nearly ruined it. By transmigrating to a different world and disrupting the order of time and space, you forced me to end my vacation and travel here to reclaim the space. Your various actions are egregious. I am most displeased. What punishment do you deserve? Bai Xiaofan said with a faint smile. These words were a mix of truth and falsehood, enough to intimidate this female lead. You? Ignorance is no crime. Hua Jiyu was indeed terrified, a look of panic on her face. She quickly said, even if you sever the connection, the space and I are still bound together. If I die, unpredictable changes will occur in the space. Do you think I have no way? Bai Xiaofan said coldly. Mercy. Faced with Bai Xiaofan's relentless pressure, Hua Jiyu finally broke down. This female lead, a proud daughter of heaven, prostrated herself, kneeling on the ground, and in fearful desperation uttered the most humble plea to Bai Xiaofan, Your Majesty. My lord, this servant dares not do it again. But I truly did not know the space had an owner. Had I known, I would never have acted this way. I beg your majesty for leniency, spare me this once, and let this worthless life be spared. She spoke with tears and misery, crying so piteously that one might think Bai Xiaofan had committed heinous sins against her. Give me a reason to let you live, Bai Xiaofan said with a sneer. Over these many years I have saved a great deal of money. I am willing to offer it all to your majesty, Hua Jiyu quickly replied. Not enough. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Your majesty may command anything. This servant will serve you like a loyal dog, Hua Jiyu cried out, abandoning all dignity to beg for her life. The space needs a caretaker. I will grant you permission to enter and exit freely. But do not think of running. The space is now under my control and you are bound to it. I can track your location at any time, Bai Xiaofan stated. Yes, Hua Jiyu quickly responded. Furthermore, I have just ascended the throne and am in need of capable hands. I am also missing a foot-washing maid. Bai Xiaofan looked at Hua Jiyu and deliberately spoke. A trace of venom flickered in Hua Jiyu's eyes, but when she raised her head, she replied meekly, It is this servant's honor to wash your majesty's feet. This servant thanks your majesty for the great favor. You truly know how to adapt. Bai Xiaofan laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Hua Jiyu into the space to tend the spiritual spring and care for the flora. He felt a sense of profound satisfaction witnessing firsthand the proud daughter of heaven, the favored heroine, kneeling in submission. Bai Xiaofan experienced an indescribable feeling like drinking an ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day. It was exhilarating. Just like that, he had obtained the space and subdued the female lead. Bai Xiaofan knew that his mission in this world was nearly complete. However, life was long, and he would be spending decades in this world. Thus, how he enjoyed life was also crucial. With the realm secured, Bai Xiaofan naturally wouldn't deny himself. Night had fallen over Weiyang Palace. This was the Empress' residence, and upon Bai Xiaofan's ascension, Su Fengxiao rightfully took up residence there. Now she was the Empress, a mother to the realm. The Empress Dowager has issued an edict, and the ministers are pressuring you to select consorts to bear heirs for the imperial family. Are you pleased? Su Fengxiao said helplessly. My Empress, rest assured. I will not forget my word. Even with a harem of 3,000, all my children will be considered legitimate. Bai Xiaofan smiled. After all, we already have a legitimate son and daughter. You're always sweet-talking me, Su Fengxiao said with feigned petulance. But she couldn't stop the smile that lit up her radiant face. For a woman in ancient times to receive such a promise from her husband was exceedingly rare, especially since Bai Xiaofan was an emperor. Throughout history, no woman in the imperial harem had ever dared to dream of such a thing. But Bai Xiaofan had done it. What more could Su Fengxiao complain about? Lost in thought, Su Fengxiao caught sight of Hua Jiyu, who was standing obediently at the door waiting. She suddenly said, Have you seen the fourth prince? I heard he begged the Empress Dowager to have you, hoping to rekindle your past connection. Your Majesty, please see clearly. Even if you lent me 10,000 times the courage, I would never dare harbor such a delusion. Someone must be jealous of my privilege to serve your Majesty and the Empress and is spreading rumors. Hua Jiyu quickly knelt to defend herself. There is no smoke without fire. If you hadn't shown interest, the fourth brother wouldn't have thought of this, Su Fengxiao said coolly. Injustice. This servant. Hua Jiyu started to protest. But before she could finish, the senior maid Mingyu stepped forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps across her face. Hua Jiyu's cheeks burned, leaving bright red handprints. Still making excuses? Do you want to anger the Empress? Mingyu shouted. This servant dares not. I admit my fault. Hua Jiyu suppressed her grievance and confessed with tears in her eyes. If I don't punish you today, others might say I am too lenient. Take her out and give her 60 strokes. Su Fengxiao said casually. Bai Xiaofan remained silent, tacitly approving. Thus the female lead was dragged out of the hall, pressed down on a bench, and harshly beaten 60 times. When she returned to give thanks, her bones felt like jelly. She prostrated herself on the ground, weeping. This servant thanks your Majesty for the punishment. These 60 strokes are a minor lesson. Remember the pain of the beating and do not offend again. Su Fengxiao smiled. This servant will remember. Thank you, Empress, for the punishment. I know my wrongs and will remember the pain. I dare not do it again. Hua Jiyu could only reply submissively, not daring to say another word. It must be said to be a female lead and yet suffer such a miserable fate was truly unique to her. After being punished, Hua Jiyu was in great pain, her appearance no longer dignified. She could only rely on the palace maid to help her leave the palace to recuperate. At this moment, Su Fengxiao was somewhat lost in thought. A mere space may not determine success or failure. I have said that in this life I will hold your hand, take care of you, accompany you, and protect you safely, not allowing anyone to harm you again. Bai Xiaofan said seriously, you have done it, and I am very satisfied. Su Fengxiao raised her eyes to meet Bai Xiaofan's gaze, her smile pure and beautiful. For the rest of our lives shall we walk hand in hand until old age? Bai Xiaofan asked with a smile. I will follow your lead. Su Fengxiao replied, a bit shy. The relationship between the emperor and empress was harmonious to such an extent that it was simply unbelievable. The concubines in the harem were green with jealousy, yet they could do nothing about it. Not to mention these minor concubines, even the Empress Dowager could not dictate matters at Weiyang Palace. Bai Xiaofan maintained only a facade of respect for the Empress Dowager, giving her honor and dignity. As for the mother-son bond, it did not exist. Are you joking? After being expelled, the third house became a discarded pawn. The Empress Dowager had not contacted Bai Xiaofan since then, and from that moment, everything was destined. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager still had Bai Dage and Bai Urge. Plus, now that they were older, Bai Si Shao would pamper her daily, making her happy. My child has grievances and is angry with his birth mother. Bai Xiaofan's attitude was clear to the Empress Dowager. It was false to say she was not sad, but she could only endure it. After all, it was she who had given up this son. Time passed quickly, and 3 years flew by. During this time, the remnants of the rebel party vanished, and the countries of Dashuan and Shenyang became a thing of the past. Long live the Holy Sun, long live, long life. The civil and military officials, all for Bai Xiaofan, reached its peak. Your Majesty is truly an unparalleled sage ruler without precedent and likely without a successor. It is you who ended the chaos and created a prosperous era. Scholars wrote splendid articles and beautiful poems praising Bai Xiaofan from every angle with a heavy suspicion of flattery. Yet who does not enjoy compliments and praise? Humans are emotional creatures, and Bai Xiaofan was no exception. Sometimes hearing words of praise and seeing everyone worship and submit kneeling at his feet would indeed bring about a good mood. This is normal. It is human nature. It is over. I still have several decades of life left. I should take this opportunity to construct the space well. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. In recent years, the ecosystem of the space had recovered, even becoming larger and more functional than before. Previously, when the space was in Hua Jiyu's hands, it could only grow flowers and plants, lacking the ability to sustain living creatures. Now, however, besides Bai Xiaofan and Hua Jiyu, non-bound life forms could also survive within the space. Since the rain began and the spiritual spring restored, Bai Xiaofan ordered some absolutely loyal guards to step into the space directed by Hua Jiyu to dig channels that were interconnected like a miniature canal, forming many tributaries to irrigate the farmland. In the rivers, Bai Xiaofan raised various fish and shrimp. Additionally, he ordered people to enter the space to build houses. He planted fruit trees, occupied fertile fields, and grew wheat and other grains, storing the annual harvest within the space for future needs. This future need was not for the current world, but to prepare for future tasks. After all, Bai Xiaofan had suffered from hunger during the apocalypse. He never wanted to experience the torment of hunger again. Your Majesty, the breeding farm has been established, and it is raising pigs, dogs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and numerous livestock. To the east, there are also pastures with fine horses, Hua Jiyu reported one day. Very well, I pardon your crimes. From today on you may come and go freely within the palace and no longer need to be a foot washer. You can take care of the shop and manage your business, which should be your forte. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. No matter how one looked at it, Hua Jiyu was not a mere vase, she had a knack for business. Bai Xiaofan naturally wanted to make the best use of her talents. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I will surely do my utmost to create wealth for you, Hua Jiyu exclaimed with joy. Who would want to bow and scrape? Previously, it was out of necessity. By the way, let your merchant team gather rare treasures, luminous pearls, and the more the better. Also precious medicinal materials from previous years. Bai Xiaofan added. I will remember. Hua Jiyu responded. Just like that, the female lead gained freedom, at least a part of it. Moreover, not being a servant or maid, being a businesswoman was quite good. Even if she had to hand over most of her wealth every year contributing rare treasures and precious medicinal materials, the small portion she could keep was enough for her to live well. This kind of life is actually quite good, Hua Jiyu thought contentedly. As for ambition, she had long since abandoned it and did not wish to think about it. She only hoped that the Holy Sun would protect her, allowing her to live in peace without any troubles. Later, Bai Xiao sought her out, wanting to rekindle their past romance. Bai Xiao, it is impossible for you and me now. Back then you promised me a lifetime as a pair with love undoubtful in this life. I believed your vows and assisted you in creating chaos, establishing the Shanyang kingdom and presenting the emperor's throne to you. But you broke your promise. From that moment on we became impossible. I Hua Jiyu will not look back. Go away, do not come looking for me. This entanglement will only bring me trouble. You should have heard that due to some rumors I was punished in Weiyang Palace, and this is all because of you. If you want me to be well, just stay away from me, and do not attempt to approach me. Hua Jiyu was clear-headed. You are really so heartless. Bai Xiao looked disappointed. Heartless? Do you really still like me? Is it not because I am wealthy, now able to gather rare treasures, and please the emperor? Hua Jiyu scoffed. You? A petty woman, just wait and see. Bai Xiao was furious, having hit a nerve. Thus, although life was plain, it was stable. Bai Xiaofan would think of various ways to amuse himself, filling life with joy. Years passed, and the Empress Dowager passed away. Bai Xiaofan ordered a funeral to be held, observing mourning for 3 months, fulfilling the utmost filial duty. Mother! Bai Xiao cried the hardest. He fainted several times. It was not an act, he was genuinely heartbroken, his emotions raw and sincere. Bai Xiaofan could understand his reaction. After all, the Empress Dowager was Bai Xiao's greatest support, providing him with money, housing arrangements, and guards, and beautiful maidservants to attend to him. Only the Empress Dowager treated Bai Xiao well. The others, including Bai Dage and Bai Urge, did not care much for him. Therefore, with the Empress Dowager's passing, Bai Xiao lost his support. Moreover, Bai Xiao had no remarkable achievements, being powerless, and without influence, his future days would undoubtedly be difficult. This might also be one of the reasons he wanted to win Hua Jiyu back. Bai Xiao? Spoiled by the Empress Dowager, what a pity, Su Fengxiao sighed. She still remembered that in her previous life, Bai Xiao's fate was completely different from now. The path is one he chose himself, Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Gradually, the Empress Dowager passed away, and over a decade later the Crown Prince grew up, while Bai Xiaofan also aged. Under the imperial education, the Crown Prince was quite intelligent and capable of bearing great responsibilities. At this time, the nation founded by Bai Xiaofan was at peace with its citizens, living in comfort and abundance. The country's strength made it powerful, gradually becoming the dominant nation on this land. The enemy countries, which had previously taken advantage of the chaos, declined due to years of war, mediocre rulers, and the dominance of sycophants. The disparity in power became evident, and Bai Xiaofan, naturally, would not show mercy. With a decree, he took a firm stance, directly ordering various countries to bow and submit, paying tribute every year, and occasionally princesses were sent for marriage alliances. In short, the relationship between Bai Xiaofan and various countries had shifted from offense to defense. Bai Xiaofan, having grown strong, received tributes and flattery from various nations. Long live the Holy Sun, long live, long life. The civil and military officials, along with all the citizens of the nation, bowed in reverence. This kind of admiration came from the heart, the subservience that had grown within them. Later, the Crown Prince came of age, and after thorough investigation, Bai Xiaofan passed the throne to him, becoming the Grand Emperor himself. In fact, at this time, he was not really old. He simply did not want to hinder the Crown Prince's path. After all, the mission was accomplished. Moreover, the state affairs were vast and burdensome, not suitable for him as an elder. After passing the throne, Bai Xiaofan became a hands-off manager, tuning the Qin, reading scriptures, and being intimately close with Su Fengxiao. Every so often he would also go out to enjoy the mountains and rivers, inspecting the various prefectures, which was akin to a secret visit, gradually becoming a folk legend. Many grievances were encountered during Bai Xiaofan's private visits, and corrupt officials naturally faced severe punishment. Holy Sun. Every household in the country worshipped Bai Xiaofan's sacred shrine. As the founding Emperor Jiangshan forged through hardships naturally garners greater reverence. During Bai Xiaofan's reign, new laws were enacted benefiting the people, and he did his utmost to improve their living standards while vigorously rectifying corrupt officials and wicked bureaucrats. Such an emperor deserves to be remembered in history. It is believed that future generations will not speak lowly of him, this holy son of heaven and Emperor Taizu. After passing the throne, Bai Xiaofan completely took on the role of a hands-off manager, allowing the crown prince to take the lead. Fortunately, the crown prince is wise and open to counsel. Even though he does not have achievements as magnificent as Bai Xiaofan's, he respects propriety, brings peace to the people, and expands the territory, without any mistakes, making him a ruler who preserves the state. The Grand Emperor has passed away. This year, Bai Xiaofan is 70 years old, and Su Fengqiao, suffering from a lingering illness for over half a year, finally departed this world, moving on to the bliss of the afterlife. The imperial physician spoke with great sorrow. Mother. The emperor and the princess immediately broke down in tears. Aunt. Bai Degu and Bai Erguest descendants all wept with mournful voices. The Grand Empress. The civil and military officials present were also in tears. Su Fengqiao, you could not hold on any longer, leaving me behind. Hua Jiu knelt in the hall, her expression complicated. In her youth, she was competitive and had suffered greatly under Su Fengqiao's bullying, often being punished with family discipline, receiving many strikes that were quite painful each time. But for some reason, when Su Fengqiao passed away, she could not feel happy at all, instead her heart felt heavy. Over the years, Hua Jiu had come to know that Su Fengqiao was a reincarnator, and in her previous life her arrogance led to the downfall of the duke's residence, resulting in the entire family being exiled, with Su Fengqiao and Bai Sanxiao both dying on the way to their banishment. Understanding this cause and effect, Hua Jiu could not bring herself to hate her. Instead, she felt particularly guilty. In this life you have fared better than I. I will toil for you and earn money for your family just to repay you. Hua Jiu murmured before the spirit. Grand Emperor. Everyone anxiously looked at Bai Xiaofan, fearing that he might be too heartbroken and unable to bear it following her in death. After all, the Grand Emperor and Grand Empress had always been in perfect harmony, never having any significant discord, and even their bickering was rare. The departure of one would certainly have a profound impact on the other. It's fine. I am all right. Emperor draft an edict to bestow her the title of Empress Dowager, posthumously named the Honorable and Kind-Hearted Empress Dowager. Enter her in the imperial tomb. Bai Xiaofan said solemnly. I shall obey, the emperor quickly replied. Thus Su Fengqiao was buried in the imperial tomb. Afterward, Bai Xiaofan also vanished. It was particularly sudden and swift. It seemed as if he had evaporated from the world, leaving no trace behind. Holy Son of Heaven. His disappearance caused a sensation, and the emperor dispatched people to search for him earnestly, but to no avail. There were rumors among the people that Bai Xiaofan had passed away, having died out of grief for the Grand Empress, while others claimed that the Grand Emperor, deeply affected, had indulged in nature and traveled the world. In any case, there were all sorts of speculations. And at the same time Bai Xiaofan disappeared, Hua Jiu also vanished without a trace. 10 years later, in a remote mountain village. The scenery here is beautiful, with birds singing and flowers fragrant, truly a paradise on earth. You have left this world too, but I wonder if we will meet again in this lifetime. Hua Jiu stayed in the small mountain village, standing before the grave reflecting. It turned out that Bai Xiaofan's mission had long been completed, and once Su Fengqiao died, he had no lingering attachments to this world. Her body had aged and was no longer that of a youth. Her hair had turned gray. Even with the nourishment of spiritual springs, her health remained robust, yet her quality of life had sharply declined. There was no way with Bai Xiaofan's current abilities he could not achieve immortality. Thus, when Bai Xiaofan left the palace, he did not specifically seek to prolong his life, and in the end he merely lived for an additional 10 years. Over the years, Hua Jiu had followed him closely, and Bai Xiaofan allowed her to do so. In truth, Bai Xiaofan understood that Hua Jiu had come to love him, but he deemed it unnecessary to respond. Moreover, he could feel that Hua Jiu's unwavering support for him was not without hope of him leaving this world and taking her along. Bai Xiaofan observed this scheme without exposing it. Hua Jiu had already realized that Bai Xiaofan came from the Time Management Bureau, and his presence here was to retrieve the fallen golden finger, which was the spatial spiritual spring. Thus, with the imagination of a time-traveling girl, it was not hard to speculate that even as Bai Xiaofan aged, he would not die, his soul might detach from this world and reach the depths of the universe or another dimension, achieving eternal life. She also wished for immortality, and this was the reason why Hua Jiu willingly followed and submitted to him until the very end. Unfortunately, her calculations ultimately failed. Although Bai Xiaofan took over the Time Management Bureau, it was a mess. The system was a shell lacking anything substantial, and he himself did not possess any special abilities. Roar. The Black Commander did not evolve further. The zombie crystal cores stored in the space had long been devoured. The Emperor, until death, did not wait for Bai Xiaofan to return and had to accept the fact that he had already passed away. He passed the throne to the successor, and the Emperor was buried alongside the Grand Emperor's burial mound along with the Imperial Guard. That was Bai Xiaofan's final gift to the Emperor and future generations. Zombies have long lifespans, immortal and indestructible, making them difficult to truly eliminate. Therefore, the Imperial Guard had remained silent for many years, serving as the Emperor's last trump card. At this time, they were also buried in the Imperial Tomb, entering a state of hibernation, transforming into terracotta warriors ever vigilant over the Holy Sun's mausoleum. As the years passed, thousands of years later, technology advanced rapidly. The living standards of the people greatly improved, and the country became prosperous and powerful. Hello, dear audience. Welcome to the live broadcast of the archaeological site by the National Treasure Program. The cemetery behind me is said to be the tomb of the Holy Sun Emperor Bai Xiaofan from 3,000 years ago. Historical records indicate that Bai Xiaofan in his youth faced many hardships to establish a thriving dynasty, initiating the prosperous era of the Xian nation thousands of years ago. During his reign, he reformed laws, punished corrupt officials, and ruled with a strong hand, making the Xian nation a dominant power in its time, with smaller nations paying tribute and bowing in submission. It is precisely because the Holy Sun laid the foundation that his successors could strive for unification in later wars. With unified writing and transportation, all ethnicities became one, truly coming together. It can be said that without the Holy Sun, there would be no later unification of the realm. Today, let us follow the archaeologists to delve into history and uncover its secrets. A beautiful reporter spoke confidently in front of the camera. As the live broadcast unfolds, the archaeological process, especially since the tomb's owner is the Holy Sun, has sparked widespread discussion and attracted the attention of multiple media outlets. In a moment, the viewership surged. The Holy Sun. It is said that he mastered the battle axe and trained soldiers at 15 or 16. What were we doing at 16? Exactly. Otherwise, how could he be called an emperor of all time? Heroes fade yet cannot escape the passage of time. The fervent discussions online were incessantly focused on Bai Xiaofan. Holy Sun's tomb. Who dares to intrude? Roar. As the grand door to the tomb opened, a loud roar echoed. The entire nation witnessed the living guards of the Imperial Guard clad in armor and wielding swords marching in a mighty manner. My heavens! Am I dreaming? The terracotta warriors are alive. The archaeological team was dumbfounded, and the reporters were left in shock. Meanwhile, the audience watching from their televisions was equally bewildered. At the same time, the world welcomed an unprecedented change due to a royal tomb presenting both new opportunities and challenges. Am I actually flying? No, it must be some kind of lightness skill indicating that I am at least in a martial arts world. With a blink of his eyes, Bai Xiaofan found himself in a new realm. Upon arrival, he discovered that he seemed to be held in someone's grasp, with the scenery rapidly receding around him. I can't move. Am I paralyzed? Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. Host, do you wish to receive the storyline immediately? The system suddenly interjected. Wait a moment. Bai Xiaofan hurriedly replied. What kind of joke is this? Digesting the storyline would take a couple of hours. If he were discovered during this time, it would all be over. Regardless, the situation was unclear. I wonder how Hua Jiu is doing. They are carrying me and have me paralyzed, so they must be taking me somewhere. At least they won't kill me immediately. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Bang! After about half an hour, they finally reached their destination. Bai Xiaofan was thrown onto the ground as safe landing. Before he could curse, he felt a jolt on his shoulder, and his whole body went numb. Afterward, Bai Xiaofan regained control of his body and looked up to see a woman in a black robe, her demeanor majestic and her gaze complexly fixed upon him. Her stare held a look of confusion, a hint of injury, both beautiful and fierce. Bai Xiaofan climbed to his feet and asked, "What are you doing? You look just like him. If it weren't for your unsteady footsteps and mediocre martial arts, I would have almost thought you were him." "Yes, he won't come looking for me again." The woman in black stood before Bai Xiaofan, scrutinizing him. "I am not the person you are looking for." "That's right," Bai Xiaofan said. "Just as well I need someone to practice swordplay with, and you will do. Even if you aren't him, having his face is sufficient." "You have no right to refuse," the woman asserted with an undeniable tone. "But I don't know martial arts." Bai Xiaofan protested. "I will teach you." "Of course," the woman stated matter-of-factly. "All right." Bai Xiaofan nodded. Though he didn't fully understand the situation, he couldn't act recklessly. This woman was highly skilled, and he was unsure if he could defeat the black leader in this space. After all, the black leader had no martial skills and relied solely on brute force, relying on the fact that zombies were impervious to blades and spears. As a newcomer, Bai Xiaofan had no way to gauge the capabilities of the woman before him. "What is your name?" The woman inquired, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. "Bai Xiaofan. From today onward you will live here. This place is the back mountain of Haima Cliff. I will practice here, and no one will disturb us." The woman's expression was cold. "I understand." Bai Xiaofan reacted slightly. However, the woman in black ignored him and swiftly turned away. Haima Cliff, a martial arts world. Could it be? To validate his suspicion, Bai Xiaofan said, "System, accept the storyline." Transmitting, a surge of memories flooded into his mind. The original Bai Xiaofan was an orphan who lived by begging, eventually growing up to become a rogue. Such a person had no chance of standing out. However, he happened to have the same face as the protagonist. Indeed, the original was the male protagonist's substitute, and the woman in black was the villainous boss. The legendary figure of the martial world, Dongfang Bubi, the unrivaled leader of the demon sect. It is said that he is ruthless and vicious, yet he was drawn to the Huashan disciple Ling Huchong, helping him time and again despite the distinction between right and wrong. And Ling Huchong also developed feelings for Dongfang Bubi, reciprocating them. But suddenly the female lead Ren Yingying barged into Ling Huchong's world. According to the law, the male and female leads are mutually attracted, a pair destined to be together, a fated relationship. Thus Ling Huchong abandoned Dongfang Bubi and chose to fly together with the woman he loved. Dongfang Bubi was furious and fought him. He had the opportunity to kill him, but ultimately showed mercy. He bore the emotional wounds alone, which later led to him becoming possessed and practicing his skills to the point of danger. Thankfully, she discovered the original, and Dongfang Bubi captured him at Haima Cliff, where he practiced swordplay daily, learning the Huashan sword technique. The original was aware that Dongfang Bubi regarded him as a substitute for someone else, but he didn't mind. In his view, even being a substitute was fine as long as he could stay by Dongfang Bubi's side. From this perspective, the original was easily satisfied. Unfortunately, villains never meet a good end, and certainly do not have a happy conclusion. The female lead's father was the former leader of the Sun and Moon sect, and after Dongfang Bubi took power, he imprisoned him for over 10 years. Ren Yingying rescued her father, and Ren Wuxing later sought out skilled fighters like Xiang Wentian to take revenge at Haima Cliff. Dongfang Bubi battled fiercely with them. The clash of blades and swords was intense. In reality, Dongfang Bubi's martial arts were ranked first in the world, far surpassing Ren Wuxing. Even though Ling Huchong, Ren Yingying, and Xiang Wentian were all top-notch experts, they couldn't defeat her. However, Ling Huchong and Dongfang Bubi had once shared a bond. During this period of adjustment, Ling Huchong, who had already let it go, suddenly appeared standing opposed to Dongfang Bubi, causing her inner turmoil. Ling Huchong, however, knew that if he did not kill Dongfang Bubi, he and his companions would die. So taking advantage of Dongfang Bubi's moment of madness, he struck, without hesitation, killing her. Dongfang Bubi was dead. The Sun and Moon sect fell into Ren Wuxing's hands, and the original, as a substitute for Dongfang Bubi, suffered the punishment of 1,000 cuts. How tragic, Bai Xiaofan lamented. The original's wish is quite interesting. Not seeking revenge, but rather wanting to protect Dongfang Bubi. However, this is quite normal. A woman who dares to love and hate, skilled in martial arts and beautiful. How can she not attract people? Every aspect of her is worthy of love. Dongfang girl should not be bullied by scoundrels. Bai Xiaofan speculated about the original's mindset, estimating that there were still 3 years before the male and female leads stepped into Haima Cliff and the great showdown began. These 3 years should be enough for him to buffer himself. The key is to gain Dongfang Bubi's trust and help her step out of Ling Huchong's shadow. Bai Xiaofan thought. Living here, he naturally needed to treat himself well. Bai Xiaofan found a wooden house to settle in. The door creaked open. Dongfang girl, you're here. Bai Xiaofan got up and smiled. He boldly looked at her without fear. He certainly wouldn't act timidly like the original, as that would make any woman avoid him. In the storyline, the original was always infatuated, lacking the courage to confess and never attempting to get closer. How could he flirt if he didn't get close? Thus, Dongfang Bubi only regarded the original as a sparring partner. Until the end, there was no real development between them. Do you know me? Dongfang Bubi was somewhat surprised by Bai Xiaofan's reaction. I mentioned yesterday that this place is Haima Cliff. Your martial arts are extremely high, and you are so beautiful dressed as a man while entering the Sun and Moon sect. It must be only Dongfang Bubi. Bai Xiaofan smiled. I am a member of the demon sect. Aren't you afraid? Dongfang Bubi realized indeed Haima Cliff was the headquarters of the Sun and Moon sect, and many knew of it. This person was able to extract such information from that statement, indicating he was observant. What is there to fear? Since Miss Dongfang has asked me to practice swordplay with you, you certainly won't kill me. Besides, I am usually very obedient and will never provoke your anger, so you need not worry. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. From now on, call me master. I don't want to hear the word miss anymore. Dongfang Bubi said flatly. Understood. Master. Bai Xiaofan replied solemnly. Let's go. You have no foundation in inner strength, and it's too late to practice martial arts now. However, even without inner strength, you can still practice swordplay. Dongfang Bubi stated. Master, is there a fast way to learn unparalleled martial arts? Bai Xiaofan asked. Dream on. Dongfang Bubi glared at him. Bai Xiaofan remained silent, but thought to himself, since he had come to this martial arts world, he must find a set of inner cultivation methods. But there was no hurry, he would have plenty of opportunities later. What was urgent now was to get close to Dongfang Bubi. This set is the basic sword technique of the Huashan sect. I will demonstrate it once. Pay close attention, Dongfang Bubi instructed. Once Bai Xiaofan nodded, she stood to the side. Swish. Her sword was drawn. The blade sang like a tiger's roar, like a dragon's chant. Her figure danced and leaped, resembling a sword dance, exuding an extreme beauty in her movements. Bai Xiaofan gazed in astonishment, unable to help but focus entirely, not wanting to miss even a single move, every frown and smile of hers. After a brief moment of tea time, she sheathed her sword, and seeing Bai Xiaofan a bit dazed, a flicker of annoyance flashed in her beautiful eyes. You were distracted. What were you thinking? I was thinking of my master. Bai Xiaofan replied, candidly, not hiding his feelings at all. Such matters should be spoken openly, not concealed. What were you thinking of me for? Dongfang Bubi questioned, taken aback, her face slightly awkward. Because my master is so wonderful, I couldn't help but be mesmerized, losing myself in thought. Flattery. You practice well. I will come to challenge you to a sword duel tomorrow. Dongfang Bubi, never having been confessed to like this, felt a bit flustered and scolded him half-heartedly. Leaving behind a remark, she turned and left. Her footsteps hurried. However, the reddening of her ears betrayed her true feelings. What an opportunity, Bai Xiaofan thought to himself, filled with joy. The male protagonist possesses a certain pride, exuding an aura of charm. He often attracts women through serendipitous events, possessing a unique allure. Perhaps only in the presence of the female lead does he show a bit more patience, indulging her whims. In contrast, the attention given to the female supporting character is minimal. Oftentimes when the words are spoken first, it indicates that one has already lost. Especially in matters of the heart, few can maintain their composure after losing initiative and letting go of their feelings. Dongfang Bubi's unwavering devotion to Ling Huchong is given selflessly without regrets. However, such dedication, when unappreciated, soon becomes taken for granted. Even if he were to turn against her someday, he could always claim, I never forced you, you volunteered. Thus, Bai Xiaofan concluded that Dongfang Bubi had never experienced being pursued by anyone. His directness and bold declarations would yield some effect. If unsuccessful, it could still bring the two closer. Let's practice swordsmanship. First, strength is crucial. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the sword and declared with determination. Swish, swish, swish. Even without inner strength, Bai Xiaofan's memory was quite good. Moreover, the Huashan sect's sword technique is not particularly profound. It is relatively quick to learn, at least much faster than the original body's progress. Additionally, Bai Xiaofan was naturally agile. After practicing the sword technique repeatedly for over 10 times, he had mastered it. How's your practice going? In the evening, Dongfang Bubi casually asked. Let me demonstrate for the master, Bai Xiaofan responded confidently. He demonstrated his achievements right in front of Dongfang Bubi, intently watching her face, clearly seeking praise. Not bad, watch out. Dongfang Bubi expressed her satisfaction, but suddenly made her move. So fast. Bai Xiaofan was taken aback. Seeing Dongfang Bubi attacking, he hurriedly raised his sword to defend, but her speed was too fast, making it particularly difficult to cope. After barely blocking a dozen strikes, Bai Xiaofan was disarmed, and a cold sword was pressed against his neck. Master, I admit defeat, Bai Xiaofan stated straightforwardly. Your foundation is weak. You still have a long way to go if you want to practice swordsmanship with me, Dongfang Bubi replied coolly. I will work hard. Then continue. He picked up the sword, and the two began to spar again. Clearly, even without using internal energy, Bai Xiaofan was still no match for her. Gradually, he discovered that Dongfang Bubi not only moved swiftly, but also had excellent techniques, her martial arts reaching the pinnacle. No wonder she is the best in the world. Master, I always feel there's something awkward about this move. It seems like there's something missing. Not understanding, Bai Xiaofan would not miss such an opportunity to ask. A master of Dongfang Bubi's caliber would not casually instruct anyone. Raise your arm higher, angle the tip of the sword slightly upwards. Let me try. Master, I've learned this sword technique. Can you teach me something more powerful? This move Baihong Guanjiri excels in its incredible speed, but I've thought of a way to counter it. Master, I can withstand 20 of your strikes. My progress is quite rapid, right? With that, Bai Xiaofan earnestly studied, and Dongfang Bubi was willing to teach, leading to rapid improvement in swordsmanship and a natural closeness between them. Bai Xiaofan was very interested in martial arts, eager to absorb as much knowledge as possible. Now that he had Dongfang Bubi as a sparring partner, how could he not put in effort? After a month, his progress was evident. During this time, he learned several sets of Huashan sect sword techniques. Against skilled opponents, he was still lacking, but gradually he could hold his own against Dongfang Bubi, who did not use internal energy. Moreover, Bai Xiaofan secretly took out seeds from his space, focusing on fast-growing vegetables, and planted them in the small courtyard where he lived. With daily watering from the spiritual spring, they matured in about 10 days, ready for consumption, which of course was related to the space's spiritual spring. Dongfang Bubi was not far from where Bai Xiaofan rested, so she naturally knew what he was doing. Although curious, she chose to remain aloof and did not inquire. Amusing, isn't it? As the master, she could not appear overly curious, asking this and that. If she did, would she still have any dignity left? Ignoring Dongfang Bubi, Bai Xiaofan busied himself decorating his small courtyard, and he planted wheat on the back mountain. However, he would have to wait a while to harvest. Later, he also caught dozens of chickens from his space and raised them. With all this effort, the originally barren back mountain was suddenly alive with greenery, adding a touch of vitality. Strangely, it felt somewhat like a pastoral retreat. The vegetables were harvested. Bai Xiaofan prepared to launch a new initiative. Thus, on this day, he got up early and blocked Dongfang Bubi's door, smiling, as if presenting a treasure master. The vegetables I grew are ready to eat. To thank you for your guidance during this time, I've specially killed a chicken. I personally cooked several home-style dishes. Come try my culinary skills. Approaching the wooden table in a daze, Dongfang Bubi looked at the few dishes which had decent colors and aromas and was somewhat surprised. Did you make all of these? Yes. I wandered around before and learned a bit, Bai Xiaofan replied. Will it taste strange? Dongfang Bubi expressed her doubts. Not at all. It'll definitely suit the master's taste, Bai Xiaofan assured confidently. Dongfang Bubi had no choice but to pick up her chopsticks. How is it? Bai Xiaofan eagerly asked. Quite good. Dongfang Bubi's eyes lit up. Indeed. Although Bai Xiaofan's culinary skills were not top-notch, the vegetables grown with the space's spiritual spring and the chickens raised there were fundamentally different from those bought outside. In terms of taste and flavor, they were flawless, and their nutritional value was high. It could be said that even a novice could create delicious dishes with these vegetables. Master, how is it? If it suits your taste, I can tell the person who delivers meals not to come anymore. I will cook for you every day. Bai Xiaofan took the opportunity to propose. Actually, you don't need to do this. Just practice swordsmanship with me, Dongfang Bubi replied with a hint of pride. I have my own motives for doing this. Bai Xiaofan's expression was unprecedentedly earnest. Master, I want to pursue you, so I want to take good care of you. Whatever you like, I can learn, including practicing swordsmanship, cooking, and more. I wonder, Master, would you give me this opportunity? After saying that, without waiting for Dongfang Bubi to refuse, he quickly added, if you don't agree now, it's fine. Oh, it must be that I'm not good enough. I will work even harder. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful I hit you. Dongfang Bubi's face instantly flushed, unable to help but get up and scold him as she hurriedly left. I won't give up, Bai Xiaofan shouted. Sure enough, that evening no one delivered meals. After practicing swordsmanship, Bai Xiaofan cooked a beggar's chicken, sliced it, prepared soy sauce and vinegar, and served it to Dongfang Bubi. Actually, you don't have to. We are not meant to be, Dongfang Bubi said with a cold face. As long as I think it's worth it, Bai Xiaofan responded nonchalantly. After that, he indeed kept his word, taking charge of the 3 meals a day. In the morning, he practiced swordsmanship, or in the afternoon, he sparred. In the evenings, when the starlight was bright, he would also actively invite Dongfang Bubi to drink. Subtly, Bai Xiaofan intruded into Dongfang Bubi's life in a gentle and unobtrusive manner. With his experiences from his past life, he was well-versed, humorous, and could entertain her with stories. He sang love songs and was particularly patient, serious, and attentive in caring for her. Before long, Dongfang Bubi had grown accustomed to his presence. My name is Dongfang Bai. One day after a few drinks, she sighed. Dongfang Bai. Bai Xiaofan savored the name. Nighttime. The two sat side by side, drinking and talking heart to heart. The girl sitting beside him was no longer just the master. Smiling, she said to Bai Xiaofan, my name is Dongfang Bai. This blackwood token is yours to keep. Its presence is as authoritative as the sect master's own. I shall enter seclusion for a period, perhaps several months, perhaps half a year. With it you are safe, Dongfang Bai suddenly declared. A token forged of black iron appeared in Bai Xiaofan's palm. Sect master, where will you seclude yourself? I'll deliver meals daily. Bai Xiaofan asked. The cave behind the mountain. It is well concealed. I'll take you there, Dongfang Bai mused gravely. Very well, Bai Xiaofan nodded. The location of a martial cultivator's seclusion was profoundly sensitive. Such knowledge would never be entrusted to anyone but the most trusted confidants. For should ill-intentioned individuals learn of it, they might strike during cultivation, exploiting vulnerability to assassinate. To disclose such a secret meant at the very least that she held no suspicion toward him. By the way, sect master, may I enter the scripture pavilion bearing this blackwood token? Bai Xiaofan shifted the subject, gazing steadily at Dongfang Bai. You still wish to cultivate inner energy arts? Dongfang Bai asked coolly. One may always try, Bai Xiaofan replied candidly. The scripture pavilion holds countless manuals. Browse freely, and take whichever pleases you. Dongfang Bai spoke with unreserved generosity. Yes, Bai Xiaofan affirmed. Thereafter she entered seclusion. Bai Xiaofan surmised she intended to fully heal her injuries and purge the lingering corruption from her earlier spiritual deviation. Thus, to avoid misunderstanding, he placed each meal at the cave's mouth, never stepping inside. At such a critical juncture, allowing Dongfang Booby to behold his face, the spitting image of the protagonist, risked triggering a catastrophic psychological rupture. It was for Dongfang Bai's sake, and his own survival, that he exercised such caution. Bai Xiaofan had no desire to confront an unhinged Dongfang Booby, who might mistake him for Ling Huchong and slay him on the spot, a death too unjust to bear. The scripture pavilion of the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Bai Xiaofan murmured, inwardly standing before the structure. Halt! Who goes there? This is forbidden ground. The scripture pavilion admits no one. Just as he stepped forward, a thunderous shout rang out. 2 elite guards barred his path. I bear the Blackwood token. My authority equals the sect masters in person, Bai Xiaofan declared, producing the token. Wait, we must report to the elders. The disciple refused to yield. Moments later, a broad-shouldered elder hurried forth. His gaze fell upon the Blackwood token in Bai Xiaofan's hand, and he frowned. Where is the sect master? In seclusion, Bai Xiaofan replied tersely. Young man, this place is not for you. I am Tong Baixiong, one of the 10 elders of the Sun Moon Holy Cult. I have never seen you within our sect, and your martial prowess is unremarkable. How could you possibly have been granted the Blackwood token? You claim it's counterfeit. Must I surrender it to you? Bai Xiaofan retorted coldly. Insolent youth. How dare you disrespect Elder Tong? One disciple roared in fury. Tong Baixiong sneered, his eyes locking onto Bai Xiaofan. Well, do you dispute my judgment, that this token is false? Dare you question my sight? I am an elder of the Sun Moon Holy Cult who has fought beside the sect master through life and death, earning unparalleled merit. If I pronounce it false, then it is false. You appear from nowhere brandishing this token, demanding entry into the scripture pavilion. Surely no one believes this reeks of nothing sinister. Submit quietly, or what? Bai Xiaofan asked, calm, yet edged with disdain. Within him wrath simmered. He refused to believe Tong Baixiong truly could not discern the token's authenticity. Rather, the elder, relying on seniority, sought either to seize the token for himself or to abduct Bai Xiaofan and coerce him into servitude. As for Dongfang Booby's eventual inquiry upon emerging from seclusion, the matter would long since have been buried by Tong Baixiong's loyalists, its traces erased beyond recovery. Truly, wherever people gather, so too does the Jianghu thrive, ceaseless strife over resources and power, unending bloodshed. Since you refuse to yield to reason, seize him. Tong Baixiong's countenance darkened instantly. Several disciples drew swords and charged toward Bai Xiaofan. It seems discretion is no longer an option, Bai Xiaofan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. At once the black commander surged from behind him, silent, relentless, his iron fist sweeping forth with primordial force and savage ferocity. Ah! A post-heavenly martial artist snapped an arm. My leg, don't. Others suffered shattered limbs. Shrill, gut-wrenching screams filled the air. Dare you? Tong Baixiong could no longer hold back. He erupted upward, drawing his blade to cleave the black commander's skull, his face twisted in fury. Crack! The black commander possessed titanic strength and impervious flesh. Charging forward, he struck Tong Baixiong like an immovable wall, sending the elder hurtling backward to crash upon the earth. External hard qigong. A flash of viciousness crossed Tong Baixiong's eyes. He lunged again, but the black commander stood unflinching. Crack! The elder crumpled once more. His face contorted in bitter defiance, his eyes blazing with rage. He rose again. Crack! Same result. Eyes bloodshot, Tong Baixiong prepared to rise once more. Then the black commander seized him, lifting him bodily before Bai Xiaofan. Boy, you dare lay hands on me. I am an elder of the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Tong Baixiong bellowed, neck straining in threat. Release, Elder Tong. Disciples shrieked, voices trembling with hollow bravado. Bai Xiaofan ignored the others, fixing Tong Baixiong with a piercing stare. You exploit your seniority to forge cliques, commit atrocities, and corrupt the Sun Moon Holy Cult. In broad daylight, you dared assault a disciple bearing the Blackwood token, seeking to usurp it by force, slander me as a forger, and condemn me to death under false pretenses. What emboldens you so? Indeed, the sect master was right. The Sun Moon holy cult demands thorough purification. You, a treacherous worm, are a malignant tumor that must be excised. Execute me. Do you fancy yourself Dongfang Bubi? Tong Baixiong, though already regretting his actions, clung stubbornly to defiance. I bear the Blackwood token. The token is the sect master's will. Bai Xiaofan stated calmly. Without pause, he drew his sword and thrust. No, Tong Baixiong cried in terror. But it was futile. Bai Xiaofan's blade pierced Tong Baixiong's throat with lethal precision. Blood gushed forth as the elder collapsed. HSSSH. How dare he? Tong Baixiong, early stage pre-heavenly realm. Among the martial world's elite, he ranks as a sect leader, equivalent to a patriarch of any major school. And yet, he fell so easily. Who is this man? Could he be the sect master's most trusted protege? Onlookers stood stunned, whispering in hushed disbelief. None had ever heard of such a peerless figure at the Blackwood Cliff headquarters, effortlessly slaying Tong Baixiong. Even Xiang Wentian lacked such overwhelming mastery. And the Blackwood token, could it be true? Was this man truly the sect master's most favored confidant, guarded by an elite master? Only Dongfang Bubi at Blackwood Cliff could cultivate such a paragon. May I enter now? Bai Xiaofan asked, unruffled. Please do. The guard blocking the entrance paled. Bai Xiaofan paid him no heed. Calm, composed, he stepped into the scripture pavilion. As for the ensuing uproar across the Sun Moon holy cult, he cared not. Tong Baixiong had sought his death. Had the Black Commander not intervened, Bai Xiaofan himself would likely lie dead. To those who sought his life, Bai Xiaofan showed no mercy. So many texts. I shall begin searching. And so he commenced his scholarly scrutiny. After 2 hours, he selected 2 manuals, storing them within his spatial realm for meticulous study. One was the minor non-substantial art, the other the startling swan palm force. For the coming period, he resolved to master both. Having made his choice, Bai Xiaofan departed without delay. The door creaked open. Halt! You slew Tong Baixiong. A thunderous voice boomed. And you are? Bai Xiaofan asked, feigning uncertainty. Xiang Wentian. The man's gaze was glacial. I bear the Blackwood token. He attacked me, an act of profound disrespect toward the sect master. His execution was inevitable. Or do you intend to follow in his footsteps? Bai Xiaofan's gaze settled upon Xiang Wentian. Young sir, you misunderstand. I merely seek clarity on how events transpired. After all, Tong Baixiong was an elder of our holy cult. His death warrants accountability. Xiang Wentian's smile did not reach his eyes, his wary glance flickering toward the Black Commander standing beside Bai Xiaofan. Then, nothing further. Bai Xiaofan cast him a faint dismissive glance and strode away. Midway he paused, as if recalling something, and turned. Henceforth the holy cult shall establish a hall of transmission. I shall select promising young disciples for rigorous cultivation. As of today, the scripture pavilion falls under the hall of transmission's jurisdiction. No one below elder rank may enter without my explicit command, or the sect master's. Elder Xiang Wentian, if you object not, please convey this decree. Very well, Xiang Wentian nodded. This man is deeply calculating, cunning beyond measure, utterly unlike Tong Baixiong, a formidable adversary. Bai Xiaofan remained silently vigilant. Haima Cliff, the back mountain, the little wuxiang technique, this ancient manual that has been left in a corner. I wonder if it is related to the little wuxiang skill. It introduces many similarities. But why has no one practiced it? Could it be that the other disciples have overlooked this martial art? That shouldn't be the case. Bai Xiaofan held the little wuxiang technique, his brow slightly furrowed. He was somewhat uncertain about this little wuxiang technique. If it were the little wuxiang skill, why would it be left there for him to discover? Other elders should have practiced it long ago. Strange. However, the allure of the little wuxiang skill was still quite significant for him. Actually, it doesn't matter. The original body has poor aptitude and has never practiced internal skills. My chances of achieving great success are minuscule unless the protagonist has a fortuitous encounter, otherwise it's impossible. Even if this little wuxiang technique isn't that powerful, I won't lose anything. With Captain He around, other matters are negotiable. At this stage, enhancing Captain He's abilities is paramount. As for the safety of the mission, with a space to rely on as a trump card, I can hide at the first sign of danger. Even if my martial skills are weak, I need not fear. Bai Xiaofan pondered, deeply analyzing that whether his current physical body could master unparalleled martial arts was not crucial. After all, once the mission is completed, this physical body will be discarded. It is merely a shell. Therefore, even if practicing the little wuxiang technique entails certain risks, it won't have a significant impact. Internal martial arts do not affect the soul. If it were the soul cultivation technique, he would need to be particularly cautious. Of course, the probability of encountering a soul cultivation technique in a martial arts world is very low. Practiced, in fact, the current mission is to achieve unparalleled martial arts. If I can obtain it, that would be even better. If not, I am not afraid. Bai Xiaofan recited the little wuxiang technique in its entirety and made up his mind. After that, aside from practicing swordsmanship and the stunning swan palm, Bai Xiaofan also attempted to study the little wuxiang technique. However, he still had his 3 meals a day prepared in front of Dongfang Bei's cave. Time flew by and a month passed in the blink of an eye. At night, Bai Xiaofan sat cross-legged on the ground, his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, with faint qi flickering around him, weak and as delicate as a thread. After such a long time, I've only just begun to sense qi. After a moment, Bai Xiaofan opened his eyes, his gaze filled with helplessness. You started practicing martial arts late, and your dantian has just formed. With the best resources and a heaven-defying technique, at most you can only reach the acquired stage and cannot enter the innate tier. Captain He spoke. Acquired stage. As long as you aren't powerless, that's enough. Bai Xiaofan nodded and then asked, what level of strength do you possess? I have no internal skills, relying entirely on brute force. Based on my observations over these days, my strength is roughly at the peak of the mid-acquired stage. Due to the zombies' resistance, my defense is excellent, allowing me to contend with those in the late innate stage. According to my covert investigations within the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, innate martial artists are already considered experts. For instance, Tong Baixiong in the martial world would be a leader in any sect. There are very few innate martial artists in major sects, and in smaller sects there may be only the leader who is innate. Moreover, innate mid-stagers are even rarer. It is said that only ancient sects like Shaolin and Wudong can cultivate such strong individuals. Within the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, the so-called 10 elders were originally all innate experts, but after many years of battles, several have died, mostly killed by righteous sect leaders. Now, with Xiang Wentian and the absent Saint Lady Ren Yingying, there are only 5 innate members left in the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. With Tong Baixiong dead, only 4 remain. Among them, Xiang Wentian is at the mid-innate stage, and Ren Yingying, this young lady, has just stepped into the innate stage. The other 2 include one who is the leader of the 100 Battles Hall. The last one is a reclusive elder nearing the end of his lifespan, who doesn't concern himself with affairs, hiding somewhere and fully striving to break through to the mid-innate stage. Breakthrough. Can it extend lifespan? Bai Xiaofan inquired. Indeed. Breaking through to the innate realm will add a few years to one's lifespan. However, someone like him who is aged and frail with declining vitality, even if he enters seclusion, it would be of little use, simply exchanging for a more dignified death. Captain He said. He moved stealthily and had gathered quite a bit of information about the martial arts world. Have you discovered this person? Bai Xiaofan asked. Indeed. Captain He nodded. His 5 senses and awareness were far more powerful than those of human martial artists. As long as he was determined to investigate, he could discover traces that others could not find, much like how sometimes what martial arts experts cannot accomplish, a dog's nose can solve the problem and lead to discoveries. Let's go. Bring this person into our camp, Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. A person on the verge of death would surely be willing to become a zombie. How did you find me? The old man before him stared intently at Bai Xiaofan, his internal force ready to burst forth. Elder, don't be anxious. I am sent by the sect leader. This Haimu order can prove my identity, Bai Xiaofan said calmly. He reached out and took out the token. Haimu order. I have little time left and cannot contribute further to the holy cult. You may leave now, the old man said coldly. A person close to death should not care about others' opinions. Elder, you misunderstood. Bai Xiaofan had anticipated this person's attitude and calmly said, I came this time because the sect leader, in consideration of your unwavering loyalty and past contributions to the holy cult, wishes to grant you a special reward. Reward? Could it help me break through? A hint of mockery flashed in the old man's eyes. Extending my lifespan by 7 or 8 years, do you think I will have time to break through? Bai Xiaofan said casually. Is what you say true? The old man trembled upon hearing this. I have no need to deceive you. Cultural achievement and martial virtue unifying the martial world. The old man's murky eyes sparkled, and he suddenly knelt down and shouted, Don't resist, it will be over soon. Captain He stepped forward. 3 days later, having adapted to the zombie body, the old man came outside Bai Xiaofan's room. Young brother, when will the sect leader emerge? Soon. The sect leader's practice is crucial, we will handle the other matters. Although the Sun and Moon Holy Cult is strong, the 5 Mountain Sword sect is sharpening its blades, and Shaolin and Wudong are lurking in the shadows. At this time, there are also many factions within the sect with open and secret struggles mutually undermining each other. If this continues, problems will surely arise. No one can obstruct the sect leader's progress. Some hardliners have become tumors, many rely on their past achievements and occupy positions without contributing. lying on their laurels waiting to retire. But they do not realize that they all hold important positions, yet do not think to be loyal to the sect leader or strive for the prosperity of the sect. They are tumors, parasites. Such individuals must be eradicated. Bai Xiaofan smiled at the old man. This elder's surname is Ouyang with the single name of Luan. For the sun and moon holy cult, I would go through fire and water without hesitation, Ouyang Luan declared loudly. Elder Ouyang, you are familiar with our sect's disciples. I want you to identify and select talents from the lower-tier disciples to establish a transmission hall and a law enforcement hall. The transmission hall will be responsible for teaching martial arts. I plan to classify all sect disciples into 3 levels: outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples. Outer disciples who break through to the late acquired stage will be considered top experts and can become inner disciples. Those who reach perfection in the acquired stage will become direct disciples. If a direct disciple with limited aptitude cannot break through to the innate stage within 5 years, they will be demoted to an elder of the Outer Affairs Hall. Additionally, rewards will be given to those who contribute to the sect aside from martial breakthroughs. These rewards will depend on the magnitude of their contributions. They may be gold, silver, or martial arts manuals. This mechanism will rely on the cooperation of the Transmission Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall. Elder Ouyang will serve as the head of the Transmission Hall, Bai Xiaofan stated. Yes, Ouyang Luan replied promptly. He now had no objections to Bai Xiaofan. I am the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. The Law Enforcement Hall undoubtedly wields significant power overseeing the contributions of the holy cult disciples. If someone truly merits honor, they will be reported to the Transmission Hall for rewards. If anyone cheats or forges achievements, the Law Enforcement Hall will intervene and punish them. Furthermore, if disciples from the War Achievements Hall commit offenses and violate the principles of the holy cult, they will also face penalties from the Law Enforcement Hall. This hall leader is second only to one above 10,000. I will summon the sect members immediately. Ouyang Luan naturally would not object. Bai Xiaofan said calmly. Thus the sun and moon holy cult underwent a significant transformation. Previously, internal skills and martial arts manuals were solely taught by the master to disciples, and there was no concept of contribution. The disciples in the sect naturally did everything they could to please their masters. Only when the masters were happy could they occasionally provide guidance and improve their strength. But now it was different. As long as one makes contributions to the sun and moon holy cult, they can receive internal skills. What a tremendous temptation. Is not this what martial artists value the most? As a result, the disciples became motivated, and everyone began to work hard at cultivation. They took on tasks issued by the Transmission Hall, some of which involved expanding influence by merging small sects under the name of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. These tasks could be accomplished by some acquired martial artists. In this way, the influence of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult rapidly expanded within the martial world. Another category of tasks involved raising funds for the sect. Some disciples whose families were affluent assisted their family businesses to grow and contributed money to the sect, also earning advanced internal skills. With increased martial prowess, they could ascend to inner disciples, thus attaining a higher status within the sect. By doing this, everyone will look up to the sect leader, wholeheartedly striving for advancement. Our Sun and Moon Holy Cult will soon become a formidable force. Ouyang Luan sighed. He had been observing this time. Now the existing models of various sects with their internal skills being passed down solely can only lead to small sects. Our Sun and Moon Holy Cult must unify the martial world and develop into a powerful sect. Within the sect, there should be a proliferation of talents across various fields. As for them, if they grow strong, will they betray us? As long as the Sun and Moon Holy Cult stands tall, who would desire to be a traitor? It's better to bask in the shade of a big tree. Besides, in pursuit of achievements, offending renowned righteous sects and losing the protection of the holy cult, what good days could they expect? Moreover, traitors will be hunted down by the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. Who wouldn't weigh their options? Bai Xiaofan expressed the ambitions in his heart. A great man cannot be without power for a day. Wandering alone, unless one's strength is unmatched in the world, it is ultimately futile. Being in the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, he must still deal with the protagonist in the future. It is necessary to completely reform the Sun and Moon Holy Cult from top to bottom. Strengthening power and eliminating those with ulterior motives must be done. Although this feels like using a tiger's skin as a flag, there is no other way. He will not sit idly by. As for Dongfang Bubi, he will wait until she emerges from seclusion to explain properly. The master of the War Achievements Hall has already pledged allegiance to us, expressing loyalty to the sect leader. However, after such a long time, some people are starting to get restless. One day, Ouyang Luan suddenly said, Xiang Wentian. Bai Xiaofan asked casually. Not just him, but also the hardliners under him. These individuals seem to have some conspiracies possibly related to the Saint Lady. However, the Saint Lady is not at Haima Cliff. Ouyang Luan said. I understand to keep a close watch on Xiang's washer. Bai Xiaofan instructed calmly. Yes. Ouyang Luan responded. Has Xiang gone to the world? Bai Xiaofan looked at Ouyang Luan who had come to find him. Those who are with him have also started to leave one after another. Should we act immediately? Ouyang Luan nodded. No need. Bai Xiaofan shook his head and said the opponent is getting anxious, which is beneficial for us. If he remains unperturbed, then we should worry. Ouyang Luan couldn't help but say, is it still possible to pursue and kill him now? He will say that he just went out. He hasn't done anything to harm the Sun Moon Holy Cult, so punishing him would be hard to justify. But once he goes out, I believe he absolutely won't hold back. It won't take long before he takes action. Bai Xiaofan asserted. Extend the line to catch a big fish. By the way, there's something you need to take care of. Kill the famous Dr. Ping Yiji. The leader has tasked him with developing an antidote for the Three Corpses Brain God Pill for several years. Has there been no result yet? Go ask him, and if that doesn't work, bring him back to Haimuya. Bai Xiaofan suddenly remembered something. Yes, Ouyang Luan replied. Additionally, speed up the recruitment of disciples. Within 1 or 2 years, we must establish the Sun Moon Holy Cult as a powerful sect. It's not enough to rely solely on the existing disciples. Bai Xiaofan instructed. Recruiting new disciples is already underway, Ouyang Luan responded. Recently, the Sun Moon Holy Cult has been aggressively expanding, merging with small sects and clans. Regardless of whether they were coerced, since they joined, they naturally wouldn't want to give up the sect's benefits. Many small sects and martial families, after merging into the Sun Moon Holy Cult, sent their disciples to Haimuya to become outer disciples. After all, the martial arts classics in the library are generally inaccessible to small figures like them. The allure of martial arts is particularly great for those in the Jianghu. Furthermore, Ouyang Luan presided over the transmission hall, and Bai Xiaofan stipulated that as long as sufficient contributions were made, one could advance to an inner disciple. Every month, they could attend lectures on martial arts by Hall Master Ouyang Luan in the transmission hall. For postnatal martial artists, this is an incredibly rare opportunity. I would say joining the Sun Moon Holy Cult is not a bad choice. The doctrine is a bit domineering, but as long as one advances to the inner sect, the benefits are unimaginable. My bottleneck has already loosened. Leaning against a big tree not only avoids the disaster of extermination, but also makes former enemies bow low before me. It's exhilarating. For a while, there were all kinds of opinions. Previously, the disciples might have felt resentment being forced to submit under pressure, but over time, after genuinely reaping benefits and receiving protection, they harbored no grievances. Instead, they worked twice as hard to earn merits. Elder Ouyang, you also saw this. This is how a vibrant sect should be. Only through a gradually positive cycle can the sect become stable and continuously strong. Once our sect becomes powerful, coupled with the fact that the Eastern leader has the best martial arts in the world and is stationed at Haimuya, what can the various forces like the Five Mountain Sword Sect Shaolin Wudong and the lesser factions do to us with their ulterior motives? Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. The leader is still wise. Ouyang Luan wholeheartedly agreed. The sun rises in the east, and I alone am undefeated. Cultural and martial virtue unifies the Jianghu. Every day, the inner disciples report to the transmission hall and must recite the leader's teachings. In fact, Bai Xiaofan's request is a way of brainwashing, strengthening the disciples' loyalty to the Sun Moon Holy Cult. He doesn't believe this is futile. If it truly had no effect, then the brainwashing of pyramid schemes in later generations wouldn't be effective. Repeated brainwashing after hearing it many times gradually leads one into a certain line of thinking. It's a pity that the progress of the little formless technique is slow. I'm afraid I was indeed misled by its name. No wonder the other elders don't practice this skill. Dongfang Bai has been in seclusion for nearly half a year now. Bai Xiaofan discovered that his internal power has only slightly advanced, barely reaching the early stage of postnatal. Does this mean that the little formless technique is truly not powerful? The little formless skill makes a huge difference with just one word. Fortunately, the Black Leader's improvement is significant. The system after transformation is indeed good. Even if the zombie crystal cores are depleted, it can still absorb moonlight to cultivate itself. Once the Black Leader steps into the later stage of the innate realm with its power, it can contend with the peak of the later stage of the innate realm. To my knowledge, the Shaolin Abbot and the Wudong Leader are only at this level. As for the Eastern Leader and Feng Xingyang, they might be at the level of consummate innate realm, but even if the Black Leader in the later stage of innate cannot defeat them, it should be able to hold its own. After all, the Black Leader possesses an undying body. Even if it is killed at the consummate innate level, it will not truly perish, which is its greatest advantage. Bai Xiaofan secretly planned. In the world of martial arts, decades pass quickly. I must find a way to enhance the Black Leader's strength to the utmost, reaching consummate innate, or even further. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. For now, his greatest assurance is the Black Leader. The stronger the zombie body, the better. Roar Knight. 2 months later at this time Dongfang Bai has been in seclusion for more than half a year. One day the black leader bathed in moonlight suddenly let out a loud roar. Huh. Wonderful. The black leader is about to break through to the later stage of innate. I didn't expect that it has only been half a year since coming to this world. Could it be that the moonlight in the world of martial arts is denser than in the ordinary world? Otherwise, how could the black leader cultivate so quickly? The current black leader is comparable to the abbot of Shaolin Temple Ren Wuxing and the head of Wudong, a powerhouse of that level. Bai Xiaofan said excitedly to himself. Break. The black leader let out a howl towards the sky. In an instant, silver-white moonlight swirled around him, forming a vortex. As the vortex spun, it was swallowed by him, and the aura on the black leader became even more condensed, as if he had consumed a great tonic, growing countless times stronger than before. This is the difference between the mid and later stages of innate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly a silver light cut through the night as swift as lightning. Take this. A shadow appeared ghostly without a word, directly attacking the black leader. Leader. Bai Xiaofan was astonished. Roar, the black leader fought back with all his might. The black leader is still no match for her, and is at a disadvantage. So powerful, hiss. Bai Xiaofan stared intently at the duel between the two unparalleled martial artists, unable to help but draw a sharp breath. At this moment he could clearly see that the black leader was being suppressed. However, due to the zombie body's toughness and immense strength and rapid recovery, it's not so easy for Dongfang Bai to deal with the black leader. Half an hour later, bang! The black leader was blasted away, falling to the ground. But he quickly got up and exchanged glances with Dongfang Bai. Your skills are impressive. It has been a long time since anyone has made me feel excited. Moreover, with no internal energy, relying solely on hard skills is indeed rare. I have not heard of such a figure in the Jianghu. What brings you to my Haimuya? Dongfang Bai, disguised as a man, appeared like a graceful gentleman under the moonlight. She seemed indifferent, albeit curious. It was you, the leader, who personally brought me back to Haimuya, the black leader said. Oh, Dongfang Bai said, puzzled. At this moment Bai Xiaofan quickly said, leader. I am him, and he is me. By chance my soul divided into two, resulting in the creation of an external incarnation. An external incarnation. Such a thing exists. Dongfang Bai didn't dismiss it. The world is vast, and there's no shortage of wonders. Bai Xiaofan said. Dongfang Bai narrowed her eyes, suppressing her curiosity. Bai Xiaofan appeared calm, almost revealing everything, leader. What I'm about to say may be hard to believe. By chance I stumbled upon a secret realm, a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters perfect for seclusion. Unexpectedly, I became inexplicably bound to it, and that place has become my space. During the binding process, my soul divided into two, creating him. His name is Black Leader, which I gave him. Why didn't you say this earlier? Dongfang Bai asked. Well, Bai Xiaofan said, slightly awkwardly feeling guilty. Haimuya is the headquarters of the Sun Moon Holy Cult. There are rumors in the Jianghu that Dongfang Bubi is capricious and ruthless. Then why did you mention it? Dongfang Bai said with a half smile. Because I found this rumor to be untrustworthy. Leader, you are so kind, how could I deceive you? I have already said that I wish to pursue you, so I want to stay in Haimuya. Moreover, I willingly want to join the Sun Moon Holy Cult and serve under you, leader. Bai Xiaofan said confidently. Smooth talk. Dongfang Bai glared at him. Leader, what I said is all heartfelt. Bai Xiaofan hurriedly replied. At this moment, he naturally had to show loyalty. He believed that after the time spent together recently, Dongfang Bai wouldn't harm him. In fact, Dongfang Bai is not a bad person, having not committed any heinous acts that would invoke wrath. Even the female lead's father, Ren Wuxing, the former leader, is much worse than Dongfang Bai. But because he is the female lead's biological father, he can turn misfortune into fortune and eventually reclaim the holy cult, taking over Haimuya. Therefore, sometimes Bai Xiaofan feels that the way of heaven is truly unfair. Fortunately, he has come to turn the tide. The space you mentioned. Take me to take a look. Dongfang Bai suddenly said. Sure. Leader, please follow me. Bai Xiaofan did not hesitate at all. Bai Xiaofan naturally let go of Dongfang Bai, as if holding hands just now was completely unintentional. Master, come quickly. This is a space akin to a paradise, very suitable for seclusion. Moreover, the spring water has special effects. Regular consumption can improve one's health and strengthen the body. He was happy to share his space with Dongfang Bai. If you want to get close to the young lady, you must first be honest with yourself. Dongfang Bai is exceptionally intelligent. No matter how long they interacted, she would surely notice the subtle hints. Rather than evading it, is better to express one's sincere heart openly, as this would more easily win her favor. As for hiding the system, speaking half-truths is not deceiving. The main issue is that Dongfang Bai finds it hard to understand what the system is. Regardless of how one puts it, she is still a native of the martial arts world. The concepts of the system and reincarnation are too abstract and complicated to explain, and she wouldn't understand. The space is different, it is tangible and visible. Even if Dongfang Bai finds it magical, she should quickly accept it. This place is indeed beautiful, picturesque. Dongfang Bai walked around, her eyes sparkling with wonder. She had never seen anything so extraordinary from childhood to adulthood. Moreover, the spiritual energy here is abundant, suitable for martial artists to meditate and cultivate. After speaking, Dongfang Bai opened her arms facing the wind, as if embracing nature. Could it be that this space helps in the cultivation of martial arts? Bai Xiaofan's expression shifted slightly. Internal martial arts is a practice of qi cultivation. Martial artists absorb spiritual energy from the external environment to replenish their dantian. Where the spiritual energy is rich, cultivation naturally becomes twice as effective with half the effort. This is one of the reasons why the Shaolin and Wudong schools, among others, choose famous mountains and rivers to establish their sects. Dongfang Bai explained, "If I had known this earlier, I would have cultivated in this space." Bai Xiaofan realized something. He hadn't thought of this before, and seizing the opportunity, he quickly asked, "Master, I found a manual, the Shao Wuxiang Ju, in the library, which I could study for over half a year with minimal results, almost stuck at the early stage of postnatal development without much progress. I told you long ago that you started martial arts too late and your talent isn't great. Unless you have the Shaolins, Yi Jin Jing or Shi Sui Jing. Only this martial arts scripture can transform muscles and bones and refine the dantian," Dongfang Bai said lightly. "So that's how it is." Bai Xiaofan understood. He also realized that some things cannot be forced. "Alright, now let's talk about the events that have occurred recently." Dongfang Bai looked at Bai Xiaofan, her expression ambiguous. "Though I was in seclusion, I am not completely unaware of what has happened in the sect. Why did you have people chanting slogans every day? The sun rises in the east, and I will not be defeated. It sounds very imposing. I did this just to ensure that those people remain loyal to the master," Bai Xiaofan quickly replied. He then recounted the events that had occurred since his seclusion without any concealment, including the killing of Tong Baixiong, the reform of internal affairs, and forcing Xiang Wentian and others to leave sect. This was the first time Dongfang Bai had heard of this concept. She clicked her tongue and with a serious face said, "I didn't expect you to be so capable. If I don't come out of seclusion soon, I might be overshadowed by you. The Sun and Moon sect could become yours." "I am all yours, so the Sun and Moon sect naturally still belongs to you," Bai Xiaofan said matter-of-factly. "At least you know how to speak." Dongfang Bai said lightly, her mouth unconsciously curling up, clearly not angry and in a good mood. Humans are emotional creatures. Who doesn't like kind words? Sweet talk. Sometimes saying a few nice things can be more effective than anything else. Although Dongfang Bai appears to be a strong woman, very assertive, it is a necessity. In an environment like the Sun and Moon sect, if one isn't strong and doesn't strive hard, there is no chance of rising. Without strength and cunning, Dongfang Bai would have long been reduced to nothing but scraps. Thus, there would be no Dongfang Booby. The pressures of survival and environmental constraints indirectly shaped the Dongfang Booby seen by others. Everyone says that Dongfang Booby is a great villain, ruthless and cruel. However, to put it bluntly, Dongfang Bai has never done anything heinous. Even Ren Wuxing was merely imprisoned, and she ensured Ren Yingying had a decent position. It seems that at that time it was also a matter of necessity. Firstly, as her prestige and martial arts skills improved, she became stronger, and Ren Wuxing's suspicion grew, wanting to eliminate Dongfang. Secondly, Ren Wuxing's ultimate technique, the star absorption technique, had issues, causing him to go mad and uncontrollably absorb the inner strength of the sect members, which had already caused chaos. Thus, it was only natural for Dongfang Booby to take his place. This does not mean Dongfang Bai did anything wrong. Moreover, in the end, it is the victors who write history. Ren Wuxing lost and has no right to criticize. If one were to truly speak of a great villain, it would be Ren Wuxing with his deep malice and countless killings. The infamous reputation of the Sun and Moon sect stems from Ren Wuxing's actions. Including the frequent extermination of entire families, his ambitious nature led him to kill righteous sect warriors and even use the three corpses brain god pill, a poison, to control experts for his own use. All of these were the sins committed by Ren Wuxing. After Dongfang Bai took over, the Sun and Moon sect truly did not engage in such actions. However, rumors in the martial world suggest that with her taking over from Ren Wuxing and her martial arts being unmatched, people naturally cannot escape condemnation. Master, Xiang Wentian is shrewd and calculating. This time, he came down the mountain with a purpose. I have already sent someone to investigate, and I believe there will be results soon. I suspect this person's next move will be to find Ren Wuxing. Dongfang Bai replied calmly. What makes you think that? Bai Xiaofan asked earnestly. I spared Ren Wuxing because he once helped me, so I merely imprisoned him and spared his life. Xiang Wentian has long discovered where Ren Wuxing is being held, Dongfang Bai said casually. Why hasn't he acted yet? Bai Xiaofan's expression shifted slightly. Why would he take the risk to save Ren Wuxing? Xiang Wentian does not seem as loyal to Ren Wuxing as he appears. Serving a master is akin to walking with a tiger. Ren Wuxing's temperament is eccentric and ruthless. Following him, one could lose their head any day. As for me, I'm not particularly concerned with sect affairs, and most of my energy is spent on cultivation, and I do not meddle much in the matters of the Sun and Moon sect. Do you think it is better for a master like me or one like Ren Wuxing? As long as there is no internal strife after Ren Wuxing's disappearance, I am indifferent. Xiang Wentian and the other elders hold great power and can decide life and death. Don't you think that's comfortable? If there are no incidents, how could he possibly remember to save Ren Wuxing? Dongfang Bai squinted, her tone calm, showing no concern. I understand now. Xiang Wentian is actually thinking of himself. When he can manage well in the Sun and Moon sect and holds power, he won't care about Ren Wuxing and would rather see him imprisoned until death. In the past 6 months, I have been using your name as the master to rectify sect affairs, greatly promoting young disciples and teaching martial arts. His faction's power has diminished, and he is even starting to struggle. That is why he wants to come down the mountain to rescue the former master, using Ren Wuxing's hand to regain power in the Sun and Moon sect once more, Bai Xiaofan said, enlightened. Looking at it this way, he really is impressive. In the future, one must never underestimate the natives. Those who can thrive in a task world are not simple. Indeed, over the years, Xiang Wentian has greatly nurtured Ren Yingying, helping her break through to become a first-class powerhouse to secure her position while treating her as a saint. This is the acumen of this person, gaining Ren Yingying's absolute trust and making the young girl obedient to him. If something were to happen someday, and he saves Ren Wuxing, it would be an achievement, and Ren Yingying would surely praise him before Ren Wuxing. By then, Ren Wuxing, who has no close confidants, will naturally promote him. Dongfang Bai smiled and said, Then what should we do? Bai Xiaofan asked tentatively. Just proceed according to your plan. These minor matters need not involve me. When the day comes that Ren Wuxing and these people step foot on Haimu Cliff, we will settle accounts then. Dongfang Bai said dismissively. She had absolute confidence in her martial arts. If it weren't for Ling Huchong intervening and stirring up her inner demons, she believed she would never lose. Yes, master, Bai Xiaofan immediately responded. Ping Yizhi, you've been tasked with developing the antidote for quite some time now, yet there is still no progress. Have you not taken the master's orders to heart? I dare not. Bai Xiaofan looked at the killer physician and replied lightly. Ping Yizhi was startled and hurriedly replied, respectful envoy, to speak frankly, I have nearly completed the antidote, but one of the ingredients requires a century-old ginseng. With the power of our sect, collecting a few is possible, but the master requires a large quantity to refine, this. In truth, Ren Wuxing had instructed a lackey to develop the 3-corpse brain god pill, never intending to create an antidote, only using the drug powder to alleviate the symptoms. Those poisoned must take the drug powder annually, or they will suffer a fate worse than death. The real antidote is something I developed later on. Is there no other way? Bai Xiaofan inquired. Ping Yizhi showed difficulty in his expression. So this means that a large amount of century-old ginseng is needed. Bai Xiaofan thought for a moment and suddenly said, You should stay at Haimu Cliff and wait for my news. Yes, Ping Yizhi immediately responded. Bai Xiaofan naturally could not spend a large sum of money to search for century-old ginseng everywhere. Even if he had plenty of money, it wouldn't be easy to find that many ginseng to buy. A few can be managed by the Sun and Moon sect, but collecting them in large quantities is impossible. Money alone does not allow for everything. Ginseng, especially aged mountain ginseng, often has a price, but no market. Grow it yourself? Dongfang Bai exclaimed in surprise. The land and the space is fertile, and there are spiritual springs. If both are combined, hopefully the ginseng cultivated there can replace the century-old ginseng. If this works, it can not only resolve the 3-corpse brain god pill issue, but also make a considerable profit, Bai Xiaofan said earnestly. All right, I have no objections. Dongfang Bai smiled and said yes. Bai Xiaofan nodded. You have your matters to attend to. I'll let the Black Commander accompany me in practicing swordsmanship. When sparring with him, I can use internal force, but I still have to be cautious. Dongfang Bai suddenly said, just in time. The Black Commander has recently been learning techniques and swordsmanship. It would be a good opportunity for the master to guide him, Bai Xiaofan hurriedly added. Not knowing internal skills doesn't mean one can't learn techniques. Swordsmanship and martial arts are forms of combat skills, even without internal force. As long as one possesses great strength after mastering these techniques, the Black Commander's strength will still improve. Good. Dongfang Bai would not oppose. Recently, she no longer insisted on practicing the Huashan sword technique, which indicated that she had begun to let go of her feelings for Ling Huchong. Regardless, this is a good phenomenon. In her previous life, the original character with her stubbornness took nearly 2 years to calm her emotions after approaching Dongfang Bubi, but not long after Ling Huchong and others ascended the mountain and dealt her a fatal blow. At this moment, Bai Xiaofan arrived, and many things had already changed. This period was dark for Dongfang Bai. Just then Bai Xiaofan burst into her life, bringing brightness. Bai Xiaofan treated her exceptionally well, almost making her fall completely. At least now the two could drink, chat, and share their thoughts like friends. With a way to relieve emotional burdens, Dongfang Bai would naturally recover. If life deceives you, do not be sad, do not sigh. The gloomy days will pass, and the pleasant days are about to arrive. The heart always yearns for the future, everything is fleeting, and what is past will turn into cherished memories. Past matters will always fade away. Master, you will be fine. Bai Xiaofan often played the role of a psychologist guiding Dongfang Bai. Each time, she would remain silent, resting her chin on her hand, as if listening or lost in thought. However, over time the effect was still there. As the sun rises in the east, I alone shall not be defeated. The Dongfang master with both literary and martial virtues shall unify the martial world for ages to come. This was similar to the sect members chanting slogans. The more they chanted, the more they would slowly recognize and remember some of it. Even if Dongfang Bai's heart was not easily swayed, anyone would yearn for brightness, though some were born into hell. Master. Through persistent effort, Bai Xiaofan gained entry into her inner circle. After venting his frustrations while drunk, he was able to support Dongfang Bai and carefully cover her with a blanket. A martial arts expert, unless trusted, would never allow anyone to come close, even when intoxicated. Thus, Bai Xiaofan had indeed made a breakthrough. However, there was still much effort needed. Time passed slowly, bit by bit. The demon sect expands too rapidly. If this continues, we will soon have no space to exist. The Haimo cliff is steep, easy to defend, but hard to attack. Moreover, Dongfang Bubi's martial arts are unfathomable. Dealing with the demon sect is incredibly difficult. Now, to ensure survival under the demon sect's hands, an alliance is necessary. No, the 5 mountain sword sects must completely merge to become the 5 mountain sect. Indeed, the 5 mountain sword sects are closely connected. Saying it is easy, forming an alliance is simple, but merging means the 4 sect leaders must listen to one among them. With their own sect disappearing, who would be willing? That's right. During this period, the actions of the Sun and Moon sects stirred up the martial world. Smaller sects were terrified because the Sun and Moon sect was like a bloodthirsty beast swallowing everything. They worried that one day it would all fall upon them. But in the face of this situation, they were truly helpless. The gap in strength was too large, the Sun and Moon sect was too powerful. The 5 mountain sword sects, Shaolin and others, were naturally on guard, worried that the Sun and Moon sect would expand and grow stronger, suppressing the righteous path. Ambitious individuals were working to promote the merger of the 5 mountains. Each sect's leader aspired to become the leader after the merger. Thus, bloodshed and fierce competition ensued. Rumor has it that the leader of the Hongshan sect, Master Dingy, was plotted against by a treacherous person and died unexpectedly. The weapon used to kill her was a needle. This resembles the sunflower scripture, and many speculate it was the work of the demon sect's Dongfang Bubi. This is reasonable. If the sword sect attempts to merge and the demon sect turns a blind eye, that would be strange. In my opinion, it must have been Dongfang Bubi's doing. But Dongfang Bubi's martial arts are the best in the world, and Master Dingy was merely a mid-stage innate expert. If he truly wanted to take action, there would be no need for a sneak attack. Ling Hucheng, the abandoned disciple of Huashan, has become the leader of the Hongshan sect. TSK. A big man mingling with a group of nuns. This young hero Ling Hu is indeed unconventional. No wonder Huashan could not accommodate this child. Don't say that this child has always been unruly and has been very close to the demon sect Saintis, and his martial arts are extraordinarily powerful. In summary, rumors were rampant in the martial world with all sorts of speculations. The 2 most important matters were that the 5 mountain sword sects were to merge. Preparations were underway for a martial arts conference to decide the leader after the merger. The second matter was that Ling Hucheng, who had been close to the demon sect Saintis, had become the leader of the Hongshan sect, leading to much gossip. However, Ling Hucheng had always been proud and did not care about worldly prejudices, living according to his own ways. He even felt self-satisfied, believing he had saved the Hongshan sect. Xiang Wentian has made a move. He has released news in the name of the Saintis, summoning a group of martial heroes to unite at Wuba Gang, likely indicating a major operation. On this day, Ouyang Luan suddenly reported. This group of people is poisoned by the 3-corpse brain god pill, which was a contingency left by Ren Wuxing for Ren Yingying. Xiang Wentian intends to subdue these individuals for his own use. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. How should we respond? Ouyang Luan asked. You should spread the word that the killer physician Ping Yiji is at Haimo Cliff and has developed the antidote for the 3-corpse brain god pill. Those who have been poisoned need only join the Sun and Moon sect to become outer disciples. They can regularly take the drug powder to alleviate the poison. If they perform meritorious deeds for our sect, they will be promoted to inner disciples. and the Dongfang master will grant them the antidote to completely eliminate the three-corpse brain god pill. Bai Xiaofan said coldly. Wonderful. A brilliant move to cut off Xiang Wenxin's plans, leaving him empty-handed. Ouyang Luan exclaimed excitedly and hurried to take action. Master the Black Commander should also make an appearance. With the gathering at Wuba Gang and the impending merger of the 5 mountain sword sects, how can our Sun and Moon sect not show our face? Bai Xiaofan inquired. Aren't you going? Dongfang Bai asked. Of course I will accompany the master. The Black Commander's involvement is sufficient, Bai Xiaofan replied with a smile. Indeed, his strength is not invincible, but it is not easy to kill him or capture him, Dongfang Bai nodded and said. Moreover, the martial world is treacherous. With my limited skills, it is safest to stay by the master's side, Bai Xiaofan said again. Is this what you mean by living off a woman? Dongfang Bai smiled slightly, her eyes brightening. What of it? I take pleasure in it. As long as the master does not drive me away, I will stick to you, Bai Xiaofan replied confidently. Shameless, Dongfang Bai shot him a glare. Tell Black Commander to be cautious. At Westlake's Plum Villa news has just arrived. The 4 villa masters have died suddenly, and Rin Wuxing has escaped. This means Xiang Wentian has colluded with him. He might show up at the Battle of 5 Tyrants Mound. Dongfang Bai personally cautioned. Rest assured, Chief, it's fine, Bai Xiaofan responded. As long as you know what you're doing, Dongfang Bai said calmly. By the way, Chief, I plan to develop the Spirit Spring. Perhaps Ping Yizhi can refine a sacred pill like the Great Return Pill to enhance martial arts. Bai Xiaofan suddenly remarked. Still thinking about your inner energy, eh? Dongfang Bai exposed him. Of course that's a factor. However, if the Great Return Pill is truly developed, the Sun-Moon Sect's foundation will surge immensely. The reason Shaolin has stood for centuries is not unrelated to this pill. Bai Xiaofan laughed. Very well. Dongfang Bai naturally wouldn't oppose. Afterwards, Bai Xiaofan sought out Ping Yizhi and explained the matter. Spirit Spring. Ping Yizhi was puzzled. It is a sacred relic of our sect. Bai Xiaofan said coldly. Yes, your subordinate will do their utmost. Trembling before Dongfang Bai, Ping Yizhi knelt and replied. Thus dismissing Ping Yizhi and assigning other tasks to Ouyang Luan and others, Bai Xiaofan looked up with a smile. Chief, let them handle things, or why not indulge in some romance? At Blackwood Cliff at this very moment, hearing the words wind, flowers, snow, and moon is intriguing. Dongfang Bai smiled, a faint curve lifting the corners of her mouth somewhat unrestrained. Chief, you smiled, Bai Xiaofan murmured. What of it? Dongfang Bai said nothing. I simply feel that the chief is stunning when smiling, especially this mischievous grin. It suits you perfectly, appearing so unfettered, free, bold, and unbound. I love seeing the chief wear such a smile, as if encountering something joyous, and it drives me to distraction. Flattering me again. Dongfang Bai was pleased. Absolutely not. Bai Xiaofan vowed. Thus, with Black Commander absent, Dongfang Bai hardly practiced swordsmanship anymore. Below, Ping Yizhi, Ouyang Luan, and others busied themselves with various mundane affairs, while Bai Xiaofan, on the other hand, had leisure time tending to flowers and plants, researching exquisite cuisine, and amusing Dongfang Bai. Their relationship, unbeknownst to them, grew closer. Bai Xiaofan, witty and charming, knew how to flirt, leaving Dongfang Bai blushing and her heart racing. The sun rises in the east, only I remain undefeated, O Lord of the East, accomplished in both civil and martial arts. May you live 1,000 autumns and 10,000 years, unifying the martial world. The inner disciple's slogan was no longer mere formality, but carried a hint of sincerity, a testament to Bai Xiaofan's brainwashing taking effect. In short, undisturbed, Bai Xiaofan was living a blissful life. Meanwhile, at Green Bamboo Alley in a bamboo hut, Uncle Xiang. What happened? Ren Yingying asked Xiang Wentian, who rushed in urgently. Holy Maiden, the Sun-Moon sect has imprisoned Ping Yizhi and claims he has developed the antidote to the 3 corpses brain god pill. Anyone who defects to Blackwood Cliff, passes the disciple assessment, and ascends to the inner sect will be granted the antidote. Xiang Wenxin's face darkened. If that's the case, will those poisons still heed our commands? Ren Yingying's expression shifted with concern. My lady, how could that be? Once the poison is lifted, even if they don't turn against us, it's the best we can hope for. Dongfang Booby has been focused on cultivation, delving into the Sunflower Manual, and pays little attention to sect affairs. This venomous scheme can only be that brat's doing. Xiang Wentian said, through gritted teeth, his face livid. Does my father know? Ren Yingying asked hastily. The chief has just escaped and is weakened. He's in seclusion healing and shouldn't be disturbed. Xiang Wentian frowned. Then what do we do? Ren Yingying inquired. That brat is vicious, striking us with this move. A brilliant cutting off the fuel supply. Our only course now is to set off immediately for 5 Tyrants Mound and race against time with him. This news hasn't fully spread in the martial world, yet we can first rally some people. Once Chief Ren emerges from seclusion, he can awe the masses, preventing these people from harboring dissent. Then under his banner we can seize Blackwood Cliff, slay Dongfang Booby, and whether or not we have the antidote, things will be manageable. A flicker of ferocity crossed Xiang Wenqian's face as he prepared to strike first. Cut the knot swiftly. Before some learned the news, he would spirit away a group of experts. Uncle Xiang, is that Bai Xiaofan you mentioned really that similar to Brother Chong? Ren Yingying asked. Indeed, like twins. Xiang Wenqian said. When we return to Blackwood Cliff, we must teach him a lesson. He'll never allow anyone to tarnish Brother Chong's image. Ren Yingying's face hardened. The key is Dongfang Booby. Once we succeed, that brat is nothing but a clown. Xiang Wenqian said. Let's go. Ren Yingying nodded. So without delay the two set out swiftly. After over 10 days they finally arrived at Five Tyrants Mount. By then many heroes had already gathered on the hill. Most were insignificant, but among them were formidable figures such as Monk Bujia, the 6 Immortals of Peach Valley, and Lan Fengwang of the 5 Poison Sect, all masters of the Xiantian realm. Lan Fengwang of the 5 Poison Sect, an early Xiantian expert, was skilled in using poison and raising goo. Monk Bujia, a mid-Xiantian master, possessed profound inner energy. This monk, unaffiliated with any sect, and a meat and wine indulger, had inner force so deep it rivaled the leaders of the 5 mountain sword sects. Then there were the 6 Immortals of Peach Valley. Though seemingly mad, each was an early Xiantian expert. When united, they could even contend with mid-Xiantian opponents. Additionally, there were a few lesser-known early Xiantian martial artists. These people were accustomed to freedom. If not for the poison, how could they have been so easily controlled and commanded by Ren Yingying? Xiang Wenqian, you've arrived just in time. What business do you have with us? Peach Blossom, Immortal of the 6 Immortals, asked bluntly. Holy Maiden, what are your orders? Lan Fengwang addressed Ren Yingying respectfully. The reason I've gathered you all is that Chief Ren has re-emerged in the martial world, determined to attack Blackwood Cliff, slay Dongfang Booby, and restore the Sun Moon Sect's glory. Xiang Wenqian incited. Ren Wuxing. Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock. After all, Ren Wuxing had once dominated the martial world. Even now the mere mention of him still stirred unease. Yet the Xiantian experts quickly regained their composure. Monk Bujia questioned, Xiang Wenqian, do you expect me to believe your one-sided story? Exactly where is Chief Ren? Someone chimed in. If you all follow me to a certain place, you will naturally see my father, Ren Yingying declared. I doubt it's that simple. Killing Dongfang Booby won't be just using us as cannon fodder, will it? Besides, Ren Wuxing won't show himself. You Xiang Wenqian alone aren't qualified. Minor matters might be one thing, but this is Blackwood Cliff. I've heard Dongfang Booby's martial arts are unparalleled at their peak. To put it bluntly, even Ren Wuxing today might not be his match. Sending us against Dongfang Booby is no different from sending us to our deaths. Monk Bujia roared. Don't forget you're all afflicted with the 3 corpses brain god pill. Xiang Wenqian threatened. Ha ha ha. But I've heard that the famed physician Ping Yizhi is at Blackwood Cliff. The Sun Moon Sect has announced that anyone passing the review and ascending to the inner sect will be granted the antidote for a complete cure. An early Xiantian expert sneered. What? Everyone was taken aback. I've heard the rumor too, but I couldn't believe it. Ping Yizhi, this poison was originally developed by that old fellow. Is it true or false? Chaos erupted as discussions broke out. The matter of the antidote was far too crucial. Nonsense. A murderous glint flashed in Xiang Wenqian's eyes. He suddenly sprang up, striking the instigating early Xiantian expert with a palm. You? The expert, caught off guard, died on the spot. Xiang Wenqian, how dare you attack? Monk Bujia bellowed. There is no antidote for the 3 corpses brain god pill. Everyone, if you don't want to suffer a death of ruptured bowels and agonizing pain, and still wish to obtain the medicinal powder for relief, you must follow the Holy Maiden and come with us to pay homage to Chief Ren. Xiang Wenqian asserted forcefully. His aggressive stance, however, made others hesitate to act rashly. Monk Bujia, the 6 Immortals of Peach Valley, and other Xiantian experts were also filled with doubt. Ha! Xiang Wenqian, you truly are an ungrateful wolf. The Lord of the East has not moved against you, giving you a chance, yet you dare to gather followers and rebel against the sect. An unforgivable crime. Everyone, Ping Yizhi is at Blackwood Cliff. The medicinal powder in Ren Yingying's hands was also refined by Ping Yizhi. Even if it can't completely cure the poison, joining the Sun Moon Sect will keep you safe. Moreover, the Lord of the East is not one to deceive you. If he says there is an antidote, there is. While Ren Wuxing is absent, act quickly, capture Xiang Wenqian and the Holy Maiden, and it will be counted as your merit. Suddenly, as everyone hesitated, a loud laugh rang out, and Black Commander made his entrance. By his side stood the Hall Master of Merits of the Sun Moon Sect. The sun rises in the east, only I remain undefeated. Behind the two stood hundreds of inner disciples of the Hall of Merits, clad in black robes. Their martial arts were all above the late Hotian realm. Flee! Xiang Wenqian roared. He hadn't expected that despite their haste, they were still a step too late. Taking Ren Yingying, he prepared to break through the encirclement. Stay, the 6 immortals of Peach Valley shouted in unison. Take this. Monk Bujia hurled his Buddhist beads, a hidden weapon. Protect the holy maiden. Lan Fenghuang of the 5 Poison sect gritted her teeth and shouted. Some harbored ill intentions while others remained loyal to Ren Yingying and Xiang Wentian. Kill. Blades flashed, and swords clashed, heads rolled in the melee. Let's move too, Black Commander said. Seize them. The Hall Master of Merits waved his hand. A disagreement leads to a fierce confrontation typical of the martial world. It's not that they have violent tempers, they are simply too eager for the antidote. Moreover, compared to the now-vanished Ren Wuxing Dongfang Bubi, is at the height of his power his reputation even more formidable. With Commander He stepping forward boldly stating that there is an antidote that can completely dispel the poison, naturally the likes of He Jing and the 6 immortals of Peach Valley would take the risk. Who would willingly endure a lethal poison, suffering intermittently, and being at the mercy of others. Initially Ren Yingying had them befriend Ling Huchong. It was just a trivial matter, at most a loss of face. There's no need to upset the young lady over this, otherwise if the antidote were delayed by a few days he would have to endure excruciating pain that is worse than death. However, now dealing with Dongfang Bubi is a matter of life and death. Who wouldn't weigh their options? Moreover, these people are well aware that even if Ren Wuxing were to succeed in his ambitions, he could not possibly resolve the 3 corpses brain god pill. The risks involved are considerable. A single misstep could cost one their head. Thus Commander He declared that everyone must make a decision. Kill. The scene descended into chaos with blades flashing and bodies colliding. Those in the later stages of Foundation establishment are not much of a threat. The outcome is primarily determined by the experts. Among them Ren Yingying is not particularly formidable. The key figures are Xiang Wentian, the monk Bujia, and the 6 immortals of Peach Valley, all of whom shouted in unison and launched an attack. At this moment, it is not the time to speak of martial ethics. Ren Yingying and Lan Fenghuang stood back to back, one wielding a sword, and the other using poison, dealing with the remaining early-stage innate experts. Ren Yingying, you cannot escape, Commander He said in a low voice. Stop talking nonsense. Ren Yingying naturally would not concede. Today I will capture you and take you to the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. Commander He sneered. His target was Ren Yingying. After all, in his eyes the weight of the female protagonist is heavier than Xiang Wentian. Is it bad? Is that the star absorption technique? How could this be? My internal energy. Xiang Wentian, you actually learned Ren Wuxing's demonic art. At this moment the monk Bujia and others exclaimed. It turned out to be a mutual exchange of blows, with Xiang Wentian unleashing the long-lost star absorption technique. This unexpected attack pinned down the innate experts, and Xiang Wentian laughed heartily, saying, Ha! This is just the little star absorption technique, a simplified version of the star absorption technique. Will you not surrender? Despicable. Let go of my brother. The 6 immortals of Peach Valley cursed loudly, their faces pale. Hold on, he won't last long. This foreign true energy is not so easily dispelled. The monk Bujia gathered his energy, a green light emanating from his face, as if forcibly operating his internal skills. You are right, he is not Ren Wuxing. The Hall Master shouted. Xiang Wentian, take this punch. Commander He had to stop and change direction. Bang! With a swing of his iron fist, he unleashed tremendous force, directly separating Xiang Wentian from the others. Then, without losing momentum, he charged in with fists and feet incredibly fierce. Latest Diginate. PFF. Xiang Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood. From this, it could be observed that his little star absorption technique was indeed barely managing against the monk Bujia and others, and he had already suffered internal injuries. Commander He's attack was naturally overwhelming. Take this. Commander He shouted repeatedly. Saint Ant, hurry and go. A fierce look flashed across Xiang Wentian's face. The monk Bujia and others sat cross-legged to circulate their energy to heal. After injuring Xiang Wentian, Commander He reached for Ren Yingying and Lan Fenghuang, but the 2 women clearly did not expect Xiang Wentian to be so ungrateful, abandoning them and fleeing. Uncle Xiang, Ren Yingying exclaimed in panic, her eyes filled with anger. Leave him, Commander He sneered. In an instant he attacked again, easily dealing with those in the early stages of Foundation establishment with his latest innate power. In just a few moves Ren Yingying could not defend herself, her sword snatched away and thrown down hard. Saint Ant! Lan Fenghuang screamed. Just as she was about to use poison, Commander He grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. Lan Fenghuang struggled repeatedly, but it was futile, her face turning red. Before me do you think you have a chance to strike? Commander He sneered. The suffocating sensation of death drove her mad. Despair suddenly appeared on Lan Fenghuang's face. Commander He's expression was cold. Just when she was about to lose consciousness, he suddenly released her, and she immediately collapsed, gasping for air. What do you want? If you are sensible, let me go. Otherwise, my father will definitely. Ren Yingying raised her gaze, glaring at Commander He and gritting her teeth, implying that she still hoped to use Ren Wuxing's name to threaten him. Truly ignorant of the danger, everyone present thought to themselves, this girl is going to suffer. The Hall Master thought. Indeed, Commander He would not be lenient with her. The young lattice temper. He went up, grabbed her hair, and delivered several hard slaps to her face. Ren Yingying bit her teeth to suppress her screams, but being publicly slapped, the red and clear handprints on her face were humiliating. An indescribable feeling of humiliation and helplessness surged in her heart. My father will kill you. Ren Yingying screamed defiantly. Slap, slap. Commander He struck her left and right. Brother Chong, he won't let you go either. Slap, slap. Despicable scoundrel, are you trying to make me submit? Dream on. You wish. Go die. She is the Saint Aunt, how can you? Lan Fenghuang lunged forward, her tone pleading. Saint Aunt. No, she is not, as she is a rebellious traitor who deserves severe punishment. Commander He spoke coldly, unmoved. Just a lesson would suffice. There was no rush to deal with the female protagonist. This place was not within the Blackwood Cliffs territory. The female protagonist was extremely lucky, and perhaps some unexpected event would occur to rescue her. Thus, to avoid complications, Commander He decided to leave immediately. Will you follow me to Blackwood Cliff, or? He asked. Of course I will follow you. To be frank, I have long admired Master Dongfang the monk, Bu Jie said promptly. So do we. Let's go to pay our respects. The 6 immortals of Peach Valley clamored. Hurry up and set off. These people were anxious. The antidote concerns life and death. Who wouldn't care? Let's go back. Commander He said lightly. Yes, the Hall Master responded. After that, these martial arts experts followed Commander He and the others, leaving Wuba Ridge and heading toward the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. The group was noisy and lacked discipline, but Commander He didn't mind, as these people were originally a mob. Furthermore, the monk Bu Jie and the 6 immortals of Peach Valley were not to be underestimated, and Commander He would still give them face. Firstly, there was no enmity between the two sides. Secondly, these individuals were highly skilled, and joining the Sun and Moon Holy Cult would strengthen the sect's foundation, which is a good thing. Naturally, Commander He had no reason to offend them. The monk Bu Jie and the 6 immortals of Peach Valley quickly became familiar with Commander He. From some details, they felt respected. Commander He had never used the antidote to coerce them into doing anything. He simply mentioned that by joining the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, obeying the Master's orders, and making contributions, they could earn promotions. With promotions would come the antidote. In this way, the monk, Bu Jie, and others would receive the antidote through their own efforts rather than begging and being looked down upon. Previously, seeking the antidote from Ren Yingying was not so simple. They often had to endure her teasing, being humiliated, and made to play nice with dignified innate experts, lowering their status to please an ordinary girl. If she was unhappy, she would casually strike and punish who could willingly accept such treatment. Comparing the two, although both had access to the antidote, Commander He was much more comforting. Thus, they all referred to each other as brothers. Although this journey was to capture Xiang Wentian, apprehending the Holy Maiden is still a significant achievement. I will certainly report this to the Master, and with this, merit promotion to the inner sect will be a certainty. At that time, the antidote will be a trivial matter, won't it? Captain He chuckled. Thank you. Monk Bu Jie and the 6 immortals of Peach Valley expressed mild surprise. Ultimately, it is for the Master's service, Captain He said. When the sun rises in the east only, I shall be undefeated. Along the way, hundreds of inner sect disciples shouted slogans. Such a grand show will surely attract attention from all sides. If one wishes for secrecy, one must refrain from action. In this world, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Thus, the 5 Supremes' ridge battle ensued. Even the news of Ren Wuxing's return to the martial world spread like wildfire. However, what was even more shocking was that the Sun Moon Holy Cult was not at all exaggerated. To actually force Xiang Wentian to flee for his life, and even capture Ren Yingying, is a tremendous provocation for Ren Wuxing. Who is that person in black attire? This person likely has reached the late stage of innate, otherwise Xiang Wentian wouldn't be fleeing. How could the Sun Moon Holy Cult quietly give rise to such a figure? Captain He, the abbot of Shaolin, is he of that caliber? Hiss. In an instant, the martial world was thrown into a bloodbath of discussions. The 5 mountain sword sect, upon receiving such news, could not help but hasten their merger. We must find a way to curb the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Taoist Chongxiu of Wudong paid a visit to Shaoshi Mountain, his expression heavy. Rest assured, there is still Ren Wuxing. There must be a fierce battle between him and Dongfang Bubi, and moreover, Ren Yingying being in Dongfang Bubi's hands, how could a father remain indifferent? I fear that soon there will be a decisive battle at Blackwood Cliff, said the abbot. Ren Wuxing has lain low for many years, his treasured sword gathering dust. Can he match Dongfang Bubi? Taoist Chongxiu asked. Let that demon test the waters first, and with the 5 mountain sword sect launching an attack, we can adapt accordingly. The abbot of Shaolin replied calmly. Abbot's strategy is commendable, I admire it, said Chengxiu. Ba, he joined his palms together. Meanwhile, Captain He hastened his journey with the female lead by his side. On that day, news from Songshan reports that the 5 mountain sword sect has convened and Zhuo Lengchan has been defeated with Hua Shan's Yu Buchuan seizing the position of sect leader. As they traveled midway, the Hall Master of Military Merits reported. Oh, what else? Captain He said dismissively. Yu Buchuan indeed has skills. He blinded Zhuo Lengchan, and the disciples of Hua Shan are extremely familiar with the sword techniques of the 5 mountain sword sect. It is said that even an ordinary disciple can counter the elders' sword techniques. Moreover, there is a crucial point. Yu Buchuan publicly boasted, asserting that the Cliff of Remorse at Huashan is inscribed with the sword techniques of the 5 mountain sword sect, even containing the ultimate skills researched by the previous 10 elders of our Sun Moon holy cult. The 10 elders were trapped and killed by righteous men at Huashan. Near death, they left their insights on the Cliff of Remorse, completely unraveling the martial arts of the 5 mountain sword sect. Yu Buchuan invited the 5 mountains sect to Huashan to study the sword techniques. If this news is true, their strength will rapidly increase, exclaimed Captain He. What a gentlemanly sword, Yu Buchuan. Monk Bu Jie listened with a solemn expression. I said long ago that Yu Buchuan is a treacherous person, and it is as I suspected, shouted the Taoist of Peach Blossom. Indeed, the so-called gentlemanly sword. I see him as nothing more than a hypocrite, spoke the crowd. What about Ling Huchong? Did he also go to Huashan? Captain He asked. No, Ling Huchong led the group back to Hengshan, replied the Hall Master of Military Merits. Suddenly, he reminded, it is rumored that Ling Huchong and the Holy Maiden have an unusual relationship. Since we have captured the Holy Maiden, he may come to intercept us on the way. You are not mistaken, that is no rumor. Ling Huchong and Ren Yingying are definitely involved. He is the Holy Maiden's lover. Ba? Still calling her the Holy Maiden. One wonders what kind of seductive methods this little vixen used to lead Ling Huchong astray, reducing him from a prominent disciple of a righteous sect to a discarded pupil. What other methods could there be but beauty tricks? You know, back then when Ling Huchong was severely injured, this little vixen couldn't sit still and urgently summoned our heroes from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks to heal him. The brothers endured their heartache and offered up their most precious healing medicines. Is that all? We, the 6 immortals of Peach Valley, kindly treated that kid's injuries, but just a slight mishap, and she sent Monk Bu Jie to hunt us down. Luckily, we managed to escape. The 6 immortals of Peach Valley feared that chaos would ensue. Everyone shouted loudly, all rough men, and their words were coarse and vulgar. Even worse, someone pointed at Ren Yingying's nose, cursing her as a lowly maid and a little vixen. Ren Yingying trembled all over, her charming face flushed crimson, having been humiliated so many times that she wished she could faint. If she slightly resisted, she would be suppressed, and afterward the punishments would become even harsher. Slaps, forced kneeling, these were all commonplace. You will regret this. Ren Yingying cried out, tears streaming down her face. Her flower-like beauty and graceful figure were of no help at this moment. Stripped of her heroine's halo, she was nothing but a spoiled and willful young lady. At this moment, having lost her pride, all her dignity was ruthlessly trampled upon, left at the mercy of others. Whoa! Ren Yingying sobbed continuously. Her eyes were red, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly haggard. However, the 6 immortals of Peach Valley hated her to the core, while Captain He, unlike Ling Huchong, had no compassion at all. Thus, this was the darkest day of Ren Yingying's life. Even when Ren Wuxing disappeared, she had not suffered much. After all, at that time, she still had Xiang Wentian to protect her, and Dongfang, by seeing her young, did not hold her accountable. Now it was different. The Holy Maiden had grown up, becoming a stunning beauty, standing tall and graceful. And Captain He's heart was as hard as stone. Saint Ant, do not be afraid. As long as we are alive, we still have a chance to turn the tables. Let's escape to the elders. They will definitely seek help from Master Ren. And there's also Ling Huchong, whose martial arts have now reached their peak. Lan Fenghuang restrained her sorrow and encouraged, yes. Father and Chongge will definitely come to rescue me. Ren Yingying nodded. Therefore, during this time, do not argue with those people. Suppress your grievances in your heart. Do not voice them, or you will only suffer more. Lan Fenghuang spoke earnestly. I understand. Ren Yingying gritted her teeth. However, it is easier said than done. With her temper as a young lady, how could she endure such humiliation? Moreover, having to lower herself is too difficult, especially every day hearing filthy words in her ears, feeling humiliated and angry to the point of despair. Fortunately, another event occurred that day. Kill Lin Pingji. I will fight you to the end. Be careful. As they arrived in Luoyang, a series of fierce roars echoed from the forest ahead, followed by a cry of alarm. The swords clanged and the blades flashed as a powerful aura surged. There were innate experts in combat, and the sounds of a woman crying could be heard. The scouting disciples discovered a few corpses belonging to the Qingqing sect. After the hall master of the Battle Achievement Hall sent people to investigate, he said gravely, Qingqing sect. The others, including Monk Bu Jia, were astonished. Let's go in and see for ourselves. The Black Commander said calmly. He was bold and skilled and could roughly guess what was happening. As the crowd entered, they saw that a fierce battle was still ongoing in the forest. Hundreds of Qingqing sect disciples lay scattered on the ground, their bodies shattered, blood flowing everywhere. Some were still gasping for breath, while others had already succumbed. A beautiful woman, looking haggard and full of worry, was fixated on a young man in the arena. This man executed strange sword techniques with astonishing speed. His opponent was the leader of the Qingqing sect, along with a rather unsightly hunchback. That's the Ming Tuo from the North, Mu Gaofeng, said the Battle Achievement Hall master. That kid seems to be Lin Pingji from the Fui escort. It is rumored that his family was destroyed, and he joined Mount Hua, later becoming the son-in-law of Yu Buchuan. Someone among the heroes spoke up. What shall we do? The hall master inquired, as encountering a disciple from Mount Hua was an opportunity not to be missed. Wait a moment, they cannot escape. The Black Commander said indifferently. Understood. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. With a wave of the master's hand, the inner disciples spread out, maintaining a distance while encircling the area. Monk Bu Jia and the 6 fairies of Peach Valley, these innate experts, could not help but feel invigorated, always ready to showcase their skills and earn merits. That must be Yu Buchuan's daughter, right? Quite infatuated. Suddenly Tao Huaxian said. It is her. What a lovesick girl, but her father is usurping the 5 Mountains Sword sect, attempting to oppose our sect. Such a crime cannot be forgiven. Capture her and take her back to Blackwood Cliff. That would be a significant achievement. Yu Lingshan, after all, was an important female supporting character, easily recognizable. Huh. The crowd was filled with excitement. Interesting. The Black Commander said calmly. Who are you people? Yu Lingshan naturally noticed the group, led by the Black Commander. However, the Black Commander remained silent, and Monk Bu Jia and the others ignored her. Little Lin, be careful, and stop for now. Yu Lingshan wanted to give a few reminders, but Lin Pingji was already consumed by rage and could not stop. The sea of blood, a deep grudge, and the hatred of exterminating his family. He had carried this burden for too long, the immense pressure even forcing him to self-harm, all for this very moment. Today a golden opportunity lay before him, and Lin Pingji would not give it up. Take this. The leader of Qingqing's face turned ashen, a sinister expression flashing across his face. Taking advantage of Mu Gaofeng entangling Lin Pingji, he was sprayed with poison from the hunchback's back and decisively launched a sneak attack. Although Lin Pingji's martial arts were high, he still lacked experience in the Jianghu and was immediately slashed by a sword. However, the leader of Qingqing also suffered. Lin Pingji's swift sword pierced through him. Puff! Mu Gaofeng also lost his combat ability, and the leader of Qingqing dropped dead. I have avenged my family. Wahaha! My eyes, I'm blinded. Lin Pingji howled in anguish, but after a moment, he realized something was wrong. Kid, you've been splashed by my hunchback's poison. Your eyes are ruined. Haha. Mu Gaofeng laughed maniacally, dying with hatred. Little Lin. Yu Lingshan hurriedly went to support Lin Pingji. Get away. You two are here to deceive me again. Your father is a hypocrite. Lin Pingji pushed Yu Lingshan away and stumbled to the ground, cursing loudly. Pingji, listen to me. There must be some misunderstanding here. Yu Lingshan said in pain. You two acting out a tragic scene. The Black Commander said. Who are you? Lin Pingji calmed down. People from the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. Lin Pingji. You have seen through Yu Buchuan's true nature. He is cunning and treacherous, and now he has become the leader of the 5 Mountains Alliance. On your own, you cannot compete with him. The Black Commander said indifferently. I have his daughter in my hands. Oh, what is there to fear? Lin Pingji roared fiercely. Pingji, you. Yu Lingshan looked at him in a daze. Not enough. The Jianghu is perilous, and one must always be on guard. Unless you kill her, Yu Buchuan has countless ways to rescue her and then eliminate you. You cannot just go without eating, drinking, or sleeping, can you? But if you kill this girl, you will have nothing left. Just think about it. A blind man with the evil sword manual wandering the Jianghu will become a target for many. The Black Commander said. What do you want? Lin Pingji's face darkened. I will give you the opportunity to join the Sun and Moon Holy Cult and come with me to Blackwood Cliff. The renowned healer Pingji is there. Perhaps he can cure your eyes. The Black Commander dangled the bait. Pingji, do not believe his lies. Yu Lingshan's complexion changed drastically. Go on. Lin Pingji said coldly. Yu Buchuan is ambitious and also a serious threat to our Sun and Moon Holy Cult. You have enmity with him. The enemy of my enemy can be a friend. What do you think? The Black Commander pressed on. Can the Sun and Moon Holy Cult protect me? Lin Pingji felt tempted. The Eastern leader is unparalleled and unmatched in martial arts. Our Sun and Moon Holy Cult will eventually unify the Jianghu. If we cannot protect you, wouldn't that be a joke? The Black Commander sneered. Indeed, take her daughter, capture her to Blackwood Cliff, and lure Yu Buqian to rescue her, then set up an ambush there. You should practice well, or perhaps you and your father-in-law will have a chance to fight. At that time, do not lose so easily. Monk Bujia also spoke up. Moreover, I have heard that this evil sword manual was derived from the sunflower manual modified by your ancestor Lin Yu into creating the sword technique. However, it has many flaws. As long as you achieve merits for our cult, I can persuade the leader to help you perfect the evil sword manual. The Black Commander said. Good. Lin Pingji no longer hesitated. Let's go unlock this girl and those two together and take them along. The Black Commander nodded. Ren Yingying, where is the senior brother? Yu Lingshan, having her hands bound with ropes and her acupoint sealed, looked closely and finally identified Ren Yingying. You don't need to worry about that. Ren Yingying's expression was wooden. Lan Fenghuang also ignored her, so the three beautiful women, all leading ladies and supporting characters, were tied together by a rope with a horse in front pulling them along. With a crackle, there were groups of Jianghu people all around. They showed no mercy to the delicate ladies. If they walked a bit slowly, they might even receive lashes. Yu Lingshan experienced the same pain as Ren Yingying and Lan Fenghuang. But what made her even more disheartened was that her husband Lin Pingji remained indifferent while she suffered and was tormented. Pingji, do you hate my father this much? Yu Lingshan could not comprehend, curled up and crying after receiving a lash. Are you heartbroken? The Black Commander said indifferently. How could it be? She deserves it. Lin Pingji said hatefully. Whoa! Upon hearing this, Yu Lingshan's face was filled with despair. Afterwards on the road, the sobbing leading lady and supporting characters became like grasshoppers tied together. Brother Chong, senior brother. After a grueling journey and much suffering, Ren Yingying and Yu Lingshan finally saw a glimmer of hope. The Sun Moon Holy Cult's capture of Ren Yingying and Yu Lingshan was no secret. It had been an open rumor throughout the martial world. Though they traveled swiftly, they were still overtaken. Seeing Ling Huchong, Ren Yingying, Yu Lingshan, and Lan Fenghuang were all overcome with emotion, as if all the grievances of recent days were about to pour forth. So you have come, Black Commander said coldly, using such despicable means to bully women. What kind of heroes are you of the Sun Moon Holy Cult? You are a Xiantian martial artist. Do you not feel shame? Ling Huchong's eyes blazed with fury. Brother Chong, save me. Ren Yingying called out excitedly. Senior brother Yu Lingshan said, her expression complex. Ling Huchong's face was dark as he stared intently at Black Commander. Tell me, what must I do to have them released? A hero saving a damsel in distress. Young Master Ling Hu, do you truly believe you are a savior? Black Commander sneered. Have you no shred of humanity? If you only bully women, why not take it out on me? Ling Huchong roared with righteous indignation. The Sun Moon Holy Cult is called demonic by you. All who enter our gates walk the demonic path. Since we are demons, either way, why speak of humanity? Moreover, the so-called righteous and evil are written by the victors. Let me ask you, Ren Yingying's father is guilty of countless crimes and murders. You, young hero, claim to be righteous. So why in the dungeon at Meizhuang on West Lake did you not strike him down for the good of the world? Instead, you allowed Ren Wuxing to return to the world. His hands are stained with innocent blood. Furthermore, I hear you are an orphan raised from childhood on Mount Hua. Yu Buqian, for all his faults, never struck first against you, yet you betrayed Mount Hua in ingratitude. In the struggle between enemies, it is life or death, and you speak to me of humanity. Black Commander said coldly. I could not defeat Ren Wuxing, nor did I know his identity. Ling Huchong said somewhat guiltily. And afterward, when you did know? Black Commander pressed. He is Yingying's father. How could I break her heart? Ling Huchong said instinctively. Then he clenched his fists and fell silent, knowing full well that this excuse was weak. Yu Buqian raised you from childhood, even intending to betroth his precious daughter to you. That man exhausted himself to sustain the Mount Hua sect, dreaming of its revival. Yet you, as his chief disciple and senior brother. When you acquired the Duga 9 swords, did you ever think of the Mount Hua sect? Black Commander's words struck home. I promised Grandmaster Feng that the Duga 9 swords would not be passed on, Ling Huchong said. Then what of the sword techniques carved on the cliff at Sigua Cliff? Feng Qingyang likely did not forbid you from speaking of them. You could have informed Yu Buqian that you had accidentally discovered the legacy of the 10 elders on Sigua Cliff. Those profound techniques could counter all the moves of the 5 mountain sword sects. A great boon to the Mount Hua sect at that time, Black Commander continued. I didn't think of that then, Ling Huchong said, speechless. You were blinded by love and forgot the Mount Hua sect. Ling Huchong could not speak. His eyes reddened with shame, yet he still clenched his fists and roared, even if I am wrong, even if I am a fame-seeking hypocrite, an ungrateful ingrate, that is no excuse for you to bully women. Release them, or do not blame me for being rude. You want me to release them? Black Commander asked oddly. Yes. Ling Hucheng forced back his rage. In your eyes, she is the sacred lady, whatever that means, but to me she is a traitor to the cult, colluding with Xiang Wentian to free Ren, wishing sharpening their blades to attack our Haima cliff. And your junior sister's father, Yubuchuan, is uniting the 5 mountains to oppose our cult. So they are not innocent in my eyes, they are enemies. Once they are enemies, it matters not whether they are common folk martial artists or women. You want to save them? If you have the skill, then attack. If you only spout nonsense from a moral high ground, then shut up, Black Commander said flatly. Forgive my impertinence. With that, Ling Hucheng struck without warning. He seemed to realize that reason was futile, only strength would decide the matter. Well struck, Black Commander bellowed. In an instant, 2 latest-stage Xiantian martial artists clashed, flashing and leaping amidst the gleam of blades and swords. The Duga 9 swords were indeed exquisite and cunning, and Ling Hucheng's internal energy was at its peak. Yet his opponent was Black Commander. No matter what brilliant moves he employed, if he could not break through the defense, it was all in vain. Black Commander's body had almost no flaws. To use the Duga 9 swords to overcome strength with skill, one must find the opponent's weakness. But Black Commander had no weakness. Thus, as incredible as it seemed, the situation on the field was hopeless. Ling Hucheng unleashed many exquisite sword techniques, but Black Commander was unafraid. No matter how fast the attack or how cunning the angle, Black Commander could ignore it, unhurriedly adapting to every change. Though Ling Hucheng's internal energy was deep, and he could sustain his assault, he could not overcome Black Commander's sheer toughness. Bang, bang, bang. Black Commander's martial arts were bold and unrestrained, and after guidance from Dongfang, Bai had fully realized his own strengths. Damn it! Ling Hucheng found himself helpless. It's useless, Black Commander roared. After half an hour, a single clash sent them apart. Had enough? If so, withdraw. We have a journey ahead, Black Commander said calmly. Did Dongfang Booby order you to capture them? Ling Hucheng stood as firm as a pine, his eyes fixed on Black Commander. As members of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, we obey the cult leader. Black Commander replied. I will go with you to the Sun Moon Holy Cult. I wish to see her, Ling Hucheng said. He believed this was Dongfang Bai's doing, trying to separate him from Ren Yingying. Huh. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Why would the cult leader grant you an audience? Black Commander sneered. The others, including Monk Bujia, also wore mocking expressions. Tell her I have come, and she will see me, Ling Hucheng insisted stubbornly. Arrogant fool. Why should I deliver a message for you? Black Commander refused again. Then I will have to force my way in. Ling Hucheng's face darkened. As you wish. Black Commander said dismissively. With a wave of his hand, he led the large procession behind him, personally taking the reins of the horse and moving on. Giddy up. The horse suddenly quickened its pace. The others used their lightness skills, but behind Ren Yingying, Yu Lingshan and Lan Fengwang, tied in a row by ropes, stumbled and staggered, running forward with great effort, sweat pouring down their faces, hair sticking to their skin, a pitiful sight. Yingying, junior sister, I will find a way to rescue you, Ling Hucheng said, his face dark. But wary of Black Commander, he could not act. He could only clench his fists and trail behind the procession. Afterward, there were no more setbacks, and he smoothly returned to the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Ling Hucheng also understood that as long as Commander He was present, he wouldn't find any good fortune, and he had not acted merely following from a distance. At the bottom of Haima Cliff, that kid requests to see the leader, reported the master of the War Merit Hall. Commander He scoffed coldly and said, the leader is busy with important matters. Is it something anyone can just request to see? Go find Ouyang Luan and have him handle it casually. Just say that if there is a suitable opportunity, he will report it. Whether the leader meets him or not is not up to others to decide. I will go right away. The master of the War Merit Hall immediately responded. By the way, let's hold off on this for a moment. Have Ouyang Luan come over and take Lin Pingji to treat his eyes. This cannot be delayed. The sooner treated, the better, and the chances of recovery will be even greater. Suddenly, Commander He seemed to recall something and instructed. Thank you, Commander He. Lin Pingji hurriedly expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. Once you join the Holy Cult, we are all on the same side. Commander He shook his head calmly. Soon Ouyang Luan arrived without even mentioning Ling Hucheng, first taking Lin Pingji to treat his eyes. Lin Pingji felt a warmth in his heart. At that moment, he suddenly realized that joining the Sun Moon Holy Cult wasn't so bad after all. Even if Commander He was trying to win him over, so what? At the very least, it showed that the Sun Moon Holy Cult valued him. He hadn't forgotten that back when he joined the Huashan sect, he was just a low-ranking disciple, often bullied by his peers due to his poor martial skills. Later, he still tried to find ways to attract Yu Lingshan's attention, which made things a bit better. But Lingshan, just as he was walking, Lin Pingji suddenly thought of Yu Lingshan. Having avenged himself, now calm, Lin Pingji began to reflect on whether he had been too harsh on Yu Lingshan. Lin Xiao, brother, what's wrong? Ouyang Luan, who was leading the way, stopped and asked in confusion. It's nothing. Lin Pingji hurriedly replied. Treating my eyes as urgent, I'll discuss Yu Lingshan later. In the short term, Lin Pingji didn't want to face her. Moreover, in order to cultivate the evil repelling sword manual, he had castrated himself, and he no longer considered himself a complete man. A relationship with Yu Lingshan was impossible. Huff. Lin Pingji took a deep breath. Although everything before him was pitch black, he held his chest high and walked with firm steps. Finally, he had avenged himself. He no longer had to fear the schemes of Yu Buchuan. Sun Moon Holy Cult. Smacking his lips, Lin Pingji smiled and quickened his pace. From now on, he would face life with a new attitude, and with a new identity as an inner disciple of the Sun Moon Holy Cult. With innate cultivation, his future advancement to true inheritance was almost a certainty. Lin Xiao, brother, you don't need to be nervous. Ping Yixi's medical skills are top-notch. I have yet to hear of any difficult ailments he cannot treat. So put your heart at ease. You are still young, yet an innate warrior. Such talents are rare in our Sun Moon Holy Cult, and your future is limitless. Ouyang Luan believed Lin Pingji was worried about his eyes and comforted him. Elder, you flatter me. I still have much to learn. In the future, I will rely on Elder Ouyang's guidance in the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Haha, well said. Ouyang Luan laughed heartily. Lin Pingji followed closely, and at this moment, he was willing to trust Commander He and himself. In the future, life would surely be better than before. No longer would he have to be vigilant against underhanded schemes. As for Yu Buchuan, he could only say that he would face whatever came. Moreover, under a big tree, it was nice to enjoy the shade. With the Sun Moon Holy Cult backing him, what was there to fear? Meanwhile, on the other side, Commander He personally arranged accommodations for Monk Bu Jie's group and took out dozens of medicinal powders in front of everyone. He said, take these to relieve the effects of the Three Corpses Brain God pill. As for everyone's contributions, I will find an opportunity to report to the leader. Additionally, according to the rules of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, I must report to the Law Enforcement Hall. Once the contributions are verified, you can receive the antidote. During this time, everyone can familiarize yourselves with Haimu Cliff. Alright. Monk Bu Jie and the others naturally did not object. After arranging a few important matters, Commander He relaxed and directly returned to his cultivation. On the back mountain, the two sat facing each other, sharing a cup of wine. What's wrong? Is there something on your mind? You've been distracted for days, Dongfang Bai suddenly asked. Leader, Bai Xiaofan hesitated to speak. What is it that you can't say? Are you afraid I might eat you? Dongfang Bai laughed, and seeing Bai Xiaofan's demeanor, she became even more curious. Bai Xiaofan tentatively said, Commander He has returned to the mountain. This time, he captured Ren Yinging, Yu Lingshan, and Lan Feng Wang. The three of them are locked up in the dungeon. So what? Dongfang Bai countered. Lan Feng Wang is easy to deal with. Ren Yinging and Yu Lingshan have deep ties to that person. Bai Xiaofan directly stated the crux of the issue. After hearing this, Dongfang Bai's expression changed, becoming somewhat unnatural, yet she insisted, so what if that is the case? Can he rush in and take them? Besides, I have nothing to do with Ling Huchong anymore. I don't want to see him. The people are in our hands. He surely won't give up easily. Moreover, he has already arrived at the foot of Haimu Cliff demanding to see you. Bai Xiaofan said, what do you think? Dongfang Bai's mood was somewhat irritable as she posed the question. It's best not to see him, otherwise he'll think the leader is someone he can summon and dismiss at will. Who does he think he is? What's so great about him? He's just a scumbag. If it were up to me, the leader should just ignore him. Haimu Cliff is like an impregnable fortress with experts aplenty. I want to see what means he has. Bai Xiaofan reasoned. Alright, I'll follow your advice. If you say not to see him, we won't see him. Dongfang Bai's mood was slightly downcast. It was evident that she hadn't completely let go of that matter. Although her inner demons were suppressed, completely forgetting someone was not that easy. Especially when you desperately try to forget, and then in moments like this, that person pops up right in front of you, right by your ear. It's simply unbearable. This feeling was so hard to endure. Thus, Dongfang Bai for the moment genuinely didn't know how to face Ling Huchong. She decided to heed Bai Xiaofan's suggestion and not meet him. Bai Xiaofan comforted her, saying, that person isn't worth it. In fact, leader, you are so beautiful and wonderful. There's absolutely no need to compromise and endure for a man who doesn't cherish you, ultimately getting hurt by him. It's not enough to be hurt. He even has to pop up occasionally to annoy you, to stab you a few more times. Such favoritism is exhausting. I don't want to watch you be sad, nor do I want to see you so tired. Dongfang Bai blinked and said, aren't you also partial to me? What I feel isn't favoritism, nor is it flattery or appeasement. It's cherishing you, because you are a very important person to me, very important indeed. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. I will forget him eventually, but I need time to adjust. Dongfang Bai took a deep breath after hearing this, and seriously told Bai Xiaofan. This was her way of indirectly explaining to Bai Xiaofan that she needed time to move on. Such a woman was exceptionally intelligent and very proud. She wouldn't be left behind longing for him. Even if her heart was heavy, she silently endured it, letting time heal her wounds. Moreover, Dongfang Bai believed she could forget Ling Hucheng. However, in her past life, surrounded by enemies and unable to rest, even for a moment with no one to confide in or comfort her, she was attacked by Ling Hucheng, Ren Wuxing, and others. This led to a surge of anger and confusion, causing her qi to become chaotic and her mind to go astray. In this life, with Bai Xiaofan's efforts, many things had already changed. Dongfang Bai had become much brighter, no longer the fearsome, gloomy figure, and sometimes even wore a mischievous smile. Even though she couldn't completely let go, the traces of Ling Hucheng were gradually being driven out from her heart. Dongfang Bai's condition was excellent, and at such a critical moment, Bai Xiaofan would not allow that annoying person Ling Hucheng to disturb him. Therefore, he instructed Ouyang Luan to keep a close watch and ensure this person didn't sneak in. If he were to force his way in, he would seek out Commander He. That day at the headquarters of the Sun Moon Holy Cult in the conference hall. At this point, Yu Buchuan and Ren Wuxing must have learned that their daughter has fallen into our hands, right? Bai Xiaofan suddenly asked. Certainly, but why has there been no movement? Those present nodded, and the Master of War Merit had a serious expression. On the surface all seems calm, yet beneath there must be tumultuous waves. Regardless of others, we must prepare ourselves, Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Yes, the masters responded in unison. Bai Xiaofan pondered, how is Lin Pingxi's eyesight? It has already healed. Ouyang Luan replied. That's good. Later have him come to the back mountain to find me and transcribe the evil resisting sword manual, which I will present to the master. With the master around to perfect and improve it, this sword technique will be even more complete. Bai Xiaofan looked at Ouyang Luan. He then inquired about the situation of Monk Bujie and the others, hearing that they were adapting well at Haimuya. Even the 6 immortals of Peach Valley behaved properly and did not cause any trouble. They even adapted to the identity of inner disciples, frequently going out on missions hoping to accumulate merit to exchange for antidotes in the future. Very good. Return now. Bai Xiaofan was quite satisfied. Monk Bujie and the 6 immortals of Peach Valley could not be taken lightly. When used well, they could play a significant role. Bai Xiaofan, having once been an emperor, naturally understood that employing people is an art. Placing the right person in the right position would yield good results. With Dongfang Bai's mastery of the Sunflower Manual, a slight improvement could fill in the gaps of the evil resisting sword manual, making this sword manual even more powerful. Let Lin Pingxi practice it. This boy has made remarkable progress. When the time comes, having him face Yu Buchuan alone might not be enough, but with Monk Bujie and the others supporting him, it would be sufficient. Bai Xiaofan was planning. Good steel should be used on the blade. Lin Pingxi is a sharp sword aimed directly at Yu Buchuan. Using the evil resisting sword manual against the evil resisting sword manual, perfect. As for Ren Wuxing, with Commander He taking action, there is no need to fear. The leaders of the 5 Mountain Sword Sect are all mediocre innate practitioners, and Ouyang Luan and the Master of War Merit can handle them. Moreover, Haimuya is easy to defend but hard to attack, filled with traps and hidden weapons, possessing a significant geographical advantage. Have you arranged everything? Dongfang Bai asked nonchalantly. If Yu Buchuan and the others come, they certainly won't return, that's for sure, Bai Xiaofan said confidently. As long as the master does not show mercy, everything will be fine. After saying this, he cautiously observed Dongfang Bai's expression. Mercy. I am as hard-hearted as iron, cold-hearted and cold-blooded, otherwise I wouldn't have been called a demon, Dongfang Bai huffed. That's good. Bai Xiaofan sighed in relief. Soon Lin Pingxi transcribed the evil resisting sword manual and Dongfang Bai revised it. After returning, Lin Pingxi practiced diligently and made rapid progress. In just a few months, he had remarkably broken through from the early innate stage to the mid-innate stage. Such a speed of cultivation was truly astonishing. Ouyang Luan, the Master of War Merit, and others looked on in astonishment. Lin, young brother, may I ask for your guidance? Ouyang Luan had previously mustered the courage to seek out Lin Pingxi several times. The evil resisting sword manual is so formidable, I want to learn it too. Although the evil resisting sword manual has been transcribed and given to Bai Xiaofan according to the rules, elders can learn it by exchanging enough merits. However, it is ultimately Lin Pingxi's family heirloom sword manual. Asking him is a better approach. Elder Ouyang, I do not recommend you practice the evil resisting sword manual. Lin Pingxi smiled. This I can understand, old man. Ouyang Luan looked somewhat displeased. Later, the Master of War Merit and others also tried to probe. So many innate experts were interested in the evil resisting sword manual. Lin Pingxi did not wish to offend, so he could only be frank. Everyone, please do not misunderstand. I have already given the evil resisting sword manual to the master. If you truly wish to learn it, go ask the master, but practicing the sword manual comes at a great cost. Lin Pingxi sighed. Ouyang Luan and the others hurriedly went to inquire. Bai Xiaofan explained the matter regarding the evil resisting sword manual. To practice this skill, one must castrate themselves. What? No wonder Lin Pingxi's tone was so strange, and the higher his martial arts, the more effeminate he became. Ouyang Lin and the others gasped. They had to admire that Lin Pingxi was indeed a ruthless person. If it weren't for revenge, he probably wouldn't have done such a thing. So elders, will you still learn, eh? Bai Xiaofan asked with a half-smile. No, it's better to forget it. Ouyang Lin shook his head repeatedly. These masters left in a huff. As they left, Bai Xiaofan specifically instructed that Lin Pingxi's matter should not be spoken of everywhere. What a joke. This person, despite being crippled, was eager to serve the master with all his heart to repay the favor of being discovered. They must not let rumors extinguish his enthusiasm. Yes, those who knew about this were solemn. They all stated that they would never leak this matter, which was sincere. Lin Pingxi was a tough person with strong martial arts. He would surely have a place in the Sun Moon Holy Cult in the future, and they did not want to offend him for their loose tongues. Thank you. After everyone left, Lin Pingxi emerged from a corner. He was very grateful to Bai Xiaofan for handling this matter, feeling a natural good impression. At the start of his new life, he did not want to face a barrage of verbal attacks. Indifference, mockery, ridicule. Surrounded by such gazes, he truly did not know whether he could control the sword in his hand. Believe me, as long as you become strong, even if one day in the future the world knows what of it. There are countless eunuchs in the palace. If they couldn't handle it, wouldn't they all not live? A true warrior dares to face a bleak life and confront the bloodshed heathen. Bai Xiaofan had recently been enlightening Dongfang by playing the role of a psychologist. Seeing Lin Pingxi feeling somewhat inferior, he habitually poured him a bowl of poisonous chicken soup. I understand now. Lin Pingxi was greatly inspired. He was actually not very old, just 20. After seeking revenge, his mindset adjusted well, and at this moment, he even felt a bit passionate. With the rising sun in the east, I shall not be defeated. Thus the Sun Moon Holy Cult thrived, although there were frictions within, they were not serious. Most of it was healthy competition among inner disciples. Lin Pingxi's martial arts improved rapidly, approaching a transformation. Boom. Commander He absorbed the moonlight, continuously strengthening his foundation. Ouyang Lin, the master of war, merit monk, Bujie, and others would not let their guard down. Kill. The tasks released were immediately claimed by the inner disciples. All followers seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, especially excited. Everyone was eager to take the lead, suppressing their energy to achieve merit for the master. Especially one day, Ping Yiji discovered a kind of spirit pill made using spirit spring water as a medicinal guide. Warriors consuming it could significantly enhance their internal strength. This was a version of the Shaolin Great Pill. As soon as this news broke, everyone was in an uproar. True disciples can accumulate enough merit to exchange for this pill. Additionally, I have already asked Ping Yiji to recruit apprentices and establish a spirit medicine hall. The Spirit Medicine Hall will periodically release tasks to collect precious medicinal materials and refine spirit pills. Ordinary pills can be purchased with gold and silver, while highly toxic ones require merit for exchange. Bai Xiaofan made further arrangements. Yes, everyone shouted excitedly. At this rate, the foundation of the Sun Moon Holy Cult will truly surpass that of Shaolin and Wudong. Dongfang Bai was not ignorant either. He couldn't help but feel emotional. This is a good thing. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Dongfang Bai smiled warmly. 6 months later, the disciples of the Sun Moon Holy Cult spread throughout the rivers and lakes, and many families and small sects allied with the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Many even changed their banners and expanded vigorously. Their territory continuously expanded. Their foundation rapidly strengthened. Countless resources accumulated. Strong warriors gathered like clouds, and experts emerged profusely. Gradually, the sect's atmosphere became palpable. It was a giant behemoth. Heroes violate the law. The demon sect expanded too quickly. Given this situation, the court began to feel uneasy, but there was nothing they could do. Their control over the people in the rivers and lakes had never been strong. In the past, there were also attempts to suppress the martial world, but they could not withstand the frenzied assassinations by martial experts and had to give up. Now, after discussion, they targeted the Sun Moon Holy Cult. The court still couldn't be strong. They could only hope for infighting among the martial people and make issues out of the struggles between righteousness and evil. Thus, various rumors spread widely, sowing discord. Among them, the most outrageous claim was that Dongfang Bubi was in seclusion, attempting to break through the innate confinement. Once he broke through this bottleneck, his martial arts would reach a transformative stage comparable to a terrestrial immortal. By that time, the Sun Moon Holy Cult would sweep through the martial world. First eliminate Shaolin, then destroy Wudong. What a bold claim. Hiss. Could it really be true that Dongfang Bubi's martial arts have reached such a level? That would be terrifying. However, we are all insignificant figures. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. The 5 mountains, Sword Sect, Shaolin, and Wudong can worry about it. Rin Yingying and Yu Lingshan, each having a father, one righteous and one evil, are both big figures in the martial world. I didn't expect their daughters to become servants washing men's feet every night. Huh. I said such a lowly maid should have been dealt with harshly long ago. I heard that in order to save their lives, the two of them disregarded their dignity and actively approached, pleading on their knees to become Bai Xiaofan's concubines. In the end, they were even looked down upon and ultimately became mere foot washers. Rumors spread everywhere. They mainly divided into two parts. The larger part spoke of Dongfang Bubi's ambition and martial skills, while the latter was secondary. The other version about Rin Yingying and Yu Lingshan's news had many variations, narrating vividly, as if witnessed firsthand. It couldn't be contained. Moreover, when it comes to women, men in the martial world are all excited. Such matters are often reckoned in the worst possible light. Therefore, in no time, the reputations of Rin Yingying and Yu Lingshan were utterly ruined. Infamous. Moreover, some even wove a sordid love triangle between the two women and Ling Huchong, claiming that Ling Huchong and Yu Lingshan were childhood sweethearts, but Rin Yingying suddenly intervened, using all means to entangle him. With her shamelessness and scheming, she finally captured the heart of the young hero Ling Hu. Yu Lingshan was heartbroken and married Lin Pingji, yet after marriage, she still thought of Ling Huchong, hence Lin Pingji treated her poorly, and so on. In short, they said everything unflattering. The mouths of people across the world cannot be stopped. Damn, the demon sect is too much. Yu Buchan's reputation was affected by this, and he hated the Sun Moon holy cult to the bone. Thus undercurrents brewed for half a year, ready to erupt. As the leader of the Five Mountains, Yu Buchuan commanded the heroes to attack Haimuya and eradicate the demon sect. Shaolin and Wudong supported him, each sending an innate mid-stage expert to lead the team. Dongfang Bubi, I do not believe you can truly break through the innate realm and reach another higher level. Ren Wuxing also emerged from seclusion. Upon learning that his daughter was imprisoned, he flew into a rage. He set off towards Haimuya with Xiang Wentian, who had been hiding for over half a year, gathering a group of experts. Though they were all postnatal, they still had some momentum. The righteous and evil factions worked together this time, tacitly heading towards the Sun Moon holy cult simultaneously. Yingying, little junior sister, I will definitely rescue you at this opportunity. At the bottom of Haimuya, the helpless Ling Huchong also saw hope. Half a month later, the three parties converge. Ling Huchong disregarded the awkwardness and said to Yu Buchuan and Rin Wuxing, Master, Senior Rin, where is Yingying? Rin Wuxing found him somewhat agreeable. However, Yu Buchuan snorted coldly, unwilling to engage with this disciple. It was Ning Zhongzi, the wife of the Huashan sect leader, who, worried for her daughter, directly asked, Chong, how is your junior sister? Yingying, junior sister, they are all at Blackwood Cliff. It is Ling Huchong's uselessness that has left them unable to escape from the demon's lair. Ling Huchong was filled with self-reproach. Only by taking Blackwood Cliff can we rescue Yingying, Rin Wuxing said solemnly. You are the former leader and familiar with the terrain. Do you have any insights? Yu Buchuan suddenly spoke, his expression neutral. The cliff is steep with hidden traps inside. There is no possibility of taking shortcuts, only a direct assault. Rin Wuxing shook his head. That is equivalent to saying nothing. Yu Buchan's face darkened. The masters of the Five Mountains sword sect were also dissatisfied and fell silent. A direct assault. The losses would be catastrophic. Are you joking? Are you suggesting that our disciples should risk their lives? You all lead the charge. Rin Wuxing was unconcerned, turning towards Xiang Wentian's back, where 400 to 500 later stage experts stood, and commanded, Leader, we. The expressions of these people turned pale, hesitating. Do not forget, everyone is poisoned. Oh, only the leader has the antidote. If we conquer Blackwood Cliff and annihilate the Sun Moon holy cult, there is a slim chance for survival. If you do not obey without the antidote, you will certainly die. Xiang Wentian shouted. Kill. The disposable cannon fodder let out desperate cries. Rin Wuxing looked at them coldly, a satisfied expression on his face. The actions of the demon. The people from the Five Mountains sword sect secretly criticized, yet no one stepped forward to stop it. Meanwhile, the gentleman, Sword Yu Buchuan, said nothing, clearly acquiescing. Better for others to die than our own disciples. Haha. Xiang Wentian, you really are foolish to think that using poison can control these people into serving you. Little do you know there is no poison without an antidote. Even the 3-corpse brain god pill can be overcome, and other deadly poisons should be no different. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan and the Black Commander protected Dongfang by coming out from left and right, with Ouyang Luan, the master of the battle hall, and the monk Wujia among other innate experts by their side. Moreover, there were even later-stage martial artists standing at a high point, armed with crossbows ready to shoot at any time. They formed an imposing formation, completely unafraid. Pingyi, Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Everyone, I can cure the poison you bear. When it came to medicine, Pingyi was always spirited and full of confidence. Join the Sun Moon Holy Cult and become outer disciples. If you achieve merit in the future, the leader will grant you the antidote. Bai Xiaofan continued in the same manner. He dealt with these rabble just like the Black Commander persuaded the monk Wujia and others. In truth, these people's misfortune was that at this moment they bore no loyalty to Rin Wuxing and Xiang Wentian, but instead hated them to the bone. With a deep-seated hatred. Once Ping Yizhi made his move, there was no further resistance. Thank you, leader. They immediately knelt down. Soon you will cooperate with my inner disciples to kill the orthodox martial artists, and that will count as your merit, Bai Xiaofan smiled. With the sun rising in the east, I remain undefeated. The inner disciples immediately echoed loudly. This young man, may I see my daughter? Ning Zhongzi could not help but ask. Leader, Bai Xiaofan inquired for approval. Bring her here. Dongfang Bai nodded solemnly. Yes. Someone immediately responded. Soon Rin Yingying Yuling Shan and Lan Fenghuang shackled and chained together came out. The three women looked haggard and pale as if they had suffered greatly. Father and mother. Upon seeing their family, they hurriedly called out. Dongfang Booby, are you using Yingying to threaten me? Rin Wuxing shouted angrily. Threaten? Did I say that? It was you who insisted on seeing her. Dongfang Bai looked at him as if looking down on a defeated opponent, speaking slowly and with a clear voice. What will it take for you to release Yingying? Rin Wuxing roared. His face darkened, clearly displeased with Dongfang Bai's dismissive attitude. This current Dongfang Bai felt more dangerous to him than over a decade ago. Back then she at least had emotional fluctuations towards him. Now she completely ignored him. Shaner, how are you? Ning Zhongzi called out anxiously. A mother's heart yearned to give her daughter a hug. Unfortunately, she just could not do it. Dongfang Bai remained silent, while Bai Xiaofan coldly remarked, Leader Rin Sect Master Yue, you have come to attack Blackwood Cliff, and as foes of the Sun Moon Holy Cult your daughter is but a captive, a prisoner. Since that is the case, the leader is not so generous as to say she can be released. Dongfang, do you hate me so much? Targeting me? Bai Xiaofan had not finished speaking just as he was about to deliver a pre-battle speech. Ling Huchong with an unknown confidence jumped out and said, You. Dongfang Bai's expression changed slightly, her gaze somewhat complex, but she was no longer the infatuated Dongfang of the past, nor was she the Dongfang Booby, who could easily be provoked by an inner demon. After such a long time, she should have healed from her heartbreak. Furthermore, Bai Xiaofan's previous efforts could not have been without effect. Before coming out, Dongfang Bai was still somewhat uncertain about her feelings for Ling Huchong, but at this moment, she suddenly realized that she had let go of him. Now untroubled by love, Dongfang Bai's intellect was sharp as she coldly said, Ling Hu Xiaoxia, you are too conceited. You betrayed me, causing me pain. I spared your life back then and let you go. Do you really think I, Dongfang Booby, would go back on my word and seek revenge on you again? Then release Yingying and my junior sister. Ling Huchong asserted with conviction. Why should I listen to you? Releasing them would mean they are important to you, but to me they are merely traitors. The father of Yingying does not remember my mercy back then, and comes with intentions to reclaim the Sun Moon Holy Cult upon stepping foot on Blackwood Cliff today. As for you, Buchuan, shouting for the extermination of the demon cult and opposing me, why should I be magnanimous? Because of you. Do you think you have that much influence? Dongfang Bai retorted. Well said, leader, go for it. Bai Xiaofan inwardly cheered, giving an encouraging glance. I know you resent my departure, but back then Yingying was trapped in Shaolin Temple waiting for me to rescue her, and let it be my fault if I have wronged you. Dongfang, whatever you have come at me, do not involve Yingying and my junior sister. Ling Huchong felt quite pleased with himself as he spoke to Dongfang Bai seemingly sincerely. What do you mean by it being my fault? You are the one who has let me down. Admitting your mistake, apologizing, and making amends. Your attitude is not even proper. Ling Huchong, do you really think I am still someone you can manipulate? Or do you think the whole world revolves around you? Dongfang Bai expressed her dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Seeing Ling Huchong like that, as if enduring humiliation and making a great compromise, he actually thought Dongfang Bai was being unreasonable. Dongfang, what exactly do you want me to do? Ling Huchong said helplessly. Your apology is not sincere at all, it makes me unhappy. Dongfang Bai revealed a mischievous smile, wild and flamboyant. She looked up at Bai Xiaofan and said with a laugh, show our Ling Hu Xiaoxia how to apologize and seek forgiveness. Leader, it is all my fault. Oh, everything is my fault. I should not have made you sad or uncomfortable. Why, I am guilty. You can hit me, scold me, but do not ignore me. Without you, my world is dark and my life has lost its color. Leader, as long as you can forgive me, I will do anything you want. These people who have upset you, I will kill them right away. Leader, you are so good. How could they do that? How dare they hurt someone as wonderful as you? Unforgivable and tolerable. Leader, as long as you do not leave, let me accompany you. I will do anything willingly. Bai Xiaofan instantly grabbed Dongfang Bai's small hand, holding it tightly, his face filled with anxiety, unease, and repentance. It was as if he could disregard everything just to gain forgiveness. His performance was almost seamless. Everything felt so natural, revealing true feelings. Such thick skin. This guy is really. The people present were utterly dumbfounded, simply unbelievable. This is too considerate, right? Some female disciples from the Five Mountains sword sect couldn't help but think. You Dongfang. Ling Hucheng stared blankly at Bai Xiaofan, unable to say a word. See, this is the attitude of admitting mistakes, therefore your apology, I do not accept. Dongfang Bai gave Bai Xiaofan an approving glance, feeling quite pleased. Seeing Ling Hucheng like that made her mad, as she almost wanted to beat him up. Ahem. Yu Buchuan coughed a few times, his expression gentle, like a snake ready to strike, pulling the strange and awkward atmosphere back to a tense standoff. Yu Buchuan said, Dongfang Booby. Since ancient times justice and evil cannot coexist. Since you have come to Blackwood Cliff, we cannot avoid a confrontation. I have offended you. Only now does sect master you resemble someone who can achieve great things, unlike certain individuals who only know about romantic entanglements. Heroine Ning, do not worry, the leader will not use your daughter to threaten you. In the battle between justice and evil, victory or defeat relies entirely on one's methods. Bai Xiaofan said sternly. Thank you, Ning Zhongzi quickly replied. Even though she was not convinced in her heart, there was nothing she could do at this moment. Since you are here, let us fight quickly. Ren Wuxing shouted. Your opponent is me. The black commander stepped forward without hesitation. Kill for me. Yu Buchuan bellowed. Father-in-law, your son-in-law pays his respects. Lin Pingji stepped forward, mercilessly blocking Yu Buchuan. Ling Hucheng. Do you really think you are my opponent? Or do you think I will show mercy? Don't forget our relationship has long since ended. A hint of cold mockery flashed in Dongfang Bei's eyes. Ling Hucheng said, Ying, and the junior sister are in your hands, I have no choice. A good line about having no choice, then I shall fulfill your wish. Dongfang Bai sneered. Young hero Ling Hu, this monk will host the Arhut formation combined with the Wudong true martial 7-cut formation. The two formations overlapping can assist you immensely. Suddenly an old monk stepped forward, hands clasped together. Indeed, the elder of the Wudong sect also spoke. Ling Hucheng hesitated somewhat. Enough of this nonsense, let's all attack together. Dongfang Bai waved his hand impatiently. Yeah. At this moment in the distance, Yu Buchuan let out a long howl. However, due to practicing the evil repelling sword technique, his voice was extremely sharp and piercing. He moved like lightning, drawing his sword and attacking, while Lin Pingji did not show weakness, having practiced diligently for over half a year, aiming solely at Yu Buchuan. Though young and having practiced the evil repelling sword technique for a short time, his mastery of it was more complete, adapted from the Sunflower Manual by Dongfang by making it even more powerful. At the mid-stage of innate, although he was considerably weaker than Yu Buchuan of the late stage, he was not easily defeated. Monk Buji, the 6 immortals of Peach Valley, all roared together and began their support. These people, even if not the very best, were still innate masters, and in battle, they would easily trouble Yu Buchuan. In an instant, flashes of blades and swords crossed, and a fierce battle erupted. Star-absorbing technique. On the other side, Ren Wuxing faced the black leader. I am your nemesis, because I have no internal energy. How can you absorb me? Ha, watch out. The black leader laughed heartily. Detestable. Ren Wuxing's face turned iron blue. The black leader attacked fiercely, his body showing no weaknesses. Ren Wuxing, like Ling Hucheng back, then found himself at a loss. In comparison, Ling Hucheng's Duguchobai sword was indeed more exquisite. Additionally, he also practiced the star-absorbing technique with pure internal energy, making him somewhat stronger than Ren Wuxing, yet he still could not do anything to the black leader. Now Ren Wuxing was even less capable. The only thing he had more than Ling Hucheng was combat experience. He was ruthless and would not miss any opportunity. However, for Ren Wuxing to defeat the black leader, the prerequisite remained breaking through his defenses. Without that, everything was in vain. Roar. The black leader moved with powerful strikes, as imposing as mountains. Duga 9 swords break sword style, Vajra's angry gaze, true martial, subduing demon technique. At this moment, with the assistance of the Shaolin and Wudong sects, Ling Hucheng charged towards Dongfang Bai. The deep-rooted strength of Shaolin and Wudong truly played a role, with one mid-stage innate hosting the formation 49 monks at the peak of postnatal stage, while Wudong added another mid-stage innate. The remaining 6 were all early-stage innate. The 7 innate masters arranged and combined to form a sword array. The true martial 7 cuts, it is said to have been created by the Wudong sect's founder Zhang Sanfeng. In his later years, possesses great power, not weaker than the Shaolin's Arhut formation. Moreover, Ling Hucheng's martial arts were indeed quite high. With the internal energy of the late stage of innate, the Duga 9 swords, and he even once practiced the Shaolin sect's Yi Jin Jing. With this top-tier configuration, his strength actually surpassed that of Ren Wuxing and Yu Buchuan. Therefore, leading the coordination of the two formations, he unexpectedly managed to entangle Dongfang Bai. However, the advantage still lay with Dongfang. Good formation, interesting, Dongfang Bai said with great interest. As the sun rises in the east, I alone am undefeated. Kill. The disciples below began to disperse the formations and also engaged in battle. The scene was chaotic with flesh and blood flying and limbs being shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Sun and Moon Divine cult had the advantage of terrain due to their prior arrangements, and with their disciples attacking from higher ground with bows and arrows, the Five Mountain Sword sect suffered numerous casualties. If you want the antidote, come at me, Pingy shouted. The poison martial artists gritted their teeth and had to charge forward. With no other choice, whoever held the antidote commanded their loyalty. Thus, the Five Mountain Sword sect faced even greater pressure. The high-level battles could not be resolved in a short time. Dealing with it freely, the cult leader's martial arts are unmatched in the world. Bai Xiaofan stood at a distance, his gaze fixed on Dongfang Bai. Dressed as a man in black clothes and robe, she moved like a ghost, her hair billowing in the wind, her smile perfectly mischievous, free and unrestrained, simply beautiful and stunning. This was her charm, capable of turning countless men into infatuation. Kid, come and take your life. At this moment within the crowd, Xiang Wentian suddenly made his move, charging towards Bai Xiaofan. At first he said a few words, then remained low-key, unexpectedly seizing the opportunity to attack Bai Xiaofan. Despicable. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Dongfang Bai's eyes. His tone was somewhat anxious, as if he wanted to break free from Ling Huchong and the others, but was tightly entangled by the sword array of Shaolin and Wudong. Clearly they wanted to create conditions for Xiang Wentian. Cult leader, don't worry about me, Bai Xiaofan said calmly. Dongfang Booby, I will kill your little lover. Xiang Wentian did not expect to capture Bai Xiaofan so smoothly. His iron hands gripped Bai Xiaofan's shoulders tightly. Bai Xiaofan did not even resist. After all, his martial arts were only at the early stage of postnatal, and even if he did resist, it would not be taken seriously by Xiang Wentian. Let him go. Dongfang Bai's face grew increasingly grim. There was a tendency for rage to boil over. Only at this moment did she get serious. The situation undoubtedly forced her to make a choice between Bai Xiaofan and Ling Huchong. Before this, she had not considered this issue. Between the two, she had to choose one. However, in that instant, memories of Bai Xiaofan's smile, his delicious food, his efforts to cheer her up, and his hand, tightly holding hers, flashed through her mind, telling her that the future was bright, that all gloomy days would pass Bai Xiaofan. In short, it was all the little moments with Bai Xiaofan, as if her life had already been subtly surrounded by him. The encirclement trapped her heart. It was a moment of life and death, and she completely recognized her inner self. Ling Huchong, get out of the way. Dongfang Bai shouted angrily. Dongfang, I only hope you release Yingying and the junior sister. Ling Huchong frowned, still hesitating. However, Dongfang Bai was too impatient to listen to his explanations, her gaze sharp, as if wielding two swords. With a wave of her hand, countless silver needles flew from her sleeves. Her aura surged again, more ferocious than before. It was as if earlier it had been a spar, and now it transformed into a fight to the death. Incredible. Truly worthy of Dongfang Booby. The Shaolin monk was drenched in sweat. Unmatched in the world. The Wudong elder exclaimed in shock. Dongfang Yu. On this side, Xiang Wentian held Bai Xiaofan, further threatening to disrupt Dongfang Bai's state of mind. Bai Xiaofan, however, showed no awareness of being a hostage, smiling as she said, Elder Xiang. If I am not mistaken, the cult leader's arrangement was to have you seize the opportunity to rescue Ren Yingying, yet you chose to grab me instead. So what? Xiang Wentian sneered. In that case, let's exchange. Oh, I will let Yingying go and you will release me, Bai Xiaofan proposed. Ha ha ha. Xiang Wentian remained unmoved, only sneering. Cult leader, what do you think? Bai Xiaofan said loudly. Xiang Wentian. First get my daughter back. Ren Wuxing shouted. Xiang Wentian acted as if he hadn't heard cult leader. This is the only opportunity. Only by slaying Dongfang Booby will everything be resolved. As for Shenggu, let fate decide. After finishing, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Dongfang Booby, if you don't surrender now, I will kill him, he shouted loudly. Oh! Ren Wuxing was filled with incomparable rage upon seeing this. Meanwhile, Dongfang Bai's expression darkened, her figure pausing slightly. Cult leader, I'm fine. Bai Xiaofan's voice rang out again, her tone calm and steady. Kid, aren't you afraid of death? Xiang Wentian felt something was amiss. Afraid? But you can't kill me, Bai Xiaofan laughed. Arrogant. Xiang Wentian suppressed his underlying unease. Bai Xiaofan grabbed Xiang Wenqian's arm casually, saying, Elder Xiang, let me take you to a good place. I've prepared a pit for you. Buzz. After saying this in front of everyone's astonished gaze, she vanished with Xiang Wentian. The two entered a space, tumbling into the prepared pit. Xiang Wentian had never experienced such a bizarre event. Suddenly alarmed, he cautiously looked around. He wanted to attack Bai Xiaofan, but she had already disappeared into the space, leaving Xiang Wentian all alone in the pit. That was the result of Bai Xiaofan's months of work. The pit was exceptionally deep as several dozen stories. Even with lightness skills without a foothold, it would be difficult to climb out for a while. Crawling would be even slower. Cult leader, I am fine. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaofan reappeared. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Xiang Wentian at the midstage of innate had silently been dealt with by this kid, with only postnatal strength. This was simply unbelievable. This child is strange. All the masters were alarmed. Bai Xiaofan was unharmed while Dongfang Bai was free of worries and engaged seriously in combat, and this time she would not hold back. After all, she had made her choice and recognized her inner self. Where is Xiang Wentian? Ren Wuxing shouted in alarm. Cult leader, your subordinate threatened my cult leader, so you can't blame me for breaking the rules. Bai Xiaofan sneered. What are you doing? Ren Wuxing was furious. Ling Hu Chang's expression changed. Bai Xiaofan approached Ren Yingying, took out a pill, and said calmly, this poison is called desire to die yet cannot. It is the latest masterpiece of our spirit medicine hall's master Pingyi. I was bored and brought it over to play with. Those poisoned will experience immediate onset itching all over, feeling like thousands of ants are gnawing at their heart's flesh and blood, separating, always desiring to live yet unable to die. Without giving anyone time to react, she pried open Ren Yingying's mouth and stuffed it in. Yingying, Ren Wuxing, and Ling Hu Chang's faces changed dramatically. Oh, kill me, please kill me, I beg you. Within moments, Ren Yingying's hair was disheveled, letting out a sharp and tragic scream. Her face was pale, curled up on the ground, rolling and crawling, veins on her forehead bulging clearly in extreme pain, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down, tears pouring uncontrollably as she shouted, Dad. Chonggu, save me, spare me, do whatever you want, ah. Later, Ren Yingying's voice changed pitch, her face filled with despair, pleading desperately. Daughter. Ren Wuxing was furious. However, in his rage it was of no use, and he lost his composure, being struck repeatedly by the black leader's iron fists. Ling Hu Chang was also anxious, disregarding everything as he charged towards Ren Yingying. Let her go, Dongfang Bai said coldly. In a state of confusion, with his mind blank, Ling Hu Chang was even less of a match. As a result, the battle took a turn. Yingying. Ling Hu Chang charged wildly toward Ren Yingying. You want me to give her the antidote? Then beg me. Bai Xiaofan stood calmly in place, unruffled and serene as a breeze drifting through clouds. I beg you, spare Yingying. She is innocent, Ling Hu Chang pleaded anxiously. Innocent? In the Jianghu who truly remains innocent. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. What do you truly intend? Ling Hu Chang seethed with fury. Kneel down. At the very base of Haimu Cliff you shall repent for 3 days and 3 nights. The cult leader treated you with such grace, yet you harmed her. This is your sin. Bai Xiaofan's voice turned icy. A muffled thud echoed. Ling Hu Chang knelt without hesitation. Between the protagonists, love ran deep and true. Undeniably genuine love, but what of it? Do not fall for his trick, young hero Ling Hu, cried the Wudong elder, nearly choking with rage. At that moment he felt utterly speechless. Fully concurring with Bai Xiaofan's earlier judgment, Ling Hu Chang was simply unfit for greatness. How could he surrender so readily at mere threat? Put kindly, his love knew no bounds. I put plainly, his will was weak, his actions impulsive, his sense of duty shattered. Worse still, he was profoundly selfish. He cared only for his own petty affairs. The formation should collapse now that he's gone, Dongfang Bai scoffed coldly. Witnessing Ling Hu Chang's abject submission, she suddenly questioned her past judgment. What had her eyes been thinking? To have grieved over such a spineless wretch. Slay. Dongfang Bai snapped back into clarity. With its main pillar gone, the full might of a heaven-ascended grandmaster surged forth. Amidst a blizzard of sword shadows, fists, and staff strikes, she strolled at ease, her speed transcending perception. Sonic booms cracked the air, afterimages flickered like ghosts. The Pai Xie sword manual was famed for its unparalleled swiftness, while the Sunflower Sutra served as its foundational canon, every technique derived from it. One could scarcely imagine the sheer velocity attained by Dongfang Bai, who had mastered the Sunflower Sutra. The Arhut formation and Jinwu 7-section formation were indeed formidable, and their coordination flawless. Yet before absolute supremacy, they crumbled like paper, unable to fulfill their intended purpose. Previously, Ling Hu Chang had anchored the formation. Now defeat was total and inevitable. Cult leader Dongfang, there has been a grave misunderstanding between us. Yes, a terrible misunderstanding. Seeing all hope vanish, the elders of Shaolin and Wudong paled, frantically interjecting. Their eyes brimmed with desperate supplication. Who decreed that monastics must welcome death? Given the choice, who would choose oblivion over life? No, Master Fangzheng will never forgive you. Evil demon Dongfang, I shall await you in the 9th abyss. Their pleas availed nothing. These monastics unleashed their most venomous curses. Thump, thump, thump. Crimson blossoms erupted around them, one after another. Within mere breaths, 14 eminent Shaolin monks, peerless masters of the post-heaven realm, the very pillars of Mount Shaoshi, collapsed lifelessly, each bearing a thin crimson line across the throat. "Dare you?" cried the Shaolin elder, face contorted in terror. "I'll send you straight to the Buddha." Dongfang Bai replied, voice glacial. Bang! A silver needle pierced the elder's forehead. Supreme under heaven, no empty title. This was the power of Dongfang Bubi. Your martial cultivation stands at the very threshold. Mere steps away from the peerless rank of pre-heaven grandmaster, murmured the Wudong elder, a bitter smile curling his lips. "What business is it of yours, Taoist fool?" Dongfang Bai's eyes narrowed slightly as she surveyed the 7 pre-heaven masters of Wudong. "Scatter!" The Wudong elder roared suddenly. The 7 brothers split apart and fled for their lives. Wudong's cloud-soaring step truly ranks among the supreme lightness arts. Dongfang Bai made no pursuit. Fleeing monks leave behind temples, but the cult leader must first confront Ren Wuxing. Bai Xiaofan interjected. Dongfang Bai raised no objection. In truth, her decision not to chase Wudong was deliberate. To free her hands for dealing with Ren Wuxing and his faction. To pursue them would demand time and effort. And if she did, Black Cliff would be left unguarded. A perilous vulnerability. "How is Yingying?" Ling Huchong demanded urgently. "She took the antidote. She merely sleeps," replied Bai Xiaofan. Elsewhere, Dongfang Bai approached Ren Wuxing, displacing the Black Commander. "I spared you once. You escaped. Why return seeking vengeance?" Dongfang Bai regarded Ren Wuxing with detached calm, her voice soft and ethereal. "I anticipated defeat this time. After all, I've languished in confinement for years. My cultivation long since atrophied," Ren Wuxing admitted, drawing a slow, deep breath. "You were remarkable. Even when the sucking star great art drove you mad with alien chi surging violently through your meridians, I imprisoned you, believing you'd perish within months. Yet you sat in silent meditation, distilled the chaos, and ultimately harmonized those foreign energies into your own. By the time the sucking star great art passed to Ling Huchong, its flaws had vanished," Dongfang Bai remarked with a faint smile, conversing with Ren Wuxing as though with an old friend, utterly composed. "I knew I stood no chance against you, yet I clung to a sliver of hope. And truly, if I refused to come, the rest of my life would be little more than that of a soulless husk. Dongfang, you were my own protege. You forged countless triumphs for the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Yet as your prestige and power grew, fear gnawed at me. Recall, when you seized the throne, you were not yet 18. That memory chills me to the bone." Ren Wuxing recounted those bygone days. "So you sought to eliminate me while you still could," Dongfang Bai said indifferently. "Yes. But you uncovered my plot. And once I lost control over you, coupled with the sudden failure of my sucking star great art, you seized the tide and swept me aside." Ren Wuxing sighed bitterly. Dongfang Bai remained unmoved, replying casually, "Enough idle talk, enough reminiscence. Will you walk the path yourself, or shall I escort you? At my age, victory or defeat matters little. I fear no death. Ren Wuxing will never grovel for survival. But Yingying," Ren Wuxing said quietly, "I will not kill her, but neither shall she remain holy maiden. Let her stay upon Black Cliff as a humble handmaiden," Dongfang Bai declared, tone placid. "Thank you." Ren Wuxing smiled faintly, then lunged upward, slamming his palm into his own skull. Bang! His corpse collapsed to the ground. "Cult leader, you seem almost regretful." Bai Xiaofan approached. Dongfang Bai shook her head. "He held me in high regard. Without his patronage, there would be no Dongfang Bubi. Still, he was a cult leader of legend. Give him proper burial." "Yes." An inner sect disciple responded instantly. "Yu Buchuan, it is your turn now." Dongfang Bai strode toward Yu Buchuan. Dongfang Bubi. Yu Buchuan's face turned ashen. He had believed, having mastered the Pai Xie sword art and unified the 5 sacred peaks, that he could challenge Dongfang Bubi himself. Yet this was the outcome. Yu Buchuan's features twisted into a grotesque snarl. "Father!" Yu Lingshan cried out in anguish. "Dongfang Bubi, I will return." Yu Buchuan shrieked, suddenly stomping hard. The ground cracked beneath him as he shot backward at blinding speed. His mindset differed entirely from Ren Wuxing's. The latter, aged and withering, had long abandoned ambition. Years of imprisonment had dulled his fire. His return to Black Cliff was less a campaign than a final reckoning, fueled partly by the knowledge that Ren Yingying remained captive within the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Yu Buchuan, however, burned with boundless ambition. Still in his prime, he believed survival meant eventual resurgence. Thus, he abandoned even wife and daughter, fleeing without hesitation. "Do you truly believe you can flee before me?" Dongfang Bai sneered. Like lightning unchained, she shot forward, pursuing Yu Buchuan with terrifying velocity. "Yu Buchuan, you hypocritical villain. You've ruined the 5 sacred peaks, sword sect," screamed senior masters of the alliance, incensed beyond measure. "Apprehend them." Bai Xiaofan commanded. "Sun rises in the east. None shall surpass me." The five sacred peaks sword sect was utterly overwhelmed and circled on all sides. Ouyang Luan, the unrestrained monk Lin Pingji, and other pre-heaven masters thrilled with anticipation, each charging forward with fierce resolve. A decisive victory, capturing the five sacred peaks' entire elite. The Black Commander stood expressionless, his strength now sufficient to command the field. The blade blocking our advance was broken, the sacrificial pawn eliminated. Now Shaolin and Wudong, the true puppeteers behind this curtain, must surely grow restless. Yet Shaolin and Wudong would never dare assault Blackmill Cliff. It would be self-destruction, bleeding troops and prestige alike. Bai Xiaofan mused with a quiet laugh. We need only respond as events unfold. The Black Commander shrugged dismissively. Indeed, Bai Xiaofan nodded. Slay. A cacophony of battle cries rose, harsh, shrill, merciless. Toward the five sacred peaks cultivators, Bai Xiaofan showed no trace of compassion. Night descended. Darkness swallowed the land. Whoosh. Dongfang Bai returned. Cult leader. Bai Xiaofan hurried forward. He escaped, but I wounded him gravely. His cultivation is shattered, beyond recovery. Dongfang Bai stated flatly. Glory to the cult leader. Bai Xiaofan praised warmly. This great battle raged until the dead of night before finally subsiding. The five sacred peaks elite were decimated. Most slain, many captured and imprisoned underground for judgment. Only a handful escaped. This engagement dealt a catastrophic blow to the orthodox sects. Sun rises in the east. None shall surpass me. Cult leader Dongfang, accomplished in wisdom, invincible in martial prowess. For 10,000 autumns unite the Jianghu. As the battle concluded, Ouyang Luan suddenly dropped to his knees before Dongfang Bai, and Bai Xiaofan roaring with fervor. Lin Pingji, the unrestrained monk, the battle merit hall master, and others swiftly followed suit. Only Bai Xiaofan and the Black Commander stood motionless, one to Dongfang Bai's left, the other to her right. Like twin guardian deities flanking a sovereign. Rise, Dongfang Bai said softly. Advance, press our advantage. Cult leader, our cult has never been stronger. Why not issue a heroic edict now? Establish a formal sect. Let us name it the Sun Moon Riverson Mountains Sect. I've pondered this name long. The Sun Moon draws directly from our heritage as the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Sun and moon hang sovereign in the sky, mountains and rivers bow beneath our feet. We are the masters of the Tao. May the cult leader soon transcend, ascending to the mythic rank of Supreme Grandmaster. Bai Xiaofan declared, smiling brightly. Decide as you see fit, Dongfang Bai replied with a gentle smile. Issue the edict immediately, Bai Xiaofan ordered. Yes. Every disciple answered in unison. Henceforth the Jianghu would know only the Sun Moon Riverson Mountains Sect. A colossal, unassailable force. How tragic. Indeed, the prestigious Five Mountain Sword Sect has been utterly destroyed. Moreover, I heard that Yubukin's martial arts have been crippled, his life and death unknown, and his wife and daughter have been imprisoned, suffering who knows what kind of torment. And then there's Ren Wuxing, driven to commit suicide, too afraid to act. It's truly laughable. With someone like him, how could he seek revenge against Dongfang Bubi? From now on, the Jianghu will be dominated solely by the Sun Moon Sect. News spread rapidly, and in just a few days it was all the rage. During the great battle, some members of the Five Mountain Sword Sect managed to escape, and from a distance there were onlookers, so the details of the incident were no secret. The sun rises in the east, and only I shall remain undefeated. Because of this news, Dongfang Bubi's fame soared to unprecedented heights. The status of the Sun Moon Sect overshadowed that of both Shaolin and Wudong. At Songshan, in a grand hall, Master Chongshu of Wudong could no longer sit still and visited Master Fangjing. What do you think of the Sun Moon Sect's affairs? They intend to establish a new sect. Their ambitions are considerable. The abbot clasped his hands together. How shall we respond? I would like to hear your insights. Chongshu inquired. Confrontation is not an option. Ren Wuxing and Yu Buchuan are cautionary tales. For the time being, we must remain inactive and wait for another opportunity. Master Fangjing was also quite helpless. But what about Dongfang Bubi's martial arts? Chongshu hurriedly said. Are you worried she may break through? Fangjing raised his brows slightly. Her martial arts have truly reached the edge, nearly touching the pinnacle of a grandmaster. Master Chongshu nodded, and both of the great masters wore grim expressions. Dongfang Bubi. She was merely a junior, yet she had surpassed him. In my humble opinion, a breakthrough is not so easy. Feng Qingyang achieved innate perfection over 20 years ago, yet there have been no reports of his breakthrough since then. A half-step difference creates a world of separation, Master Fangjing stated. In fact, he felt uneasy but could only offer consolation. Let us hope. If she truly breaks through, we can only leave it to fate. The expansion of the Sun Moon Sect threatens the court. They will surely plot against Dongfang Bubi, patiently waiting for their opportunity. By the way, send someone to prepare congratulatory gifts. Let our two sects congratulate the establishment of the Sun Moon sect, Master Fangxing said. All right. Chongshu nodded helplessly. At Songshan, in a grand hall, Zhuo Yu Buchan's face was ashen. Zhuo stood before his sickbed looking down with a cold smile, saying, Yu Buchuan, did you ever expect this? You blinded my eyes and seized the leadership of the Five Mountains Alliance, yet I instead turned misfortune into fortune and escaped disaster. And your martial arts are utterly ruined. If it weren't for my people discovering you, perhaps you would have already died by now. Zhuo spoke with a hint of delight. I should have killed you while you were blind, Yu Buchuan said angrily. Isn't it too late to regret now, eh? Zhuo replied indifferently. What do you want, eh? Yu Buchuan asked through gritted teeth. Your wife and daughter have fallen into the hands of the demon cult. Do you want revenge? Zhuo inquired. Yu Buchan's eyes flashed with cold mockery. Just you. Of course I can't do it alone, though I need your help. Just silently transcribe the evil repelling sword manual, and I will ensure your latter years are free from worry and want with imperial physicians to treat your ailments. You have allied with the court? Yu Buchuan asked. The court has always been wary of Jianghu people. However, those with powerful martial arts refuse to be controlled, and the court itself lacks formidable martial artists. The evil repelling sword technique can be mastered quickly. With the power of the court, they can cultivate a large number of innate martial artists within 2 to 3 years. How powerful can Dongfang Bubi be? She is not a deity who can defeat 10, 20, or even 100 or 200 opponents, Zhuo bluntly stated, revealing the court's scheme. You want to give the evil repelling sword manual to the eunuchs to practice? Yu Buchuan was taken aback. The emperor plans to establish the Eastern Depot, Zhuo said lightly. Yu Buchuan fell silent. In reality, he was left with no way out, with no choice. Thus, for profit, he chose to cooperate with his former archenemy. Not long after using the evil repelling sword manual, the court secretly trained young eunuchs and established the Eastern Depot. These young eunuchs had long been brainwashed with loyalty to the emperor ingrained deep within their bones. The evil repelling sword technique was indeed formidable, capable of swiftly cultivating innate powerhouses. This sword technique was most suitable for eunuchs in the palace, and the emperor spared no expense in acquiring precious spiritual herbs to vigorously cultivate the Eastern Depot. He had long been fed up with the court's weakness, feeling anxious and cautious around some Jianghu ruffians. One day I will reign supreme over the world. The young emperor revealed his ambitions. However, no matter how thorough the secrecy was, some news would still leak out. Especially after 6 months, when the Eastern Depot produced innate martial artists using the evil repelling sword technique and took action against corrupt officials and evil officials, the whispers could no longer be contained and the news spread widely. The emperor was unafraid. In his view, the Eastern Depot under his command with dozens of innate experts was already very powerful, and he looked down on both Shaolin and Wudong. Moreover, with dozens of experts now, the numbers would only increase. The Eastern Depot has drawn blood, beginning to act against the martial arts families. Damn Yu Buchuan for actually offering the evil repelling sword manual. I heard that Yu Buchuan may have been silenced. The court in Jianghu began to experience friction, with conflicts arising among Jianghu people seeking revenge, and the Eastern Depot had to intervene, pursuing relentlessly. For a time, the Jianghu was filled with anxiety. In fact, the emperor was only testing the waters, stirring up some small sects. Shaolin Wudong and the Sun Moon sect still kept their distance from each other. At the Sun Moon sect's conference hall, this young emperor has quite the ambition. Ouyang Luan, responsible for external intelligence, naturally understood the affairs of the Jianghu. A large number of innate experts, even if they are only at the initial stage, are not easy to deal with. Currently, with Shaolin Wudong and our Sun Moon sect in a tripartite balance, we coexist peacefully. However, looking at the court's posture, it is only a matter of time before they act against our 3 families. The head of the military achievements hall's expression was grave. No worries. Is there any news on Linghu Chong? Bai Xiaofan was unconcerned. This child returned to Huashan and has been missing for half a year. Ouyang Luan said, keep a close watch on the cliff of regret at Huashan. Bai Xiaofan replied indifferently. Understood. The senior members of the sect all responded. At night, in the back mountain, did you have Captain He train those people just to deal with the Eastern Depot? Dongfang Bai leaned against Bai Xiaofan's shoulder, the two of them behaving affectionately like lovers. Nothing escapes the master's notice. The evil repelling sword technique is known for its speed, and its moves are strange and sharp. However, the Black Captain's warriors, cultivated with spiritual spring water, are invulnerable, precisely the nemesis of this sword manual. Bai Xiaofan smiled, saying not only that the star absorption technique is ineffective against Captain He, moreover, once he breaks through to innate perfection, my title of number 1 in the world will soon be relinquished. Dongfang Bai said with a hint of a smile, the master will surely break through and become a grandmaster. Bai Xiaofan laughed. You're just trying to flatter me. Dongfang Bai smiled lightly. During this time, Bai Xiaofan and Dongfang Bai's relationship progressed rapidly. They had done almost everything couples do except for consummating the marriage. Holding hands, hugging, whispering sweet nothings, these were all part of their daily routine. Bai Xiaofan was quite skilled at flirting, often rendering Dongfang Bai shy and blushing. However, she also very much enjoyed this life. At least she was very happy. You still have someone watching, Ling Huchong. I want kill him out of disdain. Oh, I never want to see that person again. There will be no ties between us, so why are you still worried? Dongfang Bai picked up the cup and took a sip of wine, seemingly explaining without intention. She had completely let go of Ling Huchong and did not want Bai Xiaofan to overthink it. Master, you misunderstand. I just feel that Ling Huchong is quite interesting. There is a kind of luck about him that follows him like a shadow. Bai Xiaofan smiled, holding her small hand in his palm and squeezing it. Luck? Dongfang Bai was taken aback. He is like the favored child of heaven. Any danger can turn into safety for him, and he keeps encountering benefactors destined to help him. With the master guarding him in front and learning Duga 9 swords from Feng Qingyang behind, he suffered serious internal injuries, his life hanging by a thread, yet Ren Yingying clung to him, rallying heroes from the 3 mountains and 5 mountains to heal him. Later, through sheer chance, he learned the star absorption technique, completely resolving his internal injuries and rising to the ranks of the top powerhouses. Don't you think, Master, that Ling Huchong's luck is rather extraordinary? Bai Xiaofan analyzed. What do you mean? Dongfang Bai narrowed her eyes, growing serious. I suspect that after he left Blackwood Cliff in despair last time, Ling Huchong won't give up. He will rise again, naturally sending someone to keep an eye on him. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Do you believe in luck? Dongfang Bai was astonished. Bai Xiaofan replied. Luck is inherently formless. Invisible and intangible does not mean it does not exist. When luck accumulates to a certain extent and is bestowed upon someone, it becomes fate. If that's the case, we should have killed him back then. Dongfang Bai frowned. Don't be afraid. Oh, luck isn't omnipotent. With someone as fortunate as him as our enemy, we can only improve ourselves continuously. Bai Xiaofan was unconcerned. You consider Ling Huchong a whetstone. The clever Dongfang Bai suddenly understood. That's about all he is good for. Bai Xiaofan nodded. The two leaned against each other, drinking and sharing their thoughts. Just like that, Bai Xiaofan's little days were quite delightful. Gradually, he and Dongfang Bai had no secrets left to share, just one last step to consummate their relationship. As for the internal affairs of the Sun and Moon sect, Ouyang Luan and the others will handle it well. Only when there are significant matters that cannot be resolved will they come to Bai Xiaofan. The sun rises in the east, and I remain unbeaten. Under this virtuous cycle, the Sun and Moon sect truly rose. With Dongfang Bubi's reputation and Bai Xiaofan's generous sharing of martial arts secrets, the transmission hall, along with innate powerhouses providing regular lessons, guided the disciples in their martial skills. How could the people of the martial world refuse this? Previously, they were somewhat weak and lacked foundation, but Bai Xiaofan quickly made up for it with spirit spring water. During the peaceful 3 years, regardless of the external world, the court, or the martial world probing each other, as long as they did not provoke the Sun and Moon sect, Bai Xiaofan ignored everything else. During this time, the Sun and Moon divine cult continued to expand, merging many families and sects, gathering a large number of acquired martial artists, while the sect's enterprises spread across various regions. Every year, wealth was transported in carts to the Sun and Moon sect. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Sun and Moon sect. Conference hall. Is Ling Huchong coming out of seclusion? Bai Xiaofan asked. Yes. This kid even issued a challenge claiming he wants to challenge Master Dongfang. If he wins, he wants us to let Ren Yingying and Yu Lingchan mother and daughter go free. Ouyang Lun's expression was not good. Arrogant. The master of the battle merit hall and others immediately shouted in anger. He must have made preparations. Bai Xiaofan inquired. Indeed, there are rumors that this boy has been in seclusion at Washan's Thinking Cliff for 3 years, and his martial arts have broken through to the innate perfection realm. Not long ago, he visited Shaoshi Mountain, and the abbot of Shaolin admitting he was not his opponent. After that, he defeated Zhang Chongshu at Wudong Mountain in just over 100 moves. Ouyang Luan stated plainly. Innate perfection. This is not a good sign. Everyone present was moved, and their expressions turned grim. Where is the decisive battle taking place? Bai Xiaofan asked. At the summit of Huashan. Ouyang Luan replied. Agree to his challenge. Yes. Ling Huchong dared to provoke. The Sun and Moon sect cannot show weakness. Bai Xiaofan declared, since he seeks death, let us fulfill his wish. Hiss. How domineering. Ling Huchong is also at innate perfection. This will surely be a peak showdown. I wonder who will come out on top. Many renowned figures of the martial world are invited to this event, including Shaolin and Wudong, who will also witness this decisive battle together. What a spectacle. Let's go, we must set off quickly. Instantly, various martial artists moved at the news. Dongfang Bubi accepted the challenge while those with ulterior motives also plotted in the shadows. This is a rare opportunity that must not be missed. Ling Hucheng is just a bait. They are luring the tiger away from its mountain. Once at the summit of Huashan, regardless of victory or defeat, there will likely be danger. It took a lot of effort for the master to leave the Sun and Moon sect. Both Shaolin and Wudong, including the court, will take action. Moreover, my subordinates have heard that Feng Qingyang might be hiding at Thinking Cliff. If they truly disregard morality, they may have two innate perfectionists on their side. There is still a month until the agreed decisive battle. On this day, Ouyang Luan hurriedly burst into the back mountains. Before he arrived, his voice had already echoed. What are your thoughts? Bai Xiaofan asked calmly. In war, deception is necessary. Should we consider a surprise attack on Shaoshi Mountain? The other side is clearly up to no good, setting up a banquet of the Hongmen for the master. If so, don't blame the Sun and Moon sect for being ruthless. Rumors in the martial world say first eradicate Shaolin, then destroy Wudong. Only I Dongfang shall reign supreme in the martial world. In my opinion, since such statements have already been made, why not make it come true? Ouyang Lun's voice was cold and excited. What are you waiting for? I and the master share the same intention. Bai Xiaofan commanded. Huashan over there. Ouyang Luan was still somewhat worried. Rest assured, the master is strategizing and will have arrangements. Yes. Ouyang Luan withdrew. Bai Xiaofan's face revealed a smile that everything was under control. Night. Back mountains. The black commander stood tall like a green pine, exuding a sense of strength all over. He was practicing a set of punches, and with each movement the sound of the air bursting echoed. After 3 years of accumulation, I am finally about to break through. Bai Xiaofan looked on intently. He had a premonition that this breakthrough would turn the black commander's strength upside down. Late innate perfection. The difference between the two is enormous. The moonlight was like water, and as the black commander practiced his punches, the moonlight seemed to possess a spirit, dancing and forming a vortex. That vortex spun counterclockwise and was devoured by the black commander. Boom! The aura surged wildly, and the black commander opened his mouth, revealing his fangs, suddenly letting out a loud roar. The terrifying sound waves swept in all directions. The trees trembled and the mountains and fields shook. What a powerful force! The black commander suddenly burst into laughter. He had completely stepped into innate perfection, with strength like a python and will like a dragon, fearless. The zombie and corpse-like body advanced further. His senses were keen, and even a certain area in his brain seemed to be brewing something miraculous. Bai Xiaofan suddenly had a feeling that was the sea of consciousness. Once the black commander becomes a master, he will unlock the sea of consciousness and possess divine sense. At that time, he will no longer be just an ordinary zombie. Now the battle at Huashan is secure. Bai Xiaofan revealed a satisfied smile. There was one thing he did not tell Ouyang Luan and the others at Dongfang. Bai had already gone into seclusion 3 months ago. If all goes well, upon his return, the Sun and Moon sect will welcome a master. At this time, Ling Hucheng has issued a challenge. What if we do not respond? Wouldn't that be a sign of weakness? But winning does not necessarily mean that the challenger will be Dongfang Bai. A month later, at the summit of Mount Hua. At this moment, it was crowded with people. Many heroes came to support, including Fang Zheng from Shaolin and Cheng Su from Wudong. There were also many esteemed figures in the martial world. Their martial skills may not be the strongest, but their seniority is certainly high. Esteemed figures in the martial world are known for their reputation and prestige. Therefore, regardless of how one looks at it, this is a rare grand feast in nearly a decade. When the black leader stepped out of the carriage and set foot on Mount Hua, everyone was stunned, with Fang Zheng and Cheng Su showing extremely grim expressions. Where is Dongfang Bubi? Ling Hucheng exclaimed in anger. The black leader smiled and said, Kid, do you really think that with your mere newly attained perfection and innate skills you can stir up trouble on the head of the Tai Sui? Little did he know, to forge iron, one needs to be tough. Character, martial skills, cultivation. From any perspective, Ling Hucheng today is not qualified to earn a glance of esteem from the leader. Do you dare to toy with me? Ling Hucheng, filled with anger and shame, retorted. Only if you can defeat me do you have the qualifications to challenge the leader, the black leader sneered. Please enlighten me. As the male protagonist, he could not tolerate this. Roar. In an instant, the decisive battle between the two great masters commenced. The swords clanged sharply. This time was different from the past. Ling Hucheng's Duga 9 swords had reached a new peak. With a loud shout, sword shadows flickered in the arena, the sword tips carving out silver arcs, showcasing the master's profound inner strength. In the past 3 years in seclusion at Haimu Cliff, he made tremendous progress, not just in his swordsmanship, but also in his inner strength. However, the black leader's improvements were comprehensive as well. Speed. extremely fast, leaving behind black afterimages. His attacks were as powerful as a dragon or python, like a river surging. His iron fist struck the air, producing sonic booms. In the first half of the match, it appeared balanced at first glance. But inner strength is sometimes finite, and with the consumption during the battle it would wane. Ling Huchang's swordsmanship was exquisite, yet he could not breach the defense. The black leader with his zombie-like body was physically robust, possessing immense endurance, growing stronger as the battle raged on, showing no signs of weakening. As they entered the latter half of the match, Ling Huchang began to tire. Not good, young hero Ling, who your consumption is too great, and you seem somewhat fatigued while your opponent is vigorous and forceful. External martial arts are 10 times harder to practice than internal skills. This person actually achieved innate perfection with hard skills. Moreover, at such a young age, truly a formidable youth. Master Fang Jing Shaolin's iron cloth golden bell shield and the indestructible body technique are all top-tier external skills, but apart from these, I have never heard of such a powerful technique. Do you recognize which one this person is practicing? No, absolutely not those three. In equal realms, external skills are generally stronger than internal skills unless there is a realm advantage. Otherwise, Ling Huchang is in danger. When experts make their moves, one immediately knows the outcome. Many innate martial artists present had keen eyes. Once they realized that the black leader had attained innate perfection, they likely judged in their hearts that Ling Huchang would probably lose. It is truly unimaginable that someone could break through to innate perfection with such difficult hard skills. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy fists struck. The black leader's moves were bold and uninhibited, flowing naturally between actions with overwhelming force. He felt a sense of exhilaration, wanting to throw his head back and howl to vent his pent-up frustration. The breaking sword momentum of Dugun 9 swords. The male protagonist roared in unwillingness, unleashing a fierce rage. Kill! The black leader shouted back confidently. Not long after, about 3 hours later, Ling Huchang's breath gradually weakened, his inner strength completely depleted, and he fell into a disadvantage, while the black leader amidst the fight grasped the power brought by his advancement, growing ever stronger. Damn it! Ling Huchang's foot gave way, suddenly staggering. The black leader charged in like a bull, delivering a fist that sent him flying, and before the male protagonist could catch his breath, he was already close, brutally twisting off his 2 arms. Afterward, grinning sinisterly, he prepared to unleash his techniques. Stop! Young man, you have one. Will you give this old man some face? Descend the mountain. In the future, Ling Huchang will not step into the Sun and Moon Mountain River sect. Just then, as if a crisis had struck, a sudden elderly voice slowly transmitted. Are you Feng Qingyang? The black leader lifted Ling Hu and asked, looking up. An old man in a blue robe stood at an unknown time several feet away with his hands behind his back. Indeed. The old man nodded. At this moment, Master Fang Zheng said, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Benefactor young hero Ling Hu admits defeat. I have met Senior Feng. Cheng Su and others hurriedly bowed to Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang, what if I refuse to let him go? The black leader suddenly spoke, his voice cold. Young and impetuous. I have sealed my sword for many years. Feng Qingyang frowned. Why must you come out after sealing your sword for so long? Old man, by acting like this now you are courting humiliation. Since you chose to withdraw from the martial world, you should not participate in disputes any longer. Feng Qingyang, you probably forgot what the martial world truly is. You die, I live, that is the martial world. The black leader sneered. Roar. After finishing, he didn't give anyone a chance to react and bit down on Ling Huchang's neck. A surge of overwhelming blood energy poured into his mouth. Fatigue vanished instantly. In fact, there was even a faint rise in power. The male protagonist, being an elite innate martial artist, boasted surging vitality. To the black leader, it was simply a tremendous tonic. In the past, the black leader would not indiscriminately kill the innocent, nor would he deign to absorb the weak to cultivate his zombie-like body. But that does not mean he lacked this skill. At this moment on Mount Hua, having just experienced a fierce battle, Feng Qingyang suggested that he leave safely, but the black leader did not believe a word of it. Even if he did not take action, the abbot of Shaolin Cheng Su and others would lie in ambush halfway down the mountain, seizing the moment when his strength was exhausted to eliminate him. Thus the black leader would not adhere to righteousness and directly began to suck blood. Oh. Being drained of blood was incredibly painful. Ling Huchang emitted the most piercing sharp scream, struggling wildly, his face twisted and ferocious. His life force was being frantically devoured. Being drained by the black leader, our male protagonist finally understood what it meant to be worse than dead. Even when he was severely injured in the past, tormented by foreign true energy, and on the brink of death, he had never feared or experienced such a feeling. Oh, kill me. Oh, please kill me. Ling Huchang rapidly grew emaciated. His powerless roars were filled with excruciating pain. This scene happened too quickly, too suddenly. So much so that no one could react in time. Seeking death. Feng Qingyang shouted in anger. A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes, and he could not help but take action. This child is deeply possessed, Senior Feng. I will assist you in slaying this child. Let's attack together. Chong Su Daoist exclaimed. All right. The innate experts shouted in unison. In an instant, the black leader was surrounded by various attacks, falling into a passive state. Roar. But he was not afraid in the slightest, throwing his head back and howling. We will also join in our acts swiftly. Fortunately, the black leader did not come alone. The Sun and Moon Mountain River sect had a massive entourage with hundreds of martial experts accompanying him. The commander of the Battle Merit Hall shouted loudly, and Lin Pingji, the monk Wu Jia, the 6 immortals of Peach Valley, and others all responded. Meanwhile, hundreds of inner disciples also began to clash with martial artists from various sects. In an instant, blood flowed like rivers and limbs were shattered. The old man spoke, voice cold yet measured. Young man, though I have retreated from the world, Ling Hu Chong is a successor of the Dugun 9 swords. If you cripple him, you declare war upon me. I have seen the charisma of Dongfang Bubi in bygone days, he admitted, but I never imagined the Ryu sect would produce its own Dongfang Bubi, let alone someone of your caliber. Talent abounds, but Huashan will not allow your lawlessness, Feng Qingyang said, shaping a sword out of a single fingertip. At the same time, Feng Zheng pressed his palms together and intoned, By your murderous karma is weighty, O lay down the slaughtering knife and become a Buddha at once. Feng Zheng kept his hands in prayer. With Elder Feng Qingyang stationed here together with myself and the master, even Dongfang Bubi would be of no avail, he said with quiet resolve. Daoist Chongshu replied with certainty. The black commander threw back his head and laughed, ha. Let me see if the 3 of you together can truly detain me. A roar split the air. Ling Hu Chong screamed in utter despair, wasting away to skin and bones, his eyes hollowed, his vital blood collapsing as every shred of life force was drawn toward the black commander. Jet black hair slowly silvered. The once youthful visage aged by degrees. Such a scene was uncanny in the martial world. Feng Zheng and Chong's pupils constricted, and even Feng Qingyang's expression grew grave. What demonic art is this? Try me, and you will see, the black commander sneered. In that moment, he felt no strain, loosening his limbs and preparing for a truly brutal contest. Feng Zheng, Chongshu, and the others would not stand idle. They struck decisively. Feng Qingyang moved, as well, a renowned master at the pinnacle of martial prowess whose Xiantian cultivation had been perfected. Feng Zheng himself bore mastery of Shaolin's Yijinjing, the Jiasha Fumo Gong, the Great Compassion Thousand-Leaf Palm, and other peerless techniques, his cultivation at the latest stage Xiantian. Daoist Chongshu wielded a Taiji sword with the economy of force that could sway 1,000 pounds with a flick. In swordsmanship, he was only slightly inferior to the Duga 9 swords. The 3 greats fighting together posed a tremendous pressure. The black commander was not favored. Fortunately, his life force was tenacious and his realm comparable to Feng Qingyang's, so even against 3, he felt no dread. Luohanare. Came a roar. Fierce Fudra. Master Feng thundered. True martial 7-segment formation. 7 Wudong Xiantian shouted in unison. Shaolin and Wudong had indeed mustered their strongest lineups for this operation, their sect leaders personally taking the field. They left no margin for mercy. The black commander must be eliminated. Their mutual hatred was such that it would be either his death or theirs. Chi surged through the battlefield, blade light, cold, and bone-piercing. Winds howled, heads toppled, blood spurted, the cries of the wounded sent chills down the spine. This decisive battle on Huashan would not be easily settled. The aging protagonist went down with a wet sound, lying prone and trembling, unable to rise. The hatred in his eyes felt almost tangible. Alas, no great fortune remained to reverse his fate. The final chance slipped from his hands like water. A battle cry rent the air, deafening and earth-shattering. At the rear slopes of the Ryu sect compound, the command rang out, Zhuolingchan. Blind as he is, you have become the court's hound. Truly admirable. Bai Xiaofan watched the distance. He noted banners blotting the sky and hundreds of little eunuchs advancing swiftly like a tide of death. This is bad. The court is attacking the Ryu sect by surprise. Someone cried. They planned this, striking our vulnerability with a poisoned hand. I recognize them. The Baihu Feiyu Corps are all Xiantian. 100 Xiantian fighters. Disciples gasped, faces ashen. Bai Xiaofan, I hear you are Dongfang Bubi's favored beau. Tell me what will happen if we kill you. Zhuolingchan was conspicuously at the fore. Though blind, his martial skill endured, and he had taken up the Bixia sword technique. He had not destroyed his earlier inner cultivation, so his advancement was not precipitous. Still, he had grown markedly stronger, and now barely stood at the latest stage Xiantian. Kill me. Can you truly accomplish that? Bai Xiaofan asked calmly. I command 100 Xiantian fighters. Do you? Zhuo laughed wildly, blinded he could not read Bai's face. At those words, the Ryu disciples showed surprise. The situation was clearly dire, near annihilation. Faced with so many Xiantian warriors, why could Bai remain so composed? Hall Master, the disciples murmured, bewildered. A catastrophe loomed. A single mistake would leave them unburied in the dust. Zuolingshan, do you suppose the mere Eastern Depot means anything to the Ryu sect? Bai asked coldly. The Bixia sword manual, however formidable, is but a derivative of the Kuehua manual, he continued. That young emperor was foolishly duped by your few words and lost his bearings. Did it not occur to you that using our leader's legacy to cultivate fighters against the Ryu sect is absurd? Bai Xiaofan said with a frosty smile. Zuo's face shifted. What do you mean? He demanded. Bai replied, our leader plans with a mind stretched across 1,000 miles. Today, by eradicating these Eastern Depot men, perhaps that young emperor will learn a lesson. Bai Xiaofan swept his hand, and from the rear forest hundreds of black-robed warriors fell into neat formation and emerged as one. Their faces were cold. They gave a unified shout. Leave them alive, Bai said lightly. Yes, came the instant reply from the black-robed ranks. In an instant, the two sides clashed with brutal ferocity. One flank consisted of eunuchs schooled in the Bixia sword technique, their moves uncanny, ruthless, and treacherous. Opposing them were the elite disciples Bai had selected from the inner gate over 3 years. With their consent, they had been assimilated by the Black Commander and forged into zombified corpses. These men had originally been Houtian practitioners on the verge of breaking into Xiantian. After zombification and rigorous training, they became impervious to blades and stupendously strong. Some with superior talent even pushed further, breaking through their inner cultivation to early-stage Xiantian. They were the aces beneath Bai Xiaofan's command. Their debut stunned the court. This is impossible, Zuo exclaimed. Though blind, his hearing discerned the gravity of the moment. He could fully grasp the present tide of battle. It was nothing like what he had anticipated. The gap was immense. You will not escape either, Bai said with a cold laugh. No sooner had he spoken than Xiang Wentian stepped forward from behind Bai Xiaofan. Master Zuo, I present Xiang Wentian, please instruct, Bai announced with an indifferent curl of his lip. 3 years prior, Xiang Wentian had been trapped by Bai through a spatial ruse and delivered into the Ryu sect from which he could not flee. Such men were capricious and not to be trusted. Moreover, the enmity between them ran deep, so Bai did not bother to seek his consent. He ordered the Black Commander to assimilate him. After assimilation, Xiang Wentian's zombified form was even stronger than before. His current combat strength could rival latest-stage Xiantian. Xiang Wentian, Zuo muttered. There was no time for parting taunts. Xiang lunged. Two great fighters met in a furious exchange, their offenses swift and savage. Seal off, Haimuya. Not a single intruder shall be allowed to flee, Bai Xiaofan announced with composed authority. Cries rose around them from the east. The sun rises. Invincible are we. Long live leader Dongfang, cultured in both letters and arms. 10,000 autumns unify the martial world. The Ryu disciples shouted in response. In that moment, they were wild with excitement. After all, who does not long for their sect to stand supreme? How can this be? Zuo Lingshan's face turned ghastly pale, his body swaying as he couldn't help but shudder. A direct confrontation between titans. The imperial court had absolutely no understanding of the Sun Moon Mountain River sect, while Dongfang Bubi, wielding the Sunflower Manual, had likely delved deeply into the study of the Evil Warding Sword Manual as well. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated, just as Bai Xiaofan had said. Over the past 3 years, it had been entirely possible to devise a way to counter the Evil Warding Sword technique and restrain the Eastern Depot. Moreover, Xiang Wentian had also surrendered. This was nothing like what he had imagined, that the Eastern Depot's strength would crush the Sun Moon Mountain River sect. Instead, the other side had prepared in advance, waiting for the enemy with ease. Bai Xiaofan, do you intend to show no mercy? I am a chilly arch of the Eastern Depot, serving the Son of Heaven. By doing this, aren't you afraid the Emperor's wrath will bring utter ruin upon you? Zuo Lingshan shouted harshly while fending off Xiang Wentian. Better shut your mouth. A mere emperor cannot threaten me. Bai Xiaofan smiled at Zuo Lingshan and shook his head faintly. Release the arrows. With a wave of his hand, a loud shout arose from his side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows fell like rain, dealing massive area damage and output. Bai Xiaofan, you are ruthless. Zuo Lingshan's voice turned hoarse and desperate. A true man must be merciless. Bai Xiaofan said coldly. Screams filled the air. Under a wave of arrow coverage and powerful strikes, the Eastern Depot was utterly vulnerable. No matter how swift the sword techniques, could they enable one to fly through the sky or burrow into the earth? Though innate masters were formidable, they were still no match for an army of thousands. With just over 100 martial artists under Bai Xiaofan's meticulous deployment, they collapsed almost instantly. A crushing, sweeping defeat, like chickens and dogs made of clay. In an instant, over 20 centurions were killed, and more than a dozen were injured. Bai Xiaofan, I surrender. Overwhelmed by boundless fears, Wulongchan finally abandoned his last shred of dignity. Compared to life, things like face meant nothing. He did not want to die. With a thud, the former leader of the Songshan sect knelt directly on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly to Bai Xiaofan, spare my life. I am willing to defect to the Sun Moon Mountain River sect and serve as a mere pawn for the sect leader. Hall Master Bai, you and I have no enmity. From now on, I will never dare to oppose the Sun Moon Mountain River sect. Chiliarch. The young eunuchs were stunned and indignant. The young eunuchs had been brainwashed, but Wulongchan was different. He was inherently a turncoat, despicable and shameless. In the past, despite a deep vendetta with Yu Buchuan that cost him his eyes, he endured the humiliation, bowed to Yu Buchuan, and ceded the position of leader of the Five Mountains sect, even groveling to seek justice and protection from Shaolin's abbot Fangzheng and Chengshu to avoid death. Afterward, he hid under the guise of recovering from injuries, denying Yu Buchuan the chance to eliminate him root and branch. I have no grievance with the Sun Moon Mountain River sect. This was all by the Emperor's command, and no great calamity has been wrought today. Wulongchan explained anxiously. Seeing him like this, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh. I never thought you'd be such a coward. Wulongchan, if you're so timid, why do you still rush about everywhere stirring up trouble? You led the Eastern Depot's experts on a mission of annihilation. If I had been unprepared, would you have spared the Sun Moon Mountain River sect? Now that you're outmatched, you come begging for mercy. I must say you truly are a despicable villain without any scruples. Yu Buchuan is a hypocrite, and you are a true villain. Unfortunately, I appreciate neither hypocrites nor true villains. I only know that enemies must be crushed utterly and roots must be pulled up when weeding. Xiang Wentian. He betrayed multiple times and was still accepted. I can do the same. I am willing to swallow the Three Corpses Divine Brain pill, and from now on gladly serve the sect leader. Wulongchan quickly said. You. Xiang Wentian glared, about to shout a rebuke, but Bai Xiaofan stopped him with a look. Bai Xiaofan said calmly, since you have this intention, I'll give you a chance. Thank you, Hall Master Bai. Wulongchan was overjoyed. This is the Three Corpses Divine Brain pill. Bai Xiaofan tossed out a pill. Wulongchan gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had weathered the crisis and saved his life, a sudden sharp pain struck his abdomen. His qi and blood reversed the poison taking effect. His face twisted in agony, and he roared in torment. This isn't the Three Corpses Divine Brain pill. Bai Xiaofan. You despicable. According to martial world rumors, the Three Corpses Divine Brain pill, though extremely toxic, only triggered an episode about every half year. Moreover, the symptoms were not like this. Had he been tricked? Darkness swam before Wulongchan's eyes as he writhed on the ground. You guessed right, but there's no reward. This is called the worse-than-death pill. Bai Xiaofan laughed. In the span of a tea break, Wulongchan breathed his last. Chiliarch. The young eunuchs were in utter despair. Having been brainwashed from childhood, they would not beg for mercy. Many, seeing the situation hopeless, tried to break through the encirclement and flee for their lives. Fortunately, Bai Xiaofan had already ordered the blockade of Blackwood Cliff. Blood flowed like a river, and even innate masters met their end. An hour later, the battle concluded. At that very moment, clouds and rosy light appeared at the horizon, forming a fiery blaze that shrouded the rear mountain. Every martial artist's heart pounded like a drum, as if something momentous was about to occur. Could this be the sect leader? Bai Xiaofan quickly turned his head, a deep contemplative look flashing in his eyes. Before he could speak, Dongfang Bai rushed out, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. As expected, from today on, I am a grandmaster. The sun rises in the east, only I remain undefeated. The sound of submission soared into the sky, turning into rolling waves that spread in all directions. It echoed through every corner of the Sun Moon Mountain River sect for 100 li. Bai Xiaofan clearly sensed that at this moment Dongfang Bai's aura surged unceasingly, reaching a level as vast as mountains and seas. Dressed as a man in black robes, her smile seemed mischievous, yet so unrestrained, bold, and free. This woman surpassed countless men in the world. Figures like Ren Wuxing, Feng Qingyang, and Ling Huchong were not even fit to polish her shoes. A grandmaster. Xiang Wenqian's eyes flickered with shock. Then, without daring to speak further, he knelt and joined the chorus of cheers. Everyone was kowtowing in worship. Only Bai Xiaofan remained standing. What are you looking at? Dongfang Bai spoke. You're so beautiful I can't tear my eyes away. What should I do, sect leader? Bai Xiaofan quickly replied. Dongfang Bai said, how would I know what you should do? Bai Xiaofan grew serious, took her small hand, and said earnestly, sect leader, your breakthrough to grandmaster must be announced to the world, so everyone knows this news. Additionally, Black Commander is trapped at Mount Hua, besieged by Feng Qingyang Fangjing and the Chengshu Daoist, using the Arhut formation and the true martial 7-section formation in grave danger. He awaits your rescue, sect leader. Also, Ouyang Luan led our people in a surprise attack on Shaoshi Mountain. I don't know if it went smoothly, and they're waiting for our support. These two matters brook no delay, sect leader. Let's set off now. Though he said this, Bai Xiaofan showed no sign of urgency. He just wanted to avoid others and find a chance to be alone with her. As for Black Commander, there was no rush. Let's go. Dongfang Bai didn't expose him and nodded faintly. You all stay and guard the sect. This hall master and the sect leader have matters to attend to outside. Bai Xiaofan instructed. Yes. Xiang Wentian and the others all complied. There was no choice. With Dongfang Bai's breakthrough, her momentum was unstoppable. Next, those who deserved misfortune would meet their doom. Justice may be slow, but it never fails to arrive. I've been in seclusion for these days. Has a lot happened? Dongfang Bai asked with a cheerful demeanor, allowing Bai Xiaofan to hold his hand while smiling. Ling Huchong issued a challenge with a battle decree at Huashan, setting up a grand banquet. I wanted to be in seclusion, so I had to send Commander He to respond to the invitation. Now Commander He is besieged by Feng Qingyang and those from Shaolin and Wudong. Moreover, the imperial court dispatched Zhuo, but I have already resolved this issue, having taken out over 108 warriors at once. The emperor must be heartbroken. Additionally, I sent Ouyang Luan to Shaoshi Mountain. He will act according to the situation. Bai Xiaofan briefly recounted the recent events. Then let's head to Huashan first, Dongfang Bai said. I will listen to the master. Bai Xiaofan naturally would not object. No matter how confident he was, being careless could still lead to danger. With Dongfang Bai having ascended, the initiative was in his hands. I'll take you there faster, Dongfang Bai suddenly said, lifting Bai Xiaofan by the shoulder and darting forward. Master, can you fly? Bai Xiaofan exclaimed in shock. Dongfang Bai raised his chin with pride, saying, as a grandmaster of martial arts, I can ride the chi to fly, much stronger than lightness skills, but only at low altitude. I can't fly high. Hiss. Bai Xiaofan was secretly astonished. From this, one could see the difference between innate warriors and grandmasters. A grandmaster had already shed a portion of their mortal form. They could accomplish feats impossible for ordinary people. That is the essence of a grandmaster. No wonder the legends say that grandmasters of martial arts are akin to terrestrial immortals. That statement is not an exaggeration. By the way, aside from strength, have there been any other changes? Bai Xiaofan asked curiously. Suddenly, he thought of Commander He's feelings. If one were to break through again, would the mysterious area of the brain open up a sea of consciousness, granting divine sense? Beyond martial skills. Dongfang Bai pondered. Innate warriors can introspect, meaning that with their eyes closed they can clearly see the changes in their dantians, meridians, and flesh in intricate detail. This time I broke through. This kind of vision can extend outward. With my eyes closed within a radius of 10 miles, I can perceive any movement of the wind and grass. Nothing escapes my sight. Dongfang Bai had no concept of divine sense, merely sharing his understanding. An innate warrior can introspect their dantian, checking their meridians, blood vessels, organs, and so on. However, a grandmaster with eyes closed can grasp movements from 10 miles away. What else could this be if not divine sense? Divine sense extended outward. Indeed, it is another realm altogether. Master this means that as long as you are in the back mountain, in the hidden corners of the Sun and Moon Mountain sect, nothing that happens can escape your notice. This truly achieves keen observation. Bai Xiaofan sincerely remarked. Divine sense. Dongfang Bai was surprised. Yes, what you describe, master, as I understand it, is divine sense extended outward. Bai Xiaofan nodded, saying, that's a fitting title. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Bai smiled slightly. As they spoke, the two moved quickly, for they were flying as grandmasters, no longer comparable to mere lightness skills. After about 3 days, Huashan was in sight. Kill. The battle remained intense, with innate warriors fighting fiercely. Terrifying inner strength swept through, surging and vigorous. The sound of clashing swords was sharp and piercing. Blinding light flickered. A thick stench of blood permeated the air. Occasionally heads would roll, blood splattering 5 steps away. Innate warriors, blinded by rage, displayed vicious expressions. Dongfang Bai with Bai Xiaofan silently landed atop a large tree on the mountain peak. Why do you think they act this way? She asked, her expression calm, suddenly posing the question. Bai Xiaofan showed no signs of pity, replying lightly, perhaps this is the way of the world. People in the martial world have always been like this. It's either you kill me or I kill you. As long as there are people, the fighting will never cease. For fame, for profit, for unparalleled martial arts. The division of good and evil is merely an excuse for slaughter. With the master having broken through to become a grandmaster, we must ensure our victory. But I can guarantee that after this battle, the killing will not cease. New heroes will emerge, acting justly, eradicating evil, and restoring peace, ultimately raising their banners against us. How about unifying the martial world? Dongfang Bai suddenly asked. There are still people below who are dissatisfied with our rules, secretly plotting conspiracies until one day in the future we are defeated or they are all dead. You're right. Dongfang Bai no longer struggled with the thought. Bai Xiaofan said, but Master can rest assured in this generation the Sun and Moon Mountain sect will not face any issues. As for whether our successors can maintain the foundation for how long, it is beyond our control. Do you truly wish to unify the martial world? Dongfang Bai flashed a hint of curiosity. With the Master's breakthrough, the martial world is within reach, oh why not seize it? Bai Xiaofan countered. Then he added, if you desire it, I could even conquer the world. After all, the Emperor fears people like us in the martial world so deeply that he sent people from the Eastern Factory to attack the Sun and Moon Mountain sect. Little Dongfang, would you marry me with this empire as your dowry? Don't talk nonsense. If I truly became the Emperor, wouldn't I be overwhelmed? I just want to find a picturesque place in the future where the two of us can live undisturbed by the outside world, enjoying a pastoral life. Dongfang Bai quickly shook her head. In truth, she pursued martial arts and aspired to reach the peak of strength. She was not particularly concerned with fame and fortune. Perhaps that was one reason why Dongfang Bai cultivated so swiftly. Becoming a master, she felt like she had been pushed into a position after settling in she hadn't sought to expand much. If she were to be made empress, she believed it would surely give her a headache. Good. As long as the master is happy, a picturesque place is the most suitable. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Dongfang Bai responded softly. Like celestial partners in this battleground, they could talk about love as if no one else existed. The two seemed entirely unaffected by the surrounding blades and swords, the life and death struggle. Roar. At that moment, Commander He let out a loud roar. He was injured, and amidst the siege of several powerful warriors, he was in dire straits. The zombies' defenses were strong, but there was also a limit. Watch out. For instance, Feng Qingyang's sword energy could inflict harm on Commander He. However, it was still quite difficult to deliver a fatal blow. After all, Commander He was not a target standing still for Feng Qingyang to strike. Abbot, save me. He is a monster sucking blood, not human. This boy is nearly done for. Trap him. Quick. Suppress him swiftly. Fang Zheng, Chong Su, and others shouted in unison at Commander He. After such a long battle, everyone was extremely alarmed. Indeed, the vitality of the zombie was too resilient, thick-skinned, and with abundant blood. Apart from Feng Qingyang's sword energy, only Fang Zheng and Chong Zu's inner strength could inflict some damage on Commander He. Yet Commander He healed quickly, regaining health rapidly. Thus, this was truly a grueling, decisive battle. At this moment, Commander He's eyes were crimson, fangs bared, looking like a humanoid monster, the kind that sucks blood. He was now covered in injuries, surrounded by the three great experts, but the formations of Arhut Formation and True Martial Seven Cuts Formation had been broken. The elite fighters from Shaolin and Wudong, as well as other innate experts who had joined the fray, had bodies strewn all around. Some were cold, some still warm, and many had been drained by Commander He, reduced to skin and bones. Monster. The innate warriors gazed at Commander He, their expressions filled with horror. Only the three great experts, caught in a bind, continued to hold on. Fortunately, Commander He was becoming increasingly weakened, and the three could barely see a glimmer of hope. Elder Feng, given the situation, we absolutely cannot relent. This boy has fallen deeply into madness. If he does not die today, he will surely endanger the martial world. Fang Zheng shouted angrily. Indeed, this demon must be killed. Chong Su said, his face pale. We cannot let him leave Huashan alive. At this moment, Feng Qingyang also dropped the pretense of being a senior. Charge. The three great experts pounced forward together. Commander He's face twisted in rage once more. Between life and death, there is great tempering. After this decisive battle, his advancement will not be small. Dongfang Bai observed this and said, it's about time we should make our move. Bai Xiaofan suggested, tempering is tempering, but let's not let him truly die, otherwise Bai Xiaofan would surely cry. Wait. Dongfang Bai glanced at Bai Xiaofan, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Feng Qingyang, your martial arts are exceptional, having reached the realm where no move surpasses a move. In your lifetime, there was hope for a breakthrough, but alas, now there is no chance left. Who told you to meddle in this matter? Everyone must pay the price for their actions, including you, a grandmaster. For the sake of dignity, make your move. Dongfang Bai walks through the air. Feng Qingyang's face darkens. Dongfang, booby, have you broken through? Hiss. Fang Zheng gasps in shock, turning pale. Hurry and leave. Chong Su shouted repeatedly. After saying this, he led the Wudong sect's experts to retreat. Ha ha ha, leave them behind. The Black Commander laughed heartily. The sun rises in the east, and I alone am undefeated. The leader of the battle hall and others were all excited, loudly responding. The Black Commander led his men chasing and hunting down the fleeing Fang Zheng and Chong Su. The other rabble fled quickly, fearing retribution from the Sun and Moon Mountain River sect later. What a pity for Shaolin and Wudong. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Duga 9 swords. At this moment, Feng Qingyang and Dongfang Bubi began their decisive battle. Sword energy surged and internal force roared. His movements were ghostly swift as lightning. The battle power of a grandmaster was perfectly manifested. Feng Qingyang's cultivation was akin to half a step into grandmaster realm. However, after Dongfang Bei's breakthrough, the two fought again without any pressure. An hour later, they parted ways. I actually lost to a young man. The younger generation is formidable. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Dongfang Bubi, you are now unrivaled in the world, Feng Qingyang said with a bitter smile. Having said that, let's be on our way, Dongfang Bai replied indifferently. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 silver needles shot out, piercing Feng Qingyang's brow, throat, and dantian. Feng Qingyang died at Mount Hua. Master, Bai Xiaofan stepped forward with concern. His martial arts are indeed very high, Dongfang Bai said. Since he chose to oppose us, there is no need for regret. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Dongfang Bai nodded. Afterwards, Bai Xiaofan instructed those who stayed behind to clean the battlefield and buried Feng Qingyang at the Cliff of Reflection on the back mountain. Regardless, a grandmaster's dignity must be preserved. The Black Commander has pursued towards Wudong Mountain, Bai Xiaofan said. Let's go, Dongfang Bai said without hesitation. The two flew for a day and night before catching up to the two sides who were fighting and retreating. Dongfang Bubi, where is Feng Qingyang? Chong Su asked. I came, so he naturally went where he should go, Dongfang Bai replied coldly. Fang Zheng clasped his hands together. Master has ascended to Grandmaster, and the Sun and Moon Mountain River sect dominates the martial world. Congratulations. Shaolin and Wudong can no longer threaten you. How can we resolve the enmity between both sides? Do you truly want to eradicate us completely? Chong Su said angrily. Dongfang Bai sneered. If you fail, you must resolve grudges and settle everything. How could it be so easy? If I had not broken through, would you have let the Sun and Moon Mountain River sect go? What do you want? Fang Zheng's face turned ashen. I'll send you to meet the Buddha, Dongfang Bai stated bluntly. Kill. Knowing he was not the opponent, he would not just wait to die. Fang Zheng and Chong Su, the two big shots, exchanged glances and shouted in unison, rushing towards Dongfang Bai. A late innate stage expert is already quite formidable. He was indeed a person of great stature. However, in front of a grandmaster, they were still insufficient. It took Dongfang Bai less than a quarter of an hour to handle these two. After dealing with Feng Qingyang for an hour, the leader of the sect died. Shaolin and Wudong were practically exterminated. The remaining disciples had expressions of terror or overwhelming hatred. Kill them all, Bai Xiaofan ordered. Yes. The disciples responded eagerly. In the martial world, it's like this: you die, I live. There was no room for mercy. After the 5 mountain sword sect, Shaolin and Wudong also became history. 3 days later, Ouyang Luan came to rendezvous. Master, the Shumishan has been completely plundered. This is the Cangjing Pavilion Classics. Additionally, we found a large amount of gold and silver treasures in their underground secret chamber, with silver and gold notes totaling 1,000,000 taels. Who would have thought that monks could be this wealthy? Ouyang Luan knelt down, reporting the gains of this trip. Who would have guessed that righteous people are quite good at accumulating wealth? One cannot truly know a person just by their appearance. They deserve to die. Dongfang Bai said indifferently. Did you find the Yijinjing or Shisue Jing? This is the Yijinjing. As for the Shisue Jing, we did not find it. Perhaps it was hidden away by Fang Zheng, or it may have been lost to time. Ouyang Luan replied. That's fine. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Having a Yijinjing is quite good, as it can greatly elevate one's martial arts realm. Let's head back, Dongfang Bai said indifferently. Yes. Ouyang Luan and the others responded. This expedition was indeed fruitful, having swept through Mount Hua. The other route also fulfilled the bold declaration of first eliminate Shaolin, then destroy Wudong. From now on, the Sun and Moon Mountain River sect dominates the martial world. Hiss! How terrifying! Dongfang Bubi has cultivated to this level. A grandmaster is akin to an immortal on land. We have seen an immortal on land, something not seen in centuries. On that day, I witnessed Feng Qingyang's death at Mount Hua with my own eyes. The demeanor of the world's #1 is truly enviable. I heard that the Eastern Factory was attacked at Haimu Cliff and suffered complete annihilation. The Emperor was furious. What does that matter? With Dongfang Bubi's martial arts, not to mention the martial world, even imperial power must give way. In 3 months, it will be the day the Sun and Moon Mountain River sect recruits disciples. I must go as well. If I can join the sect and become an inner disciple, wouldn't that bring glory to my ancestors? Hurry and go. The news spread quickly. In just half a month, the details of the battle at Mount Hua became known to all. The extermination of Shaolin and Wudong was even more sensational. Dongfang Bubi's reputation has surpassed that of the past. At this moment, all the 5 mountain sword sect Shaolin Wudong, including Feng Qingyang, had become a thing of the past. Those who once spoke out against the eradication of the demonic sect quietly retreated, afraid to stir up trouble, at least for the foreseeable future. Unless they were unafraid of death, but how many truly fear nothing? Many young people from martial families flocked to the Sun and Moon Mountain River sect, eager to curry favor and express their submission. Moreover, they actively prepared to select the younger generation of their families to participate in the sect's disciple recruitment ceremony in 3 months. At this time, no one mentioned the demonic sect. Instead, everyone regarded joining the sect as an honor. 3 months later, Bai Xiaofan presided over the disciple recruitment ceremony, which was unprecedentedly lively. The sun rises in the east, and I alone am undefeated. First eliminate Shaolin, then destroy Wudong. Master Dongfang with both civil and martial virtues. For thousands of years unify the martial world. The voices of submission rolled like waves, spreading in all directions. Within a radius of 10 miles, the trees trembled and the mountains and rivers shook. The Imperial Palace. Useless trash. You have been raised for nothing. The Eastern Factory's 100 households and 1,000 households have been completely annihilated. What audacity the Sun and Moon Mountain River sect has. The Emperor was furious. Your Majesty, I request to mobilize the army to flatten this sect. An old general, iron-blooded and ruthless, said loyally. However, Dongfang Bubi's martial arts are extremely high. Oh, what if he takes desperate measures? The civil officials spoke up to stop him, their expressions worried. No matter how high his martial arts are, can they rival an army of thousands? The old general said angrily. We ask your Majesty to decide. The civil and military officials all spoke up. If that's the case, then The Emperor was moved. Mobilize troops to attack Haimu Cliff. It seems my arrival is just in time. The Black Commander's voice abruptly rang out. Who is it? Those present were astonished. People from the Sun and Moon Mountain River sect. The Black Commander said. Bold. The old general shouted angrily. You know nothing of power. The Black Commander sighed and suddenly struck out with a palm. The young emperor bled from 7 orifices under his palms, wind dying in hatred. Hiss. All the civil and military officials were terrified. You dare to assassinate the emperor, committing the crime of exterminating 9 clans. I will mobilize 300,000 troops to attack Haimu Cliff. The old general roared furiously, his eyes blazing. The Black Commander sneered. Raising a fist, the general had no time to resist and was blown to pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Afterwards, the Black Commander left gracefully. The civil and military ministers trembled, parting left and right to create a path. Once the Black Commander disappeared, people began to cry out in shock, fear, and sadness, and then the court became busy preparing for the emperor's funeral, with various factions vying and scheming to contest the new emperor. Everything proceeded in full swing, yet no one mentioned revenge. What a joke! Entering and leaving the Imperial Palace felt like walking in a deserted land. It would be easy to barge into your residence. How many people would wager their lives and fortunes? Moreover, it would be a gamble with no chance of winning. The imperial power has indeed been suppressed by the sect. Those in the martial world reflected on this matter with some emotion. Dongfang Bai ascended to the Grand Master level, first eliminating Shaolin, then destroying Wudong, and even suppressed the imperial power with his sect. Riding the coattails of this momentum, the Sun Moon River sect made a significant impact. At this time, Bai Xiaofan certainly had to develop things properly. In fact, the Sun Moon River sect dominated the martial arts world, reigning supreme. The so-called unification of the rivers and lakes was already a settled matter. However, many trivial details still needed to be concretely implemented. Fortunately, Bai Xiaofan had been an emperor managing a vast nation with great order, and handling sect affairs was even easier. Moreover, Captain He was immensely capable and was undoubtedly the top expert under Dongfang Bai. Therefore, no one dared to challenge Bai Xiaofan. Who didn't know that Captain He and Bai Xiaofan were like brothers, almost one and the same? Captain He would resolutely support any command from Bai Xiaofan. Thus, Bai Xiaofan, as a postnatal martial artist, truly achieved the feat of living off soft rice. He was one person below and above 10,000 others. With Ling Huchang's death, the task is almost complete. However, I still have several decades of life left. During this time, I should enrich my experiences, learn skills, and especially deepen my martial arts training, diligently practicing the I Jing Jing, as that is of utmost importance. Future tasks may become increasingly difficult, so I will need to prepare for them. Additionally, the space also requires proper development. These elements will be the foundation of my future. As for Captain He, it would be even better if he could break through to Grandmaster. Even if he encounters other taskers mentioned by the system, he would have the confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the ability to negotiate. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. With that, he set his focus on these matters moving forward. As for the urgent affairs of the sect, he had been busy recently and had basically arranged everything. Each hall worked together, complementing and assisting one another, functioning in a self-sustaining manner. As long as there were no major accidents, they would only grow stronger. What are you daydreaming about? Suddenly, Dongfang Bai spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Bai Xiaofan said the overall situation is settled. Master, would you marry me? You bad person. Who said they would marry you? Dongfang Bei's face flushed, her cheeks blushing as she shot him an indignant glance, maintaining her composure. Little Dongfang, it was you who said that in the future we would seek out a picturesque place to live in seclusion and enjoy pastoral life. The space is already prepared. I will strive to treat you even better. Seeing her adorably proud demeanor, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a surge of affection. He then took Dongfang Bei's small hand and straightforwardly said, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Master, you cannot be so cruel. As he spoke, he gazed at her eagerly as if her refusal would be a grave sin, a betrayal of trust, and a despicable act. Then I have a condition, Dongfang, Bai said, her face still red. Don't just mention one condition. Even 10,000 conditions, whether reasonable or unreasonable, are correct in my eyes. The master's commands must be executed whether understood or not. Bai Xiaofan vowed earnestly. In the future you can only have me in your heart, and you must not be fickle, Dongfang Bai said. Of course you are so wonderful, master. Bai Xiaofan hurriedly replied. Then that's settled. I will follow your arrangements. Dongfang Bai nodded. At that moment she was not the invincible Dongfang Bubi, but a woman in love. Dongfang Bai had always been someone who loved fiercely. Since she liked him, she would hold on tightly. That's great, Bai Xiaofan exclaimed joyfully, unable to resist hugging her and spinning her around 3 times. Dongfang Bai blushed deeply, clenched her small fists, and lightly punched his shoulder, though not with much strength, just a symbolic gesture saying, put me down. I won't, little Dongfang. Bai Xiaofan pressed on, leaning in to kiss her fair cheek. Don't be so handsy, I remember we're not married yet. Dongfang Bai said shyly. Bai Xiaofan laughed, saying it's only a matter of time. Little Dongfang agreed, so you can't go back on your word. Once you're on this ship you can't run away. I must speed up the process and marry you. Then there's nothing left to do but prepare. Dongfang Bai calmed her nervousness and shyness, looking at the man who had walked her out of her low point and cared for her, she said contentedly. She felt a sweet sensation in her heart, a feeling of being cherished. This was something she had never experienced before. Even with the male lead, she had always given unilaterally. During that difficult time, with Ling Huchong, if it weren't for Dongfang Bei's protection, she would have long since perished. Time seemed to fly by. Dongfang Bai felt warm inside. She had thought she wouldn't fall so quickly, intending to remain reserved a bit longer, but who knew that Bai Xiaofan's barrage of affections would leave her dizzy and blushing, and she had unwittingly agreed. At this point it was too late to go back on her word. Reluctantly, Dongfang Bai had to agree. All right, I will issue the orders right away, Bai Xiaofan said decisively. Okay, Dongfang Bai nodded. A wedding for the master was a matter of utmost importance for the sect. Once their wedding invitation was sent out, the Central Plains martial arts world was shaken and everyone was astonished. Hiss. So this day has finally come, just a bit suddenly. Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bai. There were rumors that Dongfang Bubi was a woman disguised as a man, but no one dared to expose it. Now she had acknowledged it herself. So what? In the martial arts world, many people disguise themselves as the opposite gender for convenience. The only grandmaster in the Central Plains is actually a woman. It was a case of the yin being strong while the yang was weak. The martial arts world loved excitement, especially when it came to the legendary figure Dongfang Bubi, a godlike character. Once the wedding invitations were sent out, countless people sprang into action. Renowned martial artists, various sects, and lone heroes all prepared gifts and visited. Even many court officials, upon receiving the news, came uninvited, bringing ample sincerity. As a result, even before the wedding date, the sect was already in a flurry, bustling with voices. Fortunately, the sect was well-resourced and could host a grand event. Ouyang Luan and others were also quite capable, arranging the visiting guests meticulously. Days later, the wedding feast commenced. They're here. Countless people were eagerly waiting. Men wanted to witness the legendary spectacle, while women, not too envious, aimed to use Dongfang Bai as their goal. A grand banquet. The wedding proceeded smoothly with a lavish display. When Bai Xiaofan and Dongfang Bai descended hand in hand, they dazzled the time itself. The sun rises in the east, and I am undefeated. Ouyang Luan led the sect members in a spirited cheer. The sound of blessings from the martial arts world echoed in their ears. It seemed as though the entire world bore witness to their beautiful happiness. Guests are here, everyone make yourselves comfortable, Bai Xiaofan said with a smile from a high vantage point. Congratulations to the two for tying the knot. The guests hurriedly cupped their hands in greeting. Let's go. Bai Xiaofan laughed. Dongfang Bai nodded. The divine couple turned and flew away. They had no need to greet the guests. No one felt slighted, with Captain He in charge. Ouyang Luan and others coordinated well, creating a lively atmosphere. If Dongfang Bai and Bai Xiaofan had stayed, the guests would have felt uncomfortable. After all, she was Dongfang Bubi. At the back mountain, the small courtyard is simple yet exceptionally festive. The bride sits quietly until Bai Xiaofan lifts her veil. Little Dongfang, you are mine now. Bai Xiaofan grasped her small hand, proclaiming his claim. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Bei's cold face revealed a hint of a smile. You better cherish it. If you treat me poorly, who knows, one day, I might just run away from home. Don't worry. After putting in so much effort to win you over, how could I let the master have a chance to escape? That would be foolish. However, today is our wedding day, so it's time to change how I address you. In front of others, I will call you master, and you will call me by Tangzhu. When it's just the two of us, you can call me Xianggong, and I will call you my lady, or little Dongfang, Bai Xiaofan arranged. All right, Xianggong. Dongfang Bei's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit awkward, her voice soft and faint like a mosquito's buzzing. However, in Bai Xiaofan's ears, it sounded exceptionally pleasant enough to make his bones feel weak. Just think about it, the legendary Dongfang Booby, admired by the world, a peerless goddess with unmatched martial skills and beauty, now calling herself his lady, addressing him as Xianggong. The feeling of conquest is overwhelming. Little Dongfang, let's go to bed, Bai Xiaofan said eagerly. Bad person. Dongfang Bai's face turned slightly red, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she huffed softly. Encouraged by her reaction, Bai Xiaofan naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He directly picked her up and placed her on the soft couch. Then a series of rustling sounds began as he initiated a Hansen teaching mode. At first, Dongfang Bai felt a bit resistant and shy, but gradually she realized that Bai Xiaofan was quite experienced, and without knowing it, she was led along. Her heart slowly relaxed, and the two of them worked together in perfect harmony. Time passed quickly. With an emotional foundation, their consummation happened smoothly. Time to get up. The next day, Dongfang Bai nudged someone. Bai Xiaofan, holding her slender waist, laughed. From now on, the king will no longer go to court. Don't worry, the sex affairs Ouyang Luan and the others will handle it well. No one would dare to disturb us. But we still need to get up. Oh, I have to guide your training. What kind of thing is it to lie around during the day? Dongfang Bai rolled her eyes, responding bluntly. But I have no energy. How about this? Give me a kiss, and then I'll get up. Bai Xiaofan, acting shamelessly, made a reasonable request. Virtuous. Consider it a reward for you. Dongfang Bai shot him a charming glance, fulfilling his small wish. All right. Energy replenished, Bai Xiaofan sprang up energetically, pulling Dongfang Bai to wash up, and then they practiced martial arts. The Yi Jin Jing is a Shaolin secret skill, a top-tier internal martial art. Even among generations of high monks, very few have successfully mastered it. Most only manage to barely enter the threshold, and those who achieve a minor success are still considered barely adequate to become the sect leader. This shows how truly miraculous this secret skill is. Bai Xiaofan's body, having started martial arts late, has a weak foundation. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't possess the conditions to break through to the innate realm, but the Yi Jin Jing can create conditions combined with abundant resources and Dongfang Bei's guidance. With all these factors combined, he now has confidence that in this world he can achieve success in martial arts and break through to the innate realm. After so many years, your internal energy is only at the mid-stage of acquired level. This clearly indicates that my previous assessment was correct. Your martial arts foundation is difficult to make significant progress. However, if the Yi Jin Jing is truly that miraculous, perhaps there will be a turning point, Dongfang Bai said lightly. What should I do? Abandon my previous internal energy and retrain using the Yi Jin Jing? Bai Xiaofan asked seriously. Back then, he found the Shao Wuxiang Ju in the scripture repository. It has been proven that this martial art is not related to the Shao Wuxiang Gong at all. They merely share similar names. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken him so many years to reach the mid-stage of acquired level. Over the years, Bai Xiaofan has consumed a lot of spiritual spring water to expel impurities from his body. Therefore, if necessary, abandoning the Shao Wuxiang Ju wouldn't trouble him at all. No need. I've studied it. This is the miraculous aspect of the Yi Jin Jing. It has incredible inclusiveness. As long as you follow my instructions and practice the Yi Jin Jing along the correct path, the internal energy it generates will devour the original internal energy in your dantian and assimilate it. This is also why when Ling Huchong suffered serious internal injuries with 7 or 8 different types of foreign true energy clashing within him, he was able to completely resolve it through practicing the Yi Jin Jing. As far as I know, Ren Wuxing resolved his internal injuries using over 10 years of hard training, finding an alternative method to fill the gaps in the Xing Xing de Fa. However, the version of the Xing Xing de Fa passed to Ling Huchong was before the gaps were filled. At that time, it merely suppressed his internal injuries. Later, when Ling Huchong was at the Shaolin Temple, he learned the Yi Jin Jing, which allowed him to resolve his injuries completely, thus breaking free from Ren Wuxing's control. Otherwise, how could Ren Wuxing easily allow his own son-in-law to escape his control? Therefore, I conclude that you don't need to abandon your internal energy and retrain. Regarding martial arts, Dongfang Bai the Grand Master immediately began to speak eloquently. In this regard, there is no better teacher than her. She then elaborately explained to Bai Xiaofan the practice route of the I Ching Jing and its techniques, with each point being very insightful and truly practical. Bai Xiaofan listened intently, filled with admiration for his little lady, casting her a gaze full of worship. The Grand Master accepted it gladly, wearing a proud and aloof expression like a little peacock. After that, Bai Xiaofan became a diligent student under Dongfang Bei's supervision, starting his practice of the I Ching Jing. This secret skill is indeed extraordinary. In less than half a month of training, remarkable effects began to appear. Boom! In the Dantian, internal energy surged like a roaring river, endlessly devouring and digesting the Xiao Wuxiangju. Even with profound power, the Xiao Wuxiangju was completely suppressed and crushed by the I Ching Jing. Every day he refined a bit, and after more than half a month, all the internal energy was completely transformed. Bai Xiaofan felt a wave of energy around him as he opened his eyes and quietly sensed it, suddenly filled with joy. It's so easy, oh, I've reached the late stage of acquired level. To be clear, Bai Xiaofan had put in several years of hard work to break through to the late stage of acquired level, with the Xiao Wuxiangju consuming plenty of spiritual spring water, yet he had seen no results. Now, after just switching to the I Ching Jing, the bottleneck was broken in just over half a month. One must say it truly lives up to its reputation. This is taking advantage of your previous accumulation of internal energy to make a breakthrough all at once. In the future, training will be more methodical, and it will only be several times faster than other martial arts. However, with your access to spiritual spring water and the supply of Lingdan from Ping Yiji, the resources are sufficient to make up for this shortcoming. Within a few years, perhaps you can attempt to break through to the innate realm. However, after reaching the innate realm, each level of breakthrough will be very difficult. It won't be something that the I Ching Jing alone can achieve, Dongfang Bai remarked. Innate realm? I'm already quite satisfied, Bai Xiaofan laughed. Dongfang Bai nodded unconcerned, saying, you should focus on cultivating the Black Commander. His chances of breaking through the Master Realm are still very high. As for Bai Xiaofan's martial arts skills, she didn't care at all. What a joke. Dongfang Bai would never look down on a man with low martial arts. Otherwise, the previous Ling Hu Chong wouldn't have qualified to catch her eye. Once she made a decision, she wouldn't care about the other status. This is the kind of extraordinary woman Dongfang Bai is. Every quality about her is worth loving. Thus, after their grand wedding, Bai Xiaofan and Dongfang Bai entered a semi-reclusive state. On ordinary days, there was no one to disturb them at the back mountain. Sect affairs were reported periodically by Ouyang Luan, the head of the Battle Merit Hall, and others. Without any major changes, Bai Xiaofan no longer interfered. The two of them became inseparable after marriage, and their feelings grew warmer. They spent their days together, tirelessly toiling in the space and the outside world. Bai Xiaofan cultivated crops and raised livestock for a living, while little Dongfang was responsible for beautifying herself, directing their operations, and offering suggestions. After all, how could he let the girl do such laborious work? Fortunately, Bai Xiaofan was also a martial artist and wasn't in a hurry, so he wouldn't tire easily. In this leisurely state, his mind settled, and his realm naturally ascended. A year later, Bai Xiaofan broke through to the perfected acquired level. 3 years later, his realm was completely solidified, laying a solid foundation. 5 years later, he finally began to attempt the breakthrough to the innate realm. This was a significant milestone for Bai Xiaofan, and Dongfang Bai was responsible for safeguarding him, ensuring no accidents occurred. Night. Bai Xiaofan swallowed 10 spiritual pills in a row. Internal true energy surged, the Dantian resonated with a thunderous sound, and his expression was serious as he made a full-scale breakthrough. 3 hours later, everything was safe and sound. Ha ha ha. He roared towards the sky like a dragon swimming in the sea and an eagle soaring in the sky. His aura soared layer by layer, breaking through the innate barrier. I did it. Dongfang Bai revealed a hint of a smile. I owe it all to the master's guidance, Bai Xiaofan laughed. Dongfang Bai said nothing, but in her heart she was pleased and a little excited. There is a fundamental difference between innate and acquired warriors. Even with abundant resources, your cultivation cannot advance rapidly in the coming period. Perhaps for years you won't be able to reach the mid-stage. My swift progress is related to my talent and the sunflower scripture. The I Ching Jing emphasizes a steady and gradual approach, pursuing not speed in cultivation. You must be mentally prepared for this. For instance, I have been promoted to a grandmaster for many years without any breakthrough, merely stabilizing my realm. Dongfang Bai pointed out, rest assured, surpassing the innate stage has already exceeded my expectations. I no longer care about future promotions. Bai Xiaofan nodded with a smile. Having completed the task, he intended to enjoy life in the coming decades, drunkenly resting on a bowtie's lap, awake to control the world. As long as you have this mindset, I'm only afraid you'll get anxious, Dongfang Bai said. Bai Xiaofan relaxed with a smile. There are many things that cannot be forced, nor should we be overly attached. As long as we are together and live our lives well, everything else is trivial. Dongfang Bai smiled happily. Thus life returned to tranquility. In their secluded space, the young couple lived a quiet life akin to transcending the mundane. Bai Xiaofan continuously practiced martial arts, deeply analyzing the I Ching Jing and understanding it thoroughly. However, he was indeed stuck at the early innate stage, unable to break through any further. Starting martial arts late and being limited by talent is not as simple as it sounds. Fortunately, Bai Xiaofan maintained a good mindset. Unable to advance in inner strength, he studied various martial arts. The I Ching Jing is one of the treasures of Shaolin, and over the years Bai Xiaofan primarily focused on Shaolin martial arts. When Shaolin was exterminated, its scripture pavilion was moved back to Haimu Cliff, including various martial arts texts rich and diverse. The most formidable of Shaolin were the 72 ultimate techniques, each capable of taking a person's head with ferocity. The I Ching Jing lays the foundation, and then practicing the 72 ultimate techniques is just right. What do you think about studying Buddhist scriptures? Are you planning to become a monk? That day, Dongfang Bai snatched a diamond sutra from Bai Xiaofan's hand and exclaimed in surprise. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Not at all. It's just that over the years I've discovered that as I practice the 72 ultimate techniques, more and more the agitation within me also grows stronger, making it hard to control my temper at any moment. This is a hidden danger, and if it continues, I will inevitably fall into madness. Later, I thought of a way during the process of learning martial arts, studying Buddhist scriptures would help a bit. Little Dongfang, think about it, have Shaolin's high monks truly revered Buddhism. If studying Buddhist scriptures didn't benefit them, how many would willingly spend decades reading them? So you're saying the deeper the understanding of Buddhist teachings, the smoother the practice of Shaolin martial arts? Dongfang Bai was astonished. Indeed, this is what I've recently discovered, Bai Xiaofan replied. In truth, he realized that sometimes his temper was explosive and he had murderous thoughts which alerted him. He suddenly recalled what the sweeping monk mentioned in Demigods and Semi-Devils. The supreme expert Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo, who secretly learned Shaolin martial arts, ultimately suffered internal injuries that accumulated into illness. Bai Xiaofan felt a chill in his heart, and he did not wish for that to happen. Thus he began to study Buddhist scriptures recently. Indeed, his inner agitation had diminished considerably. The effect was remarkable. If that's the case, then you should recite it. But don't come to a realization one day and actually become a monk. I don't want our child to be born with a father who is a monk. Dongfang Bai said. What are you saying? Bai Xiaofan was thunderstruck. I also understand some medical principles. It's about 8 or 9 parts accurate. Dongfang Bai placed her hand on her abdomen. Bai Xiaofan jumped 3 feet in the air, hugged her, and spun around 3 times in excitement, saying, Great. After so many years of marriage, we are finally having a child. Do you want a son or a daughter? Dongfang Bai asked. She felt that this life was very happy. Seeking a picturesque place, living in seclusion, finding a soulmate, supporting each other, and raising children. Whether it's a son or daughter, I'm happy either way, Bai Xiaofan replied with a smile. Dongfang Bai nodded gently. Afterward, Dongfang Bai became a key, protected individual. Bai Xiaofan dispatched people to find a midwife and female doctor always on standby, just in case of any mishaps. Of course, this was merely precautionary. Dongfang Bai as a grandmaster had a physique comparable to that of a terrestrial immortal, and childbirth would not be difficult. 10 months of pregnancy. Wow. A baby boy was born, and Bai Xiaofan was in a good mood. Ha ha ha, and a happy lifetime passed quickly. Time flies. 18 years passed in the blink of an eye. The tiny infant grew into adulthood, able to stand on his own. Under the guidance of Bai Xiaofan and Dongfang Bai, his martial arts were high, having already broken through the late, innate stage, very close to great perfection. After all, the child practiced from a young age, had a grandmaster by his side for guidance, and countless resources from the sect. How could his progress not be swift? A few years ago, he also ventured out to wander the martial world and reportedly experienced quite a bit. Upon returning, he matured and officially took over the sect. Initially, he was under the watch of the Black Leader, but gradually, he became adept. Dad, Mom, you must come back often. Had I known you were leaving, I wouldn't have taken the position of sect leader. This day, the young sect leader said reluctantly, We're just going out to enjoy the scenery, not saying farewell to life and death. What are you doing? The Sun and Moon Mountain sect will eventually be passed on to you, and you must learn to leave your parents and face things on your own. For any major issues, go find the Black Leader in the back mountain. Bai Xiaofan said sternly. Dongfang Bai also stated with righteous indignation, That's right. In these years, the sect has grown increasingly stronger like oil on fire and has attracted the attention of many. However, with your father and me holding the fort, they don't dare to act rashly. This time we go out, those people may not be able to hold back, so consider it a test for you. The child understands. The young sect leader replied. Bai Xiaofan and Dongfang Bai held hands and walked into the air, and they were gone for many years. On the day of the young sect leader's wedding at the Sun and Moon Mountain sect, they returned. After staying for 3 months, they disappeared again. In reality, they entered the space and completely went into seclusion. In the space, a row of bamboo houses was arranged in an orderly manner with artificial hills and waterfalls. Little Dongfang, I am getting old, but you are still young. Bai Xiaofan was combing Dongfang Bei's hair, her dark tresses cascading like a waterfall. Such a beauty. She still looked like her 27 or 28-year-old self with little change. It seemed that after breaking through to Grandmaster, her looks had not faded. Truly a terrestrial immortal. Innate warriors, although their lifespans are longer than ordinary people, still gradually age. Bai Xiaofan at this moment had gray at his temples, feeling quite helpless. What are you worrying about? You don't need to be beautiful. I won't dislike you. Dongfang Bai comforted. Bai Xiaofan smiled. That's not a concern. It's just that there is a gap in lifespan between innate warriors and grandmasters. I'm afraid that one day in the future suddenly I won't be here. What will you do then? That's a matter of decades away. Dongfang Bai feigned indifference. In truth, this issue was also a thorn buried in her heart. Just thinking about the future when Bai Xiaofan would leave her made her unable to be calm, her heart sinking like a rainy day. After all, she had long gotten used to having such a person by her side. Time had become Dongfang Bei's greatest enemy. A congenital warrior can easily live to 80 or 90 years old, and if they cultivate to the late stage of congenital reaching perfection, they can live for about 100 years without any accidents. However, my root bone aptitude is limited, and I can no longer break through. My lifespan is probably only around 80 or 90 years. As for you, you are a grandmaster with a lifespan of at least 200 years. The gap between us is significant, Xiao Dongfang. This issue needs to be faced head-on. But don't worry, I will think of a way as soon as possible, Bai Xiaofan said calmly. Dongfang Bai frowned slightly. Time is fleeting. What can be done? I am considering it, and I haven't confirmed anything yet. When the time comes, you will know. Bai Xiaofan smiled and said, Xiao Dongfang, if one day I leave this world, would you be willing to go with me? Bai Xiaofan asked tentatively. You want me to die with you? Dongfang Bai exclaimed with wide eyes. Of course not. How could that be possible? Am I that kind of person? Bai Xiaofan hurriedly said, I will exist in the new world in another form. If you follow me, it means leaving here and never coming back, going with me to the next world. Another world? Dongfang Bai asked curiously. Let's put it this way, for example, space is also a kind of small world. It just hasn't nurtured life and can only be considered space. The world we live in now has many other worlds beyond it. There are heavens beyond heavens. You should have heard that before. Bai Xiaofan explained. How can you be so sure? Dongfang Bai pressed further. Clearly she was quite interested in this matter. Bai Xiaofan said seriously, we are one who I won't hide anything from you. In fact, I originally came from the heavens beyond heavens, arriving in this body in the form of a soul to complete a mission in this realm. If the mission is successful or I die naturally, my soul will leave and reach the next small world to undertake a new mission. Otherwise, this world wouldn't have space nor the existence of the Black Commander. The cultivation method of the Black Commander is clearly not martial arts. You should have noticed this long ago. Now I can tell you that it is a cultivation method from another world. Moreover, the Black Commander cannot exactly be considered human. He is a hybrid of zombies and corpses, born invulnerable and immune to all poisons, not aging, not dying, and indestructible. The two shared a mutual understanding with nothing to hide. Dongfang Bai would definitely not act against her own interests. Thus, she simply revealed this secret. If it's true, I would certainly be willing to go with you, Dongfang Bai decided. Great. Bai Xiaofan nodded immediately and said, what worries me is not the length of lifespan, but the fear that you, master, cannot go with me. Otherwise, we would never see each other again. However, in the vast world, there are myriad types and countless small worlds, as many as the sands of the Ganges. Not every world can allow martial arts masters to exist. Each small world has its own rules. For instance, there was a small world where no one practiced martial arts, and everyone was ordinary. If a grandmaster appeared, they would instantly dominate the world and disrupt the rules. I am also uncertain what the next mission world will be like. It might be a world without martial arts, and at that time you would not be able to appear and would have to hide in space to cultivate. Of course, I would frequently enter the space to accompany you. There is also the possibility of a higher level world, which could be very dangerous, where a grandmaster might be nothing more than a small fry. When that time comes, we will fight side by side. All right, I'll listen to you. Dongfang Bai nodded repeatedly. Living together day by day, she trusted Bai Xiaofan. Firstly, she was unwilling to part with Bai Xiaofan, and secondly, Dongfang Bai wanted to see the wonders of other worlds. We will never part. Bai Xiaofan held her small hand and said gently. Dongfang Bai nodded, then suddenly remembered something and said with a half-smile, according to what you said, experiencing different worlds and countless lives, are there any beautiful wives or concubines in other worlds? To be honest, don't try to deceive me. Bai Xiaofan's face immediately stiffened, and his smile became somewhat forced. Well, there must be. Sometimes when a soul possesses a body, the target of the mission itself has many wives and concubines. I have even been an emperor with 3,000 beauties in my harem. However, I assure you I am sincere towards you, master. You are the first woman I have brought along, who made you so wonderful. Bai Xiaofan awkwardly admitted. Master, you don't know, in our line of work, we generally go with the flow. After all, reaching the mission world, marrying, and having children, this is very normal. If one remains single for life, it would be criticized. It would affect the mission, Bai Xiaofan explained. Are you saying it's all just a pretense? Dongfang Bai retorted angrily. Bai Xiaofan nodded, not refuting, because he felt that no matter what he said, it would be seen as that of a scoundrel. No, it sounds like he is definitely a scoundrel. Humph. Dongfang Bai was not very pleased and huffed. Xiao Dongfang, Bai Xiaofan coaxed. Go away, Dongfang Bai scolded. My dear. Bai Xiaofan continued to get close. Despite having been in a bad mood for several days, Bai Xiaofan remained undeterred. A girl needs to be coaxed. A Dongfang Bai's anger proved she was jealous. If she were not angry, that would raise doubts about whether she truly cared. Thus, Bai Xiaofan did not think there was anything wrong with pouring tea, saying sweet words, and doing all he could. Did he demean himself? It seemed not. Did it damage his reputation? Certainly not. There was no one else around. If he didn't pamper and coax his own wife, what was he waiting for, letting her leave home? That would be a huge loss. Moreover, Bai Xiaofan was quite skilled at flirting, understanding Dongfang Bai well enough to know how to make her happy. After sulking for days, it finally got better. Xiao Dongfang, Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. Dongfang Bai helplessly responded, in my past life, I truly owed you. How could I escape your mouth? Sweet words and smooth talk, only saying nice things to deceive me. How could that be? Everything I say is sincere, Bai Xiaofan repeatedly assured. All right. Seeing your performance so good for the sake of this world, I will forgive you. In the future, when we go to other worlds, we will talk again then. Dongfang Bai sighed. You are the best, master. Bai Xiaofan took the opportunity to steal a kiss. Heh. Dongfang Bai's delicate face instantly turned into a red apple, looking exceptionally lovely. With that, after Bai Xiaofan addressed this issue, the two no longer worried. They returned to their previous days, supporting each other with deep affection. Moreover, knowing that Bai Xiaofan might not belong solely to her in the future, Dongfang Bai treated him even better. In fact, Dongfang Bai was also an ancient person. Even as a grandmaster, a proud legendary woman, she could accept a man with multiple wives and concubines, because she understood that was how it was in ancient times. Most men had many wives and concubines. At such times, it was simply impossible for her to leave Bai Xiaofan, she could only accept it helplessly. Moreover, matters of the future are still far off. At least in this moment, Bai Xiaofan belongs to her. Dongfang Bai could only comfort herself. Having pacified his wife, Bai Xiaofan let out a sigh of relief. He turned to the system and asked, do you really have a way to bring her along during the journey? Yes, indeed. The system had only recently awakened, otherwise Bai Xiaofan would not have had the confidence to propose taking Dongfang Bai along. The system humanely replied, let her bind with the system space. Of course, the space still belongs to you, it's just that there will be an additional manager. This is akin to Hua Jiyu from the previous world. She was also a space manager. However, at that time, we did not have sufficient energy to take her out of that time and space. Now, having completed this task and awakened again, I have more capabilities. What else do I need to do? Bai Xiaofan inquired. I will handle the binding, you just let her relax and cooperate willingly, the system responded. All right, I will tell her right away. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Previously, whenever Dongfang Bai entered and exited the space, it was always with Bai Xiaofan's guidance. After binding, she would essentially be a manager of the space, free to come and go. Moreover, this arrangement was mutually beneficial and left everyone happy with no downsides. After Bai Xiaofan explained, Dongfang Bai naturally had no objections. Dongfang Bai, would you like to bind with the space? The system asked in an official manner. Yes. Dongfang Bai replied curiously. The system's voice resonated directly in her mind, and it felt truly magical. Binding begins, please relax. Buzz. Half an hour later, Dongfang Bai trembled all over, suddenly sensing a change in her divine sense, as if it had connected with a certain time and space. It was indescribable, mystical, and she couldn't help but open her eyes to look at Bai Xiaofan. How is it? Bai Xiaofan hurriedly asked. Let me try. Dongfang Bai replied. With a thought, she suddenly vanished and appeared within the space. The familiar scenery surrounded her. In the distance, cattle and sheep joyfully frolicked, grazing on tender grass, and everything felt so beautiful. However, having lived here for so many years, she had long since grown accustomed to it. Yet at this moment, she felt differently, as if this space was a part of herself. Although the Grand Masters were formidable, they were still far from comprehending time and space. Thus her understanding was vague, but the benefits were very real. It truly worked. Bai Xiaofan approached, delight shining in his eyes. Now we will never be apart again, he said, genuinely excited to solve this issue. Dongfang Bai said, also my bottlenecks seemed to loosen faintly in that moment, Perhaps I can break through and advance to the mid-stage Grandmaster in less than a year or two. That's a good thing. Bai Xiaofan smiled. In his heart, he hurriedly asked the system, why didn't I gain this benefit when I bound with the space? Your strength is too weak. She is already a Grandmaster and can somewhat benefit from it. Originally, you would have had this benefit too. Remember how you suddenly felt refreshed and at ease after absorbing Huajiyu's space? The system replied coldly, you just couldn't grasp that moment of enlightenment back then. So this is all my fault for being too weak. Bai Xiaofan communicated, feeling disgruntled. You are indeed very weak and need to work harder, the system encouraged. Thank you, General, Bai Xiaofan said, yet the system fell silent. Bai Xiaofan felt a bit downcast, but quickly adjusted his mood. Today is a good day, or I think it deserves a celebration. Little Dongfang, let me show you a thing or two. What do you want to eat? I want sweet and sour ribs and steamed carp. All right, my dear, just a moment. Oomph. Watching Bai Xiaofan bustling about in excitement, Dongfang Bai huffed playfully, but her smile was filled with sweetness. To find someone to share knowledge with, to stand by each other through thick and thin, and to love without doubt. This is truly beautiful. The simple happiness truly brings a sense of joy. No need for scheming and fighting, it's quite nice, she thought to herself. Little Dongfang, why are you dazed? Come help out. Bai Xiaofan ordered without hesitation as he busied himself. Wash this pot of vegetables. Coming right away, Dongfang Bai replied. Happy days always seem to slip away in the blink of an eye. 30 years passed, and time aged them. Bai Xiaofan and Dongfang Bai were like a pair of immortal lovers traveling the world. Their legends occasionally circulated through the martial world as they roamed the mountains and waters. Whenever they grew weary, they would stop, enter the space, and settle down for a period. I heard the daughter of the Sun and Moon Mountain River sect's leader is coming of age and has invited renowned martial artists to celebrate at Haima Cliff. That's great. I've long wanted to witness the grandeur of the world's #1 sect. Not only that, but there are beautiful women. The sect leader's daughter is a top beauty, and with her prestigious background, I don't know how many young heroes yearn for her. Perhaps someone will propose this time. It will be lively. Let's hurry there. By the way, prepare a congratulatory gift. Many years have passed, yet the Sun and Moon Mountain River sect still stands supreme. The so-called unification of the martial world had long been realized. Even the smaller sects that had not merged were vassals of the main sects, and for many years the court had not dared to punish the martial artists. This was all because there were sects suppressing them. In this world, sects are above the imperial authority, Bai Xiaofan reflected as he listened to the news in a small farmhouse in the Jiangnan region. Times create heroes. This situation is one we have crafted, Dongfang Bai, still youthful, remarked. Indeed. Your granddaughter is already coming of age. Don't you want to go back to take a look? Bai Xiaofan asked. Dongfang Bai shook her head. I don't like such occasions. They are too chaotic. I will follow your lead. Bai Xiaofan responded without hesitation. Their children and grandchildren would have their own fortunes. Both of them understood this. Especially Bai Xiaofan, who had done everything he should for the younger generation and didn't need to dwell on it constantly. Afterward, the couple remained in a state of seclusion. Over the decades, Dongfang Bai broke through and became a mid-stage grandmaster, gaining this insight thanks to the space. With her breakthrough, she became increasingly youthful, while Bai Xiaofan grew older, his martial arts still at the early stage of innate skills. His lifespan was limited. He dedicated a lifetime to building this foundation. He believed that in the future, within the task worlds, cultivating and breaking through innate levels would be effortless. Only what one learned truly belonged to them. Thus, over the years, Bai Xiaofan enjoyed fine wine and beautiful women, played the zither and read ancient texts, living a decent life with excellent cultivation. The first half of his life was spent taking care of Dongfang Bai. In their later years, the roles reversed, with Dongfang Bai taking care of him. I'm getting old, yet someone still cares for me. Having such a wife makes this life truly worthwhile. Bai Xiaofan had developed the habit of being sweet-tongued, charming her effortlessly. Do we really need to say this between us? Dongfang Bai feigned disdain. Yet a smile crept onto her lips, still radiating confidence, yet infused with tenderness. On the back mountain of the Sun and Moon sect, night, roar. With a long howl, Captain He, bathed in moonlight, raised his arms and shouted. His aura steadily climbed, and a wave of sound swept out in all directions. Did they break through? A grandmaster. This is a terrestrial immortal. I thought the couple Dongfang Bubi and his wife had vanished. After decades, the Sun and Moon Mountain River sect's dominance should have changed. Even if unshakable, the other martial forces might develop and gradually achieve balance. Now it seems. Indeed, Mingjian Villa produced a genius. In his 20s, he is already at the late stage of innate skills with exceptional talent. The villa's master has unfathomable martial arts, having reached the pinnacle of innate skills years ago. It seems they will face suppression again. There is nothing to be done. The Sun and Moon Mountain River sect's foundation is robust. Now that Captain He has broken through to become a terrestrial, immortal Mingjian Villa, will have to be cautious. Having a Grandmaster in charge is vastly different from not having one. The Sun and Moon Mountain River sect's dominance in the martial world will at least continue for another 30 to 50 years. Indeed, the Sun and Moon Mountain River sect has produced another Grandmaster. The news spread quickly, and the entire sect celebrated with a grand feast. The martial arts conference convened again, with Captain He making a brief appearance, once more intimidating all challengers. Even the court was obsequious, as the emperor quickly sent a decree to express goodwill. The once thriving Mingjian Villa could only retreat. Yet no one knew after the banquet Captain He vanished on the back mountain. It was as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm. The upper echelons of the Sun and Moon Mountain River sect hurriedly kept this a secret. In the Jiangnan region, little Dongfang Don't Cry, Bai Xiaofan lay gasping for breath. At 89 years old, this body was already on the brink of death. In the myth about the origins of our world, a divine being uttered a sound, and immediately the void came into existence. The divine being then spoke to the void, and water, fire, and dust emerged. With another utterance, the miraculous wind began to spin the world within the void. Over 50 years ago, my father was the master of this grassland under this sky. He governed 360 miles east and west, 410 miles north and south, overseeing over 300 villages and more than 2,000 households. Beneath the master were the leaders. Below the leaders were the common people, followed by the household servants. In other regions, there were 17 other masters, but the difference was that my father not only inherited the 5th grade official seal granted by the Qing dynasty emperor, but was also the only master designated by the Republic of China. This made my father revered by the surrounding masters. However, there was one master, Wang Bo, who looked down on my father. And I am the son born of the Meiji master and his Han wife. Everyone knew that the second young master of the Meiji family was a fool. Bai Xiaofan was momentarily lost in thought, having arrived in a new world. Before he could react, a long monologue surfaced in his mind. It was the heartfelt words buried deep within his soul, entrusted to him. "System, accept the plot," Bai Xiaofan said. "Plot transmission in progress," the system responded. The original owner was the second young master of the Meiji family, holding a particularly noble status under the sky of this grassland. All the people under the Meiji master were slaves. Thus, even though he was born a fool, life was still quite good. The original owner's father was a master akin to a local emperor. However, he was still kind to his family. Especially towards his foolish son, he showed even more affection. The original owner had an elder brother who loved him especially well due to the original owner's foolishness. Had it not been for certain events that later occurred, the original owner might have continued in his dazed state. In the eastern land, amidst the chaos of war, enemies invaded while the Meiji master remained in his corner, daydreaming like the 17 other masters. They prided themselves on defeating other masters. However, after defeating the enemies, the people rose to power, and the masters were to be abolished. The original owner's father, the old Meiji master, resisted to the end with his subordinates. To strike a rock with an egg, he died in battle. His mother also perished. Like the other 17 masters, he was eliminated. The elder brother, who loved to dream of being a master, was assassinated by enemies before he could ascend, dying with resentment. The original owner's wife, Tana, the daughter of the Rongong master, underwent many trials and once considered betraying the original owner. Although she ultimately ended up with the original owner, she was merely seeking refuge. The original owner did not resist. Due to his uncle's words from studying abroad, he donated money to buy airplanes, contributing to the defeat of the enemies, so he was not eliminated. However, he also lost his identity as a master and became an ordinary person. This was the final outcome. The original owner's life transformed from a fool loved by family to a wise man who appeared foolish, going through many trials, breaking away from his beloved elder brother, losing him, then seeing the master's position abolished, his father dying in battle, and his mother committing suicide. Each event was a tale of love and separation, resentment and hatred. The original owner did not wish for this, but the wheels of history rolled inexorably forward. He could not persuade his stubborn master father, watching helplessly as his father preferred to die in battle rather than surrender. He passively broke away from his once beloved elder brother simply because his sudden display of wisdom made his brother feel threatened. The elder brother believed the original owner was feigning foolishness to seize the master's position. He also could not gain his wife's genuine love. Even though they ended up together, Tana's previous betrayal lingered in his mind, always leaving a trace of discomfort. The original owner was the last of all the masters to survive, yet he did not consider himself victorious, seeming to be in a daze. The course of everything was never under his control. As a child, everyone treated him as a fool who no one cared about his feelings. Life was already arranged by his master father and mother, and he did not know right from wrong. As he grew older, making a few wise choices, he became disliked by his elder brother. Brother Xiaochong. He did not desire this. He wished to intervene, but it was not possible. It was impossible. The original owner's life seemed smooth on the surface, yet it was filled with helplessness and sorrow. To put it simply, it was repression. The original owner was alive, yet he drifted along with the current. Sometimes he thought that it would have been better for his father to die gloriously in battle for the dignity of the master. But the original owner did not wish to die. He did not see anything wrong with the abolition of the masters. Thus he surrendered. It was not out of fear of death, because the original owner clearly discerned that the movement to abolish the masters was just. The so-called masters were merely a remnant of feudal slavery. The masters were like local emperors wielding life and death over their subjects. After the abolition of the masters, everyone was equal, living in abundance. Hence the original owner did not oppose like his father, stubbornly resisting. However, the original owner felt repressed. He did not hate anyone, yet he was simply unhappy. What is the original owner's wish? Bai Xiaofan asked. System. The original owner does not care whether the master-slave system continues. He simply does not want to die, does not want his father or mother to die, does not want his brother to die, nor his siblings to become enemies. The second young master of the Meiji family, the foolish son. I understand now, Bai Xiaofan replied, communicating with the system in his heart swiftly and quickly. Son, why are you in a daze? I told you to smile, so smile. Why are you just sitting there not even able to smile? You're a complete fool. A somewhat irritated voice rang in his ears. Bai Xiaofan looked up to see the original owner's master, father, the Meiji master. This father, though somewhat stubborn, autocratic, and domineering in the plot, was very kind to his children and wife, even if the original owner was a fool. This father still loved him. He even sent his daughter abroad to study with an uncle. What's wrong with you? I told you to smile, did you hear me? The Meiji master, seeing his second young master still looking foolish, became increasingly exasperated. He raised his hand to hit, feeling somewhat reluctant. He was already not very clever. What if hitting him made him even more foolish? He couldn't help but wonder if coming to care for this foolish son was the right decision. Letting the servants and the lady take care of the fool was also quite good, wasn't it? This kid truly drove him to frustration. Father, Bai Xiaofan called out. He gave him a smile. The Meiji master was stunned. The master, who was ready to lose patience and explode at his foolish son, suddenly found it unbelievable. Son, you spoke. Did you call me father? Ha ha ha, you big fool. 13 years, and you've never said a word. I was about to give up and accept that I have a mute son. But unexpectedly, you actually spoke. Ha ha ha. My second young master of the Meiji family is not a mute. I, the noble second young master of the Meiji family, am not a mute. Second young master. The servants below all knelt down. Master. The second young master spoke. This is great news. I will go inform the lady and the eldest young master. Prepare to celebrate, the steward hurriedly said. Go quickly. The Meiji master laughed heartily. This master was overjoyed, dancing with excitement. It was clear that this master was genuinely happy. Father, why are they doing this? Bai Xiaofan asked the Meiji master, inquiring about the first question he had when the original owner spoke. Of course they are your slaves, the Meiji master said. Father, I want a gun. My brother has one, I want one too, Bai Xiaofan said. All right, father will personally choose one for you in a moment. The Meiji master was overjoyed. He only knew that his foolish son had spoken. Not a mute. He need not fear being mocked by the other masters. Moreover, being able to speak like a normal person is already very good. Son, did you speak? I am your mother, the master lady hurriedly came over, anxiously asking, while holding Bai Xiaofan. Mother, Bai Xiaofan called out. Elder brother, you're well. You've recovered. The eldest young master arrived. He was only 16 or 17 at that time, not as thoughtful as he would later be. Seeing his younger brother speak, now he was like a child who had just received a new toy, chattering away with questions. All right, let's celebrate first. Eat beef, drink sheep's milk, the Meiji master commanded. Yes, noble master lady, eldest young master, second young master, the old servant, has prepared everything, the steward respectfully replied. Let's go. The master waved his hand. The whole family happily went to eat. At the dining table, the master lady constantly served Bai Xiaofan dishes, while the eldest young master curiously stared at his suddenly speaking younger brother. The Meiji master even ordered the steward to solemnly inform the heads of all the villages within the Meiji territory, letting them know that his second young master is not a mute. Yes, the steward responded. Bai Xiaofan has arrived, the second young master has spoken. The Meiji family was filled with joy and laughter. Noble second young master, this is Suolong Zilong. He is Xiao Arii, the bodyguard specially arranged for you by the master. They both can ride horses and have decent marksmanship. If the second young master wants to learn marksmanship, they can teach you, the steward said the next day as he brought two young men. Suolong Zilong, Xiao Arii. In the plot, they were the original owner's most loyal subordinates. In times of danger, they died fighting to protect the original owner. Of course, the original owner treated them well. Perhaps due to the original owner's thoughts being different from those of an ordinary master, he would take good care of those truly close to him within his ability. Thus it made sense that Xiao Arai and Suolong Zilong were so loyal. Including the steward before them, he would also die for the original owner later. They were all lovely people. Bow to the second young master. The two knelt down prostrate with respect. This was the nature of the master system and local customs. They were all born as slave children, naturally servants of the Meiji family. Get up. Here are 2 silver coins, one for each of you as a reward. Take it back to your parents. From now on, follow me, teach me to shoot, and accompany me in riding, Bai Xiaofan said casually. Thank you, benevolent young master. Suolong Zilong and Xiao Arai hurriedly bowed in gratitude. 1 silver coin. For a servant's family, that was a large sum. Bai Xiaofan actually knew how to ride, and although his marksmanship was not accurate, he couldn't be said to be completely ignorant. However, a fool suddenly being able to do these things would be too strange. Therefore, Bai Xiaofan took Suolong Zilong and Xiao Arai out of the official village to play, riding fine horses across the grassland. Bang bang. He shot into the sky, startling a flock of birds. The air here was very fresh, and the sky was blue. It was beautiful. In the distance, there were people herding animals. Upon seeing Bai Xiaofan, the people bowed, and the servants knelt on the ground. Being revered and worshipped, a sense of inner joy naturally arose. After playing for a day, Bai Xiaofan learned to ride. It was only when it got dark that he returned to the Meiji master's official village. After dinner, the master lady personally came over with a beaming smile, saying, "Son, her name is Sang Jizhuama. She will be your personal maid from now on, serving you tea, washing your feet, and massaging your back. Just give her your orders." After saying this, she glared at Sang Jizhuama, scolding, "You better behave and make the second young master happy. If I find out you're not being diligent, watch out for your skin." "Yes, ma'am," Sang Jizhuama replied shyly. "What a deadpan. Why don't you lift your head and let my second young master see you?" The master lady scolded. "Yes, ma'am," Sang Jizhuama responded. "You little brat. Is that all you can say?" The lady was furious. "Yes, ma'am," Sang Jizhuama said nervously. "Are you asking for a beating?" The lady was very angry. "Yes, ma'am, I was wrong." Zhuama turned pale and hurriedly knelt down. She was the daughter of the headman of a nearby village, but her parents had died in battle, leaving her an orphan. It was not easy for her to qualify to enter the Meiji official village. "Stop it," the master lady scolded. Sang Jizhuama dared not refute and obediently slapped her own face. She hit her face so hard that it turned red. Under the master's authority, this was the rule. The master had the power of life and death over her. She had no choice. "Mother, let it go. I think she's just nervous. If you hit her more, her face will look terrible," Bai Xiaofan said. "My second young master, you actually know that women should look good. No wonder you're my foolish son. I am so happy," the master lady said with inexplicable excitement. Bai Xiaofan was speechless, not knowing what she was excited about. "All right, stop," he said. The master lady seemed to remember something. "Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, second young master, for your kindness." Sang Jizhuama hurriedly prostrated her face against the floor. "Humble, obedient, ill leave, first you stay and take care of the second young master," the master lady commanded. "Yes," Zhuama replied. Now she was not so nervous anymore. The others were dismissed. Bai Xiaofan carefully examined Zhuama. Sang Jizhuama. In the plot, she was one of the original owner's women. She was also his first maid. However, later Zhuama voluntarily married the silversmith Chuzha, from being a fragrant maid to becoming a servant in the village. At that time, the original owner could not understand why Zhuama did that. He even had a long-lasting anger about it. In reality, Zhuama did not want to. However, under the master system, her humble status did not qualify her to stay by the original owner's side. Even being a concubine was beyond her means. When she was young, she could be a maid beside the original owner, but after a few years, as her beauty faded, what would she do? The master lady would not allow Zhuama to still be her son's maid at 27 or 28. At that time, she might be casually given to a servant. Thus, Sang Jizhuama requested to marry the silversmith Chuzha. After all, Chuzha was considered quite good among the servants, but in reality, she was unwilling. Did she not want to stay beside the second young master as a fragrant maid? Unlikely, unless she was foolish. She just did not dare. There were distinctions between high and low. If one were to strive for it, it would be overstepping. The original owner did not understand Zhuama at that time and could not comprehend it. Later, when he saw Zhuama, his first woman, become the wife of the silversmith Chuzha, he felt quite awkward and unhappy. Before him stood Zhuama in her prime. Bai Xiaofan decided to help the original owner make up for this regret. Zhuama is a delicate and fragrant maid, beautiful and obedient. It is hard to understand how the original owner could bear to let her go. To make her the wife of a servant, could there be a lapse in judgment? From this perspective, the original owner's unhappiness is self-inflicted. Perhaps in the earlier part of life, the original owner was truly foolish. dazed and confused without taking initiative to think, simply going through the motions. Noble second young master, it's time to get up. The sun is already high in the sky, and Madam the Chief and the eldest young master are waiting for you to have breakfast. Sanji Zhuoma whispered softly by his ear. Let Zolong Zilong tell my father and mother that I want to sleep in. You are not allowed to disturb me before noon. Bai Xiaofan was being unreasonable. Zhuoma coaxed, second young master, aren't you hungry? You go out too. If I don't call you, you're not allowed to come in. Bai Xiaofan scolded. Zhuoma replied, yes. Second young master. Since the original owner's identity is that of a fool, how can this convenience not be utilized? Why not take advantage of the situation? The second young master of the Maki family, being a fool, has the capital to be unreasonable. Just sleeping in, I believe that the chief Maki would not say anything. At most he would throw a tantrum. System, keep an eye out and remind me if someone comes in. Bai Xiaofan got up and addressed the system. Got it. The system. No one else. He just flashed into space. Who is it? A pure white figure swept by. Ghostly. Great. Little Dongfang, you really came with me to this new world, Bai Xiaofan said excitedly. Are you him? Dongfang Bai frowned. Naturally, besides me, who else could step into this space? Bai Xiaofan laughed. Dongfang Bai seemed unfamiliar. He wasn't surprised. After all, he had crossed over with his soul, and this body belonged to the second young master. What identity do you have now? She asked, forcibly suppressing her discomfort, feeling somewhat happy and curious. Bai Xiaofan smiled and said, this time I have come to a modern world of guns and cannons. The Republic of China has passed, and my identity is the foolish son of the Maki chief. He narrated the plot of this time. Can I go out? Dongfang Bai asked. I'm afraid not. The rules of this world do not allow for martial arts masters. Even practicing internal martial arts outside is very difficult. It could take decades to barely become a beginner in the postnatal stage, and that's assuming one starts young with talent in martial arts. Therefore, I have decided to cultivate external martial arts with this body. Golden bell shield, iron cloth shirt. Bai Xiaofan said. I feel too bored staying alone in space. Dongfang Bai expressed her unhappiness. Bai Xiaofan comforted her. Isn't there the Black Commander to practice martial arts with you? Moreover, I will also find opportunities to come in and accompany you often. All right. It can only be this way. Dongfang Bai responded. Roar. The Black Commander has promoted to a master in the upper plane. His strength is no longer trivial, and he cannot go out. Thus this task has no support. It can only rely on oneself. One must not be careless. Even without martial arts experts, bullets do not have eyes. Moreover, with internal and external troubles in Dongfang country, although this place is a corner of peace, the chiefs also have guns and grenades. Since it's dangerous, one should be even more cautious. Dongfang Bai said worriedly. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing, Bai Xiaofan smiled. After that, Bai Xiaofan asked about the situation in the space. According to Dongfang Bai, after Bai Xiaofan died in the upper plane, she had stayed in the space for a year. In other words, the system carried Bai Xiaofan's soul, crossing time and space seemingly in the blink of an eye, but in reality, it took a year. There has been little change in the space. A virtuous cycle. Flourishing. Dongfang Bai and the Black Commander managed things quite well. The Black Commander with immense strength harvested all the crops. Surely one cannot let the girl work in the fields. Moreover, the wealth that Bai Xiaofan had collected from the previous 2 worlds, boxes and boxes of gold and silver, had all been buried by the Black Commander in a deep pit for safekeeping. In the medicinal garden, ginseng and goji berries are growing well. In the fruit orchard, the ripe fruits are sweet and delicious. In the vegetable garden, vegetables have ripened several times. In the pasture, cows, sheep, and horses are all settled and reproducing. There are also raised chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and dogs. Everything is in order. If this continues, there won't be enough space. Not to mention the increasing livestock. Every year, the grain harvested from the fields fills the granary, and there won't be enough storage. Dongfang Bai frowned and raised this issue. Indeed a problem, but don't worry, in a few years when this body has grown up, I will find a market for these things. At this time in Dongfang country, resources are scarce with internal and external troubles. The food and livestock produced in the space will not worry about sales. Bai Xiaofan remained calm. Moreover, I will find a way to expand the space. Dongfang Bai did not dwell on it. During their conversation, Dongfang Bai adapted to Bai Xiaofan's new appearance. In fact, Bai Xiaofan had transformed into a 13-year-old boy, which intrigued her. She pinched Bai Xiaofan's face, kneading and fondling, unable to let go. Like a little girl discovering a new toy. This new body is quite cute. Dongfang Bai said enthusiastically. Bai Xiaofan was speechless. Had I known it would be like this, I would not have come in. Let her wait alone in the empty boudoir. Women, let go of this young master's face. I should go. If I don't go out soon, it would be bad if someone discovers I'm missing. Bai Xiaofan could no longer endure Dongfang Bai's torment and found an excuse to run away. Hurrying in and hurrying out, he dashed off. I'll let you go this time. Dongfang Bai felt pleased. The Maki chief's official stronghold. Noble second young master, you asked Sulong Zilong and Xiao Arai to accompany you in practicing martial arts, but we don't know how. After breakfast, Sulong Zilong stared at Bai Xiaofan in confusion. No need to know, I will teach you. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Yes. The two attendants replied. Bai Xiaofan first demonstrated a strange movement somewhat like yoga with arms and legs twisted awkwardly. Sulong Zilong Xiao Arai, what are you staring for? Hurry up and learn. I am your master, you must do as I say. Why are you standing there dumbfounded? Bai Xiaofan shouted. Yes. The two had no choice but to follow along. Sulong Zilong and Xiao Arai are loyal to the original owner. Bai Xiaofan certainly intends to train them well. The movements he taught them were the first form of iron cloth shirt and external martial art. In the upper plane, he spent a lifetime establishing the foundation. Bai Xiaofan's martial arts skills are now incomparable. Even though there is little spiritual energy here, Bai Xiaofan can still cultivate external martial arts. Golden Bell Shield, Iron Cloth Shirt. He passed on the Iron Cloth Shirt to his subordinates while he practiced both the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt together. Brother, what are you doing? Why are you doing those strange movements? How about I take you hunting instead? Are you going or not? The eldest young master walked over shouting loudly. The foolish younger brother actually started talking still in his novelty phase. Unexpectedly, he saw Bai Xiaofan leading his subordinates in strange postures as soon as he arrived. What the hell? So pitiful. My younger brother is still not right. As an elder brother, I must treat my younger brother a bit better. I said, son, what on earth are you doing? The chief heard the news and hurriedly brought madam along. Father, mother, I am practicing martial arts. Oh, just now I had a dream and the heavenly deity taught me. I let my brother practice with me, but he refuses to believe it, saying I am a fool. Bai Xiaofan said, Bah, what heavenly deity teaches? The heavenly deity didn't teach your clever father or brave brother, but taught you. I think you just had a dream. How can I not worry? My noble second young master of the Maki family, you are not a mute, but still a fool. A complete idiot. The Maki chief did not believe it at all. In his mind, if there were truly a heavenly deity in a dream, it should have been given to him. Besides, he had long seen that his second young master, although he spoke, was still different from other children. Son, don't practice anymore. A look at you all sweaty. Madam Maki said with concern. Bai Xiaofan firmly said, I will definitely succeed in my training. Not believing. That's normal. After all, Bai Xiaofan does not expect anyone to believe him. If he really were to teach, he wouldn't want to teach ordinary people. The eldest young master curiously imitated the posture and tried it, but after a while he couldn't hold on any longer, feeling sore all over. This made the Maki chief and others scoff even more at Bai Xiaofan's claims. Bai Xiaofan ignored them. Whatever. The Maki chief huffed and left. My noble second young master, it seems the chief is angry. Zhuoma reminded. Whatever. Bai Xiaofan imitated the same. Sangji Zhuoma. Second young master. This posture is too difficult. Can Sulong Zilong not learn anymore? The two over there were also stumbling. No. From today on, every morning when you wake up, practice for an hour. If anyone dares to be lazy, I will have the steward tie you to the Maki family's execution pillar. Sulong Zilong Xiao Arai, do you want to be whipped or practice martial arts with me? Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Sulong Zilong Xiao Arai. With no choice, even if it is tough, they can only grit their teeth and practice along. Who asked them to be servants, and the second young master to be the master? Humble. Heart-wrenching. Sulong Zilong and Xiao Arai began their tragic lives. However, regarding their second young master's nonsense, the Maki chief, his Han wife, and the noble eldest young master, after a few attempts to stop it, gave up on it. Simply turning a blind eye to it. Letting the second young master have something to do is not too bad. Sulong Zilong Xiao Arai in dire straits. How they wished that the chief would strictly forbid this. In fact, it is not their fault. After all, they had never heard of any martial arts. Moreover, the original owner is only 13 years old. Oh, children's words cannot be taken seriously. Additionally, the second young master's attempts at practice were of little use. However, with the mindset of these people, they do not understand the profoundness of martial arts. External martial arts have a low threshold how anyone can practice, but it is very hard to cultivate and the results are not significant. This requires gradual progress, enduring years of hard training. Fortunately, the original owner is only 13 years old, which is indeed a good time to practice martial arts. Haha. In the morning, practicing iron cloth shirt for an hour. Humph. In the evening, Bai Xiaofan practiced Golden Bell Shield. Golden Bell Shield. More complex than iron cloth shirt. The movements are even more exaggerated, with arms and legs twisted like twists of dough. Beads of sweat. Rolling down. Please stop, you are making things too hard on yourself. You can't joke around with your own health. If you continue like this, how will you endure it? The little maid Sangji Zhuoma was crying in concern. She had never seen martial arts before, but she knew that the second young master was fooling around and tormenting himself. The second young master had been so good to himself that he had to be persuaded. Zhuoma, You don't believe what I say either, do you? Are you just like them thinking I'm a fool? Bai Xiaofan shouted fiercely. Zhuoma immediately knelt down saying, Noble second young master, how could Zhuoma dare? Zhuoma is worried about you. This will take a toll on your health. Zhuoma wished she could bear the suffering for the second young master. Get up. I must practice this martial art, and you are not allowed to tell my father or mother about it. This is our secret, understand? Bai Xiaofan coaxed. Second young master, Sangji Zhuoma replied, feeling aggrieved and pitiful. But it was no use. Bai Xiaofan with his dominant and strong-willed nature barked, Get up and wipe my sweat. Yes. Zhuoma replied with a pale face. Thus, under Bai Xiaofan's extraordinary determination and tenacity, the martial arts practice continued. The first month began. Suolong Zilong and Xiao Arii continuously complained. Later they got used to it. Although there weren't any significant results, yet they were already able to persist. No need to groan and moan. Even in the Meiji Tusis official village, others also became accustomed to it. The second young master was practicing martial arts with his subordinates. At first, it was a novelty. Later, as they practiced more, they found it was just that way. Time passed swiftly. Another month went by. Bai Xiaofan, under the influence of the iron cloth shirt and golden bell shield, began to see significant results. After all, he had the foundation from his past life. The efficiency was high, and he had already entered the basics. The visual manifestation was that his strength gradually increased, and his bone structure was subtly refined and improved. As light as a swallow, incredibly agile. When he practiced the golden bell shield at night, he no longer had to grit his teeth and sweat profusely. Suddenly one day there was a series of gunshots outside. Zhuoma, go see what's going on. It's so noisy, Bai Xiaofan instructed. Suolong Zilong hurried over saying, Second young master. It's Tusi Wanghua. This son of a dog dares to attack our Meiji family's border village, killing our people and taking our cattle and sheep. The Tusi lord, the steward, and the eldest young master were discussing how to deal with Tusi Wanghua. The lady was also present. A battle was about to break out. Noble second young master, do you want to go see? Sangji Zhuoma suggested. All right, Bai Xiaofan nodded. When he arrived, the steward and the eldest young master were all furious, shouting for revenge, and no one paid any attention to Bai Xiaofan. What are you doing here? The Meiji Tusi scolded his foolish son. Father, I'm here to fight. I heard that a battle is about to start, Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. The Meiji Tusi, trying to find humor in the situation, said, Did you see? My lady, my steward, and my eldest young master, our second young master, is truly a warrior, knowing that a battle is about to take place against Tusi Wanghua. But my second young master, with that foolish brain of yours, cannot possibly understand how much our Meiji family will lose in defeating Tusi Wanghua. How many villages will be lost, how many people will die. This truly worries your father. But father, we cannot allow Tusi Wanghua to act recklessly in the territory of the Meiji family, burning, killing, and plundering. Yes, Master Meiji, the messenger has already prepared. Revenge. The steward and several heads of important villages shouted in unison. Fight. Just know how to fight. Will we definitely win? Although Tusi Wangba's territory is not as large as ours and his villages are not as many, if it comes to a real fight, the Meiji family will also suffer significant losses. Once the Meiji family weakens, other Tusi will pounce like hungry wolves smelling blood. They will swallow our Meiji family whole. The Meiji Tusi was wise. Then father, what should we do? The eldest young master asked anxiously. Father, it's hard for one person to deal with enemies. Just get a few more helpers, won't that do? Bai Xiaofan said. It's easy for you to say. The other Tusi would rather see the Meiji family and Tusi Wanghua suffer. Both sides. How could they possibly agree to help? The Meiji Tusi roared. At that moment, his Han wife, who was the original host's mother, reminded him, My lord, you can try to seek help from the Han people. Don't forget our Meiji family is the only Tusi recognized by the Republic with documentation and even has the 5th rank official seal from the Qing dynasty. Yes, my lady, you are truly wise. The Meiji Tusi suddenly realized. How could I almost forget that our Meiji family can seek help from the Han people? Ha ha ha. The Meiji Tusi became excited, dancing with joy. He praised his wife profusely and immediately decided to lead a team, personally taking the documents and the 5th rank official seal to file a complaint with the Han people. He would say that Tusi Wanghua bullied the Meiji family, and the Meiji family, as the only recognized Tusi by the Republic, needed the help of the Han people. His Han wife reminded him to bring generous gifts such as silver dollars, jewelry, and high-quality cattle and sheep hides to provide sufficient benefits. Otherwise, the Han military officers would not pay attention to you. The Meiji Tusi had no objections. In his view, as long as he could help himself deal with Tusi Wanghua, it was only right to spend some wealth. The Tusi lady reminded him again that it would be best to establish a good relationship with the Han military officers, as they might sell him guns and weapons. The Meiji Tusi naturally agreed. With both father and mother present, it was better to have his own means. Father, I want to go too. I've never been to the Han people's territory before. Bai Bai Xiaofan suddenly spoke up. What are you going to do? Stay at home. Father is not going to play, he is going to handle serious business. The Meiji Tusi had an idea and no longer lost his temper, explaining patiently. I just want to go, I won't cause any trouble. Bai Xiaofan insisted. Son, what is there to see in the Han people's territory? Be obedient, the Tusi lady hurriedly persuaded. No, I want to go, Bai Xiaofan shouted. I want listen, I just want listen. In the end, the Meiji Tusi had no choice but to order the Tusi lady to manage the Meiji family's official village. He also instructed the steward to assist the eldest young master in dealing with Tusi Wangba's attack, focusing on defense and preserving strength. Yes, father. The eldest young master was extremely excited. Tusi lord, you can rest assured. The old servant will do his utmost to assist the eldest young master and await your return. The steward also promised. What else can we do? My second young master, aren't you going to prepare? Tomorrow the two of us will set out. Thank you, father. Bai Xiaofan returned. Second young master Zhuoma wants to go with you, Sangji Zhuoma said timidly. Then it depends on whether my little maid performs well or not. Bai Xiaofan pinched Sangji Zhuoma's cheek. Annoying. Zhuoma blushed. The pleasant night passed quickly, and then they set off. They brought gifts, horse teams, and guards. The Meiji Tusis territory was the closest to the Han people's land. This also gave them a geographical advantage over other Tusi. The people on the grassland and the Han are one family, all belonging to the Eastern nation. This time I can just explore what the situation is like. We must plan for the future. Only by arming ourselves and becoming strong can we calmly deal with the chaos. Bai Xiaofan rode on his steed, lost in thought. Going to the Han people's territory was certainly not for leisure, but to go out onto the grassland, lift his gaze to the blue sky, and broaden his horizons. Second young master, what are you thinking about? The little maid Zhuoma asked curiously. I was thinking, what is the Han people's land like? Bai Xiaofan replied. It must be different from life on the grassland, Zhuoma yearned. Bai Xiaofan said, you will know once you go. Sangji Zhuoma replied. This was a long journey. Even with quick horses, it took over a month to reach their destination. The Meiji family was wealthy. They brought a lot of silver dollars, treasures, and plenty of cattle and sheep pelts. The Meiji Tusi was very adept at acting. Although he did not understand Han customs, he remembered the Tusi lattice instructions well. Once they arrived in the Han territory, he plunged into the guest house every day to seek out the highest officials. Moreover, he took care of all matters, sending many gifts and expressing his willingness to manage the grassland for the Han people, selling them cattle, sheep, and grain at lower prices each year. After receiving tangible benefits, the Han officials finally spoke up, saying, Meiji Tusi is the Tusi we recognize with superior documentation. We absolutely do not allow other Tusi to provoke the dignity of the Meiji family. Provoking the authority of Meiji Tusi is provoking our authority as well. We are one family. Meiji Tusi, rest assured, I will immediately appoint a special envoy to visit you, bringing enough guns, ammunition, and machine guns. To help your Meiji family train the most powerful army in history. They can defeat all the Tusi on the grassland for you. However, the price for the machine guns and grenades is still quite high. No problem, Meiji Tusi exclaimed in joy. This Tusi lord's vision and perspective were solely focused on finding help to defeat Tusi Wangba, aiming to stand tall among the 18 Tusi. He cared little about anything else. However, during his time in the Han territory, Bai Xiaofan noticed the shifting situation. The enemy had already invaded the Eastern nation. However, the Han territory was complex in power dynamics, with warlords, scholars, and foreign forces stationed there. In short, it was a time of internal and external troubles. Fortunately, this place is adjacent to the grassland, and war will not affect it for a while. Thus, the Han people here could still maintain a semblance of peace. Bai Xiaofan had just finished dinner with a young Han man and returned to the guest house. Ma Chizi embraced him, excitedly chattering away. My second young master, where have you gone again? Do you know that your father has already obtained the order from the Han governor? Tomorrow we can use our silver dollars to purchase machine guns, grenades, and more weapons. There will also be special envoys accompanying us back, and they, the Han, will help our Ma Chizi family establish the most powerful army in history. With these machine guns, grenades, and the help of the Han, I will definitely make Wang Bo Chizi unable to raise his head. Let that dog be like a turtle for 3 years, 5 years, no, within 10 years, he won't dare to offend the dignity of our Ma Chizi family. My foolish son, your stupid wisdom definitely won't understand what this represents, so let your clever father tell you. This means our Ma Chizi family will become the most powerful Chizi. Who knows, maybe one day we can wipe out the other 17 Kizis. Ha. Then congratulations, father, you will be the most powerful Ma Chizi. Bai Xiaofan said without much care. Son, you are right. The most powerful Ma Chizi is me. Ma Chizi was overjoyed. He was dancing with joy, laughing heartily, completely unable to contain himself like a child. Father, since we are leaving tomorrow, I want to say goodbye to my friends. Can we leave in the afternoon or at noon? Bai Xiaofan took advantage of Ma Qizi's happiness to express his request. Friends? What friends? Ma Qizi was taken aback. He hadn't paid much attention to his second young master these days. They are Han friends I made in Han territory, and they are very enthusiastic. They said they want to give me a farewell party before I leave, Bai Xiaofan explained. My second young master has friends, and they are Han friends. Who are they? Ma Qizi realized too late. He thought he should care about his second young master. The esteemed Qizi lord, some are soldiers, some are merchants. The second young master has even made business deals with several merchants, agreeing that in a few years they will come to visit the Ma Qizi fort to buy our cattle, sheep, leather, and prairie specialties. I believe they will offer a high price, Xiao Arii chimed in. Zolangzalang also said these Han, although not high officials, are very enthusiastic towards the second young master. I think it's because the Qizi lord brought generous gifts to the Han governor. Second young master, although most of them are here to get some silver dollars from your father since they can accompany you and make you happy, I want object. Since it's a farewell party, let's bring more money and pick some jewelry as parting gifts for them. Ma Qizi, being wealthy, thought that those merchants and young people only valued the wealth in his hands, which is why they were willing to befriend his foolish son. In reality, it was somewhat true. However, Bai Xiaofan used spatial gold and silver to satisfy their appetites. Father, will you go? I will introduce you to them. Bai Xiaofan suggested. Ma Qizi shook his head and patted Bai Xiaofan's shoulder. Father won't be going. They are your friends, not mine. If I'm there, they will feel restrained. Besides, I have more important matters to attend to, which is to accompany the special envoy to purchase machine guns. Nothing is more important than this. All right, Bai Xiaofan nodded. He had just said it casually and didn't actually want Ma Qizi to attend. You all take good care of the second young master. Ma Qizi instructed. Yes. Zolangzalang and Xiao Arii responded. In the Han territory, in a large restaurant, Bai Xiaofan engaged in friendly conversations with those merchants and young talents and presented them with some gifts. These people had ideals and were full of vigor. Initially, they might have considered Bai Xiaofan as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. However, as they communicated, they truly became friends. Between people, communication is necessary. Even if there were rumors that the second young master of the Ma Qizi family was a fool, the Han people had heard little of it, and Bai Xiaofan's thoughts were clear, his spending generous, and he was full of interest in the things of the Han territory. Gradually, it became not just about benefits. Young master, the Qizi lord has sent someone to hurry us. After several rounds of drinking, the maid saying Jizwoma came over and said softly, my father asked me to go back. Everyone welcome to visit the Ma Qizi fort. After I return, I will write to you. Don't forget to reply to me. Bai Xiaofan stood up to bid farewell. Generous second young master, don't worry, we will never forget you. You will always be our friend. Those people were quite sincere. Bai Xiaofan was not someone who made friends casually. Although somewhat greedy, they still had some sense of loyalty. Through mutual exchanges, they established a sincere friendship. All right, no need to see us off. We are heading back. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand. Goodbye, the Han friends replied. Bai Xiaofan believed that while these people may not have high positions now, they might not lack for better development in the future. What they accumulated were connections. As for Ma Qizi and the Han governor, that was not making friends at all. It was about flattering and ingratiating. The Han governor. Only those of the same level are worthy of being called friends. Therefore, during this journey, Ma Qizi gained machine guns, grenades, and an army sent by the Han to help. Bai Xiaofan, however, gained friendship. Oh, so this is the second young master of the Ma Qizi family. What a clever child. The special envoy, tall and thin, wearing glasses, was a very shrewd person. He showed great interest in Bai Xiaofan and was quite polite. It's just children playing around. The special envoy has waited long enough. Ma Qizi smoothed things over. Bai Xiaofan said, hello, special envoy. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. The special envoy waved his hand. The team had doubled in size compared to the way there. The jewels and silver dollars brought by Ma Qizi had already been exchanged for crates of grenades and machine guns. Ma Qizi himself carried a machine gun all day long, unable to put it down, not caring at all about the disdain from the special envoy or the Han. The Ma Qizi family had guns, but they had never truly had machine guns. Meanwhile, the Han army under the special envoy was serious and orderly. Esteemed second young master, now that we have the Han's help, that dog Wang Bo Qizi will no longer be arrogant, Zolangzalang said excitedly. Naturally, with my father around, the Ma Qizi family will grow stronger, Bai Xiaofan said. This was not false. Ma Qizi was indeed wise. On the prairie, the 17 Qizis were no match for him. However, due to limitations in vision and scope, he could not go further, and the Qizi system was destined to be abolished. It was the tide of history. The trend was unchangeable. Drink up. Although they were on the road, martial arts could not be neglected. At dawn, Bai Xiaofan led Zolangzalang and Xiao Arii in practicing the iron shirt technique. Second young master, what are you doing? The special envoy asked curiously. He had been woken up. This is martial arts taught by the gods. My father and elder brother don't believe it. Bai Xiaofan said sincerely. Special envoy, don't mind it. The second young master has a bit of a problem disturbing your rest. Ma Qizi rushed in. He shot a fierce glare at Bai Xiaofan. It's fine, I don't understand martial arts, but I can still see some principles. Even if it has no effect, the second young master's practice can strengthen the body. The special envoy was indeed quite knowledgeable. Children can be mischievous. Special envoy, this way please. We are going to eat, Ma Qizi said with a smile. Second young master, we will go together, the special envoy said. All right, Bai Xiaofan responded. In the storyline, this special envoy later also joined the original master and became his wise advisor. Of course, the special envoy still had some brains. He helped the original master establish a market on the northern border of the Ma Qizi territory, allowing both the Qizis and the Han to buy and sell goods. Merchants in the market had to pay a considerable rent to the Ma Qizi family. This special envoy helped the original master earn money. Thus, this special envoy took a liking to himself. It was also a part of the plot. Bai Xiaofan did not know. In any case, it was not a bad thing. A few days later, the team left Han territory and entered the prairie, heading straight for the Ma Qizi fort. Another month passed, and they returned to the Ma Qizi fort. Father, are you back? The eldest young master was very excited. The Han lady also ordered the housekeeper to prepare a grand welcoming ceremony. They rolled out the red carpet. The land and water of the prairie truly nurture people, transforming a Han woman into a beautiful and dignified Qizi lady. My surname is Huang. I am the special envoy. The special envoy spoke in a flowery manner, appearing somewhat hypocritical. You will get used to it. I probably won't return to Han territory in my lifetime. The Qizi lady smiled gracefully. Special envoy, you are tired too. Let's eat first, and then rest. Ma Qizi could not understand the words of his own lady and the special envoy. He hurriedly said, please. The special envoy nodded. From this moment on, the special envoy and his subordinates settled down. Ma Qizi warmly entertained them. The prairie people ate mutton, washed their faces with hot milk, and soaked their feet. Also, there were enthusiastic prairie girls sent from the villages below. These treatments could not be enjoyed in Han territory. Even if the special envoy had money, he would not dare to do so openly. However, on the prairie in the Ma Qizi fort, they could only reluctantly conform to local customs and be guests according to the host's wishes. It was truly quite helpless. Fortunately, the special envoy, who was lost in pleasure, did not fail to show that under Ma Qizi's hospitality. Special envoy Huang still arranged for his subordinates to help the Ma Qizi warriors undergo military training. The prairie men carrying guns formed squads. Every morning, they marched in formation, shouting slogans. 1 2 1 2, look, right, look, left. March in step, march forward, stand easy. They were quite impressive. Special envoy, can this really train a powerful army? Ma Qizi looked bewildered. Such things were quite novel for the prairie people. The special envoy remained calm and collected. I guarantee they will be the most powerful army the Ma Qizi family has ever had. He skillfully concealed the disdain in his eyes. A random ragtag army with simple training comes to your place and becomes the most powerful army. He didn't say anything wrong. Good, good. Then you all practice well. Ma Qizi had no choice but to agree. Father, I want to go too. I want to be the captain. The eldest young master said excitedly. All right, do well, my eldest young master, Ma Qizi replied. Yes, the eldest young master responded. This training method continued. The eldest young master led the Ma Qizi warriors in marching in formation, practicing drills, and running around the fort for physical training. This became another scenic view of the Ma Qizi fort. In comparison, the second young master practicing martial arts every morning with his 2 bodyguards didn't seem so out of place, nor did it seem particularly foolish. Time flew by. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The special envoy also enjoyed the comforts for a long time. In 2 months, the Ma Qizi warriors had barely managed to obey military orders. Moreover, prairie people grew up on horseback, so the second round of cavalry training was easy for them. In the 3rd month, when Ma Qizi could no longer hold back his urging, the special envoy confidently sent his messenger to the territory of Wang Bo Qizi to convey his orders. In summary, it was that Ma Qizi was the recognized Qizi by them, forbidding Wang Bo Qizi from attacking, and he had to maintain the proper respect for Ma Qizi like the other Qizis. He seemed to have a kind of honey-sweet confidence. The result was, of course, a slap in the face. He did not know that in Wang Bo Qizi's eyes, the so-called special envoy of the Han was nothing. Just like in the plot, but this time Wang Bo Qizi was even harsher, not only sending a boot, but also cutting off the messenger's ear. It was simply arrogant. With the messenger's ear cut off, the special envoy naturally would not naively think that the boot was a gift from Wang Bo Qizi. After asking, indeed, the Qizi lady, who was the original master's mother, explained, Wang Bo Qizi, this is the most malicious way to insult you, and he wants you to wear the boot and roll away as far as you can. Barbarians. What audacity! The special envoy's face turned ashen. He lost face. Finally, he no longer indulged in the comforts. Gritting his teeth, he said, fire the guns. Deploy the troops. Yes. The Han subordinates replied in unison. Haha, I told you long ago, Special Envoy, that Wang Bo Cheesy is the kind of dog that won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. He must be taught a severe lesson. Ma Cheesy laughed heartily. War had begun. It really started. With the cooperation of the regular Han army and the special training during this period. The Ma Cheesy family's guards, these warriors utilized modern combat methods along with long-range machine guns and powerful grenades. From all angles, they formed a complete, overwhelming advantage. Wang Bo Cheesy paid the price for his arrogance. In less than half a year, he suffered severe losses, losing many men, many guns, and much territory. Many civilians and several villages were wiped out by the Ma Cheesy family. The other 16 Keezis trembled in fear, not daring to provide assistance at all. Just as Wang Bo Cheesy was about to walk down the path of absolute despair, orders came from the Han side for the special envoy to lead the troops back. The already victorious Ma Cheesy expressed his intention to retain him. However, with no way to retain him, they could only send him off. Ma Cheesy, as long as you plant the opium seeds I brought you next year, I will come back with countless silver dollars to buy your opium from you. This is something more valuable than food, a particularly precious thing, the special envoy said before leaving. Special envoy, is this true? Ma Cheesy asked with some skepticism. My friend, I would never deceive you. As long as you plant them, not only will I bring more silver, 10 times the wealth, to buy your opium. You can also use the money from selling opium to buy more grenades and machine guns from us Han. In this way, the Ma Cheesy family will remain powerful forever. The special envoy said. Ha ha, then it's settled. Ma Cheesy made a decision. Second young master, we are quite compatible. I have a telescope, who consider it a gift for you. The special envoy had also thought of Bai Xiaofan. All right, special envoy. Bai Xiaofan nodded. After sending off the special envoy, the Ma Cheesy family paused the war. Continuing to fight would be unsustainable for themselves. Wang Bo Cheesy had already received enough lessons. Ma Cheesy did not want to truly destroy this old rival, because if he did, the other 16 Keezis would be scared and retaliate wildly, leading to a situation where the loss would outweigh the gain. Some things moderation is key. This was the wisdom of Ma Cheesy, far beyond that of the other Keezis. After listening to the special envoy's words, Ma Cheesy planted opium flowers over most of his territory. The following year, anxiously, he indeed awaited the arrival of special envoy Huang. He also brought dozens of crates of silver to buy the opium flowers. Ha, special envoy, my friend, won't you stay for a while longer? I've prepared beef, sheep's milk, and beautiful prairie girls. Ma Cheesy was overjoyed. No, I still have official duties. See you next year, my friend Ma Cheesy and second young master. This time the special envoy came and went in a hurry. In the next 2 years, relying on the special envoy and the opium flower connection, Ma Cheesy accumulated dozens of times his wealth. And with this wealth, he went to Han territory multiple times to purchase more grenades, machine guns, and other weapons. The Ma Cheesy family's guard team expanded. They truly became powerful, looking down on the 17 Keezis. Father, I've grown up. Let me go this time. My Han friends wrote to me saying they miss me and invited me over. It's just in time for us to go to the Han territory to buy machine guns, Bai Xiaofan suggested. In the third year of planting opium flowers, Bai Xiaofan was already 17. He had grown up. 3 years of hiding did not attract attention. However, the confident aura he carried was gradually emerging. Others only thought his demeanor was different from most people, but they would not truly regard him as a fool. This also brought relief to Ma Cheesy. His second young master was not that foolish. All right, let the housekeeper accompany you. Your elder brother is currently fighting with the Keezis, and several families are partnering with Wang Bo Cheesy to seize our divine flower seeds. They also want to plant opium flowers. This is because they are envious of our Ma Cheesy family's fortune from this, and I absolutely will not allow it. Fortunately, your elder brother is still brave. Wang Bo Cheesy and the others joining forces will not yield any benefits, Ma Cheesy said. But the divine flower seeds are still unavoidable to be stolen away. Those Keezis will definitely plant the divine flower, which really gives me a headache. I need to stay at the fort and think about how to deal with the other Keezis. Ma Cheesy patted Bai Xiaofan's shoulder. All right, father. I will complete the task. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Bai Xiaofan set off again with the guard team. Sang Jizwoma still accompanied him. This time we must secretly purchase more machine guns and weapons, preferably artillery, and keep them in storage, Bai Xiaofan thought. Second young master, we have arrived in Han territory, the housekeeper reported after a month of travel. All right, let's find a place to rest for the night, Bai Xiaofan said calmly. Yes, the housekeeper responded. Suolang Zalang and Xiao Arii continued to follow closely. The young maid Sang Jizwoma served him closely. Welcome, second young master of the Meiji family, our friend from the grasslands. You may not know, but we have missed you greatly over the past few years. We hope to experience the beautiful scenery of the grasslands, gaze at the azure sky, and chase after herds of cattle and sheep. Unfortunately, due to busy official duties, I really had no time to accept your invitation. Fortunately, after several years, the second young master has returned here, and you must stay for a while. Let us show you our hospitality. What do you say, second young master? Everyone is here specifically to welcome you. They sincerely welcomed Bai Xiaofan's arrival. A grand banquet was held. Of course there are interests involved, but there is also a degree of sincerity. After all, Duan Feng treated them well. Even if there was some exploitation between them, it was mutual. It's so good to see all of you. I believe this trip will be a pleasant journey, Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. Ha ha ha, of course. I specially took leave to ensure that we treat you, second young master, well. Several young officers couldn't help but laugh. Judging by their attire, in just a few short years they have all developed to some extent. They must have risen to the ranks of mid-level leaders. Do not underestimate this progress. Advancing from a common soldier to a leader is a significant achievement. This is also why Bai Xiaofan valued them. A few years ago, Bai Xiaofan had deliberately befriended these capable individuals because they were talented, while at that time, they were still struggling. As for a few merchant friends through past correspondence, Bai Xiaofan was also aware that their businesses had grown significantly. How prosperous they must be. However, at least they are much better off than they were a few years ago. This time, besides visiting good friends, I also bring my father's orders to purchase weapons from your Han people, Bai Xiaofan said casually during their laughter. No problem, but the prices are relatively high and this is not something we can decide at our level. I hope you can understand, second young master. Don't worry, I brought enough silver dollars, and I won't make things difficult for you. Bai Xiaofan naturally had no objections. Good items. If others have them, and you don't blame them for ripping you off. Unless one day you become strong enough to produce them yourself or buy in bulk through other channels, you have no right to negotiate prices. Fortunately, the Han officials wanted to slowly fatten the sheep for sustainable development. The price they offered to the Meiji chieftain was not excessively high. Otherwise, Duan Feng would have to consider going deep into Han territory to other big cities' black markets to seek sellers. There is not just one way to do things. After all, he had the means to easily transport troops and supplies. As the wine flowed and the dishes were served, several people got drunk, and Bai Xiaofan felt a bit tipsy. Ha ha, generous second young master, you will always be our friend. We welcome you here. Both sides were quite satisfied, toasting each other. The atmosphere was harmonious. Bai Xiaofan was not daunted by socializing. Second young master, I didn't expect your Han friends to be so helpful. Although they cannot decide the prices for selling us machine guns and grenades, they offered us a relatively cheap wholesale price for ordinary pistols and bullets. This is already quite good, and it exceeds what was available when my father came. A few days later, the butler hurriedly came in, very excited. He was shrewd. He looked at his second young master with new respect. It seemed that the other party was not an inept fool. Since they are willing to help, then the wise butler should know to prepare a gift before leaving as a token of gratitude. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. The maid saying Jizhuma said, the second young master said that one must reciprocate to cultivate long-lasting friendships, and not to be overly concerned with gains and losses. Only when one gives sincerely can one receive sincerity in return. She often accompanied Bai Xiaofan and learned a lot, never thinking that he was foolish. Exactly. My esteemed second young master speaks excellently. I shall prepare this at once. The butler's eyes lit up. He then hurriedly went to prepare the gifts. Zhuoma, call on Suolong Zilong. Xiao Ariai. Let's go for a walk, Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Yes. Zhuoma responded. Suolong Zilong and Xiao Ariai are now Bai Xiaofan's most loyal bodyguards. Esteemed second young master Suolong Zilong has learned that the black market in Han territory opens every few days and it sells all sorts of things. If the second young master wants something, let Suolong Zilong and Xiao Ariai go buy it for you. After wandering around for a while, Suolong Zilong hurried back. No need. When will the next black market be? Bai Xiaofan asked. Tomorrow, Suolong Zilong replied. I will go myself. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Yes. The three responded in unison. Afterwards, Bai Xiaofan sent the butler personally, carrying the gifts to deliver to his friends. He went to the black market himself. Suolong Zilong and Xiao Ariai with their guards waited at a distance. Bai Xiaofan entered alone and casually inquired. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a man with a thieving look and a scar by his eyes to approach. Second young master. What do you want? How much do you have? Bai Xiaofan asked. I guarantee you will be satisfied, second young master, the man replied. All right, let's trade tonight. Yes. It was all very easy. They agreed on a trading location. Bai Xiaofan went alone that night, avoiding everyone. Even Suolong Zilong and Xiao Ariai didn't know. Only Zhuoma, who shared a bed with him, knew that her second young master had gone out for something. She dared not say a word and could only kneel in prayer. God, please bless the noble and kind-hearted second young master. Maid saying, Ji Zhuoma begs you, as long as the second young master returns safely, Zhuoma is willing to give anything. Just a mere maid of humble status, but her love for the original master is particularly sincere and profound. When Bai Xiaofan returned this time, it was already midnight. He happened to see Zhuoma kneeling in earnest prayer. Second young master, you have finally returned. I was so worried about you. Zhuoma couldn't help but cry. Bai Xiaofan rubbed the little maid's head, smiling. It's all right. Zhuoma responded. The gains from this trip were still substantial, though the risks were high. They were within bearable limits. Bai Xiaofan possessed a system space and had honed his martial arts skills over the years. His agility was exceptional. He was not inferior to specially trained special forces soldiers. In fact, he was even more formidable than the strongest soldier king. After all, his martial arts foundation surpassed mere combat skills. Moreover, Bai Xiaofan had concealed weapons like machine guns and grenades within his space, so he was not afraid of black market dealings. Fortunately, those people seemed to have learned of Bai Xiaofan's identity in advance. They knew he was the foolish heir with abundant wealth of the Meiji family. They were also considering future business opportunities, so they naturally did not want to scare Bai Xiaofan away. Furthermore, the Meiji chieftain's guard was not to be trifled with. They had also heard that Bai Xiaofan was acquainted with many prominent individuals and had good relationships, which made the other party hesitant to act rashly. The transaction was completed smoothly. The battle in the Eastern nation has reached a critical point, and all parties are calling for unity to resist together. The time left for me to prepare is limited. Bai Xiaofan had stayed in Han territory for several days. It was not for leisure. He had been pondering the situation. He had been gathering intelligence through various channels. The situation was dire, the enemy was too rampant, and they were committing heinous acts. Bai Xiaofan's expression was grave. 3 days later, he waved his hand. Let's depart, the butler commanded. After bidding farewell to his Han friends, the group set off again. Second young master, if something is bothering you, say it out loud, and let Zhuoma share your worries, Zhuoma said softly. I'm just thinking the Han territories are at war, and it seems quite fierce. What if one day the fighting reaches the grasslands? Esteemed second young master, if that day truly comes, the leaders of each village, the commoners, and the slaves will fight to the death under the leadership of the Meiji chieftain. Sualong Zilong replied naturally. Besides, the battlefields of the Han are far from us, Xiao Arii chimed in. There is a saying among the Han, don't worry about the sky falling. There is no need to be concerned. The butler couldn't help but come over to express his opinion. Let's hope so. Bai Xiaofan was speechless. These people had lived on the grasslands since childhood, and the Meiji chieftain was their lord. The enemy had always been just 17 chieftains. Their limited perspective and vision inevitably made them unable to think long-term. In a collapsing nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? Hurry up. I miss my father and mother. Bai Xiaofan commanded. Yes. The butler thought Bai Xiaofan had come to a realization. Second young master, you finally smiled again, saying. Zhuoma beamed. Another month passed. Bai Xiaofan returned to the Meiji chieftain's official residence with his people. My second young master, you have finally returned. You have no idea how worried your father and mother have been about you. Just like they worry about your brother who is fighting on the borders, thankfully, you have returned safely. From the butler's smile, I can tell you must have accomplished your task, bringing back enough machine guns and grenades. The Meiji chieftain continued to chatter away, using his humorous words to express his concern for his son. Chieftain, it's not just that. This time the second young master visited our Han friends with whom we have corresponded, and with their help we purchased more bullets and handguns at wholesale prices. However, the prices for machine guns and grenades remain high, the butler reported. That's wonderful. My dear wife, did you hear? Our second young master has performed splendidly this time, indeed not inferior to his brother. This is my Meiji family's second young master. Ha ha ha, the Meiji chieftain laughed heartily. Father, did my brother defeat the other chieftains? Bai Xiaofan asked. Those chieftains are already terrified, the Meiji chieftain exclaimed. When will my brother return? Bai Xiaofan inquired. Father has already sent a messenger. Your brother will be back soon. Also, I received a letter that your uncle studying in England is about to bring your sister back to the Meiji family. Your brother must return, and we will have a proper reunion. The Meiji chieftain was very happy. It was evident that he was truly delighted that his younger brother studying in England was returning. That's wonderful. Let's wait a bit then, Bai Xiaofan said. In the storyline, the original master's uncle was murdered while trying to combat the enemy. He was a man worthy of respect. Life unfolds like this, one event after another. The currents of history will not deviate. In the Meiji family's reception room, the eldest young master had returned. Your uncle and sister are coming back from England, but it will take 3 to 4 months. Before that, there's something that needs to be decided. The people I sent out have returned, and unfortunately, they brought bad news. I learned that the 17 chieftains have stolen the seeds of the divine flower. This year, they have planted divine flowers in their fields. My sons, what do you say we should plant this year? The Meiji chieftain asked. Father, since the 17 chieftains have planted divine flowers, the Meiji family cannot fall behind and let these chieftains cut off our source of income. And isn't the reason my children go to war for this? The eldest young master said presumptuously without a second thought. It seems you still have a long way to go to become a qualified heir. The Meiji chieftain's expression changed in an instant. He scolded the foolish eldest young master. Second young master, what do you think? He had no choice but to look to his foolish son. Bai Xiaofan said, "Father, my Han friends told me a saying, what is rare is precious. The wealth accumulated by the Meiji family through divine flowers over the past few years is considerable, which has made the Meiji family strong, far surpassing other chieftains. That's why the 17 chieftains would go to such lengths to steal the divine flower and hastily plant it. Once everyone has planted divine flowers, the divine flowers we hold will lose their value. So father, let's stick to planting grains instead. Things are valuable when they are rare. Listen, my second young master speaks so well. Ha ha, it's a pity that your head is sometimes clever and sometimes not. Maki the Lord exclaimed dramatically. Then he instructed the steward, convey my orders, let wheat be sown in Maki's territory this year. Yes, esteemed Lord. The steward responded. The Lord took his wife away. You are just pretending to be foolish. The eldest young master glared fiercely at Bai Xiaofan, expressing his displeasure. It seemed that he vaguely felt his future position as Lord was being threatened. Brother, what are you saying? I don't understand. Bai Xiaofan replied, dismissively, pretending to be foolish. The eldest young master was not a girl. He wouldn't lower himself to intentionally please him. The client's wish was simply not to die and not to have their loved ones die. As long as this foolish eldest young master wasn't killed by enemies as in the storyline, that would be enough. Thus he looked down on himself and disliked himself. Bai Xiaofan didn't care at all. Furthermore, he didn't particularly need the position of Lord. After all, the Lord was going to be ousted. This year wheat was to be sown in Maki's territory. And Maki the Lord, dissatisfied with his eldest young master's lack of intelligence, similarly sent him to the southern and northern borders to build 2 large houses, just as in the storyline. The eldest young master, eager to show off, worked hard and finished building 2 large houses in just 3 months. They were no less impressive than the official stronghold of the Maki family. Father, I'm back. The eldest young master shouted. Eldest young master, tell me, what did I ask you to build these 2 houses for? The wise Maki the Lord posed the same soul-searching question. Father asked me to build a palace. The eldest young master answered without a second thought. What a foolish look. Maki the Lord turned pale with anger. It seems this question is too difficult for you. Tomorrow your uncle and sister will arrive. Prepare to welcome them. They are returning from studying in England. Do not be disrespectful, Maki the Lord warned, walking away with worry. The eldest young master glared fiercely at Bai Xiaofan. What are you looking at? Bai Xiaofan was unafraid. Who's afraid of whom? Brother, I'm back. The uncle from England. Oh, this place is too barbaric. There's no signal. How can I listen to the radio? I have to listen every day, the unruly and undisciplined sister complained. As scheduled, you finally returned, little brother. Maki the Lord excitedly hugged him. The uncle smiled gentlemanly. Of course I'm back, because here there is my dear brother, and this is my home. When I die, I must be buried here beneath the sky of the grassland. Enough of that, little brother. Let's go inside and tell my brother and the children about the stories from England. Maki the Lord was very enthusiastic. All right. The uncle smiled gentlemanly, though there was a hint of worry in his brow, which he masked well. The family reunited, naturally very happy. They ate beef and drank goat milk. Maki the Lord chattered incessantly to his brother about his achievements over the years. Little brother, I have established the strongest army in the history of the Maki family, capable of defeating all enemies. Brother, your so-called strength only signifies oppression. Right now there is war in the east, and perhaps one day the war will spread here. If that day comes, the enemy will not be merciful, and they are formidable, incredibly formidable. When that time comes, I hope my brother can lead your people to fight to the death against the enemy. The uncle spoke. Of course, I absolutely will not allow the enemy to act arrogantly in the territory of the Maki family, Maki the Lord insisted. That's good. The uncle nodded. He did not want to discuss this topic and instead talked about the sister's marriage, as she was returning to prepare for her dowry. Maki the Lord's expression was not very pleasant. This daughter had been changed by England, raised to be willful and unruly, not understanding any rules. She didn't even care about her father, showing no concern for his well-being when they reunited. But thinking about it, after all, she is my daughter, so he gritted his teeth and said, don't worry, I will definitely prepare a generous dowry for my daughter. Thank you, father. The proud eldest daughter only referred to him as father when money was mentioned. The eldest young master's expression darkened. Bai Xiaofan continued to eat quietly. The uncle broke the awkwardness by taking the initiative to talk about studying in England, and the atmosphere finally became lively. Brother, when I was studying in England, I learned that those divine flowers are poisonous. Long-term use can lead to addiction. Once a person's body becomes dependent on them, they are not far from death. These divine flowers also destroy the land. Brother, this year you did not learn from other lords to plant those divine flowers, which is very good. I hope, brother, that in the future you also do not plant such harmful things, because if this is planted for long, the soil will be destroyed, and you won't be able to grow food anymore. The uncle, well informed, had long seen the situation in the Lord's territory. He He was clear about what these so-called divine flowers were in essence. Is this true? Maki the Lord was shocked. Yes, the uncle affirmed. I understand now. Maki the Lord nodded quickly. The sister rarely spoke to Bai Xiaofan and the eldest young master, complaining all day that this place is barbaric, backward, and a poor rural area. However, when asking Maki the Lord for silver dollars, she was not polite at all, making everyone look down on her, yet she was unaware of it. On the contrary, the uncle presented gifts to the eldest young master and Bai Xiaofan, even having heart-to-heart talks with Bai Xiaofan, who also inquired about the political situation in the eastern countries. Seeing Bai Xiaofan's concern for this, the uncle repeatedly called him the only clear-headed person in the family. They all say him a fool. No, in the uncle's eyes, you are the smartest, a child, you are also the most special. The uncle has high hopes for you. And the uncle hopes that you do not become the lord, the uncle advised. Uncle, are you leaving? Bai Xiaofan asked. Yes. The uncle nodded, saying he was busy with many things to do. Then, uncle, you must write to me and tell me your address. I will come to find you to play later. Bai Xiaofan made a request. In the storyline, the uncle was harmed. The original host was sad for a long time. Bai Xiaofan naturally wanted to find a way to make up for this regret. The uncle smiled, saying, all right, my clever second young master, I like you very much and welcome you to come. However, you must wait for me to return to England, settle your sister's marriage, and then I will return to the country to settle down. The uncle was an Eastern man and wanted to stay in the East to fight against enemies. Be careful, uncle, Bai Xiaofan said. I will be, the uncle replied with a smile. Bai Xiaofan was not in a hurry. There was still a long time before his uncle would be harmed. 2 months later, the uncle finally took his sister away. They went to England. 17 lords have all planted poisonous flowers. They will be the ones buying our food. You two must take enough people and enough guns and ammunition to guard the Maki family's houses at the southern and northern borders. The granaries there will be filled with wheat. Our Maki family's precious food will be worth more than gold during times of famine. Maki the Lord made a decisive decision again. Yes, father, the eldest young master exclaimed. Bai Xiaofan suddenly spoke up. Father, mother, I want to take Zhuoma with me. You must not marry her to the silversmith Xuzha. Did that little girl say something to you? The lady of the Lord's face darkened. What status does she have to confuse her own son? No. Anyway, I won't allow it. Whoever you try to marry her off to, I will kill them. Let's see what you do then, Bai Xiaofan said, playing the rogue. The second young master of the Maki family indeed had the right to be unreasonable. In fact, according to the rules, the maid by the master's side must be given to a servant once she turns 25. Zhuoma is 24 now. There is not much time until she turns 25. That is why she is enduring the pain and asking the lady of the Lord to marry her to the silversmith Xuzha. The silversmith Xuzha is one of her suitors. You, the lady of the Lord, was enraged. If you dare to punish Zhuoma, I will not eat. Bai Xiaofan said again. You make me furious. The lady of the Lord was very angry. Ha ha ha, my foolish second young master actually knows how to protect his woman, but she is just a lowly maid. If her father and mother had not died and were still leaders, my father might have allowed her to follow you. Maki the Lord laughed heartily. Even if Zhuoma's status does not match mine, she must stay by my side as a maid. Bai Xiaofan insisted without room for rebuttal. The original host had only cared about questioning Zhuoma, why she would do this. Feeling betrayed by a mere maid. However, he did not know that if he just stood firm a bit more and fought for it in front of the Lord with his status and her position, as long as he was resolute, the Lord and the lady of the Lord would definitely compromise. Esteemed second young master, Zhuoma is just a lowly maid. Once she turns 25, she will no longer qualify to stay by your side to serve you. The lady will arrange for the young master a new and beautiful maid. Please have mercy, second young master. While Zhuoma is still young, let her go. Moreover, second young master, you really cannot go without eating. A Zhuoma would be heartbroken, and the Lord and lady will not allow it. You will not be able to endure it like this. Zhuoma pleaded, desperately prostrating herself with her tender face pressed against the floor, as if in sincere worship. Humility. Yet she did not feel aggrieved. Instead, she was very touched. In the Lord's territory, she was a servant, and kneeling before her master was a matter of course. Zhuoma, I will not let you go. As for the new beautiful maid, I will accept her as well. You cannot escape. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. In fact, he would not treat himself poorly. Even if he was locked in the room and no one was allowed to bring food inside for 2 days, he still had plenty of delicacies in his space. He would carry out a hunger strike protest to the end. In truth, Bai Xiaofan did not like this approach, but who let him just grow up and have not yet fully developed his wings? He did not have enough strength to decide everything, so he had to resort to unreasonable antics. Second young master, Zhuoma knows you care for her, and you mean well, but Zhuoma really does not match you. Zhuoma cried. No. Bai Xiaofan only had one reply. I won't listen, I won't listen. I won't listen, I won't listen, and I won't listen. The lady had come to persuade him countless times. The eldest young master, on the other hand, was gloating, looking down on him. All right, the day of departure has come. If he wants to take her, then let him take her. When the day comes that you regret, you can just send her away, Maki, the Lord finally said impatiently. Once he spoke, it was like a decree. In fact, this matter was merely a trivial issue to the Lord. Regardless of whether the second young master had his own thoughts or had been bewitched by Zhuoma, he did not care. After all, it was just a maid. If she stayed for a few more years, then so be it. His thought was that in a few years, when Zhuoma aged, his son would certainly find her undesirable. As for driving Zhuoma away at that time, whether she could find an honest man like the silversmith Xuzha was not within Maki the Lord's consideration. Thank you, father, Bai Xiaofan replied. Without waiting for Maki the Lord and his Han wife to regret it, he swiftly packed his belongings and set off towards the northern border, accompanied by the steward and the guard squad. That place is the original host's territory. At the same time Bai Xiaofan intended to develop there, the maid Sangji Zhuoma had mixed feelings, touched, confused, lost, and with a hint of secret joy. The second young master did not abandon her. As for what would happen in the future, they would take it one step at a time. With the second young master as a comparison, how could she like silversmith Xuzha? How could she hope to transform from a fragrant maid into a servant who does rough work? She felt lucky, yet anxious, her heart racing. However, Zhuoma was also clear about whom to please at this time. Second young master Zhuoma knows she was wrong. In the future, I will never dare to go against my master again. Zhuoma also cannot bear to leave the second young master. I just fear that one day the second young master will no longer want me. It would be better to leave now proactively, and at least it would be more dignified. The maid Zhuoma said pitifully. Zhuoma, you are mine. As long as you behave, I, the young master, will not abandon you. What you worry about will not happen. Even if I marry in the future, you are not allowed to leave my side for half a step. Without you taking care of my daily needs, I will not be accustomed to it, Bai Xiaofan stated sternly. Thank you, second young master. Zhuoma felt sweet inside. Not afraid, she voluntarily leaned over and gave Bai Xiaofan a peck on the right cheek. My right cheek is very happy, my left cheek expresses dissatisfaction, Bai Xiaofan said intentionally. How about this? Zhuoma's cheeks flushed as she pecked the left side too. Ha ha. Bai Xiaofan laughed heartily. The journey was long, and having such a well-behaved little maid was quite nice. He could tease her when nothing else was going on. Under the azure sky, the gloom in his heart was dispelled. Once we reach the northern border, far away from Maki's official stronghold, I can finally let loose and do my own things. Bai Xiaofan pondered. In fact, if he really wanted to, he could do many things in Maki's official stronghold. But thinking about it, he decided against it. Maki the Lord, the Lady of the Lord, including the eldest young master, treated the original host quite well, and even the eldest young master was not bad. Even if there were grievances, no real actions had been taken. Bai Xiaofan, while on a mission, still tried to consider the client's feelings. Helping the original host navigate familial relationships, after all, they had sacrificed their soul power to exchange for this opportunity. Bai Xiaofan certainly wanted to give the client value for their exchange. Therefore, regarding the Maki family, he should not adopt a hardline approach. Hence, during his time in Maki's official stronghold, he was relatively low-key. He also gave opportunities for performance to the eldest young master, as he did not want to become the Lord. Once he reached the northern border, it would be different. Avoiding the gaze of Maki the Lord, Bai Xiaofan could do his own things now. Second young master, the house in the north is just ahead. The steward has already brought people there in advance, and by the time we arrive tomorrow, he will have cleaned the rooms. Let's hurry along the way. Zhuoma, this little maid has already adjusted her mood. No matter what happens in the future, we must first do what is at hand. Otherwise, there will be no need to wait for future grievances. If the master is unhappy, one will be dealt with immediately. Thus, Sangji Zhuoma must fulfill her duties as a maid with utmost diligence, serving Bai Xiaofan, accompanied by beauties. The journey won't be so boring. Good. Sualong Zilong. Inform all the villages on the northern border, let their leaders know that I, the second young master of the Meiji family, am their new master. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Yes, second young master. Sualong Zilong received the order and left. Over the years, the Meiji family has truly grown strong. Only by proactively attacking other chieftains can the Meiji family be safe, otherwise no other chieftain would dare to attack them. Even that old rival chieftain Wang Bo only dares to secretly steal divine flowers. Therefore, when the eldest young master builds a house, even if it stands empty, no one dares to come and snatch it. Meanwhile, the food supply convoy and herds of cattle and sheep are already on the way. With the protection of the Meiji family's guards, there will be no accidents. Bang bang, second young master. I, the old servant, have already cleaned the room, and all the leaders belonging to the Meiji family are waiting for your summons. The steward reported. Let them come. Bai Xiaofan instructed. Yes, the steward responded. We pay our respects to the esteemed second young master of the Meiji family. The leaders knelt respectfully, bowing in worship. Bai Xiaofan stood on the upper floor, just like the Meiji chieftain, looking down upon his subjects from the high tower, feeling superior. The taste of power is truly wonderful. It can decide a person's life, it can decide a person's death. Get up. From now on the northern border, I, the second young master of the Meiji family, am your young master. The Meiji family has become strong. You must remember to be as loyal to me as you are to my father the chieftain. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Emperor. He has not been without experience. Naturally, he would not be timid when giving a speech to his subjects. Young master. The leaders shouted loudly. Bai Xiaofan stated, from now on you will still manage your own villages, pay your food and silver on time. I will also patrol the northern border from time to time. Yes, esteemed young master. The leaders replied. With a wave of his hand, some naturally arranged for these leaders to have a good meal. The situation of the villages was reported back to the steward. Ordinary matters could be handled by the steward himself. After all, he was also an elder of the Meiji family. The Meiji chieftain has also grown stronger with his assistance. Sualong Zilong. This place is not far from the Han people's territory. Take a few people and deliver my letters, handing them directly to my friends. Tell them that I have become the young master of the northern border and hope they will come to my territory for business and as guests. As long as they are not enemies, I welcome them all. Bai Xiaofan said. He took out a few letters he had written. Esteemed young master, I will go right away. Sualong Zilong hurriedly replied. Also in Han territory, help me gather some books, any kind will do. Additionally, I want a radio, the kind that my sister uses. The northern border is very close to the Han people's territory, so it should be able to receive signals. Bai Xiaofan said. Yes. Sualong Zilong accepted the order and left. Young master. The leaders of the northern villages have sent the most beautiful girls. They are all willing to serve the young master and hope to become the young master's maids. Zhuma said. Zhuma, you go and select a few beautiful ones to stay and do my laundry, clean the floors and tidy the rooms. Send the others back. Bai Xiaofan said indifferently. Yes. Zhuma obediently lowered her head. Bai Xiaofan stood on the loft, gazing into the distance like an emperor surveying his empire. A few days later, in the northern border village, the leaders harvested the grain, and the portion to be paid was sent to Bai Xiaofan. The steward personally came to count and store it. Young master. This year is truly a bountiful harvest. The yield is better than in previous years, and the granary that the eldest young master built has long been filled. The steward laughed so hard that his teeth were barely visible. He looked at the mature wheat as if looking at his own child. This is the passion of the prairie people for this azure sky. Filled. How much is left to be stored? Bai Xiaofan laughed. There are still over 10 carts. The steward replied. Bai Xiaofan nodded, casually instructed, then from the northern villages requisition 20 able-bodied men from each village. They must be young and strong. Just tell them that the second young master of the Meiji family, their young master, needs them. Let them come and push down the surrounding walls. My brother has indeed put effort into building the house, but it is still too small and needs expansion. It cannot even hold the harvested wheat. How can that be acceptable? The second young master is absolutely right. The old servant will take care of it tomorrow morning. The steward said. He naturally would not oppose. Moreover, during the expansion, not only should more granaries be built, but also high platforms should be established, allowing our people to stand tall and see farther. Once enemies approach, we can use machine guns to kill them. Bai Xiaofan continued to instruct. The old servant remembers. Is there anything else, young master? The steward asked. How could there not be? We also need to enclose a pasture to raise cattle and sheep and fine horses. We need to train our own cavalry. I remind you that where weapons and ammunition are stored is also very important. All these matters must be addressed. A clever steward should implement them one by one before the guests arrive. Bai Xiaofan laid out his plans. Not only should the scale be expanded, but it should also be built like the small towns of Han territory. Yes, the steward was very excited. Thus, when Bai Xiaofan became the young master of the northern border, he made significant moves. There was no need to be low-key at all. With bold strokes, the young men conscripted from the northern villages were working hard. Bai Xiaofan had Xiao Arii supervising the work. The young master said that if you work hard and speed up the progress to complete the fortress, each person will be rewarded with 2 silver dollars. Xiao Arii shouted repeatedly. He was everywhere scolding people while supervising. Long live the young master. Hearing that there would actually be rewards, these commoners were instantly overjoyed. It is only natural to work for the master, and yet to receive silver dollars. 2 silver dollars is certainly not a small amount for a common family. An ordinary common family working hard for a year may not even be able to save 2 silver dollars. Therefore, these people cherished this opportunity very much. They worked diligently. Thus, the expansion was completed in just a month. The area was expanded by a full 2 times. This does not even include the enclosed pastures and grasslands. Bai Xiaofan took the opportunity to mix the cattle, sheep, and fine horses from various spaces among those contributed by the villages. Then he had the steward arrange to raise them in his own pasture. No one noticed anything unusual. Young master, are we not building a wall? The steward could not help but ask. Bai Xiaofan said lightly, how do you know that there won't be another expansion in the future? So when the time comes, are you preparing to make me spend money again to hire people to take down the wall? But without a wall, what if there are enemies? The steward was worried. The Meiji family has grown strong. We no longer need to worry about other chieftains attacking. Instead, it is the other chieftains who should fear us. If enemies come who cannot defeat the Meiji family, they must be coming from Han territory. If that is the case, it makes no difference whether there is a wall or not. As for the chieftains, do they not fear my machine guns? Bai Xiaofan said coldly. The young master is right. It is this old servant who has not thought it through. The steward realized this and stopped persuading. Having been in the northern border for so long, our guests should be arriving soon, right? Bai Xiaofan asked lightly. The steward responded, 17 chieftains have all planted divine flowers. With so many divine flowers, the price has dropped. It is no longer as profitable as when we were planting them. Moreover, they are lacking in food. They will soon come here to ask for food. Then let's wait a moment. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Another half-month passed. The northern border settled down. The chieftains asking for food had not yet arrived. The merchants from Han territory arrived first. Bai Xiaofan had long mixed some of the grain from his space to fill several newly built granaries. Then he also divided some of the cattle and sheep from his space and sold them to his friends from Han. Generous second young master, you are truly my best friend. It won't be long before we will come to you again to buy grain, cattle, sheep, and even horses, and also the specialties of the prairie. These merchants were Bai Xiaofan's friends from Han. They came after receiving the letter. They organized a caravan. The items in Bai Xiaofan's space were all of superior quality. After inspection, they all expressed their willingness to purchase at a price 10% higher than the original. This price is quite good. They stated that fighting in Han territory is intense and resources are scarce. They also need a large amount of grain and other goods. Bai Xiaofan naturally became their major client, seeking long-term cooperation. Although the steward was puzzled about how Bai Xiaofan could mysteriously produce several times more even better quality grain, cattle, and sheep. Bai Xiaofan did not speak, and he did not dare to ask. He could only speculate in silence. However, this is all good news. After all, he had already become Bai Xiaofan's person in the northern border. He did not dare to pry into the master's secrets. He made a considerable profit. Happy cooperation. Bai Xiaofan watched as the caravan of Han merchants departed. Second young master, we will come again. The Han merchants left satisfied with their bounty. This batch of goods they will need some time to digest. After selling, they will come back to restock. Young master, this is truly wonderful. The steward was grinning from ear to ear. Having tasted the sweetness, it won't just be them, more Han people will come here to buy things. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Xiao Arai shouted loudly, young master. They have arrived, they have come. What has arrived? The steward exclaimed. The chieftains asking for food have arrived. It is Chieftain Laxueba. He is the first chieftain to come asking for food, and he is estimated to arrive here tomorrow. Xiao Arai called out. Huh. The steward laughed upon hearing this. Good. Bai Xiaofan nodded. The esteemed second young master of the Meiji family, La Shuabatusi, has come to visit you. I have seen it. Your Meiji family's grain store is overflowing, unable to contain all the harvest. Furthermore, several Han merchant caravans are purchasing grain from the second young master. La Shuaba hopes that the generous second young master will sell grain to me as well. La Shuabatusi is slightly short and stout, resembling a winter melon. When speaking, a forced smile is plastered across his face. Greetings, La Shuabatusi. Bai Xiaofan responded politely, yet distantly, maintaining his courtesy. Second young master. La Shuabatusi gazed at Bai Xiaofan eagerly. I believe the steward has spoken to you. This year's harvest is abundant, and all the grain from the Meiji family is for sale. I wholeheartedly welcome La Shuabatusi's visit to buy it, Bai Xiaofan smiled. La Shuabatusi replied, but the stingy steward informed me that the grain from the Meiji family will only be sold to me at 10 times the price. Second young master, to speak frankly, such a price is unacceptable to anyone. Regardless of the circumstances, grain remains grain and does not transform into gold. Moreover, I have heard from the Han merchant caravans that they are purchasing grain from the Meiji family at only a 10% increase over last year's price. I am willing to offer an additional 20 to 30%. Such a price is certainly not low, my second young master. La Shuabatusi, my father has said that during famine years the grain from the Meiji family will indeed turn into gold. When hunger and death grasp your people, I believe one day all the Tusi will be willing to pay a price greater than gold to buy our Meiji family's grain. Bai Xiaofan stated lightly, speaking very politely, but in truth it was a refusal. Second young master, this is unfair. Why can the Han merchant caravans acquire grain from the Meiji family at normal prices? La Shuabatusi's smile nearly faltered. Those people are friends of the young master. How can it be the same? Under this vast prairie, the 17 Tusi are competitors with our Meiji family. Generations have clashed due to various frictions leading to wars and deaths. In the past, when the Meiji Tusi was not strong enough, La Shuaba Tusi often led his gunmen to plunder our border villages. Our Meiji Tusi and the esteemed young master value reason above all. The treatment of friends differs from that of Tusi. The clever steward promptly responded to La Shuaba Tusi. That is all in the past. Second young master La Shuaba apologizes and begs you to show mercy to my people. The kind and generous second young master, can you bear to watch them starve one by one? That is the responsibility of La Shuaba Tusi's people to bear. Our Meiji family is only responsible for our own people, Bai Xiaofan replied calmly. You second young master should not go too far, La Shuaba retorted in anger. Or perhaps La Shuaba Tusi could take his gunmen and seize our grain. Bai Xiaofan sneered. La Shuaba seize. Do you think I wouldn't want to? If it weren't for my inability to defeat you, I would have acted long ago. Bai Xiaofan was unyielding, and La Zueba's face turned ashen. He could not help but say, at this price the grain will not sell. At worst I can abandon a few villages and let some of my people starve. After all, the Tusis family will not starve. We will sow new wheat seeds in our fields, and in 3 to 5 months we will be able to harvest. May your people hold on until then, Bai Xiaofan smiled. La Shuaba Tusi left in a huff, turning to depart. I am not pleased. Haha, second young master, this is truly heartening. In the past, La Shuaba Tusi would never bow so low to the Meiji family. The 17 Tusi would only keep their distance from the Meiji family. Now wait and see, La Shuaba is not the last one. He will likely return. The old servant can bet with the young master, the steward exclaimed excitedly. As an elder of the Meiji family, he had nothing to be unhappy about. This is because the Meiji family has grown stronger. Zhoma interjected. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Zhoma is right, we have grown stronger. This is the glory of the Meiji family, but to maintain this glory, we must continue to grow stronger, thus having enough confidence to defeat any enemy. This requires a good heir, the steward hinted. I do not covet the position of Tusi, but if you all follow me and work hard, I will ensure you do not suffer losses. If things will only get better in the future. What my father and elder brothers can give you, I can provide, or what they cannot provide, I can also offer, Bai Xiaofan stated calmly. Long live the young master. The steward firmly believed. Long live the young master. Zhoma scolded and led the way down to kneel. Everyone knelt on the ground. In a devout and heartfelt manner, they bowed in worship. Young master. More Tusi are coming. They are on the road not far away and will likely arrive in a few days. They will surely plead with the young master for food, just as La Shuaba Tusi did. Silong Zilong hurriedly ran in. In recent days his task has been to patrol back and forth, keeping track of the Tusis movements. That's great. I want be present a steward, you can negotiate with them. Any who are willing to pay 10 times the price can come to see me, Bai Xiaofan instructed. Yes. The steward smiled. Within just a few days the begging Tusi arrived as expected. Almost all Tusi from the northern border came. They sought an audience with Bai Xiaofan, but were blocked at the door by the steward. If they were to pay 10 times the price, it would be akin to cutting flesh. Absurd. Two hot-tempered Tusi attempted to cause trouble, cursing Bai Xiaofan as a fool for asking them to pay 10 times the price for grain. It was simply a daydream. Bang bang. The sound of machine gun fire echoed. The Meiji family treats all Tusi as guests and extends courtesy. If any of you behave rudely towards the young master and cause a scene here, first ask if the machine guns will agree. The steward's expression turned cold. You do not bully others too much. A young Tusi shouted in a fierce manner. Another echoed, exactly. At worst, we can take a longer route to the Han's territory to purchase grain. 10 times the price is simply outrageous. Well then, all Tusi can certainly try, but La Shuaba Tusi probably didn't inform you that the Han territory is currently in conflict quite fiercely, and their grain is also insufficient. Recently, they purchased a large quantity of grain from our Meiji family. Bai Xiaofan stepped out. He had been awakened by the gunfire. Feeling bored, he decided to see what was happening. Young master. The steward and others greeted respectfully. Second young master, 10 times the price is simply too high. I wonder if it can be lowered a bit. Several other Tusi lowered their faces and pleaded. We truly do not have that much money. It's too expensive. They complained in unison, appealing to reason and emotion. Several wore threatening expressions, having heard that the second young master of the Meiji family was a fool. Moreover, he is very young, and they believed him easier to deal with than the shrewd steward. The steward was unyielding, not easily swayed, and did not believe this young man had no weaknesses. The various Tusi spoke sweetly, making promises, offering you beauties, writing IOUs, and playing the sympathy card, basically going to great lengths. If you are not sufficiently strong and still treat others as fools, you are destined to fail in obtaining the Meiji family's precious grain, Bai Xiaofan stated flatly. Second young master, we can negotiate. The Tusi, feeling bold in numbers, continued. I am tired. Please leave, Bai Xiaofan replied. Everyone pleased, the steward offered an official smile. The Tusi responded with silence as they waited for over 10 days only to return empty-handed. They left in anger much like La Shuaba Tusi with the attitude of never wanting to interact again. Some truly brought merchant caravans wanting to venture into Han territory to purchase grain. Others turned back home to think of other methods. Bai Xiaofan paid them no mind. Selling grain in Han territory, those big grain merchants are sharper than one another. They fear provoking the public wrath and perhaps dare not act at all. For the Tusi from the prairie who are unfamiliar with the terrain, how could they negotiate smoothly? They would surely seize the opportunity to exploit them fiercely. Moreover, the Han territory is currently at war. There are many bandits. Wanting to buy grain from there and transport it safely back would come at an even greater cost. Some matters seem easy to think about, but once you act you will understand the difficulties involved. In Han territory, their merchant caravan brought so many silver dollars, but with only a few dozen guns, whether they can return is another question. The steward speculated. The Han people have a saying, you don't shed tears until you see the coffin. Once they face hardships, they will return to humbly beg the esteemed young master of the Meiji family for food. Zhuoma laughed. Bai Xiaofan nodded, suddenly asking, how about the Rongong Tusi? The Rongong family is all women. However, young master, do not underestimate these women. She has already arrived, coming together with several other Tusi. But she has set up camp at the border and has not made a visit. She likely wants to observe and see if the other Tusi succeed. After these Tusi leave, she has not made any moves. However, the old servant has already sent someone to keep watch. I believe she will not be able to hold back. The steward said. She is waiting for an opportunity. The Rongong Tusi is a calculating woman. Bai Xiaofan smiled. In the story, this only female Tusi Rongong seizes the opportunity while the original master goes out hunting, capturing the original master as a hostage. In exchange for grain. Although the steward handled it well, neither attacking nor providing grain, simply ignoring her, dragging it out. Rongong Tusi could not sit still any longer. She became anxious. But then she resorted to seduction. Coincidentally, the original master had also taken a liking to Rongong Tusi's daughter Tana. Thus both sides struck a deal, turning danger into safety. This mother and daughter were the first among the Tusi to obtain grain, but they did not reap any benefits, having been robbed by La Shuaba Tusi and nearly losing their lives. Left with no choice, they braved the heavy rain and visited the original master to seek help. Only then did they acknowledge the marriage contract. Bai Xiaofan is not the original master, so naturally he will not let others lead him by the nose. Suolong Zilong, he suddenly said. Young master, Suolong Zilong scampered over. Tomorrow we will go hunting, Bai Xiaofan said. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Waiting has never been Bai Xiaofan's style. He is accustomed to taking the initiative. Now that he has strength, what is there to fear? Thus accompanied by the maid Zhuoma, along with Suolong Zilong and Xiao Ai, and a guard team of over 10 people, he set out for a hunt. At noon, female soldiers blocked the way. About 50 or 60 of them, their demeanor fierce. The leader was none other than the Rongong female chieftain. We need to have lunch in another place. The Rongong female chieftain in her 30s and still possessing charm said with an innate pride about her. She looked down on men. In Rongong's domain, men held a very low status. It was almost like a small matriarchal society. However, this attitude did not work well with Bai Xiaofan. Greetings, Rongong chieftain, Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. Let's go, second young master. Rongong chieftain, Bai Xiaofan said lightly, what if I refuse to go? You must cooperate. If you do not blame me for being impolite. The Rongong chieftain smiled maliciously and waved her hand. The female soldiers immediately surrounded him with their rifles. Bang, bang, bang. It was a critical moment. The situation took a sharp turn. The sound of machine guns rang out. Bullets struck the ground near the female chieftain, turning her face pale with fear. You, she exclaimed in terror. Young master, I'm here. The Rongong chieftain's convoy has been invited to our place for a visit, including the beautiful daughter of the esteemed Rongong chieftain. The steward and the cavalry arrived with machine guns. Is this how the Meiji family treats their guests? Second young master, don't you think this is rude? The female chieftain's face turned red with anger. Bai Xiaofan feigned confusion. What did the Rongong chieftain intend to do just now? I merely invited the second young master for a visit and to discuss the matter of purchasing grain, the Rongong chieftain said, forcing a smile. She was a woman who knew how to read the situation. When it's time to bow down, one must bow down. There was no other choice, life is only one. Then let's go, Rongong chieftain, back to the Meiji family to meet your beautiful daughter. Bai Xiaofan's smile turned slightly cold. The Rongong chieftain had no other way out. She had to go. Steward, take good care of the Rongong chieftain, Bai Xiaofan commanded. Yes, young master, the steward replied with a smile. Knowing that the Rongong chieftain would resort to tricks, Bai Xiaofan set a trap. Taking the initiative while Bai Xiaofan was hunting, the steward led people to seize the Rongong chieftain's tent and abduct her daughter along with the female guards. Later, the Rongong chieftain was also invited back in front of the machine guns along with her terrified daughter. They met in the room prepared by the steward. "Tana, are you all right?" the Rongong chieftain asked. "Mother, what should we do now?" Tana, who was 18 or 19 years old, asked. Young and beautiful with a graceful figure, she was a solid 10 out of 10 beauty. Suddenly abducted, she was quite panicked. "Maichi family, how despicable. But don't worry, mother will find a way to deal with this foolish second young master," the Rongong chieftain said with a ruthless gaze. "Schemes. Despicable." A glimmer of light sparkled in her eyes. "Mother, be careful," Tana said with deep concern. "Yes," the Rongong chieftain replied. "Young master, the messenger of Lord Maichi has arrived, saying that Lord Maichi will soon be inspecting from the south to the north." After dinner, the steward hurriedly arrived. "Father is here just in time." Bai Xiaofan smiled. In the storyline, Lord Maichi was also arriving to inspect at this time. After waiting for 3 days, the Rongong mother and daughter had been left waiting for 3 days. "Father," Bai Xiaofan went out to greet him. "My second young master, I have come to see you," Lord Maichi said. "Your brave elder brother has driven the chieftains in the south into retreat. He has not let me down. How about you? How are things going here?" "Everything is good here, father," Bai Xiaofan replied. "Indeed, my lord, those chieftains have been driven away, and now they do not dare to make a move." "Good. Well done, my Maichi son," Lord Maichi laughed heartily. And regarding the chieftains, the Rongong chieftain and her people, the steward continued to report. "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Lord Maichi's eyes gleamed even brighter. He danced with excitement and repeatedly patted Bai Xiaofan's shoulder, praising him for his great job. "My second young master, this matter was planned by you. What shall we do next?" Lord Maichi asked excitedly. "How can we not devour the fat meat sent to our door? Moreover, they are in the wrong. Father Xiao told me that the Rongong chieftain has a beautiful daughter," Bai Xiaofan replied calmly. He did not think there was anything wrong with what he was doing. Under the same grassland, the chieftains fought much like the law of the jungle. Cruel, ruthless. Besides, if the Rongong chieftain dared to scheme against the powerful Maichi family's young master, she should have been prepared for the consequences. "Well said, steward, did you hear that? The second young master has taken a liking to the beautiful daughter of the Rongong family. Ha, how did I not think of that? The Maichi family has only one chieftain. Oh, my second young master can go to the Rongong family and become the chieftain there. In this way, both of my sons will be chieftains. Now, my clever second young master, what should we do next?" Lord Maichi pressed. He was anxious, scratching his ears and cheeks. Bai Xiaofan found it amusing. His behavior was particularly ridiculous. "Father, since it has come to this, of course we should do what we need to do. After all, they are in the wrong and have fallen into the hands of the Maichi family," Bai Xiaofan said solemnly. "Did you hear that, steward? Bring the Rongong mother and daughter over to me. I want to teach them a good lesson," Lord Maichi shouted with righteous indignation. "Yes," the steward answered and left. Soon the Rongong chieftain and Tana were brought in. "Maichi chieftain, what do you want?" The Rongong chieftain's face was dark. "This is bad. How did this old thing come here?" She had confidence in dealing with the foolish second young master. However, Lord Maichi was a cunning old fox. "Rongong, what do you think I came for? Of course I am here to settle accounts with you. If I had not come, how would I know that you two conspired to bully my second young master? The steward has already informed me that you took advantage of my second young master's absence to try to abduct him. Fortunately, the clever steward saw through your scheme, you bitch of a mother, and invited you back as guests. Now tell me, how should I deal with you?" Lord Maichi shouted. "Do not be too unreasonable." The Rongong chieftain's face turned green. The high and mighty chieftain was insulted by a man called a bitch, which was nothing short of a great humiliation. She could not bear it. She was about to lunge at him, but was seized. "Do you want to provoke a war between the two chieftains for a foolish son?" Tana urged. "Mother, do not act impulsively." "Then fine. If it comes to blows, the Maichi family has never feared war. Now that we are strong, we fear it even less. We only fear that your people cannot withstand machine guns and grenades. Moreover, without food, I do not have to lift a finger. Your people will starve to death. Then you will be left as a lone female chieftain. How will you fight me? By beating me on the bed." "Ha ha." Lord Maichi was formidable. He laughed sinisterly. The Rongong chieftain's anger made her liver tremble. Her beautiful daughter Tana also glared angrily. "Lord Maichi, everyone knows that our Rongong family has only women, so no one will refuse our requests. My mother only wants a bit of food. For her people, you actually brought us here. How can you bully orphans and widows like this?" She spoke from a moral high ground. Sharp tongue. Lord Maichi was furious. Bai Xiaofan suddenly interjected. "Then no one should be allowed to bully a fool. Why are you so audacious in bullying a fool?" "Tana, Rongong chieftain. That's right. You should say now, how will you compensate for bullying my second young master?" Lord Maichi reacted quickly. What do you want? The Rongong chieftain gritted her teeth. I can give you enough food to help you through this difficult time, but in return, and as compensation, your beautiful daughter Miss Tana of the Rongong chieftain must marry my second young master. If we become in-laws, anyone who dares to bully the Rongong family will certainly be dealt with by the Maichi family. What do you think? I am being reasonable, right? Lord Maichi said. But he is a fool, the Rongong chieftain retorted angrily. In that case, the Rongong chieftain and your beautiful daughter must stay as guests at the Maichi family. Since you are here, you cannot leave. Lord Maichi's expression changed in an instant. The son of the family could say whatever he wanted. If others said it, they would be seeking death. Mother, Tana looked at the Rongong chieftain nervously. You have one day to think about it, and give me an answer tomorrow, Lord Maichi said. The clever steward stepped forward to take away the Rongong mother and daughter. Young master, what did father say? I think you will definitely get the beautiful daughter of the Rongong family. Lord Maichi was extremely excited. After the people left, he continued to stare ahead. Thank you, father, Bai Xiaofan said. Facing death. It is not just a matter of marrying a daughter to a fool. The Rongong chieftain would willingly marry a fool herself. Soon there was a response. Unsurprisingly, they agreed. If it were in the past, they could still negotiate with the original master. Bai Xiaofan was not infatuated with Tana like the original master who would agree to anything. Therefore, the female chieftain had no bargaining chips. Lord Maichi immediately announced the engagement of Bai Xiaofan and Tana, binding the two families together. The Rongong female chieftain also put forward several reasonable demands. Lord Maichi agreed to everything, promising her several thousand pounds of grain. Then the Rongong chieftain was picked up by Lord Maichi and thrown onto the couch. That night, sitting on the steps, Bai Xiaofan looked up and pondered. Second young master, what are you looking at? Tana approached. Looking at the stars, Bai Xiaofan replied lightly. Are you a fool? Tana asked. What do you think? He countered. Tana said, I don't think so. Not at all. After that, she seemed somewhat melancholy. My mother married me off to a fool for a few thousand pounds of wheat. She used to tell me that I was the most beautiful woman and no man was worthy of me. 2 tears fell, creating a poignant atmosphere. The girl looked pitifully at Bai Xiaofan with tear-streaked cheeks, evoking sympathy. So are you sad? Bai Xiaofan asked coldly as he gazed at her. Shouldn't I be sad about marrying a fool, eh? Tana replied in surprise, feeling uneasy under the man's gaze, her cheeks flushing. No, you should feel fortunate that you are beautiful and have some value enough to pique my interest. Because of this, you and your mother will not have to die. Otherwise, you would be dead already. Oh, what's the point of being sad? Bai Xiaofan spoke gently, but his words were incredibly cold. You will not win my heart. Tana emphasized. Bai Xiaofan replied coldly. I only need your body. Oh, why would I want your heart? In the storyline, the original master was sad for not receiving Tana's true love. He was troubled and sought to please her. Later, upon returning to the Maichi family fortress, he learned that the original master might not become the Maichi chieftain, and she quickly sought to flirt with the eldest son of the Maichi family, who could become the chieftain. Even if discovered by the original master, she did not succeed. However, this became a thorn in her heart. For such a woman, no matter how beautiful she was, Bai Xiaofan would not invest his true feelings. He was not foolish or naive. Thus, from the beginning, Bai Xiaofan remained very cold. Otherwise, if he treated her well, she would become accustomed to it. Once accustomed, she would take it for granted. Don't you think it's despicable to bully a woman like this? Tana gritted her teeth. This fool was not easy to deal with, completely different from what she had imagined. The Rongong family is weak and lacks food. It is only natural to seek wheat from the Maichi family in exchange for a woman. Moreover, the fault lies with your mother. If the Rongong family is unwilling to accept such humiliation, I will not force them, but you kidnapped the Maichi family's second young master. Not only will you not get food, but you and your mother will also appear on the execution stake of the Maichi family. Allowing you to marry me and serve me is my mercy. Bai Xiaofan sneered, his voice devoid of warmth. How can you say this? Tana's face paled. She was very aware now. This guy was not falling for her tricks, which made her, who initially planned to use some means to make Bai Xiaofan obedient, feel a bit flustered. She dared not look Bai Xiaofan in the eye. Kneel, Bai Xiaofan commanded. Tana, I do not like disobedient and clever women. If you cannot learn to be submissive, I can still backtrack. My father will take back everything granted to you by the Rongong family, including your and your mother's lives. Tana gritted her teeth, hatred flashing in her eyes. After a minute's turmoil, this beautiful and noble daughter of the Rongong female chieftain knelt before Bai Xiaofan, looking up at him. Humble, hatred, aggrieved. Various emotions made her unable to hold back her tears. She couldn't help but feel sorrow. Slap. Bai Xiaofan harshly slapped her across the face. A vivid red handprint appeared on her face. Then he reached out, gently wiping her tears away, saying mercilessly, I will soothe your sorrow with my coldness. So you understand the consequences of not being obedient in the future? Yes. Esteemed second young master, Tana replied, fighting back tears. Come sit here. Tomorrow your mother will leave, and we will get married, Bai Xiaofan declared as a matter of course. The beautiful and noble daughter of the Rongong family, Tana sniffled. She felt wronged, gave a gentle response, and then sat beside Bai Xiaofan, cautiously resting her head on his shoulder. Young master, will our Rongong family survive this crisis? A silence lingered between them before Tana suddenly asked. Bai Xiaofan held the beauty in his arms, one hand gently smoothing her long hair, as if stroking a cat, and replied coolly, it should be manageable, provided you are intelligent enough to learn obedience. Learn to please me and satisfy me. The Maki family will provide your mother with sufficient grain to carry your Rongong family through this hardship. And will you treat me well? Tana lifted her gaze. And so long as you remain docile and never defy me. And should you fail, rest assured the consequences will be far more than you wish to witness. My exquisite daughter of the Rongong family, Bai Xiaofan said. And I understand, honorable young master, Tana replied. And she had at last grasped her station, powerless with no choice but resignation. Lord Rongong, I shall not see you off. Lord Maki appeared invigorated, no doubt having received ample recompense from Lady Rongong the previous night. Thus he was unusually generous that day, and he ordered his steward to load several thousand jin of wheat as a gift for Lord Rongong. And Lady Rongong, radiant, once more regained her haughty composure. Generous Lord Maki, my daughter is now entrusted to your care. Please also treat her kindly. She is the most beautiful woman. And Lord Maki, before I return with more sacks and carts, you must prepare even greater stores of grain. To her this was only natural. This modest supply fell far short. And this time she had brought few carts and sacks. Next time she would return to collect more grain. Greedy Lord Rongong, the grain of the Maki family does not blow in on the wind. These several thousand jin are my personal gift, to serve as betrothal gifts for my young master's marriage to your stunning daughter. Next time you come to transport grain, silver dollars will be required. And yet out of familial goodwill, my young master shall certainly offer your esteemed mother-in-law a fair and reasonable price. Lower than what any of the 17 local lords, or even the Han people, would charge. And Lord Maki chuckled warmly, speaking with righteous conviction. And he was wise, never engaging in unprofitable ventures. Is not the Maki family exceedingly wealthy? Does such a trivial amount truly matter? And Lord Rongong voiced his discontent. Lord Maki's expression instantly darkened. I advise you to cease while you still may. In this year of famine, what I have granted you is priceless. Enough to sustain your people frugally for some time. Given your commendable conduct last night, and the fact that your beautiful daughter brings joy to my young master, I urge you to depart swiftly with your caravan, before I reconsider. You, cold and heartless. Lord Rongong's face flushed, alternately pale and livid. Ni's resentment burned fiercely, yet it availed him nothing. All initiative rested firmly with the Maki family. Lord Rongong possessed neither leverage nor bargaining power. He could only cast his daughter a deeply meaningful glance. And Lord Maki would not remain indefinitely at the northern frontier. He would depart within days. With her beauty, could she not easily captivate a foolish young master? Then this young master would obey her every word, and benefits would flow endlessly. It was perfectly natural for a married daughter to support her natal family. Then I shall take my leave. Tana, take good care of yourself. Your mother will visit you, Lord Rongong instructed, then waved farewell. He receded into the distance, escorted by female guards. And mother, Tana wept bitterly. And from now on she stood alone, her mother gone. Grief, enrage, and such emotions welled within her too. Well done, honorable young master. You have performed admirably, rivaling even your valiant elder brother. Now I am reassured. Your father must return home. He cannot stay away too long lest your mother grow anxious. Lord Maki announced his departure. He then instructed his steward and attendants, you shall render full allegiance to the young master. Here at the northern frontier, he is your sovereign. And yes. The steward responded promptly. Bai Xiaofan directed Zhuoma to bring nourishing tonics and smiled, Father, mother, I shall miss you dearly. These are gifts from my Han friends. Dissolve 1 cup each morning and evening in hot water. They benefit the body greatly. You and mother must drink them daily. And should supplies run low, write to me. I shall procure more from Han territories. Lord Maki and Lady Maki, kind to both the original heir and himself. Bai Xiaofan felt it only fitting to express his gratitude. Excellent. Honorable young master. Your mother will surely rejoice upon hearing these words, Lord Maki exclaimed, deeply moved, and clapped Bai Xiaofan heartily on the shoulder. Tears brimmed, but he held them back. Ni's expression, however, was extravagantly animated. Bai Xiaofan remained speechless. And after all, these were merely tonics, not celestial elixirs. Was such fervor truly necessary? Of course, he had grown accustomed over recent years. The steppe folk were naturally passionate and unrestrained, never suppressing their emotions. Joy sparked laughter. In sorrow summoned tears. Ingratitude and exhilaration manifested precisely thus, gesticulating wildly, slapping kin vigorously upon the shoulders without restraint. The Han people by contrast expressed sentiment with greater reserve. In adapting to local customs, one grew accustomed in time. In, "Father, remember to write to me," Bai Xiaofan urged. "And of course, I shall not forget." Lord Maki laughed heartily and departed. And after watching Lord Maki vanish into the distance, Bai Xiaofan turned to Tana and said calmly, "Now it is time we attended to our own affairs. I have already instructed the steward to summon the chieftains of all villages to attend the wedding. And henceforth you shall be my wife, beautiful Miss Tana." Tana blushed deeply, murmuring her assent. "And long live the young master. Long live the lady." Na grand banquet commenced. The revelry began. That night steppe dwellers lit bonfires, danced and sang and shouted praises, offering blessings to Bai Xiaofan. "In young master, congratulations." Zhuoma presented a cup of wine, swallowing her bitterness. Bai Xiaofan paid no mind. "Tana, we shall drink the ceremonial wine of union." "In," and then Tana drained her cup, cheeks burning, and asked, "In, naturally, the consummation of marriage." Bai Xiaofan spoke with quiet certainty, unquestionable, inevitable. And he lifted her into his arms and laid her upon the couch. And she closed her eyes gently, trembling with nervous anticipation. "Do not fear," Bai Xiaofan whispered softly. "And I am yours, young master. And only now do you realize this. Truly it wounds me. And young master." The youthful Tana was indeed breathtaking, voluptuous, radiant, and forthright. And to possess such a woman left Bai Xiaofan even more exultant than Lord Maki felt upon securing Lady Rongong. "Young master, lady, many refugees have arrived. They fled famine from other lords' domains," the steward reported hastily after breakfast. Tana assumed the authority of mistress and frowned. "What do they intend? To seize our grain? In, they dare not. Not unless they wish to meet machine gun fire," Sangrol Zilong declared. "They simply kneel upon the ground, refusing to rise or speak. They seek to soften the young master's heart, exploiting his benevolence to claim our precious grain without cost." "Shall I drive them off with gunfire, young master?" he suggested. Zhuoma remained silent, and the steward likewise held his tongue. "In, young master, what shall we do?" and Tana asked, equally uncertain. "Set up several large iron cauldrons, fry wheat in fragrant oil, also boil porridge, and feed them. Let none starve upon our land." And after brief contemplation, Bai Xiaofan issued his command. "But young master, this is an endless abyss. Their own lords lack grain to sustain them, so they resort to this pitiful ruse, endlessly extracting our Maki family's precious wheat. And I suspect this is a lord's stratagem, to exploit the young master's compassion to feed his own subjects," the steward urgently cautioned. And Tana concurred. "Once this precedent is set, it cannot be undone." "Fear not, I have my own plan," Bai Xiaofan said calmly. "And yes." The steward bowed and departed, deeply troubled. "We thank the benevolent young master of the Maki family." Cheers echoed both inside and outside the fortress. 3 days later, young master, the aroma of roasted wheat has drifted outward, drawing ever more starving souls toward us. They gather outside the fortress, kneeling, refusing to disperse. And if this continues, their numbers will swell beyond control. Attendant Zhuoma reported. Young master, let me open fire." Sangrol Zilong cried. No, he remained silent, his thoughts evidently aligned. "Steward," Bai Xiaofan commanded. Young master." The steward hurried forward. Go tell those outside the Maki family's grain is not freely given. Each kernel is precious. It cannot be bestowed without cost. From tomorrow onward, each person receives only 1 meal per day, a single bowl of porridge, sufficient only to sustain life, preventing starvation," Bai Xiaofan declared. "At once, my lord." The steward bowed and departed. Yet the crowd did not disperse. They remained kneeling, unmoving, and unspeaking, and growing steadily larger. And even one daily meal consumed considerable grain. And the steward watched pained, watching their precious stores vanish so freely. "Young master, this accomplishes nothing." Sangrol Zilong scratched his head in agitation. Steward, from tomorrow each person receives only half a bowl of wheat porridge." Bai Xiaofan remained unruffled. "At once, my lord." The steward bowed and departed. Day after day passed. Yet the crowd did not shrink, instead it swelled. Before them stretched thousands, kneeling en masse of vast somber sea. Tomorrow, cease distribution entirely, Bai Xiaofan decreed. Yes, the steward had awaited this order. 2 days passed. The starving masses still refuse to leave, only growing weaker. Listen, while people below, your own lord's folly and greed have wrought this plight, and seek redress from them, not us. The benevolent young master of the Maki family must first sustain his own people. He cannot continue feeding yours. Kneeling here is futile. All the Maki family can offer you is river water. And hear this. Do not burden the kind-hearted young master further. After this final meal, return to your own lords. Nas heaven not appointed each of you a sovereign. Our young master is your benefactor. And can you truly bear to torment your savior? On the third day the steward delivered these words, and only then did the crowd begin to disperse, scattered and hesitant. Once begun, the exodus accelerated, until all had vanished. At dusk, Bai Xiaofan stood upon the watchtower with the steward and others observing distant torchlight through a telescope, and crowd had returned. Young master, the leaders of those people request an audience. They claim urgent matters to discuss. He rushed and breathless. Bring them up, Bai Xiaofan replied, a faint, knowing smile flickering in his eyes. And yes, the steward and attendants responded promptly. Most benevolent and supreme young master, we chosen by 5,746 suffering souls have executed the chieftains still loyal to their respective lords, and present their heads as tribute to you. The dozen leaders stood emaciated, mere skeletons draped in skin gaunt and spectral, yet their voices rang with unwavering resolve edged with fierce determination. What is the meaning of this? Bai Xiaofan asked, echoing the very question the original heir would have posed. Our lords have lost compassion, and with it the sagacity and magnanimity befitting their station. Their people have abandoned them. And you, most benevolent young master, deserve greater lands and more subjects, by heavenly mandate and universal acclaim. The leader declared, "And young master." The steward stared dumbfounded. In Sangrol Zilong, Ne-E, and Tana, and attendant Sangji Zhuoma. Seeing matters had reached their culmination, and these men driven to extremity had made their choice, Bai Xiaofan rose. In standing tall, aloof, and regal, he smiled faintly. Rest assured, I shall punish none among you, nor need you fear reprisal from your former lords, so long as you pledge loyalty to the Maki family. And you shall eat your fill, wear warm clothes. You yourselves shall govern your own people, while I become your new sovereign. And long live the young master. The leaders knelt, shouting in jubilation. People of the Maki family, fear not. I shall distribute sufficient grain to sustain you through this famine, and provide seeds for next year's planting. Bai Xiaofan addressed the thousands gathered below from the city wall. And long live the young master. Their desperation gratitude came naturally. This is extraordinary. I must inform Lord Maki at once. The young master has expanded the Maki domain and gained countless new subjects, without shedding a drop of blood. And this is momentous news. The steward beamed with excitement. Tana, that radiant woman, gazed at Bai Xiaofan, her starlit eyes shining brightly. And Bai Xiaofan said calmly, select from among these people those aged 15 to 25. For my personal guard, Sangrol Zilong and E, you shall serve as their captains, and train them rigorously following the methods of Han's special envoys. Once training nears completion, I shall arm them with rifles. And beyond this, I shall raise cavalry units and grenade-throwing specialists, so that the Maki family grows ever stronger. How many men for the personal guard, young master? Sangrol Zilong asked eagerly. And 1,000. We may expand further when conditions allow. Bai Xiaofan replied matter-of-factly. 1,000, no trivial number. And even Lord Maki's elite guard numbered no more. It was not that the domain lacked able-bodied youths, but rather that it could not sustain more soldiers, insufficient firearms, insufficient ammunition. Beyond Lord Maki's guard, each village possessed only a dozen rifles for hunting, and no other combat forces existed. Even so, the Maki family vastly surpassed the 17 local lords. And consider how few fighters lords like Siba Rongong and Wangbo could muster, vanishingly few. Remarkable. And Bai Xiaofan's ambition was immense. He sought immediately to raise 1,000-strong personal guard. And would this not instantly surpass Lord Maki's military strength? Young master, we possess neither sufficient rifles nor ammunition. Training them now would prove futile. Better they return to their villages to labor, the steward cautioned. Raising 1,000-man guard was sheer fantasy. And Lord Maki's accumulated wealth, over decades, could barely sustain such a force funded solely by annual harvests. Moreover, Lord Maki had no intention of expanding his guard further. Ni's ambition was merely to tower above the 17 lords and select a suitable heir. His vision and scope were fixed thus, and he could not foresee the coming conflagration soon reaching this frontier. And besides, raising troops was easy, sustaining them long-term was the true challenge. Recruitment, training, and sustenance all demanded resources. Yet Bai Xiaofan deemed 1,000 insufficient. He considered it few. Proceed as instructed. Ammunition and rifles fall to me to secure. And also Air E and Sangrol Zilong. You two shall instruct my new guards in martial arts. And each must train 2 hours daily. And Bai Xiaofan spoke calmly. Yes. All responded without hesitation. Sangrol Zilong and Air E, who long understood the merits of iron shirt cultivation, now possessed bodies as robust as oxen, immensely strong. Young master, does expanding this personal guard mean conquering other lords? The steward ventured. And lords? Mere trifles. In time I shall wield them for far greater purposes, Bai Xiaofan replied indifferently. What are 17 clan chiefs? Including the Meiji family, they are nothing but local landowners. True strength lies in venturing beyond. Oh my! Pretty Tana exclaimed sincerely, how wealthy a husband have I married. She was well aware. What does a 1,000-person personal guard represent? Sustaining these people long-term means substantial military expenses, and a significant amount of money is required each year. Therefore you should feel honored, Bai Xiaofan said nonchalantly. Tana responded. She was a woman of great cunning. Muchong. It is also an inherent trait which is understandable. Within half a month Tana was completely subjugated by Bai Xiaofan, though she had thoughts about Zhuoma. But she dared not say anything. She feared provoking Bai Xiaofan's anger. This man was terrifying when he turned hostile. Fortunately, Zhuoma understood her own position, treated her with utmost respect, and dared not contest or speak much. The selection of 1,000 personal guards proceeded swiftly. Training unfolded fervently. They ran around the fortress, practiced formations, shouting 1-2-1-1-2-1 in a disciplined manner. For now they used wooden sticks as guns. Once the formations were nearly practiced, Bai Xiaofan began distributing real guns, one for each person, which he had purchased in the Han black market at considerable expense. Of course, in addition to regular rifles, there were machine guns, grenades, and various other weapons. Oh my! The young master has been preparing for this day for a long time. Upon seeing so many guns, the steward was shocked. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, feeling sorrow for the eldest young master. The second young master was not a fool, on the contrary, he possessed a smart mind and a courage uncommon among ordinary people. In fact, the steward felt fortunate to be associated with the second young master. Thus the training continued. Second young master. My mother has returned, and her grain was taken halfway by the clan chief. It was the La Shueba clan chief and several others. One day Tana ran to Bai Xiaofan, who was out hunting, crying. Slow down, don't rush, Bai Xiaofan frowned. You need to help my mother, Tana pleaded with tear-filled eyes. Take me to see her, Bai Xiaofan said indifferently. Tana wiped her tears and hurriedly agreed, returning to the fortress. Respected Rongong clan chief, greetings. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Second young master. The female clan chief said, looking quite disheveled, filled with anger, resentment, and scheming, various emotions intertwining in her gaze. Faced with Bai Xiaofan, she was quite impolite, directly putting forth various demands as if Bai Xiaofan owed her something. Rongong clan chief. I think you misunderstand. The grain from the Meiji family is for sale and will not be given away for free. The previous few thousand pounds of wheat were a bride price given by my father. The bride price was a one-time affair. As for you being robbed halfway, I am very sorry and sympathetic. However, it is impossible for us to be burdened by the Meiji family because of that. I will not sacrifice the precious grain of the Meiji family to fill your bottomless pit, Bai Xiaofan rejected coldly. Second young master, Tana cried sadly. Rongong's female clan chief angrily retorted, Is this how you speak to your elders? I married my daughter to you, and you can't even spare this little amount. This is truly disappointing. Your Meiji family is all so stingy towards your own people. At the same time, the female clan chief glanced at Tana, giving her daughter a look that expressed disappointment. Rongong clan chief's beautiful daughter Tana. Offering the same price to the Rongong clan chief as in previous years is already a huge concession. Of course, since the Rongong family is Tana's maternal family and has been bullied, I won't just stand by. I will send my personal guard to escort you and your convoy back with the grain, and along the way teach a lesson to the La Shueba and other clan chiefs. However, when we reach the Rongong clan chief's territory, they must bring back enough silver dollars, otherwise my personal guard's captain Xiao Arii will take over the Rongong clan chief's territory. I refuse. No one can casually take advantage of me, Bai Xiaofan said coldly. You little brat, how dare you? How dare you? The Rongong clan chief trembled with anger, her face alternating between green and white. This is the biggest concession. If you're unwilling, so be it. I also welcome the Rongong clan chief to stay in my fortress as a guest just to keep Tana company. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Rongong clan chief, stay here. If you don't return, what will happen if your position is threatened and overthrown? But this was clearly not what Bai Xiaofan intended to consider. He turned and left, leaving Tana behind. After being scolded harshly by the Rongong clan chief and even slapped twice. The message was roughly that a foolish second young master cannot be controlled. What use is he? Second young master. Is it really not possible? I beg you, Tana pleaded, readied from the beating. You know your mother is insatiably greedy. If I agree this time, next time she will come knocking expecting me to give her guns and grenades. I married the clan chief's daughter to gain a beauty, not to become a servant for your Rongong family, Bai Xiaofan said mercilessly. This is a matter of principle. He held firm to his stance and would never be soft-hearted as the original owner was. Tana's tears were ineffective. In the end, the Rongong clan chief had no choice but to agree. She had no other options. Bang, bang, bang. 222. War had begun. Soon the sounds of machine guns came from other clan territories. Bai Xiaofan's 1,000 personal guards trained by him were finally going to battle for the first time. Amid the storm of bullets and bloodshed, they would grow, evolving into a true iron-blooded army. Will my mother be okay? Tana asked anxiously. Don't worry. My personal guard, although it's their first time in battle. But machine guns and grenades do not lie. Absolute power makes it useless for the clan chiefs to have more men, Bai Xiaofan said confidently. What kind of joke is this? If they can't even defeat the clan chiefs, how will they deal with enemies in the future? Thank you, second young master, Tana replied. Good news will come soon, Bai Xiaofan smiled. The battles lasted for 3 months. The combat team of 500 returned with a few dozen casualties, yet the losses were not significant. They brought back the silver dollars for the grain that the Rongong clan chief had withheld. The Rongong clan chief was reluctant to pay. But if he didn't, the Meiji family's personal guard would seize the Rongong female clan chief's official stronghold and refuse to leave. Xiao Arii even threatened to occupy the Rongong clan chief's stronghold and transform it into the young master's palace, overthrowing the female clan chief's rule and establishing a place ruled by the Meiji family. The female clan chief was so furious that her liver trembled. Get lost. Get out of here, she shouted angrily, enduring the pain of parting with her money. Your mother is indeed greedy. I dislike her greed, but makes her appear very ugly. My Tana, you must never become like her, Bai Xiaofan said, not without sarcasm. Stop talking, Tana reprimanded, awkwardly halting the steward's vivid recounting. All right, this time those who contributed to the attack on the clan chief will be rewarded, and for those who died in battle, their families will receive money and provisions as compensation. Additionally, we need to immediately replenish our ranks. The personal guard must remain at 1,000 men, Bai Xiaofan reiterated. Understood, they all responded. After a while, the La Shuaba clan chief and others came again. They had suffered great losses. They failed to purchase grain from the Han territory, and their merchant convoys suffered casualties. Then their own territory was attacked by Bai Xiaofan, instantly shocking them. Had the Meiji family grown this powerful? In the clan chief territory, it was like entering a no man's land. See, the clever, noble, and benevolent second young master of the Meiji family, the La Shuaba clan chief, has come to visit you again. Second young master, we are willing to pay for your grain at the previously agreed tenfold price. Please, benevolent and generous second young master, forgive our ignorance and audacity. Yes, we all brought enough silver dollars. Please do not attack us again. They were pleading for peace, referring to the La Shuaba clan chief and others. If you had said this earlier, it would have been better. I empathize with your people and cannot bear to see them starve, so I will sell you grain at double the price of previous years. Bai Xiaofan said calmly. Thank you, noble and benevolent second young master of the Meiji family, the clan chiefs almost cried. Why didn't you give us a cheaper price earlier? If you had been so accommodating earlier, why all the fuss? But they dared not express their anger and humbly conveyed their gratitude. I do not wish to be enemies with the clan chiefs. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me for exchanges. Bai Xiaofan smiled. The clan chiefs all responded affirmatively. Bai Xiaofan stated that he would establish a market on the northern border where clan chiefs, Han people, and everyone could exchange goods. The clan chiefs all perfunctorily agreed. Steward, see them off, Bai Xiaofan waved his hand. He accepted the silver dollars, loaded the grain, and sent the clan chiefs away. Each family did not buy particularly much because their newly sown grain was already nearing maturity. They were only buying to tide them over, to get through the tough times. Young master, you want to establish a trading market for exchanging goods on our northern border. Will the clan chiefs come to do business? The steward asked. We'll find out by trying, Bai Xiaofan smiled. Yes, the steward responded respectfully. Thus life returned to calm. Year after year, Bai Xiaofan visited the Han territories several times to purchase necessary goods, including firearms, ammunition, and other weapons. He also heard about the war situation in the eastern countries from the radio. The situation was tense. The war had reached its most brutal stage, leading Han merchants to come to him increasingly to buy grain and other goods. They found it increasingly difficult to purchase machine guns, grenades, and ordinary handguns from the Han people, as the eastern side was now in a tight spot and had their own needs. We need to find a way to get some weapons, Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. With 1,000 personal guards, each equipped with guns, they seemed quite formidable. Even when confronting the Meiji clan chief, they showed no fear. However, such strength could only dominate the weak. Young master, your uncle has sent a letter. While Bai Xiaofan was hesitating about which city to venture into, the steward brought a letter. It was sent by his uncle. Young master, what does it say? The steward asked. My uncle is borrowing money, a lot of money. He wants to raise funds to help the eastern country by planes to deal with enemies, Bai Xiaofan said. A lot of money. The steward hesitated. My father and brother also received letters from my uncle, and they both refused, Bai Xiaofan said. Then let's refuse too. It's not a small amount of money. Tana couldn't help but interject. Bai Xiaofan pondered, saying, write to my uncle and tell him I won't lend him money. However, he can send someone to take my money. Let my uncle and my name buy a plane. I want to see my money buy a fighter jet soaring in the blue sky. In battle, young master. This. The steward and others wanted to advise him. Do as I say, Bai Xiaofan said with emphasis. Yes. The steward was also quite helpless. Also tell my uncle that I want to visit him, Bai Xiaofan instructed again. Everyone responded affirmatively and went to make arrangements. More than a month later, someone sent a letter from his uncle. Uncle is in Chongqing. Bai Xiaofan was surprised. In such a city, such a place, it was very dangerous at this time, and the enemy's destruction and strikes there were very fierce. It was no wonder that the original owner's uncle was harmed in his previous life. Steward, you stay and guard the fortress, just maintain the status quo. Salings along Xiao area, you two come with me to see my uncle, Bai Xiaofan instructed. I want to go too, Tana said hurriedly. Zhuoma wanted to speak, but held back. I am going to handle official business. There will be opportunities in the future, Bai Xiaofan comforted her. Young master, you must be careful, the steward urged. I will, Bai Xiaofan nodded. Afterward, he packed lightly and set off, directly entering the Han territory and changing into Han attire. Then he took a train to the city where his uncle was located. All along the way, gunfire was everywhere, chaos ensued. There were even horse bandits robbing trains. Fortunately, the train had its own security team, and after paying a little money, they passed safely. Arriving in Chongqing, my second young master, you have arrived. Oh, uncle welcomes you. His uncle was still robust. There was a frown on his brow. You shouldn't have come, but isn't safe here now. People die every day. The enemy's destruction is relentless and rampant. Uncle is not afraid. Ooh, I am not afraid, Bai Xiaofan smiled. Here his uncle held a civilian position. However, he had many connections and held a certain status. Following him, Bai Xiaofan met quite a few people, hearing that he donated a fighter jet. He even met with them under his uncle's guidance. Hello, I am Yu Ziqing from the communications office. Director Dai asked me to meet you. The one receiving Bai Xiaofan and his uncle was unexpectedly Yu Ziqing. Bai Xiaofan was astonished. Was this the Yu Ziqing he knew? Could it be him? Mr. Yu, hello. We all hope to defeat the enemies soon. His uncle responded with composure. With two such generous individuals, victory is certainly within reach, Yu Ziqing said. At this time, Yu Ziqing was still very young. He was about the same age as Bai Xiaofan. Thus the two quickly became friends. Naturally, one was a spy good at disguise, and Yu Ziqing had countless methods to quickly establish friendships with people. He might be good friends with you today, but tomorrow his bullet could pierce your neck. Spies are all deep in thought. Mr. Yu, I entrust my uncle's safety to you. The next time I come, I will express my gratitude again. After staying for more than 10 days, Bai Xiaofan boarded the train. Yu Ziqing personally came to see him off. As for his uncle, he was busy with work and could not come. Rest assured, you and I are brothers. I will do my utmost, Yu Ziqing promised. He assured confidently. However, Bai Xiaofan did not believe a word. They were now merely acquaintances. Ordinary friends. In such a serious situation, how can ordinary friends help protect your loved ones? However, Bai Xiaofan indicated that he would continue to donate more silver dollars, and Yu Ziqing's smile became a bit more sincere. Considering his character, as long as it doesn't harm himself, he would likely greet some people and provide some protection for his uncle. Better than nothing. This was already quite good. Young master, you've spent so much money this time. It's too much, Xiao area, I couldn't help but say on the return train. In the next city, we will buy train tickets to Fin City, Bai Xiaofan replied evasively. Young master, that is at the front line against the enemy, it's too dangerous. Salingzalong quickly opposed. I am the master, or are you the master? Bai Xiaofan said indifferently. Salingzalong, Xiao area, naturally the two could only listen to Bai Xiaofan. They secretly arrived at the front line. In such a chaotic place, amidst the sound of artillery and the haze of smoke, no one was checking. Bai Xiaofan had practiced the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt for many years, and even Xiao area and Salingzalong could match top-tier spies. Additionally, utilizing space, it was easy to stealthily infiltrate the enemy's camp. Space collect. They raided the enemy's military arsenal. There were various advanced machine guns, grenades, mortars, and even tanks. With manuals, he could study them upon returning. Bai Xiaofan thus traveled through several cities all along the front line, emptying the enemy's weapon stock. 8 Yalo. The enemy roared. However, it was merely impotent rage. The eastern camp also received this intelligence and was instantly ecstatic. They quickly launched a frenzied counterattack. 222 Hong Long Long. The enemy was in dire straits. They began to retreat step by step, unable to find the thief no matter how they tried. Intelligence agents from all sides were also shocked, wondering how it was done. Silently, and without a trace, they managed to take away those firearms, artillery, and even tanks. All right, the space is full, we should return, Bai Xiaofan said indifferently. Young master, I took out a few enemies along the way, it was exhilarating, ha ha ha, Xiao Arii and Solingsalong said. Next time we come here, there will be more opportunities, Bai Xiaofan laughed. Yes, they all responded. They returned laden with spoils. Only then did they head back to the grasslands. Compassionate and supreme young master, you have finally returned. The young mistress has been worried. The old servant, along with your subjects, has been thinking of you. Moreover, the chief and madam sent a messenger just a few days ago to inquire about your well-being. Fortunately, Suolangzalang and Shower have done a good job protecting you. Nothing has happened to the young master. The butler's face was filled with excitement upon his return. After finishing, he instructed send someone to report to the chief madam and the eldest young master that the second young master of the Maki family has returned. The young master from the northern border has returned safely under the protection of the divine. Yes, the messenger obeyed. Foolish one, I missed you and thought you no longer wanted me. The beautiful and noble daughter of the Rongong chief Tana hugged Bai Xiaofan's waist, holding back tears. The young master is blessed by heaven. Lady Zhuoma, isn't everything fine? All right. Butler, how have things been during my absence? Bai Xiaofan offered some comforting words, then turned to ask. The butler replied, noble and compassionate young master. Everything is well in the northern border. Moreover, the market envisioned by the young master has been established. Initially, only our people were selling grain and the hides of cattle and sheep at stalls. The buyers were all the leaders of the nearby villages, followed by the Han people, and not long ago the chiefs also joined in. The first to come and do business with us was the Laksweba chief. With him, leading other chiefs also came. The old servant, according to the young master's vision, collected a certain rent from each shop, charging more for larger establishments. Less rent was collected from smaller shops. It has already formed a scale and become quite lively. Previously, the butler had not anticipated such a booming situation. He couldn't help but admire quietly. The young master truly is the young master. Isn't this wonderful? The northern border is closest to the Han territories, and it can be said to hold the throat of the grasslands and the Han. Our free market established here will only continue to grow. Bai Xiaofan smiled. People come from the south and the north. News will spread. In no time, everyone will hear that the second young master of the Maki family has established a free market on the border where the grasslands meet the Han territories. There's everything for sale. In doing business here, there's no need to worry about safety issues or fear of bandits, because the compassionate and supreme second young master of the Maki family will not allow anyone to act recklessly on his territory. The young master is truly clever. With this, not only will our grain, cattle, sheep, and livestock sell better, but the annual rent collected will also be a considerable income. The butler was excited and reported. During the time Bai Xiaofan was away, the rent he collected had already amounted to a significant sum. Moreover, there will be even more in the future. Nothing comes for free. I provide them with space and protection, or I merely take a small portion of their profits as rent. A wise merchant knows the importance of trade-offs. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. The young master is right. The butler agreed. All right, let's eat, I'm hungry. After inspecting the free market, Bai Xiaofan spoke. Yes, the butler hurriedly replied. Set up a few more tables on the left and right. Butler Zhuoma, Shower, you all eat together. Bai Xiaofan suddenly said. Tana was displeased. This is against the rules. They cannot eat with the master. The chief's family members are masters. There's an inherent pride. Tana believed this would lower her status. It's just eating, everyone sitting together is lively. I like lively atmospheres. My noble, beautiful, and proud Tana, if you don't like it, you can return to your room and eat alone. Moreover, the butler Shower and Zhuoma are not outsiders. Bai Xiaofan said calmly. You are being unreasonable. Tana held back her grievances and remained silent. The baby is unhappy. She pouted, putting on a pose that suggested, if you don't come to comfort me, I'll cry. However, Bai Xiaofan was not swayed by this. He looked towards the butler, and the others, aren't you going yet? The butler and others replied, young master. The young mistress is right. There are distinctions in rank, and the chief's families have always adhered to such rules. Servants and commoners are not worthy of eating with their masters. Sangji Zhuoma cautiously reminded. What I say goes. I am your master, so you will listen to me. Bai Xiaofan emphasized. Yes, they had no choice but to agree. Thus, from this moment on, the butler Zhuoma and others dined together with Bai Xiaofan. In the Maki chief's official stronghold, The chief Han Madam, eldest young master, and Bai Xiaofan all ate together. Upon reaching the northern border, changes were necessary. Otherwise it would be just Bai Xiaofan and Tana eating together, which was not the norm. You are all people I trust, there's no need for formalities. Cheers. Bai Xiaofan raised his cup. Loyalty to the young master. Everyone shouted. This was also a means of building rapport. However, Bai Xiaofan's approach wasn't so deliberate. Very skilled. The young mistress is still waiting for you. The young master should not be here with Zhuoma. That evening Zhuoma was embraced by Bai Xiaofan, unable to help but feel shy, whispering. Still angry. Ignore her. Doesn't Zhuoma want your young master? Bai Xiaofan replied dismissively. Of course Zhuoma wants the young master, but the young mistress. Zhuoma lowered her head. That's for me to consider, you don't need to worry about it. Just fulfill your duties as a maid and come back. Bai Xiaofan said firmly. Overbearing. Assertive. Noble. Such a man is naturally appealing to girls. Yes. The maid Zhuoma replied. The neglected Tana was gnashing her teeth. She smashed several cups, not knowing how many times she cursed slut and seductress. But she could not do anything to Zhuoma. Though the chiefs only marry one wife, and few take concubines, the chiefs indeed have the right to possess more women. Moreover, they are certainly beautiful women. For instance, when Bai Xiaofan surveyed a village, the understanding village leaders would send their daughters clean and ready to his bed for his pleasure. If they served poorly, they would be punished and despised by everyone in the village. Not to mention whether Bai Xiaofan has maids to serve him or openly takes concubines, Tana could not stop it. Besides sulking, there was nothing she could do. Feeling helpless, useless, how could he be a fool? He is quite shrewd. After being ignored for a few days, Tana truly became anxious and sought him out. The noble and beautiful daughter of the Rongong chief humbly bowed her head, admitting her mistake, and softly apologized. I was wrong. I will listen to you from now on. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. The young couple reconciled. For a woman like Tana, her scheming must have no outlet. Only by remaining unmoved can one take the initiative. Once one's heart is stirred, they become captivated, thus becoming the one tormented in this affection. Replacing her, Bai Xiaofan would never follow in those footsteps. He could always manipulate Tana. She must be obedient. Young master, the password book you asked me to memorize, I have learned it well, but what's the use of it? A few days later, Zhuoma came to report. Bai Xiaofan took out the telegraph machine he brought from the space. It was confiscated from the enemy's armory and had not been used yet. With an instruction manual. This telegraph machine, you take it. From now on, you will be my telegraph operator. I have some friends in Han territory who will occasionally contact me via telegraph. This is the instruction manual. You need to learn it, and if you don't understand, come ask me. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. The maid Zhuoma was meticulous and exceptionally loyal. Being a telegraph operator is suitable for her. Yes, Zhuoma will study diligently. The young maid replied. Even if she did not fully understand, she would just obey. The young master's orders are her goal. Butler, find an uninhabited place away from the fortress and the villages below. I want to test the weapon. Bai Xiaofan called the butler again. What weapon? The butler was puzzled. Bai Xiaofan took out a long barrel cannon from the space. This was a large modern weapon with a strong metallic feel. Young master, where did you get this? The butler was stunned and shocked. Boom. Having studied the instruction manual, Bai Xiaofan tried it himself. A loud bang. A small mushroom cloud rose in the distance. Dust flew everywhere, leaving a large pit at the spot. This destructive power could flatten the Maki family's stronghold in a few shots. Young master. Xiao Yi and Suolangzalang's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. The two had no idea that Bai Xiaofan had hidden such weapons in his space. It was simply unbelievable. Let's take 5 of these cannons and place them on top of the Maki family's watchtower to intimidate the enemy. With them plus machine guns. Not to mention the chiefs, even the Han would not dare to attack our Maki family lightly. Bai Xiaofan pointed out the strategy. Yes, the butler was ecstatic. Select a group from my guard with strong learning abilities to learn how to load shells, adjust distances, and the methods of firing attacks. We must not get confused during an actual battle. Bai Xiaofan instructed again. The Maki family is thin on resources. Everything must be done by themselves. First he learned it himself. Then he would teach his subordinates. Before stronger enemies arrive, I want to establish a high artillery unit for the Maki family. Besides the artillery unit, there will also be a tank battalion, cavalry, machine gun teams. Although the old servant is not very knowledgeable, whatever the young master says to do, that is what we will do. The butler regained his senses and quickly pledged loyalty. Good. Bai Xiaofan was pleased. Quietly amassing wealth. Building his own military. Besides the 5 cannons displayed openly, only the butler and Xiao Yi knew about Bai Xiaofan's possession of tanks and various weapons. Bai Xiaofan had also learned to drive a tank in the space. These things are truly incredible. In the space, Dongfang Bai showed great interest in these big fellows. She was very excited. The special training of the guards was ongoing every moment. Moreover, they all practiced the iron cloth shirt technique. Every second counted. Unknowingly, the power available to Bai Xiaofan was growing more abundant and stronger. Has uncle sent another letter? Bai Xiaofan asked in surprise. Yes. The steward took out the letter. Bai Xiaofan opened it and read it once. Facing the inquiring gazes of Tana and others, he smiled faintly and said, Uncle as well, he just mentioned his recent situation and advised me to take care of myself. That's good. Everyone sighed in relief. Reply to uncle and tell him I'm doing fine, Bai Xiaofan instructed. Yes. They all responded in unison. 2 months later, Zhuomam mastered the technique of using magical artifacts and receiving telegrams. Bai Xiaofan casually edited the content and sent his first telegram. At the communications office, Yu Zicheng was checking the records, mainly filtering out useful information from various intercepted telegrams. Oh! Suddenly, Yu Zicheng's eyes widened in surprise, his heart racing. The content of this telegram was nothing special, merely ordinary greetings, so the communications office did not take it seriously after interception, placing it in the useless pile that didn't need to be reported to superiors. Every day, the communications office intercepted many pieces of information that were of little use. This was quite normal. However, the conversation in this telegram felt familiar. Years of experience as an agent had given Yu Zicheng an exceptional memory. He would never forget what someone had said to him, especially the tone of the conversation, which was familiar. Because the young master from the grasslands spoke in a style rich with the flavor of the steppes, different from the way average Han people spoke. For example, when expressing gratitude, he would always say, Respected Mr. Yu, my uncle has entrusted you to take care of him. Mr. Yu, how are you? You are my best friend, and so on. This way of conversing naturally left a deep impression. Moreover, the content of the telegram echoed words he had once exchanged with that young master. Interesting. It seems this young master is not simple. He is reminding me not to forget my promise to him. After reading it, Yu Zicheng calmed down. Soon he sent a response also via telegram. This method of communication had no secret codes at all. The two simply communicated in plain language. Moreover, there was no exchange of intelligence. Such conversations, no matter which department intercepted them, would only be treated as useless garbage information. However, only these two used this method to communicate their feelings. With Yu Zicheng's rich experience, he naturally would not leave any traces. Working under high-pressure survival was difficult, with traps and pitfalls everywhere, and his mind remained tense at all times. In fact, Yu Zicheng felt very exhausted every day. It wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental. It was simply too much pressure. He was his own leader, had to adapt to loneliness, hide in the shadows, look for opportunities to rise and guard against everyone. Alexander. Suddenly having someone to chat with rather than discuss intelligence was also nice. This way the pressure seems to lessen. In their exchanges, Bai Xiaofan continuously described life on the grasslands to Yu Zicheng, mentioning that there were cattle and sheep, fine horses, and a blue sky, and that it was temporarily peaceful there. He also spoke of the wealth among his subordinates and the incredibly rich supplies. Such a life is wonderful. Unfortunately, I still have to fight. After relaxing, Yu Zicheng felt envious. However, he did not regret choosing to fight. It was just that during tense battles, he needed some gaps to relieve pressure. I'm doing fine here too. Your uncle should be all right. I will send someone to keep an eye on him. As far as he could still help. Thus the two became friends. Over the next 2 to 3 years, Bai Xiaofan began to frequently take his guard team to the Han lands, entering the front lines, stealing enemy armories, while directly participating in battles. Each time they would split into batches of a dozen or so, divided into 10 groups, arriving and then regrouping. They were elusive as shadows. The enemy retreated while they pursued. The enemy tired while they harassed. Although they were merely a small fish in the vast sea, their achievements were evident to all. Speculation arose from all sides about who had trained this invincible squad. Some wanted to investigate, but Bai Xiaofan reacted quickly, managing to vanish before being cornered, scattering his subordinates, then traveling to several cities before each returned to the local lord's territory. Not belonging to our faction, but isn't this also fighting? Only by uniting such people can we Easterners defeat the enemy. This evaluation was given from multiple aspects. The newspapers reported extensively about a special combat team consisting of 100 to 200 personnel who were very active on the front lines. No matter how many troops the enemy sent, it was futile. Moreover, their weapons were sophisticated, with some even operating tanks. Could this be related to the stolen enemy armories? Intelligence personnel from various sides speculated and analyzed. Some issued open calls attempting to recruit Bai Xiaofan and his team. However, Bai Xiaofan did not respond. Over 2 to 3 years, Bai Xiaofan's personal guard had expanded to 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, and 20,000. He took them into battle in batches. Amidst the smoke of gunpowder and life-and-death struggles, they had acquired the qualities of an iron-blooded army. They were no longer novices, commanding around 20,000 personal guards. There would be no further expansion This was the limit. He truly could not support anymore. The enemy has begun to collapse. It seems we can no longer steal from the armories. Bai Xiaofan expressed regret over this. Fortunately, over the years, he had accumulated quite a fortune. He had fattened himself up. Of course, it was also through his own hard work. Young master, your friend sent a telegram saying that your uncle was attacked and injured, but he survived. Suddenly, one day, Zhuoma reported. Zuolong Zilong. Take people and act secretly. Once he recovers a bit, bring my uncle back. We will protect him ourselves. Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. It seemed that the original owner's uncle who was supposed to be killed was indeed this time. The only reason he survived was certainly due to Yu Ziqing providing some protection. Thank him for me. If there's anything, have him find me anytime, Bai Xiaofan said. Yes, young master. Zhuoma responded and left. 2 months later, his uncle who had injured a leg but survived was carried back. Uncle, you should stay here and recuperate. Don't worry about anything else. Your health is most important. Bai Xiaofan expressed concern. Child, you've grown up. His uncle sighed. Without those people's protection, he would have definitely lost his life this time. His uncle had a premonition that this matter was related to his young master. Everything will be fine, Bai Xiaofan smiled as his uncle settled in. It would take 100 days to recuperate from muscle and bone injuries. He would need at least half a year to heal. Even if he recovered, his leg might be slightly lame. However, compared to losing his life, this was already good. One day, the former commissioner unexpectedly came to visit. Commissioner, hello. Bai Xiaofan welcomed him. Young master, I have resigned and am no longer a commissioner. If you don't mind, I would like to settle in your territory, stay by your side, and seek a position. Although I Huang am not very capable, I still have some brains and should be able to help you, young master. The commissioner smiled. Very well. Then let the commissioner be considered my advisor. Bai Xiaofan naturally agreed. Good. Advisor Huang was on board. This advisor was a character that had defected to the original owner. He had helped the original owner earn quite a bit of money. Now Bai Xiaofan was busy with various affairs and often had to take people into the Han territory, leaving the business to advisor Huang and the steward to manage. The two were about the same age. They could complement each other and supervise one another. Young master, the courier from the eldest young master has arrived. He says that the eldest young master is in the south being pressed back by the local lords and is on the verge of collapse. He hopes to borrow soldiers from the young master. On this day, the steward reported. Wasn't it said that my brother had defeated the southern local lords, scattering them? In just a few years, how did the situation turn so drastic? Bai Xiaofan asked in confusion. The courier knelt on the ground and said at first the local lords indeed couldn't defeat us. But later they got smart, secretly coming to harass us every few days, creating destruction. There are always times when they drop their guard, and in this way they are picking up advantages bit by bit. Today they killed 5 of our men. Tomorrow they took away a few of our guns. When we tried to chase, they ran far away, dispersing and slipping away, making it impossible to catch them. Through this method, the southern local lords have built up a formidable alliance of guards, and they plan to attack the southern fortress. The eldest young master is barely holding on. If the situation is this severe, I should report it to my lord right away. My men can't bear my brother's consumption. Bai Xiaofan replied flatly. Understood, I will report to Lord Meiji immediately. The courier looked grim. Poor eldest young master. The steward shook his head. In any case, my brother no longer likes us, so I have no need to be close to him. It's best if we don't interfere with each other. Bai Xiaofan said. Yes. They all responded. Later it was heard that Lord Meiji had sent guards arriving in time, and with reinforcements, the eldest young master managed to stabilize the situation and repel the southern local lords. However, the eldest young master was quite displeased with Bai Xiaofan's indifference. It said he wrote to complain to me. Haha, Bai Xiaofan said dismissively. He had no mind to care about these things. There were still important matters to attend to. 2 years later, the enemy was defeated. The eastern nations celebrated victory. However, not long after, infighting broke out, as both sides held differing opinions. The Han people were divided into 2 factions. Young master, from the telegram, Mr. Yu is to be transferred to Tianjin and will depart shortly. Zhuoma had grown into an outstanding telegrapher. Tell him to keep in touch once he arrives and to use the previous contact method. Bai Xiaofan replied indifferently. Yes. Zhuoma went to reply. Indeed, it was as such. Bai Xiaofan gazed at the distant blue sky. At this time, Yu Ziqing should have been turned and joined the right camp, going to execute his infiltration mission. His situation will be more dangerous. However, once he establishes himself there, he will surely need my help. Bai Xiaofan pondered. What are you thinking about? Tana leaned over, warm and gentle. Nothing. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Ziqing, we have achieved victory. Are you happy? Yes. But we must remember this station is rebuilt with the front gate for the stray cats and the back fence for the stray dogs. It took a lot of effort to establish it. So I thought of you. You, the head of the secretariat, the head of the operations department, and the head of the intelligence department need to meet. Let's introduce ourselves. We must cooperate sincerely, or our future work depends on you. I remind you they are all quite seasoned. In the station, don't call me teacher, it's not appropriate. Call me station master. Many people in our station have backgrounds, some are quite complex, and I am not particularly clear about them. You are my person. Do you understand? Now that we have one, everyone should also enjoy a bit of life. I have already taken the lead and brought my wife over, you should do the same. The station has also prepared a sum of settling in money for everyone. Suching, don't avoid bringing your wife just because she is from the countryside and you're afraid of embarrassment. I cannot trust someone who is heartless and merciless. Yuziching returned home and closed the door. He furrowed his brows, repeatedly pondering the events of the day. The station master's unquestionable order stated that his wife, who was written in his file but did not exist, had been seduced to join another faction and was now back in hiding. During yesterday's meeting, Manager Chi mentioned that the current situation is very tense and the fighting is fierce. Moreover, we are at a disadvantage primarily due to a lack of resources. Lacking food, lacking medicine, lacking clothing, lacking weapons, lacking money. In short, we lack everything and need everything. Manager Chi was deeply worried. I just joined. If I help my people resolve this issue, perhaps I will gain more trust. Then it will be easy to bring up a meeting with Zualan. Yuziching thought. He indeed had a line that might be useful. Even if it was just a drop in the bucket, it could alleviate the urgent situation. When fire burns at one's eyebrows, even a drop of water is like nectar. In difficult times, even if he could help a small number of people, it would still be good. Plus, he was eager to learn about his girlfriend Zualan's situation, so Yuziching decided to take the risk to find Manager Chi. What happened? Why are you here? Manager Chi's expression was serious. Listen to me, the negotiation and talks are just a facade. They are already preparing to take action. The first possible place they might attack is. Moreover, our representatives' residences have been arranged with agents. Yuziching spoke rapidly, almost without taking a breath, revealing his intelligence. I understand this information is very important. I will report it immediately. By the way, is there anything else? Manager Chi asked, busy taking notes. Yuziching said, Station Master Wu asked me to bring my wife from the countryside. However, this is a non-existent person. This is a fabrication in the files. I will report this situation too. Manager Chi's expression turned grave. Also, I know a friend. We can try to send someone to purchase food and various supplies from him. He is a businessman, Yuziching reminded. Is he reliable? Manager Chi asked. Regardless, confidentiality must always come first. We can give it a try. I have helped him before, and we have a good rapport, so we have been in contact. However, the people you send must be cautious. All right. Manager Chi agreed. Then they discussed the details, and Yuziching left. Tick-tock, tick-tick. Naturally, Manager Chi reported this situation to his superiors. Not long after, several waves of Han merchant caravans arrived at Bai Xiaofan's territory, inquiring about the situation and purchasing a good amount of supplies. They were very cautious, especially careful. Moreover, they were all unfamiliar faces. These people are sneaky. Who knows what their intentions are? The steward had long noticed these Han people. Young master, let Suolong Zilong sound the horn and bring these people in for questioning. Suolong Zilong said loudly. Impulsive. The market of the Ma Chi family is open to anyone to enter, buy, and sell. It's quite normal. As long as they don't cause trouble, there's no need for force. If there's an issue, they will naturally come to me. Bai Xiaofan shot a glare and said blandly. Initiating contact with those people. Bai Xiaofan hadn't thought of that. Being too deliberate would instead raise suspicion. It's also fine to let the other party investigate him. After all, the obvious situation is transparent. Rushing towards them isn't a transaction. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Patience is key. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days passed. Respected second young master of the Ma Chi family, we come from Han territory and wish to purchase large quantities of your grain and leather. The other party came to pay a visit. The Ma Chi family is in the business of trade. Oh, everything must be sold, including grain. How much do you want? Bai Xiaofan asked. His demeanor was composed and graceful. We were introduced by Mr. Yu, and our demand is considerable. If the price is right, we hope for a long-term partnership. I appreciate your candor. Mr. Yu is a friend of mine and has helped my uncle, but the grain of the Ma Chi family doesn't just come easily. I will offer a discount if you purchase more and sign a long-term cooperation agreement. We can put it in black and white. We can also sell to you at cost price, no problem. But we only accept silver dollars, gold bars, or high-value antiques and artworks. Bai Xiaofan said nonchalantly. Really? The visitor's face brightened. With Mr. Yes relationship, if the order is substantial enough, our Ma Chi family can also organize a caravan to deliver to your designated location. Any city will do. Bai Xiaofan threw out the bait. No problem, I completely agree. The other party hurriedly replied. In the future, if you need anything, just let Mr. Yu inform me in advance as per our old contact. Once the order is completed, my caravan will set off, and upon delivery, we'll exchange goods for payment. Bai Xiaofan continued. All right, second young master of the Ma Chi family, you have solved our urgent need. I believe not only Mr. But we will also become friends. Friends for life. If you can help us transport supplies at this time, it would be like sending coal in the snow. The other party was ecstatic. Pleasure doing business. Bai Xiaofan smiled. The deal was struck. There were no objections from either side and sincerity was abundant. The other party didn't hesitate to sign the contract on the spot. They took out the gold and silver they brought and first bought several thousand jin of grain. The price was a 10% discount from the wholesale price. They departed happily. Standing on the loft, Bai Xiaofan watched them leave. Young master, this means we have no profit at all, and you even promised to deliver. I truly don't understand. The steward asked anxiously. Yes, you are making a loss on this deal, Tana also advised. One must look at the long-term perspective. I won't be wrong. They are in temporary difficulty. If we extend a helping hand, we will receive tenfold or 100-fold in return later. Moreover, is it truly a loss? I, the young master, have recently taken a strong liking to antiques and artworks. Those things aren't worth much at this time. In a few years, that may not be the case. Collecting them is also good. Furthermore, nothing is more valuable than my happiness. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. He was now without a doubt the master of the northern border. The Ma Chi chief must stand behind. Yes, young master. Everyone responded in unison. Soon 3 Yuzuching Duan Feng received a number of large orders. They purchased various supplies. As long as Bai Xiaofan had them, they wanted them, and they were shipped to various places. All were areas of fierce combat. Bai Xiaofan was well aware of his identity. However, he did not expose it. At this moment, his role was merely that of a businessman. Xiaoer, steward, you stay here. I will personally go to Han territory to deliver the goods. Bai Xiaofan prepared the necessary items. Most were stored in the space. Only a small amount of grain was kept outside as he led some personal guards to set off. It was a grand procession as they stepped into Han territory. Continue to adhere to the same method. Divide the large merchant caravan into smaller ones. You will deliver these grains to the designated locations. A small amount of grain won't attract attention, but still be cautious. The silver dollars and antiques given must all be accepted and returned to the steward. Gather all the personal guards and assign them tasks. Handle the permits. The personal guards accepted their orders and naturally had no objections. Suolong Zilong. You go with me to the distant city. He instructed Suolong Zilong. Yes, young master. Suolong Zilong responded. Duan Feng and the others also bought tickets delivering the goods from near to far. At each location they arrived at, they hired a group of people to have them load the goods taken from the space onto the carts, delivering them personally. The transactions were completed. Most of the time, the other party used antiques and artworks as payment. In chaotic times, gold is worthless. In prosperous times, antiques are invaluable. Thus, Bai Xiaofan's acquisition from these people was not a problem. Instead, it was a great help. Antiques. They could find them in the countryside. But having them in hand is useless. Now, with such a channel to exchange antiques for supplies, how could anyone refuse? Supplies. This was a lifesaver. No second thoughts. Furthermore, Bai Xiaofan's delivery provided too much convenience for the other party. If they had to buy it themselves, they would need to send a caravan, and along the way someone would have to cooperate and protect them, facing potential obstacles and the risk of being discovered by the enemy. By eliminating the middleman, Bai Xiaofan's delivery saved countless manpower and resources. Thus, dealing with the enemy became much more relaxed. The merchant caravan of the second young master of the Ma Chi family at this time could withstand 1,000 troops. The intelligence front is crucial and logistical support is essential. Only when the soldiers are well fed will they have the strength to fight. Let's form a dedicated small group to handle connections with this second young master. Since we are friends, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. If there's anything you need help with, don't hesitate to let the second young master know, said Yu Zeching's leader. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and executed the orders immediately. My foolish second young master, have you gone mad? I heard you traded valuable grain, beef, sheep, and poultry for the Han people's trinkets. Oh right, they call them antiques. You are simply squandering money. No, second young master, this transaction must stop immediately. If this continues, the northern border will be emptied by you, and I, your father, the Ma Chi chief, will have to empty my pockets to fill your gaps. Second young master, you truly do not let your father rest easy. The Ma Chi chief heard about this matter. The messenger brought a letter from the chief, criticizing him. Young master, what should we do about the Ma Chi chief's order? Moreover, the chief's concerns are not unfounded. At this rate, we will be at a loss. The steward's face was grim. What do you think, Master Huang? Bai Xiaofan asked. The special envoy Master Huang slowly said, my clever second young master, your vision truly impresses me. You are making an investment. Correct, Bai Xiaofan nodded. Master Huang still had some skills managing to extricate himself from such a vortex. Can it be simple? Young master. Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Suolong Zilong asked. You will understand later. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Then, young master, how should we respond to the Ma Chi chief? Asked Maid Zhuoma. No worries. Steward, write a letter informing my father that his and my mother's concerns will never come to pass. Let the chief know that their second young master can spend money and can also make money. Bai Xiaofan declared. Yes, the steward responded. Then he immediately went to handle it. The Ma Chi chief and Han lady received the reply furious and cursing, while our foolish eldest young master in the southern border was also writing a letter to the Ma Chi chief to complain. Spreading slander. All of this was ignored by Bai Xiaofan. System, how can I enlarge the space? Bai Xiaofan asked the system. System, it is recommended that the host seek high-quality jade. High-grade jade contains some spiritual energy. The key to expanding the space is the spiritual spring. Place the jade at the bottom of the spiritual spring. The space rules will absorb the jade's spiritual energy, and gradually the space will grow on its own. Of course, this is a slow method. If we could devour another space, it could expand rapidly overnight. However, the current plane does not have any of the golden fingers dropped by our time management bureau, nor does it have space. So we can only use jade. I understand. Bai Xiaofan replied. Jade. This is the only method currently available. Increasing the spatial area would allow him to grow more food in the space and have more room to store supplies. Including tanks and other weapons they could also fit. The effect of jade is slow. However, little by little can still be a strategy. It's better than nothing. I now need a batch of jade good quality in large quantities. I hope you can help collect them. I will exchange them with high-quality wheat and livestock. Bai Xiaofan found a collaborator. No problem, we will do our best to fulfill the second young master's wishes. The other party promised eagerly. This was Bai Xiaofan's first request. They certainly had to handle it well. Moreover, jade was not worth much in this era, only slightly more valuable than antiques, far less than gold. Their people could obtain it from the landlords in the countryside, from ancient tombs, and from jade merchants in major cities. Many hands make light work, gathering little by little. Many hands make the fire burn high. Therefore, in the subsequent transactions, whenever Duan Feng delivered goods, the receivers tried to pay with jade. If jade was insufficient, they would supplement with silver dollars, gold bars, or antiques. Having someone help collect is much more efficient than searching for them myself. Bai Xiaofan expressed his satisfaction. A low hum resonated as the jade sank into the spirit spring. Within days it vanished, absorbed by the spatial laws. Meanwhile, the space itself began to expand. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters. With each successive batch of jade cast into the spring, not only did the area grow, but the ambient spiritual energy thickened perceptibly. Though the space's growth is gradual, having a method is what matters. And as we steadily sell its cultivated grains, our resources will multiply accordingly. In time, the space would continue expanding, enabling greater harvests. Increased grain yields would yield more jade sales, further accelerating expansion, and thus generating even richer harvests. That is the virtuous cycle. Dongfang Bai smiled at Bai Xiaofan. For years she had dwelled within the space, training martial arts alongside the Black Commander. Bai Xiaofan often entered to keep her company, though all labor, tilling, sowing, and reaping, fell to the Black Commander and Bai Xiaofan himself. One could hardly expect the cultivation master to wield a hoe in the fields. Such a notion was pure fantasy, and Bai Xiaofan for his part would never allow it. That is reassuring, he replied with a smile. Your iron shirt has reached full mastery, and your golden bell shield has attained preliminary refinement. Dongfang Bai assessed his cultivation. I can now lift 1,000 gene bronze cauldrons with ease. And in an impromptu test, ordinary bullets failed to pierce my skin's defense. Once my golden bell shield reaches full mastery, even machine gun fire will fail to wound me, Bai Xiaofan said confidently. Precisely so. The sooner you attain perfection, the safer you become. Moreover, when both the golden bell shield and iron shirt reach full mastery, their synergy transcends mere addition. It multiplies. Your strength, speed, and resilience may far exceed even your own expectations. It is conceivable, even hand grenades might prove incapable of ending your life. In short, external cultivators possess extraordinary survivability. That is excellent news, Bai Xiaofan exclaimed elated. Dongfang Bai merely nodded, silent yet definitive. As a grandmaster, she was the ultimate authority on martial cultivation. Meanwhile, the Han people remained locked in war, chaotic, brutal, and unrelenting. Yu Ziqing's deep cover operation grew increasingly perilous. He encountered repeated crises, living each day as if treading upon thin ice. Yet he was undeniably an exceptional operative. The intelligence he gathered proved invaluable. Often a single critical report decided the outcome of an entire battle. Countless soldiers' lives were saved. Thus he was great, and deserved profound respect. Fish, my eternal friend, stay vigilant. All orders you place with me shall be delivered personally. I assure you there is no cause for concern. I hope one day you will visit my grasslands as my honored guest. Bai Xiaofan offered such encouragement under the guise of friendship, steadying Yu Ziqing's resolve. A lone operative navigating darkness unaided faced immense hardship. Every step forward demanded immense effort. At such moments, even distant words of support, though offering no tangible aid, brought quiet solace, easing the unbearable tension within. A taut string briefly loosened. A moment's respite. Then, rising once more resolute and unbowed to fight on. In those years his friend's encouragement proved indispensable to Yu Ziqing. Coupled with his innate brilliance, Yu Ziqing successfully completed one arduous mission after another, contributing immensely to the cause. Moreover, the intelligence channel linking him to Bai Xiaofan had been established by Yu Ziqing himself, thus his superiors placed extraordinary emphasis on his security. Consequently, thanks to superiority in intelligence operations and in human capital, Han forces led by Yu Ziqing weathered their most desperate hour. Those years were truly harsh, yet they endured. Now they launched a comprehensive counteroffensive. Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Smoke choked the air. Young master, the messenger from Chief Magi has arrived. The chief and his wife miss you and your elder brother dearly, and summoned both sons home for reunion. One day the steward rushed in with urgent news. Is my father unwell? Bai Xiaofan asked. Second young master. The chief indeed felt increasingly frail. Without his two sons or the steward's support, he found governance overwhelming. The messenger explained. Indeed, the second young master is 33, the eldest is 40. The valiant Chief Magi and his Han wife have grown advanced in years. The steward sighed. Very well. Return and tell my father that I shall accompany my wife Tana to the official compound. Yes, young master. The messenger bowed. Bai Xiaofan turned to the steward. You and Senior Secretary Huang shall remain at the northern frontier to oversee affairs. Tana Droma Solong Zerang and Little Airy, you shall accompany me, taking a contingent of trusted retainers. Yes, young master, they responded in unison. As Yu Ziqing's faction overcame crisis and initiated its offensive, Bai Xiaofan too prepared to attend to matters of his own, namely the chieftainship. This position, and the elder brother who despised both the original host and Bai Xiaofan himself, required careful resolution. Naturally, he honored the original host's deepest wish. To live, not die, and to ensure his kin survived. He would neither kill them nor submit passively to abuse. He would strike back when struck and answer insult with retort. Second young master. Noble and benevolent second young master. Throughout Magi territory, every village along their route paid reverent homage. The lofty chieftainship would not endure much longer, yet until its end one might as well savor its privileges. After all, reverence and praise from countless subjects carried a singular intoxicating weight. No wonder ancient men yearned to ascend the throne. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and then, crack, crack, gunfire echoed from afar. Young master. It is the eldest young master and his men, Solong Zerang warned alert. Is that your elder brother? Tana asked. Little Airy barked, take defensive positions. The eldest bore ill will toward them, and relations between the brothers were strained. Per the steward's analysis, this return likely signaled a contest for the chieftainship. Little brother, do you tremble with fear? Huh, huh, huh. The eldest laughed wildly, his mounted retinue swaggering behind him. Raising machine guns skyward, they unleashed a deafening barrage, intimidating, aggressive, intending to humble Bai Xiaofan upon arrival. The foolish eldest knew well that Chief Magi had aged, and that this homecoming would determine which brother would succeed him as Chief Magi. Little brother, I never imagined we'd return together to the official compound. Huh, huh, huh. Laughing maniacally, he spurred his horse forward, charging straight at Bai Xiaofan. Rat-a-tat-tat. His gunners continued firing into the air, flaunting their dominance. Elder brother, you remain as reckless as ever, eager to stir chaos. But let me impart one truth: dogs that bark loudest seldom bite. Bai Xiaofan spoke calmly, gaze sweeping downward in cool disdain, aloof, sovereign, unshaken. Fool, the eldest roared in fury. Bang! Bai Xiaofan showed no restraint. He fired without hesitation, not into the air, but directly at his brother. The eldest had exploded off his head. His horse reared, whinnying in panic, throwing him violently to the ground. He lay curled, trembling face drained of color. How dare you? How dare you do this? Once helped upright by his guards, his features hardened into livid fury. Why should I not dare? Elder brother, my manner of greeting differs from yours. You fire skyward, ooh, I aim for your hat. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. The eldest, humiliated beyond measure, cursed him as mad, then scrambled hastily back onto his mount. Tana gazed upon Bai Xiaofan with undisguised adoration. By contrast, Bai Xiaofan dwarfed his elder brother, not merely in power, but in bearing and comeliness. The eldest's appearance, charitably described, was rugged. He possessed the raw magnetism of a true man. Less charitably, he was simply savage, a trait mirrored perfectly in his impetuous actions and brazen speech. Such a man, stripped of authority, wealth, and status, would hold little appeal for women. What is the meaning of this? Have you all lost your senses? From the official compound's ramparts, Chief Magi watched his son's confrontation and bellowed in outrage. Father, I have returned. It was elder brother who provoked me. Bai Xiaofan seized the initiative with a preemptive accusation. Chief Magi stared blankly, then glared. The eldest seethed, glaring back, shameless fool. The compound gates remained tightly shut. Chief Magi stood high above, surveying his two sons, not with welcome, but with sober scrutiny, shifting his gaze slowly between them. Father, the eldest called out. Tana whispered to Bai Xiaofan, why won't your father open the gates? Does he disapprove of our presence? Grant him time. The young Chief Magi was fearless and unafraid of his sons, but the aging chief fears they may enter and swiftly depose him, seizing the title for themselves. This fear mirrors that of your own mother. She too frequently writes urging you to remain steadfastly at the northern frontier, beside me, rather than visiting her. She dreads that should her daughter and son-in-law arrive, she herself would cease to be chief. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Then why, if he fears it, does Chief Magi recall his sons? Tana asked. That is precisely where my father differs from your mother. Though he shares this apprehension, he remains confident he can still command both sons. Moreover, the Magi lineage urgently requires an heir, thus he summons them with courage. The gates will open, soon enough. Ah, I see. But once inside, are we in danger? Will you become chief? If the eldest assumes the title, might he detain us? Tana suddenly fretted. Fear not. I am here. Bai Xiaofan replied serenely. Tana exhaled, reassured. Eldest and second young masters. The chief commands that each of you leave your personal guards outside the compound walls, declared the chief's messenger. The eldest hesitated, uncertain. So long, Zerang Tanadroma. You accompany me inside. Little Airy, you and your men withdraw 5 li and set camp at last night's tent site. Yes, young master. Little Airy obeyed instantly, leading his guards away. You too. Withdraw, the eldest ordered his men. Yes. Both heirs commanded their retainers to retreat 5 li, establishing separate encampments north and south, facing each other with mutual vigilance. Open the gates. Chief Magi heartened gave the order. Creak. The massive gates swung inward. Servants unfurled crimson carpets. Chief Magi descended the stairs with his Han wife rushing forward to embrace both sons. Yet this embrace differed subtly from the last. Bai Xiaofan sensed unmistakably how slender and frail his father's frame had become, stripped of its former vigor. Father, mother, Bai Xiaofan called out. The eldest likewise greeted them. Excellent. My fine sons, come, let us reunite as a family and feast. Feast, Chief Magi boomed, with paternal warmth. His smile held the tender light of a devoted father. Tana, let the men speak among themselves. You come here, let me look upon you properly, urged the chief's Han wife, drawn to Tana instead. Her tone was gentle, her welcome sincere. Go ahead, Bai Xiaofan gestured. Yes, mother, Tana replied dutifully. Thereafter the 3 men withdrew indoors. Chief Magi first inquired about Bai Xiaofan's grain and supplies dispatched to the Han people. Indeed, he regarded the antiques, calligraphy scrolls, and jade acquired in exchange as nearly worthless, tantamount to giving them away freely. Father, worry not. Our funds suffice. Life for the people of the northern frontier under the Magi name shall only improve, never decline. As for collecting antiques, son simply delights in the elegance of calligraphy, porcelain, and jade ornaments. We can certainly afford them. Perhaps I truly am growing old. I cannot fathom your reasoning, and it troubles me deeply, Chief Magi sighed, shaking his head. Father, the second young master squanders our precious wheat on frivolous jade, utterly senseless. He must be mad, the eldest accused. Elder brother, my fondness for jade is my own affair. You hold no authority over it, nor did you refrain from begging father's aid after losing your stronghold to a humiliating defeat. Bai Xiaofan retorted, laced with irony. You, the eldest flared with rage. Those words struck deep, piercing his pride like a blade. Enough. Such conduct disgraces our house. Second young master, your elder brother did his utmost, blame lies elsewhere. And you too have performed admirably. Had you not suddenly begun squandering resources on jade, I might have deemed you worthy of succession. At times you seem addled, yet at others astonishingly astute. Which is the true you? I confess, I cannot tell. After long reflection, our Magi legacy is too precious to entrust to one whose mind might falter without warning. That would be recklessly dangerous. Though the eldest lacks subtlety, at least he will not impulsively trade our entire fortune for ornamental stones. Thus, after careful deliberation, I appoint your elder brother as heir to the Magi chieftainship. I am aging. Upon my death he shall inherit. Second young master, how do you receive this decision? Chief Magi spoke with solemn gravity. Father, the eldest erupted in jubilation. I abide by father's will, Bai Xiaofan replied, calm and unruffled. neither resentful nor resistant. Chief Magi studied him intently, then addressed the eldest. My choice may prove wise, or grievously mistaken. Yet one condition binds your succession, no fraternal strife. As elder brother you inherit our legacy. You must demonstrate magnanimity and safeguard your younger brother. You were inseparable in childhood, though rivalry over the chieftainship arose. That chapter ends now. I have chosen you as heir. Therefore you shall not attack your brother. Once I formally designate you heir, through sacred rites and public proclamation, I shall send your brother back to the northern frontier. Chief Magi spoke with stern finality. Father, rest assured, I shall never raise a hand against my brother so long as he does not strike first. The eldest's reply held genuine sincerity. The Han say when brothers quarrel the household crumbles. Internal discord weakens the Magi clan, leaving openings for rival chiefs to exploit. Eldest, you must emulate your father's broad-mindedness. Recall your uncle's failed bid for chieftainship. Father did not harm him. Instead, he gifted half his personal fortune, 2 heavy chests of silver coins, to fund his uncle's studies in England. At that time, the Magi clan lacked its present strength. Those 2 chests represented everything father could spare. He parted with them willingly, to honor his brother and secure his future. That is how father differs from other chiefs while rivals drown in bloodshed, sacrificing heirs until exhaustion. Their clans wither through self-inflicted decay. Today, 17 chiefdoms defer to the Magi lineage. Thus father earnestly entreats you both, never feud. Never. Such strife wounds kinship, breeds enmity between brothers, and invites calamity upon the Magi name. With lived wisdom as his textbook, Chief Magi imparted hard-won lessons to his sons. Yes, father, I shall remember your words. The eldest affirmed. I abide by father's will. Bai Xiaofan replied composed. Excellent. Chief Magi laughed heartily. The matter settled, harmony restored. The atmosphere softened markedly, warmth returning to the chamber. Elder brother, rest assured I have long said that I do not wish to be a chieftain. Like my uncle, I want to step out of the vast grassland and see the broader sky beyond. My uncle's life is also quite good. Moreover, I have been doing just that. Over the years in the northern border, I have established my own trade market for the Meiji family, engaging in business with the Han people. Traveling far and wide, I have made many friends. You as the chieftain cannot attain these joys. Therefore, I do not envy elder brother. Since things have been clarified, Bai Xiaofan also decided to show his stance. He is not a petty person. After all, the original owner's wishes included not only compensating for regrets, but also not wanting to die himself or see his loved ones perish. Loved ones include the eldest young master. And to speak frankly, the eldest young master does not have too many ill intentions. At most, he is a bit arrogant. He has a bad temper. He is self-righteous, stubborn and headstrong, reckless and crude. Despite having so many flaws, he is not beyond redemption. At least he never truly harmed the original owner until death. As for his involvement with Tana, it was Tana, the beautiful daughter of the Rongong chieftain, who approached him when she saw he was going to become the Meiji chieftain. The eldest young master has little self-control after drinking. Tana, with such a good figure, curvy and well-proportioned. Her face is beautiful with a curvaceous body and long legs. Who could resist? This is quite normal. Therefore, Bai Xiaofan expressed that he forgave him. The utterly useless eldest young master, elder brother. What do you think? Bai Xiaofan asked lightly. My eldest young master, why are you in a daze? Your younger brother has spoken well. You should also express your stance so that I can feel at ease. Your father is already old and cannot withstand the blow of you brothers turning against each other. You are all my children, and old Meiji loves each one of you. The Meiji chieftain continued to ask incessantly. Father, rest assured I know what to do. It was my elder brother's fault in the past. He was afraid you would suddenly become clever and excellent, worried that you would take his position as chieftain, which is why. In hindsight, elder brother should reflect. The eldest young master came back to his senses. At a critical moment, to reassure the Meiji chieftain, he naturally had to express his stance. However, it could be heard that he was indeed somewhat sincere. With conviction, he said, ha ha. Good, my Meiji chieftain's son will not turn against one another. Children, let's raise a toast together with your father. The Meiji chieftain laughed heartily. Father, drinking too much is harmful to your health, Bai Xiaofan reminded. It's fine, today is a joyous occasion. The Meiji chieftain was dismissive. The 3 of them had a hearty meal. This meal determined the successor of the Meiji family. The eldest young master, having the identity of the heir, was naturally satisfied. Delighted, he returned to his residence. The Meiji chieftain was happy that his 2 sons could resolve their issues, and under the arrangement of his wife, drunkenly returned to rest. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan returned to his residence under the care of Zhuoma and Tana. You go out first, Tana instructed. Yes. The maid complied. Second young master. You really don't want to be chieftain? Tana thought for a moment, but couldn't help but ask. No. The Meiji chieftain has already decided that the eldest young master will be his heir. Bai Xiaofan nodded. But are you really willing to accept this? As young masters of the Meiji family, why don't you try to fight for it? Even if not for yourself, consider me and our future children. Furthermore, the eldest young master is agreeable now. Do you truly believe that after the Meiji chieftain passes away and he successfully ascends to power, he will allow there to be a master in the northern border? Tana said. In plain terms, she was encouraging Bai Xiaofan to vie for the chieftain's throne. For you, for the children, and for the future. Am I lacking in food or clothing because of you? Bai Xiaofan found it hard to accept. But without the Meiji chieftain's suppression, the eldest young master, will he spare us? Can he hold back from attacking us? Tana countered. It was unfair. She was simply ambitious, restless. Bai Xiaofan understood the schemes of women all too well. Pinching her delicate face, he said lightly, if that day truly comes, I will naturally not hold back. By then you will definitely become the chieftain's wife as you wish. He controls the entire Meiji family. Can you defeat him? Tana blurted out. Then she immediately realized she had misspoken. She dared not speak. You doubt that I cannot defeat him, the beautiful daughter of the noble Rongong chieftain. Is it that your husband has been treating you too well lately? Has that made you forget your place and start to doubt him? Bai Xiaofan gripped Tana's chin, his gaze somewhat dangerous. It was as if a fierce beast had locked onto its prey. I was wrong, second young master, I meant no harm. Tana quickly backed down. Even though she was a scheming and ambitious woman, she still felt fear. Especially in front of this man. He could dictate her life. From now on, do not speak carelessly. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. He initially wanted to punish her a little, but he lost interest. Second young master, don't be angry, I promise I will never dare again. There will never be a second instance of the same mistake. Tana, like a kitten, came over with a pitiful expression, wrapping her arms around Bai Xiaofan's neck and speaking softly. This will be the last time. Bai Xiaofan sighed. In a tender realm. In the tomb of heroes. Not a word of lie, a woman as beautiful as Tana is like a deadly poison. Even though he wouldn't truly fall in love with her. He was very honest in his actions. He would be carefully flattering her, generating a sense of pleasure within. A sense of conquest. Delightful. And naturally the consequences of Tana's actions were that she was again arranged quite clearly by Bai Xiaofan on the couch. It's all your fault. Mother will laugh at me. She complained softly. It won't be as long as you're not embarrassed. The one who feels awkward is others. Bai Xiaofan laughed. He was quite satisfied with her way of apologizing last night. Still saying. Tana's cheeks flushed. Mother was right. Menhaha. They all have thick skins. What can I do? Who told me to follow him? Tana thought secretly. Compared to the original owner, Duan Feng's overbearingness and dominance provided Tana with more sense of security. So even though she could not become the chieftain's wife, feeling some discontent, she had not yet reached the point of getting close to the eldest young master. The eldest young master looks like that, coarse and unsightly. A hideous monster. She did not like him. She is the most beautiful woman on the grassland and cannot settle for a hideous monster. That's right. Tana thought narcissistically. With that, Tana did not take the initiative to seek out the eldest young master, removing a thorn from her heart. Compensating for regrets. Bai Xiaofan felt as if he had been electrocuted, his soul suddenly relaxed, as if drifting in the essence of life, which was good. System, what's going on? Bai Xiaofan asked. Host, the original owner is very satisfied with your actions, including matters regarding the eldest young master Tana, and your care towards the Meiji chieftain and his wife. Thus, beyond the agreement, he is giving you some additional rewards. These pure soul energies absorbed have made your soul slightly stronger. The system provided an answer. Understood. Bai Xiaofan responded. By accident, it turned out to be such a benefit. The second young master of the Meiji family is indeed a very generous person. In the future, when undertaking tasks, be more humane. Consider issues more from the original owner's perspective rather than just for rewards. Doing so will not only be responsible to the client, but will also allow me to feel at ease. Perhaps there will be additional gains. Bai Xiaofan advised himself. The Meiji chieftain had already dispatched a herald to summon the leaders of various villages. Except for the northern border folks. The eldest young master also acknowledged that Bai Xiaofan is the master of the northern border. The villages under him belong to the Meiji family. However, they can choose not to heed the eldest young master's orders. In a few days after the sacrificial rites conclude and my decision is announced, you may return. The northern border still needs someone to preside. One steward alone is insufficient. The Meiji chieftain showed extra concern for his second young master. Perhaps because the eldest young master has become the heir, he needs to compensate his second young master somehow. Father, you and mother need not toil so hard. A qualified heir should learn to handle matters independently regarding the Meiji family's affairs rather than placing these responsibilities on the Meiji chieftain's shoulders. So father, just keep an eye on it, and let elder brother do his work. Bai Xiaofan proposed. The Meiji chieftain and his Han wife were truly getting old. It's time for them to enjoy their twilight years. I will indeed. The Meiji chieftain laughed heartily. When you have time, bring mother to the northern border to find me. Uncle often visits me. By the way, uncle's leg is lame. Over the years, he has gradually let go of his business and work, feeling unable to cope. He also misses father very much. Bai Xiaofan laughed. Then why didn't he come this time? The Meiji chieftain hurriedly asked. When I returned, uncle happened to be in Han territory dealing with some matters. Bai Xiaofan explained. My younger brother just loves to stir up trouble, so your grandfather believes that I, your father, am more suitable to be the chieftain. Because with all that stirring, the foundation of the Meiji family will not flourish. The Meiji chieftain said proudly. Perhaps so. Bai Xiaofan replied. You have a narrow view and a small pattern. You cannot comprehend uncle's realm. Of course, Bai Xiaofan only thought this in his heart and would never say it out loud, otherwise the Meiji chieftain would definitely be enraged. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The leaders of the villages arrived one after another. Ritual. O heavens, old Meiji reverently reports to the heavens, the traditions of the chieftain are very complex with cumbersome steps, but they are very ceremonial. The lamas, supported by the Meiji family, led a group of young lamas in chanting scriptures. Then they opened the altar to perform rituals. It is elegantly named a ritual, to inform the heavens of the Meiji chieftain's decision and pray for the blessings of the heavens. May the heavens protect us. Woo-ah, woo-woo-ah, the sound of the horns was particularly deep. There were also dedicated individuals playing the swana. In summary, the sense of ceremony was very strong. All leaders of the Meiji family's villages, you have all heard the valiant eldest young master will become your new master after my death, becoming the new Meiji chieftain. From today onward, he is the heir of the Meiji chieftain. For ordinary matters, I will not interfere. If you have any situations, report them to the eldest young master, and if he cannot handle them, he will naturally seek my judgment. At the same time, you must assist the eldest young master well, just as you are loyal to me, the Meiji chieftain, old Meiji chieftain announced loudly. Yes, the leaders responded. The ceremony concluded. Singing and dancing, cheering, celebrating. It seemed like the last glory of the chieftain, the final revelry. It was exceptionally lively. Eldest young master. Long live the Meiji family. Everyone shouted excitedly. Ha! The eldest young master, filled with ambition, didn't stop laughing, continuously drinking with the leaders. In this manner, he expressed his excitement. I am the heir of the Meiji chieftain. Are you still feeling glum? Do you still want to be the chieftain's wife? Bai Xiaofan cut a piece of beef, dipped it in salt and seasoning, and placed it in his mouth. He asked Tana lightly. I am merely melancholic that everything about the Meiji family does not belong to us. The cheers and applause and the reverence all belong to your elder brother. Don't you feel even a bit sad? Tana's mood was low. Elder brother is merely inheriting what father has given, whereas I, the second young master of the Meiji family, will create something more powerful under a different sky belonging to our own family. Isn't it better to earn reverence and praise through our own efforts? What do you say, my esteemed, beautiful daughter of the Rongong chieftain, Miss Tana? Bai Xiaofan said lightly. His tone was filled with confidence, calm and composed. Just sitting there casually slicing beef, his aura was more regal than an emperor's, more chieftain-like than the chieftain himself. He expressed, nothing is a problem. Perhaps you are right. Tana took a deep breath, adjusting her emotions, resisting envy, not to greedily covet. That would be ugly. All right, second young master, would you like to invite me for a dance? Having prepared herself mentally, Tana put aside her slight discomfort and spoke to Bai Xiaofan. Of course, my esteemed and beautiful Tana. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Hand in hand, like those young men and women singing and dancing, they surrounded the bonfire, dancing gracefully. They celebrated for 2 consecutive days, and the leaders left one after another. My second young master, the Han people are fighting fiercely. You must be careful in the northern border. The Meiji chieftain, his Han wife, and the eldest young master all came to see him off. I will father, mother, elder brother. Bai Xiaofan replied. Bang, bang, bang. 222. The guards of the Meiji chieftain fired their guns into the sky. This was to bid farewell to the second young master and others. This journey viewed from here was relatively smooth, without any conflict occurring at the Meiji official post. Young master. 5 miles away. Xiao Arai had long been waiting. Let's set off, it's time to return. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Yes. Everyone replied. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Returning to his own territory. Second young master. You were right, staying in the northern border as the master here is not so bad. Tana also felt relieved. Since it does not belong to her, thinking about it is futile. It's better to guard the north and live well. That's right. Bai Xiaofan smiled. In the days that followed, Bai Xiaofan was still busy with business. Having interacted with the Han people and engaged in trade for many years, he had accumulated many connections, and many Han people had become his partners. Mutually beneficial friends. At the same time, the northern border was stable under his governance. His people were well fed and clothed. When mentioning the young master, everyone praised him. Living in peace and contentment. The flames of war had not yet encroached, making this place nearly a paradise. Young master, Mr. You said his mission is nearly complete. Next year, he might find an opportunity to visit the grasslands as a guest to express his gratitude for your assistance. One day, Tana reported this suddenly. I understand. Reply that he is welcome. Bai Xiaofan said calmly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The tide of battle turned abruptly. Observing the situation from a single point, one could see the whole picture. For Yuzeqing, a man in hiding to speak, so lightly meant that victory was truly not far off. Yuzeqing's adversaries were collapsing. This time, because he was held in higher regard and had achieved remarkable results, he played a decisive role. His protection was thorough. He was escorted out early and arrived at a safe location. Unlike the plot of the spy drama, he was not taken away to continue his deep cover. Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. The air was thick with smoke. A brutal conflict raged. Yuzeqing's retreat was a signal. His enemies, the defeated and broken, began to flee in all directions, running for their lives. Some surrendered. Others put up a desperate, stubborn resistance. It was at this moment that a troop of men burst onto the grasslands, entering the territory of the Maichi chieftain. In the original story, these men were utterly despicable. The original host had entertained them well, yet they refused to leave. One vice-general even dared to covet Tana. Later, conflict erupted between the two sides. In the hail of bullets, neither side gained any advantage. Suolong Zilong Xiao Arii the steward, these brave and endearing souls, were all killed by these men. After their deaths, the pursuers began to abolish the chieftains. The chieftains who resisted met a tragic fate. Respected second young master of the Maichi family, aren't you grassland people known for your hospitality? My men and I only wish to rest here for a few days before we move on, retreating to a more distant place. I hope you will permit this. That general, though a scoundrel in sheep's clothing, was outwardly polite. He knew he was on another's turf and had to show some respect. My fortress cannot accommodate so many. You have several thousand men. Do you expect me to provide for all of you? Bai Xiaofan refused coldly and firmly. But clever second young master, my men and I are passing through. Our destination lies on the other side of the grassland, and we must cross the Maichi family's territory, the general said, his expression darkening considerably. The vice-general, who in the original story had laid his hands on Tana, looked nothing like a good man. He roared angrily, "Open the gates. Our general is being polite to you out of respect. Don't be ungrateful. The guns and bullets in our brother's hands have no eyes." That's right. Open up. Birds of a feather flocked together. With a vice-general like that, it was clear the general and his other officers were no better. They had been traveling for so long they were already irritable and in a foul mood. Young master, let your servant sound the war horn and drive these arrogant, rude bastards out of the Maichi family's territory. Suolong Zilong shouted loudly. Young master, declare war. Xiao Arii bellowed. Leave this foul-mouthed wretch and a few of his men behind. I will let you go, Bai Xiaofan said, his expression calm. His words sounded as if they were only natural, even a form of grace, as if he were looking down from a great height. Ha ha ha. Are you talking in your sleep? I heard the second young master of the Maichi chieftain was a fool. Now I see you are not only a fool, but a bold one. What if I refuse? What will you do, my esteemed second young master of the Maichi family? The general's face grew cold as he shed his disguise, revealing his true nature. Then we shall fight. Let it be known how powerful the Maichi family is. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, machine guns, grenades, and hand grenades opened fire simultaneously. The personal guards stationed on the watchtowers operated their weapons with practiced skill. You dare? Are you mad? Completely mad. You dare to do this? Return fire. Hit them hard. The general was utterly shocked. They had not taken a mere chieftain like the Maichi family seriously. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Generally, that logic held true. In the original story, the original host and his enemy were evenly matched, and a fight would have meant mutual destruction, so he endured repeatedly. But this general had no intention of leaving. Why would he? The Maichi family provided good food and drink. It was only when the vice-general laid his hands on Tana that he could no longer bear it, and finally fought back. But now Bai Xiaofan was utterly unafraid. He intended to show everyone the true strength of the Maichi family, to make an example of them. General, their firepower is too strong. The brothers can't hold on. The vice-general's face changed drastically. Useless. The general cursed loudly. He had been careless. But how could he have imagined there would be such a formidable force on the grasslands? A miscalculation, a complete miscalculation. He was naturally unwilling to retreat like this. The general gnashed his teeth, insisting on trying to see if he could storm the fortress. However, on Bai Xiaofan's side, there was no sign of their strength waning. It was as if they had been prepared for battle all along. Moreover, his personal guards were battle-hardened soldiers forged through the hail of bullets, thanks to Bai Xiaofan leading them against enemies in previous years. They're this fierce. The general was later dumbfounded, panicked, and began to think of retreat. While he was hesitating, not far from the fortress, personal guards dressed in Maichi family uniforms drove over 20 tanks. The tanks rumbled with the sound of clashing steel. The guards on top were fully armed. Attack! A loud roar rang out. The tanks unleashed their power. What the hell? The general's face turned green. He quickly shouted, retreat. Retreat immediately. A mere chieftain, yet so powerful. It was terrifying. And this might not even be his full strength. They had bitten off more than they could chew. Retreat. The vice-general roared. But he was singled out. Unfortunately, he was hit by an artillery shell and killed instantly. Hiss. You fool. How many secrets have you hidden? No wonder you never cared about the position of chieftain. Tana stood on the upper floor watching Bai Xiaofan's figure. Her gaze was captivated, shining brightly. A man like this was worthy of her. Long live the young master. The people of the Maichi family cheered without exception. Once again, facts proved the Maichi family was immensely powerful and feared no enemy. Bai Xiaofan's popularity soared. Young master. That general has fled with his beaten remnants into the territory of another chieftain. They'll have to go around our Maichi lands to cross the grassland, Solong Zelong reported a few days later after leading the pursuit. What is the attitude of the other chieftains towards these people? Bai Xiaofan asked. It's not clear yet. This old servant has sent people to find out, the steward replied. Troubled times. Dispatch all my personal guards fully armed to patrol day and night guarding the northern border of the Maichi family. Also tell the headmen of the lower villages to form defense squads and remain vigilant at all times. Build defensive trenches and set traps along the Maichi border. Anyone who crosses the border without permission will be shot on sight. We can no longer hide our strength now. Only by showing sufficient power will the enemy be afraid. Then the people of the Maichi family can feel at ease, Bai Xiaofan said calmly. In critical times there was no room for low profile. Only with formidable strength could one be qualified for an equal dialogue. Yes, young master. Sualong Zelong and Xiao Arii responded. The steward with a solemn expression offered, this old servant will go to mobilize the grain in the granaries to ensure logistical support. What about the eldest young master and the chieftain? Shuma asked. Send word to father and brother telling them to be careful. With us securing the northern border, the Maichi family should be safe from major trouble, Bai Xiaofan instructed. Yes. The herald acknowledged and left quickly. Second young master, what about my mother? What will happen to her? Please save my mother, Tana pleaded with worry. Bai Xiaofan said. I will also send someone to the Rongong chieftain's territory to tell her that if anything happens, she should flee to the Maichi family. You should also write a letter immediately explaining the stakes and ask your mother to come to the northern border to visit you. If your mother greedily clings to her chieftain power and refuses to come, then there is nothing I can do. I cannot spare troops to go to the Rongong chieftain's territory right now. Besides, she might not welcome us, and the Laksweba territory lies between us. Doing this was the best he could offer. If the Rongong chieftain still acted stubbornly, Bai Xiaofan had no other choice. I understand. Tana sniffled as she went to write the letter. Second young master. Those Han Chinese have clashed with the Wangwa chieftain and started a fight. They have occupied the Wangwa chieftain's stronghold. The other chieftains are also terrified and don't know what to do. The Laksweba chieftain has even sent people seeking our help, hoping we can lend him troops, the steward reported hurriedly 2 days later. Lend him troops? Impossible. Tell the naive Laksweba chieftain that the Maichi family has its own troubles and has no troops to lend him. However, he can bring his family and relatives to the northern border as guests. But from then on there will probably be no Laksweba chieftain, Bai Xiaofan said coldly. Young master, do you plan to take the opportunity to annex the other chieftains and become the greatest chieftain on the grassland? Xiao Arii asked, unable to contain his excitement. Sualong Zelong and the other's eyes lit up. Tana, who was writing the letter, stopped crying. No, I just want to protect everyone's good life and prevent the Maichi family's people from being bullied by others, Bai Xiaofan said. Yes. Everyone responded without dissent. News kept coming back. Those Han Chinese had occupied the Wangwa chieftain's official stronghold, lording it over others, ordering the girls from the Wangwa stronghold to drink with them and acting outrageously. Thank heavens the young master was wise. If he had let those people set foot on Maichi territory, the fate of the Wangwa people would have been ours. The people of the northern border rejoiced. Not long after, another group of Han Chinese entered the grasslands. Faced with the Maichi family's formidable lineup, 100 tanks lined up at the border, fully armed personal guards, an anti-aircraft artillery division ready to strike, and a cavalry regiment standing by. This is a chieftain. Bullshit. Take a detour. That general's face turned green. He couldn't afford to provoke them and quickly took a detour to another chieftain's territory. The other chieftains besides Wangbo were also pitiful. Several groups came in succession, their strengths varying, but none dared to attack the Maichi family. The other chieftains were indeed in misery, suffering greatly. Some barely managed to hold their own strongholds. Others were killed in battle, where they bowed their heads, providing lavish hospitality, fine wine, and beautiful maidens. Time passed swiftly. Another month later, the general on Yu Zeching's side had a large, orderly, and strictly disciplined army. They had been pursuing the remnants of the defeated army and finally reached this grassland. Kill. Boom. This righteous general ordered the encirclement and annihilation of the defeated remnants. He also struck against chieftains who resisted. One chieftain surrendered and was taken under the general's command. He was treated relatively well and not bullied, but that chieftain no longer held any power. Young master. The behavior of these Han Chinese is different from the previous ones. They haven't probed or attacked our Maichi family, the steward said. This is the return on the young master's investments in previous years. I suspect the young master's friends have put in a good word for us, advisor Huang chimed in. And what else? Bai Xiaofan asked with a smile. I suspect the young master is waiting for their grand general to come and negotiate. Fighting them is certainly impossible, and the young master doesn't wish to fight anyway. He only wants to secure the status the Maichi family deserves, advisor Huang said. After this turmoil, chieftains will cease to exist, Bai Xiaofan stated. The young master has excellent foresight, advisor Huang praised sincerely. The defeated remnants were no match and could only be eliminated. Second young master. The Maichi chieftain has arrived along with the lady, the steward reported one day. Father, mother, are you well? Bai Xiaofan asked. Not well. These past days there has been constant gunfire in the other chieftains' territories. My old rival, the Wangbo chieftain, has been destroyed. Your mother and I can't sleep at night. I have ordered your elder brother to hold the Maichi official stronghold and protect the people. I came here to discuss with you what we should do, the Maichi chieftain said, his face haggard with worry. It seemed he had already foreseen the fate of the chieftains. Father, the chieftain system will soon be gone. Don't harbor any false hopes. Even the military force on my northern border cannot stop this change. Besides, I don't want to fight them. They will treat the people well. I am prepared to accept their offer of amnesty and incorporation. The person offering the amnesty should be here soon. Father, you have been a chieftain all your life and should have the wisdom to assess the situation. This is the best choice. Fortunately, our Maichi family still has some capital. Everything outside is what I have accumulated over the years. They want use force against the Maichi family. But father, you must not oppose the amnesty either, Bai Xiaofan said solemnly. The Maichi chieftain frowned deeply. What will happen after the amnesty? The Maichi family will no longer be above others. There will be no distinction between masters and servants. Everyone will be equal. Of course, after the amnesty, with our family's wealth, we will still live very well. I might even be able to become an official in the imperial court, Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. I understand. Let me think about it, the Maichi chieftain said. The second young master was right. However, the sudden abolition of the chieftain system was emotionally and sentimentally difficult for old Maichi, who had been a chieftain his whole life, to accept. This was very normal. Mother, please persuade father. Don't let him get caught up in this, Bai Xiaofan said. All right, the Han Chinese lady responded. She found it quite easy to accept Bai Xiaofan's point of view. The amnesty was not necessarily a bad thing. It might even create a new situation. Young master, our people have spotted the Rongong chieftain at the border along with her female soldiers, just like the Laksweba chieftain. They are fleeing towards us looking quite disheveled, although no pursuers have been seen. Suddenly one day the steward rushed in to report. Upon hearing this, Tana hurriedly said, Mother. Second young master, you must save my mother. Don't worry. Sarangsalang, you must take a team to the border to escort the Rongong chieftain back. As for the Laksweba chieftain, you can bring her back as well. Bai Xiaofan instructed. Since the Rongong chieftain had voluntarily sought refuge, he had no reason to refuse. After all, she was Tana's mother. Yes, Sarangsalang replied. Thank you, second young master. Tana sighed in relief. Giving her a comforting look, Bai Xiaofan said lightly, Xiao Arii. You still need to strengthen patrols around the Meiji family. If you notice any unusual activity, inform me immediately. Young master, rest assured I will instruct the brothers to be extra vigilant. Xiao Arii replied. That's good. Bai Xiaofan nodded. In these troubled times, one misstep could lead to great enmity. Thus Bai Xiaofan was very cautious at this moment. Mother, how is my father? Has he come to his senses? After dinner, Bai Xiaofan found his mother and asked with concern. The Han woman replied, he is still rather gloomy. Having been a chieftain all his life, old Meiji was suddenly informed that the chieftaincy had perished, and from now on he would be just like an ordinary citizen. Everyone would be equal. Losing the lofty status of a noble chieftain would be difficult for anyone, and his emotions were greatly fluctuating. However, my second young master, mother, will persuade him well. No matter what, I won't be a burden to you. Thank you, mother. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Silly son, why be so polite with mother? The Han woman shook her head and smiled. She picked up some lamb and hot milk to bring to the Meiji chieftain. Will father listen? Tana asked. I believe in mother, and I also believe in the greatness of a father's love. The Meiji chieftain is wise. If he were not capable of assessing the situation, he would not have stood out and become the leader among the 18 chieftains. As the second young master of the Meiji family, I should be proud of my father. Just give him some time. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. I fear the first young master. Tana worriedly said he still has to listen to father's orders. And besides, although my brother is a bit reckless, he is not foolish. Without the Meiji chieftain's support, he wouldn't dare to resist stubbornly. Unless he was courting death. If he goes mad, I'll send someone to tie him up, lock him away, and wait for the storm to pass before discussing it. Bai Xiaofan said calmly. Calm and composed. Like a mountain collapsing without changing color. My second young master, your father has truly grown old. Over these days I've thought it over, and you are right. The Meiji family needs to abandon certain things to deal with this situation. It is unfortunate for your brother, our first young master, who has just become the heir and hasn't had a day to act as chieftain before the chieftainship faces extinction. This truly saddens your father. He regrets not stepping down sooner to let your brother become the Meiji chieftain. Old Meiji spoke in his usual rambling style. Father, this is not your fault. It's the change of the times on the prairie. The era is different and the chieftaincy has been abolished. It is the trend of the times. No one can change it. What we need to do is to adapt to the situation. Bai Xiaofan comforted. All right, then I will listen to you. My second young master, you have grown up. I will entrust the survival of the Meiji family to you. You will make the decisions, and your father will fully support you. The Meiji chieftain sighed. Thank you, father. Bai Xiaofan said. After finishing, he continued, Father, you should still write to my brother asking him to keep the Meiji family citizens safe and not to worry about anything else waiting for our news. I will go right away. The Meiji chieftain called out. The situation is urgent. There is no time to hesitate. This is a matter of great importance. He is clear-headed. Truly the wise Meiji chieftain. Bai Xiaofan sincerely praised. In the story, old Meiji chieftain fought until the end. Not only for the dignity of the chieftaincy, mainly because he was already quite old. The first young master was assassinated by enemies, dying an untimely death, which was a huge blow. An aged body, bearing responsibility, lacking strength. Moreover, at that time the Meiji chieftain had no strong desire to survive, and the Meiji family had no heir. It was better to choose a grand battle, to fight fiercely. Thus, by the time the original owner arrived at the Meiji chieftain's stronghold, old Meiji had already fallen under the artillery fire, dying amidst familiar hail of bullets. That was a battlefield. It was as if he had returned to his youth, fighting across the south and north, leading the Meiji family to defeat one chieftain after another, reaping glory and victory. However, this victory did not belong to the Meiji family. The Meiji chieftain, as a loser, died on the battlefield. However, it is different now. The Meiji chieftain has not been struck down, and the first young master is still alive. Bai Xiaofan has also established his own enterprise at the northern border. The Meiji family, still continuing. In the future, it may not be impossible to flourish, to create brilliance again. Thus, the Meiji chieftain made a choice. A few days later, Tana, my daughter, the disheveled Rongong chieftain, was escorted to the fortress. Mother, Tana hurriedly ran to greet her. The mother and daughter embraced and wept. All right, the Rongong chieftain is tired. Take your mother to rest, eat something, and tidy up her clothes. Bai Xiaofan spoke to Tana. Tana nodded. The smartest and strongest second young master of the Meiji family, your friend Laxweba chieftain, has come to seek refuge with you. I hope you can take him, my old friend. The Laxweba chieftain looked weathered. He appeared to have aged a decade, more haggard than the Meiji chieftain. Since he is a friend, the Meiji family will naturally welcome him. Bai Xiaofan smiled politely. Second young master. The Laxweba chieftain was very touched. Steward arranged for the Laxweba chieftain and his entourage to stay. Bai Xiaofan casually instructed. Yes, kind young master. The steward replied. The Laxweba chieftain hurriedly left. Young master, all the chieftains have been exterminated except for our Meiji family. The Han people, after annihilating their opponents, did not retreat. Those Han people have remained on this prairie, proclaiming equality for all. They have also divided the lands of the chieftains and leaders among the citizens. There are no more servants. Everyone is equal. These messages came one after another, overwhelming people. What is the reaction of the villages under the Meiji family to this news? Bai Xiaofan asked lightly. Nothing has changed. Sarangsalang called out. Xiao Ariai said, the noble and kind young master is respected by everyone and no one would betray. That's just your opinion. The villages and citizens below will definitely be tempted, but the young master has shown them kindness. Moreover, the Meiji family is powerful, so they do not dare to be the first to act. The steward observed more keenly. That's correct. Bai Xiaofan nodded. This is the strength of the Han people on Yu Zicheng's side. Giving everyone fairness. Breaking down the class. No nobility or commoners. If they truly achieve this, naturally countless people will admire and support them. The chieftains. Nobility. high and mighty for thousands of years. But after all, they are a minority. Once a force that seeks benefits for the citizens is injected in, it is destined for the prairie to undergo a change. It is the end of the chieftains, the birth of the citizens. The trend of the times. I will personally return and bring your brother back. The Meiji chieftain finally made a decision to prevent the first young master from doing something foolish. He can only take action himself. Xiao Area, take the guards and escort my father. Bai Xiaofan instructed. Yes, everyone replied. The Meiji chieftain set out from the northern border to return to the Meiji family's stronghold to capture the first young master. The Rongong family has perished. The Rongong chieftain, having tidied up, came to her senses from despair, only able to be sorrowful in front of her daughter. Mother, this is not your fault. You have tried your best. Besides, you are still here and your daughter is still here. As long as people are still here, there is nothing to fear. Tana, the beautiful daughter of the Rongong chieftain, consoled her repeatedly. The Rongong chieftain said, Tana, perhaps you are right. Mother, as long as you are fine, that's good. Tana, daughter, is he good to you? The Rongong chieftain asked. Very well, Tana replied. The Rongong chieftain then let out a sigh of relief. At least that is a comforting piece of news. I really didn't expect that after mistakenly marrying you to a fool, you actually married the right person. On the prairie, among all the chieftains, no man compares to him, including his chieftain father, old Meiji. Mother misjudged. Tana, you must find a way to capture his heart. The Rongong chieftain said. I will, mother. Tana lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Shy, beautiful, lovely, generous, and dignified. All beautiful words can be used to describe her. The most beautiful girl on the prairie. Thus the Meiji chieftain went to search for his first young master. The mother and daughter of the Rongong chieftain settled down, whispering womanly secrets, even discussing how to hold Bai Xiaofan's heart tightly. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan, after half a month, finally awaited the Han people's invitation. It was sent by a general from a distant city who did not come with soldiers, but brought negotiation officials and many scientists. All of them were talented individuals. The prairie had never seen such talents. There were also many precious jade stones, full of sincerity. The generous second young master of the Meiji family, your friend, has come to visit you. This general was very friendly with a graceful demeanor, not at all condescending. Approachable, giving a sense of trust and closeness. Hello, Han friend. Bai Xiaofan smiled. He remained quite calm, not hurried or anxious. After some pleasantries, the general got straight to the point. Second young master, first, I want to thank you for your help and gifts over the years. In those years, being hunted by enemies on the snowy mountains and grasslands, starving and cold, it was your caravan, second young master, that helped us transport supplies. It allowed us to reduce losses and achieve victory faster. It's nothing much, it was just business. Bai Xiaofan replied politely. The wise second young master, we will not be ungrateful for your help. However, I must speak frankly, the chieftains are remnants of feudalism and will be eliminated by the times. The Meiji family has no need to persist any longer. The general candidly stated. Yes, other chieftains' territories have already changed. Welcoming the new world, the citizens of the Meiji chieftains' territory have not changed yet, but sooner or later they will flee. Right now they are just standing still. It is only because of the kindness shown and the strength of the Meiji family. No one dares to take the lead. I completely agree with the general's viewpoint. The new era must have new changes. I can agree to the invitation, but it must not harm the interests of the Meiji family. I am willing to divide the land of the Meiji family among the citizens according to your regulations, because they were once all my citizens, and as a chieftain's family, I hope they live well. I can also hand over the Meiji family's personal guard for incorporation. But all of this is the hard work, effort, and dedication of the Meiji family for many years, prioritizing the bigger picture. I completely agree. However, the question is, how will you arrange me and the people of the Meiji family? Furthermore, what measures will you take to promote the development of the prairie people? Bai Xiaofan stated his position and asked, Second young master, you speak frankly. Then I will speak directly. The lifestyle and habits of the prairie people are different from ours in Han territory. They cannot be forced. Therefore, after discussions, we wish to cooperate with the Meiji family to jointly build and develop, leading the prairie people to a better and more prosperous life. Although the chieftains are no longer present, we want to hire the second young master of the Meiji family, that is you, as the highest official of this prairie. We will also send generals with soldiers to help you defend against enemies. We will also bring scientists to assist the people here in electrifying every household, building roads, establishing schools. In short, everything will benefit the prairie people. The general promised, stating his conditions. It was entirely about having prairie people manage prairie people. Otherwise, suddenly sending a Han person to govern prairie people would be too abrupt. Even if they had powerful military strength, defeating the Meiji family would be easy. However, many deeply rooted concepts among the people here cannot change overnight. Everyone aims to build a harmonious and beautiful East, rather than conflict and contradictions. Moreover, the enemy has just been defeated and their desire for revenge is not dead, with many remnants still present. In many cities, there are enemy spies lurking, waiting for the opportunity. The resources and manpower are all lacking. To sort through all the cities will not be easy and will take several years. At this time, there are not many people available to manage the prairie. Therefore, cooperating with the indigenous people on the prairie is a very good method. Moreover, the second young master of the Meiji family can help his own family. If they were to attack like they did against other chieftains, it would not only cost lives, but it also lacks moral justification. Cooperation. Progress gradually. It is entirely consistent with the purpose. Also, the prairie people live in tents. Only the chieftains and leaders of the villages build houses and fortresses. This kind of backwardness requires some external help to change. Since you have such sincerity, I will also do my best. I am prepared to use half of the Meiji family's silver dollars to establish a trading company registered in accordance with your regulations. A formal one, not just an ordinary caravan. As for the other half of the Meiji family's wealth, I will donate it, so that when building the prairie, we can invest less capital. Furthermore, our Meiji family's personal guard of over 20,000 can also be incorporated by you. I only need to keep 100 guards. In the past, the Meiji family armed themselves out of concern for attacks from chieftains. Later, as the Meiji family grew stronger, the territory of the Han people was also embroiled in conflict, chaotic and unrestful. Now that we cooperate, I also trust you. Depth charge. The second young master is truly wise. The general was taken aback. Initially, they aimed to avoid backlash and resistance. Prepare step by step. First, develop the resources of the prairie people and improve their living conditions. Then gradually weaken and incorporate the guards of the Machi family. Unexpectedly, Bai Xiaofan directly threw it out. Of course, even if thrown out for a time, these guards still held off for the second young master of the Machi family. They can be mobilized at any time. This is quite normal. After all, they were all personally trained by the second young master. However, after incorporation, mixing with Han soldiers, intermarriage, over time, they will become indistinguishable. Sooner or later, they will be subdued. Such is the approach of soft persuasion. It is far better than a hard suppression. Forceful suppression. The guards of the Machi family would rebel. It would be a disaster. The trouble would be immense. Great. The second young master understands the greater good. I will report to my superiors immediately, looking forward to our cooperation. The general revealed a smile. Waiting for your news, Bai Xiaofan smiled. Such a cooperation plan is beneficial for both sides. Moreover, Bai Xiaofan made quite a few concessions. There is no reason for it to be unapproved. Even many Han generals who defected could be incorporated and assigned positions, so naturally Bai Xiaofan could as well. However, it is about governing the prairie people with the identity of a prairie person. Bai Xiaofan's official position is just relatively high. But this is also because Bai Xiaofan has always been on their side, starting from Yuzucheng to later assisting in transporting supplies. He has made significant contributions. In terms of merit and reward, he should also hold the highest position in the prairie region. Pleasant cooperation. A few days later, the general and Bai Xiaofan shook hands, both sides very satisfied. Very soon someone will bring the second young master's appointment letter. We will also send soldiers, technical personnel, and scientists to help the prairie people measure the soil, bring seeds, and plant higher yield crops. In addition, we will also bring a large number of construction workers, including our soldiers, who can assist the prairie people when there is nothing else to do. Building houses, paving roads, constructing small towns. As for the town's managers, one person will be appointed by the second young master, and the other will be from our side. Mutual supervision, cooperation with each other, gradually adjusting. Second young master, what do you think? The general said. Very good, everyone is working for the cause. As for abandoning tents and building houses, I will have the leaders do the ideological work on this. Some elders have deeply rooted ideas. Your people should do this ideological work, letting them move out of tents and build houses. They find it hard to accept. Not used to it, Bai Xiaofan said lightly. I have also considered this point. Therefore, we must first unify our thoughts before implementation, otherwise it will be difficult for either of us to achieve anything. The general chuckled. This is also the reason why Bai Xiaofan is in charge. When Bai Xiaofan speaks, the prairie people listen. If it's their people, they have to visit each household and each village to do ideological work and mobilize. The effect is still difficult to say. It would certainly waste a lot of time and resources, causing quite a bit of trouble. The money donated by our Machi family will arrive soon, but for construction, building houses, and repairing roads, the prairie has no building materials. Don't worry, we will transport materials from other cities by truck. We also need to set up power lines and connect telephones on the prairie. The general had long anticipated this. Many things are easy to say. However, when it comes to actual execution, the difficulties are substantial. But the Easterners have never feared difficulties. The enemies have been defeated. Development and construction will not be difficult for us, right? Then I shall wait and see, Bai Xiaofan said, quite satisfied. In the blink of an eye 10 days passed. Young master. The Ma Chi chieftain has brought back the eldest young master. The steward suddenly rushed in. Good. Bai Xiaofan nodded. When he went to see the eldest young master appeared rather downcast. It is human nature. However, with the Ma Chi chieftain watching, he could not stir up much trouble. Good, my second young master, you have received your appointment. Indeed, your grandfather's grandfather was appointed as a fifth-rank chieftain by the emperor of the Qing dynasty. Now, although you are not the Ma Chi chieftain, you have also received your appointment. There might not be anything wrong with this. But do you really have to spend all your family wealth? The Ma Chi chieftain was basically in agreement with the issue of surrender. He merely expressed reluctance at Bai Xiaofan's need to donate so much silver. Father, what use is so much money? Can we eat it all and spend it all? Bai Xiaofan expressed that it didn't matter. Your second young master has plenty of money. Well, then you decide for yourself. The Ma Chi chieftain decided not to interfere. Out of sight, out of mind. People of the Ma Chi territory. Your second young master, I, the second young master of the Ma Chi family, have decided to accept the court's surrender to give all the land to everyone. To take out the wealth accumulated by the Ma Chi family over the years, as well as the wealth invested by the court to repair schools and build houses on this prairie. To pave roads. To provide electricity. From now on, you will not be treated as inferior. As long as you abide by the law, no one can arbitrarily decide your life and death. Those who once bullied you will no longer be above you. If anyone dares to bully you again, the inspection team, formed by the Ma Chi family, and the court soldiers will capture them and punish them severely. No more chieftains, no more leaders, and certainly no more masters and servants. You need not kneel or be afraid of anyone you encounter. Here we will also build small towns, and all the small towns combined will form a city. And I, the second young master of the Ma Chi family, shall be the new head of this city. I am not a master. I will work with all the town managers to seek a better life for you. This is my decision. Please support me. On the day the appointment letter was received, Bai Xiaofan summoned the leaders from all the villages, not only from the Ma Chi territory, but also from the leaders of other chieftain territories. These are the representatives of the prairie people, he announced loudly. The general stood beside him smiling. Bai Xiaofan finished his speech. He also spoke, stating that the arrival of the Han people and cooperation with the Ma Chi family was not a command to both sides are equal, and those of us are here to help the prairie people. To build a better homeland. Second young master cheers. Celebration. Bonfire party. To follow local customs. The Han soldiers also joined in. There were no conflicts, no battles. Everyone sang and danced together. Then work should commence immediately. After discussion, opinions quickly reached a consensus. Using Bai Xiaofan's northern border fortress as the office location, it will also be the connection point between the prairie towns and other Han cities in the future. It will be the core hub. With Bai Xiaofan, the Han general, and the literati sent by the court at the core, a leadership structure was formed. Scientists and construction workers gradually arrived. A special department was established to divide the land. Each side would send a trusted person to establish a household department. The household department not only manages land division, but also handles finances. All projects, all income and expenditures must be approved and stamped by the financial officers from both sides. Only then can they be executed. This is also mutual supervision. The silver donated by Bai Xiaofan and the silver from the court have also been provided. As for the general, he will stay behind. Handling the incorporation of the Ma Chi family, guards, the prairie guards, and Han soldiers need to merge into one, which will take considerable time to adjust. This is an indispensable process. To develop, there will be difficulties. We cannot stop development because of difficulties. Therefore, these challenges must be overcome. Bai Xiaofan also had his Ma Chi family members and prairie people learn the knowledge of the Han people, who everything learned will belong to them. The work is immense, but full of vitality. Everything is developing in a positive direction. Each side contributed a portion of people to form an inspection team. To manage public security. How did things turn out like this? Tana was quite surprised. She is no longer a master. However, due to her relationship with Bai Xiaofan, she is also respected. Not only the prairie people, but also the Han people respect her equally. All of this is due to her husband. I should be content, right? Mother, she cried tears of joy. These days she was anxious, fearing that a war might break out. Fortunately, it did not. Her second young master stood before everyone and resolved the issues. With the establishment of various departments, a prototype of the city formed by the prairie people and the Han people centered around Bai Xiaofan emerged. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Small towns were built on the prairie. Surrounded by the towns, the fortress became the office location for Bai Xiaofan and others. The mutual discomfort between both sides gradually calmed down through adjustment and ideological work. In the towns, the roads interconnected. The prairie specialties could be transported by vehicle and sold in Han territory. Fruits and corn from Han territory would also be delivered to the prairie. How is the eldest young master doing in the inspection hall? During work breaks, Bai Xiaofan conversed with the increasingly aged Machi chieftain and the Han ladies, inquiring about the eldest young master. That kid still has a bad temper, shouting at everyone. However, with my warning, as long as I am alive, he will not dare to act recklessly. He wouldn't dare to act heedlessly under your banner either. The Machi chieftain had a long white beard. Eldest brother should also find a woman to marry if father should help him arrange it. Once he has a wife, his character may change. Bai Xiaofan suggested. That's a good idea. Tomorrow I will ask. The eldest young master is already in his 40s and still hasn't married. As for you, my second young master, you are married, but Tana has no children, which truly worries both me and your mother. The Machi chieftain continued to chatter. Children. They will come eventually, Bai Xiaofan hurriedly replied. It is best this way. Oh, I do not wish for the Machi family to end with you and your brother losing the line of succession. Yes, Bai Xiaofan responded. Later, under the arrangement of the old Machi, the eldest young master married a Han girl. She was a female soldier and also a captain. The eldest young master is now in the inspection team. The two were said to have fallen in love freely. The open-minded Machi chieftain naturally would not oppose. After all, he himself married a Han lady. Tana, this shrewd woman, was also given a job by Bai Xiaofan. Of course, it was not through backdoor means. It was after studying, following an examination. Zhuoma. She is Bai Xiaofan's secretary. The steward is now responsible for the Machi family's trading company, and Caravan the actual manager. Master Huang has retired to his hometown. Sualangzalang. Xiaowei. He is Bai Xiaofan's personal guard captain, leading soldiers to protect Bai Xiaofan. Do you see? The sky is still blue. This is the new world, Bai Xiaofan said faintly while standing in the courtyard assigned to him. Tana gently draped a coat over her husband's shoulders. Yes, the changes are immense. You are a hero. Without you, there would be no current situation. Becoming your wife makes me truly proud. Noble second young master of the Machi family, please accept my admiration. I have truly fallen in love with you. You only realize this now, it truly saddens me, Bai Xiaofan laughed. Tana, last month La Shuaba passed away, though I attended his funeral. Also present was your father, old Machi. Over the years as neighbors, they have become old friends. It was evident that father was quite saddened. How did I not know? Bai Xiaofan was astonished. At that time you were in the Han city for an inspection and exchanging experiences, so you were not here, and thus were not informed. Tana was understanding. So that was it. Bai Xiaofan's side. Life and death are very common. La Shueba lived in the Grand Era. He also enjoyed blessings. There is no need for regret. La Shueba passed away very peacefully. Tana seemed to see Bai Xiaofan's thoughts. You and I, as witnesses, participants, and even direct creators of this Grand Era, should feel honored. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Tana hummed in agreement. The Machi family is no longer a chieftain, having lost their lofty status, yet we have embraced a new identity to attain rebirth. As leaders and creators of a great era, we bring happiness to more citizens, guiding them towards a prosperous life. Is that not wonderful? Now beneath this grassland, every household is settled in their own homes with electric lights and abundant provisions. There is no need for humble kneeling, no subservience or flattery remains. Even you, Miss Tana, the beautiful daughter of the Rongong family, have your own career, overseeing a department working for the welfare of the citizens. Rather than being a chieftain's wife kept in a fortress, devising ways to please your husband every day. Isn't that meaningful? Bai Xiaofan brushed through Tana's flowing hair as she leaned close, just like in her youth, almost like petting a cat. Yes. The clever second young master of the Machi family, Tana replied. Am I wrong? Bai Xiaofan asked. Tana said, I completely agree with the second young master's viewpoint. Of life now is better and more meaningful than before. No one kneels before me, yet their respect for me comes from the heart. I am also very happy. Thank you, my husband, the most intelligent second young master of the Machi family, for bringing these changes to this grassland. You have also brought vibrant colors to my monotonous life. Everyone should thank you. Without me, the tide of history would not stop. You and I are merely pawns, witnesses, and participants of the era's changes. Even without us, this day would eventually come just a little later, Bai Xiaofan said with a smile, fully aware of his own standing. As a task-bearer, he had the golden touch. Coupled with the memories of a prophet, he had indeed done some things, but these were not the decisive factors. His small actions merely accelerated the pace of the era. Perhaps in this grassland region his influence was significant. However, in the entire Eastern nation, he was but a drop in the ocean, not yet powerful enough to change the world. Alone, he was ultimately limited. Thus, upon receiving the task, he positioned himself primarily around the mission, ensuring his own survival as well as that of his family. To make up for regrets. On this basis, he aimed to do some right things to hasten the arrival of prosperity and add a little fuel to the fire. This was his thinking, and this is how he acted. No matter what the current situation of the grassland is due to your contributions, Tana insisted. I merely lit the torch. This is the result of everyone's collective efforts, Bai Xiaofan chuckled. Tana responded. She did not refute. Pressing her abdomen, a smile crossed her face. I have good news to tell you. You are. Bai Xiaofan guessed. Tana fell silent. How did you know? Must you be so clever? I saw the diagnosis from your hospital visit. It was secretly told by Zhuoma. Bai Xiaofan replied. Tana retorted, that little girl. Truly a traitor. For these years she acted as if she were my close friend, obedient to me. Yet in reality she stood on your side. The esteemed daughter of the Rongong family, Miss Tana Zhuoma, was originally my person. You have long been aware of this, haven't you? Bai Xiaofan said with a hint of pride. The maid Zhuoma is now a secretary quite close to Bai Xiaofan. Tana, despite some dissatisfaction, did not dare to go against Bai Xiaofan. With him on one side and her on the other, this is the blessing of many. This is the norm in a chieftain's family in the grassland. Later, even when the Han people brought new concepts and regulations, Tana could only turn a blind eye. Jealousy, bitterness, rage, unable to withstand the layers of glory surrounding Bai Xiaofan. Her husband, even though not a chieftain anymore, had not fallen. Instead, he stood taller, having received the appointment from the Han court. Now he managed all the lands once belonging to 18 chieftains. A vast grassland. The citizens beneath the grassland are all under his governance. The steward, following his orders, opened a trading company, and the wealth spent has long been multiplied in returns. Now, although that wealth is under the steward's name, who doesn't know that the steward is a member of the Maki family, the wise second young master of the Maki family, adapting to the times, wealthier than before, with greater power? Tana could not afford to lose such a husband. Reluctantly, she had to acknowledge Zhuoma's position. Later, without a master, the differences in status between servant and master faded, and the two gradually became good sisters. As for jealousy, that existed too, but it was merely small disputes. All right, don't be angry. You are now with child. Excessive anger is harmful, and it injures not just yourself. Bai Xiaofan comforted. Tana turned her head away. The baby is not happy. Feeling aggrieved, Bai Xiaofan felt a bit of a headache, wishing he had feigned ignorance and given her a surprised expression instead. Regret is too late. All right. My second young master, you and Tana finally have a child. The Maki family has an heir. Old Maki instantly regained his vigor, saying, I can now see the eldest son get married and see the second son rise to prominence. I can even see my grandson and become a grandfather. Did you hear that, my lady? Old Maki is about to become a grandfather. You will also be a grandmother. Old Maki was excitedly chattering upon hearing the news, dancing with joy, just like in the old days, unable to shed his exaggerated laughter. Especially entertaining. His words were humorous. All right, stop shaking, you old bones. If you shake too much and fall apart, I won't take care of you. At that time, do not expect to hold your grandson. His Han wife slapped him a few times. No way, do you really think I've aged? Old Maki can still hold his grandson. Old Maki laughed heartily. The chieftain's wife waved her hand in disdain, pulling Tana away to whisper. Pregnancy. There are many things to pay attention to. Properly instructing her. Mother, I will listen to you, Tana responded obediently. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan calmed down the Maki chieftain and returned to work. He now had even more responsibilities. Amidst the tremendous workload, he was also growing, learning things that belonged to him, including how to manage people, resolve issues, and balance various parties, rallying people's hearts and such. In the future, I do not know what kind of bizarre world I will enter, so learning more is necessary. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. Now, aside from work, the most important thing was learning. Walking the world. Skills do not weigh down. Perhaps in the future some world will require them. Host, as of now the task has nearly been completed. You still have several decades of lifespan. In these decades you must make good use of your time, not only to learn knowledge and skills, but also to collect jade stones to increase your spatial area. Before your body dies, and you leave this small world, you should exchange for some gold and silver jewelry for emergencies. No one knows what identity and circumstances you will face in the next world. The more prepared you are, the less you have to fear. The system prompted. I understand. There are still many items collected from the first two worlds, and with the antiques and paintings I've stored, it has almost formed a treasure trove. Moreover, I had stolen the enemy's weapons, and there is a batch stored in the space that I do not intend to take out. I feel that tangible wealth is secondary. Before leaving, I should collect more books. Books. They are the crystallization of wisdom from generations. Decades pass swiftly, and I cannot learn everything. I can store them in the space to take to the next world for careful study. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. That makes sense, you decide for yourself. The system responded. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. The aura around him had grown increasingly rich over the years. His problem-solving had also become more comprehensive. With experience from the first two task worlds, he had essentially passed the novice stage, making ordinary tasks increasingly effortless. He was much more composed. Time swiftly passed. Spring gave way to autumn. 10 months of pregnancy. Tana gave birth to a boy. Old Maki finally held his grandson, jumping with excitement, incoherently chattering away, while Bai Xiaofan lazily listened. Such a harmonious and beautiful life. No regrets. Family, wife, and children are all present. The entruster should be satisfied, right? The original master asked me to thank you, saying you did well. The system spoke. That's good, Bai Xiaofan nodded. Thus life once again returned to tranquility. Day after day, the march of time bore a profound sense of history. Bai Xiaofan remained rooted in the grassland, leading the people of the grassland to keep pace with the times. Years later, all villages were integrated to form a distinctive small town. Dozens of small towns formed a city. Later on, televisions entered every household. Every family had a telephone. The second young master of the Maki family, your best friend, has come to see you. At 40 years old, in the prime of life, an old friend, adhering to their promise from years ago, stepped onto the grassland to visit Bai Xiaofan. You? It has been 10 years since you, who only existed in letters and phone calls, finally came. On behalf of the people of the grassland, I welcome you, my friend, Bai Xiaofan exclaimed in surprise. Yu Ziqing was here to visit him. Back then he had said he would come to the grassland as a guest, but something had held him back until 10 years later when he finally arrived. Yu Ziqing had worked hard. Now his achievements were commendable as well. I have long wanted to come, but I was too busy. Yu Ziqing smiled. It's good that you are here. Come, let's eat something, Bai Xiaofan warmly invited. Eating lamb, drinking milk, savoring the unique beauty of the grassland. You have built this place quite well, Yu Ziqing sincerely praised. In recent years it has only gotten better. Back in the days of chieftains it was not like this. Although the sky was blue, there were no cars, no telephones, no lights, no schools, and no roads. Now there is everything. Everything is complete. Bai Xiaofan laughed, personally acting as a guide. Yu Ziqing, such a lovely person, deserved respect. He was willing to put down his own matters to entertain him. Moreover, he did not believe that Yu Ziqing was merely here to visit. Sure enough, after 2 days of sightseeing, Yu Ziqing spoke, frankly saying, I heard from your uncle that there is a manganese mine in the Maki family's territory, which contains a considerable amount of manganese ore. Your uncle is a knowledgeable person. He studied mining in England, so I believe he wouldn't be mistaken. He said that these ores were previously useless due to the lack of opportunity and conditions for mining, but now it is different. The East needs more resources. The ores can now be mined. He actually came for the manganese mine in the Maki territory. This was mentioned in the plot. The territory of Chieftain Maki is located not far from the official village, where there is a massive mine, yet the grassland people do not recognize such treasures. It was an outsider who discovered the precious stones. When leaving, he managed to carry away 2 large baskets by himself. Later, when the uncle returned, the original master asked, Is it a treasure, right? Yes. He discovered our manganese, or as the uncle said. What use is that? The original master asked. It is not needed now and no one can mine it, but it will play its due role in the future. Its value is immense. The stones from that mountain are more precious than silver. The clever second young master, you will understand this in the future, the uncle had said. Bai Xiaofan remembered this. I have some impression, I will take you to see it tomorrow. All right, Yu Ziqing responded. That afternoon the two went to the mountain. Not far away, the official village of Chieftain Maki has now been transformed into a museum storing some ancient items of significant meaning. Every year people come to visit. Some citizens also come to check it out regularly. That's the mountain, and there is. Those distant mountain ranges are all composed of that kind of stone, Bai Xiaofan said, pointing toward the horizon. You 3 go and take a look. Yu Ziqing waved his hand. The specialists he had brought hurried over, unpacked their instruments, and began testing. The devices emitted a steady beeping. After hours of work, by dusk a tall, lean, middle-aged man rushed over in excitement and cried, Mr. Yu, it's manganese, or whole stretches of those ranges are the same. There is abundant manganese underground, he said. Very well, I'll report this at once. Yu Ziqing announced the news. The mine did not belong to any private individual. It was the property of the imperial authorities. Soon, Bai Xiaofan's side received orders. Technical personnel and mining experts would be dispatched from other cities to the grassland. Bai Xiaofan's assignment was to construct a factory beside the Maki Tusi official stronghold, recruit workers, and carry out extraction and surveying. There could be no mistakes. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed, Bai Xiaofan replied. A meeting was convened to announce the discovery of the manganese range and to relay the imperial decree. Several departments swung into full operation, building the factory and dormitories, recruiting labor, dispatching troops to guard the mine. One order after another was issued and executed. Half a year later, preparations were complete. Technicians and mining professionals had arrived. Many workers had been recruited and trained. With paperwork in order and reliable people appointed to oversee the work, the mining plant was established. This was not merely resource extraction. Such a vast factory would sustain 8,000 workers and a host of technicians. The factory would swiftly stimulate the local economy, allowing the grassland city to become one of the first places to achieve rapid economic takeoff. This achievement would be a prominent entry on Bai Xiaofan and his colleagues' records. Thus, on the ribbon-cutting day, Bai Xiaofan, Yu Ziqing, and others attended and delivered speeches. Yu Ziqing was unexpectedly appointed the inaugural factory director. The mine was state-owned. Yu held a high rank and received generous compensation. Welcome you, my good friend. From now on we will be colleagues as well, ha ha ha, Bai Xiaofan laughed. We are in the same boat, Yu Ziqing replied. Hope shone in both their eyes. The framework was set. Yu Ziqing would arrange the remaining work. Manganese was extracted and hauled away truck by truck to places that needed it, bringing substantial change to the eastern state. As a result, the grassland city received increased attention. 10 years on, it became one of the fastest growing cities. In the blink of 20 years, time passed. In the 21st century, launching entered the information age. Over the years, the grassland city, through attracting investment, drew enterprises and merchants of all sizes and achieved an economic leap. A few years later, as Bai Xiaofan, Yu Ziqing, and their peers retired to their twilight years, the city had grown into a metropolis second only to Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, highly developed and thoroughly modern. Skyscrapers rose in abundance, malls stood one after another, prestigious universities attracted young students from across the country and even the world to come and strive here. Talents abounded. At the same time, some ancient places retained the old grassland character. For example, the northern border fortress. The Maki Tusi official stronghold became a piece of history, a protected building. Tourists came to the grassland to visit it, eager to learn the customs and culture of the grassland people. Old Maki had long since passed away. His life had been extraordinary. He had seen the Maki family flourish under the stewardship of the second young master. When the eldest young master later had a grandson, old Maki's life felt complete. Second young master. You are the cleverest child of the Maki family, 100 times better than your reckless elder brother, people said. They praised him. Your brave and wise father cannot compare to you. Your strategic vision and the magnanimity that rises above the Tusi have brought you your achievements. Such things the Maki clan had not achieved for generations. Father is proud of you. Old Maki died at the age of 86. He passed suddenly. Bai Xiaofan stood in for the original and attended the funeral. A few months later, old Maki's Han wife also departed this world. Bai Xiaofan likewise conducted her funeral in the grassland manner. An uncle died a few years later. In short, they all passed peacefully. There was a faint hum. The original had no regrets and seemed content. Zhuoma never married. When Bai Xiaofan was still in office, she had been his secretary. When he retired, she too retired. She died before Bai Xiaofan. After Zhuoma came Tana. The children grew up and found their own paths. Bai Xiaofan grew old. Yet his spirit remained hale. After all, this body had cultivated Jin Zhongzhao and Tai Busan, the golden bell shield and the iron cloth armor. He was over 90 years old. Leaning on a cane, Bai Xiaofan could still move with surprising swiftness. He kept studying, living to learn. Despite his children's worries, he moved back into the old fortress to devote himself to study. Sometimes he would pose for photos with visiting young people. Hello everyone. I'm standing now at the old Maki Tusi territory, the northern border fortress, a young streamer announced. The legendary life of the Maki family's second young master began here. Even now, this 90-year-old still lives here and continues to study, she said. Hold on, I'm going to visit this old man. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can take a photo with him. I've heard many important people begged for such a chance and could not get it, the streamer gushed. She added that many such visitors the old man would not receive. In the afternoon, the staff saw off a group of tourists. A pretty young girl arrived, bright and cheerful. She chatted away on her live stream. Bai Xiaofan stepped out of his cottage, saw the scene, and was not surprised. Grandpa, I'll help you, she called. Her eyes lit, and she ran over with courage. Bai Xiaofan steadied himself with one hand on his cane, while the girl supported his other arm. Young lady, do you have many followers? Bai Xiaofan asked with a smile. Grandpa, you know what I'm doing, the girl replied, surprised. She stared at him blankly. Streaming, nothing special. Your grandpa even plays games. One of your favorite online games called Xinyu Ji Wang, Bai Xiaofan said slowly. For a long moment, the girl and the viewers were silent. Then the girl said, Grandpa, you really keep up with the times. It is the result of learning. Bai Xiaofan smiled, not without pride, with a faint swagger. The chat overflowed with praise. Some comments read, Grandpa is amazing, he knows everything. Please streamer play with him, we want to see the streamer get crushed by Grandpa. Are you crazy? If she loses and something happens, what then? Streamer, don't listen to that comment, he's trying to get you into trouble, others warned. Streamer, some mischief makers always try to harm me, another joked. No, the old man has seen it all. He comes from the Tusi era, he is one of the founders of the grassland city. A mere game is nothing to him. The chat burst with agreement. The live stream contained every kind of comment. Enthusiasm surged. "Grandpa, may I play with you?" the girl asked timidly at the fans' urging. "No problem. Nobody was available to play with me," Bai Xiaofan said with a glint in his eye. Then the old man and the young girl began the game. The match was streamed live. Viewers marveled at his moves. Some teased that the streamer was being utterly routed in just a few rounds. Indeed, the seasoned hand proved sharper. A generous viewer boasted, "I'm a big spender, gifting the streamer 2 volcanoes." VIPs appeared, the chat worshipped, and sent virtual gifts in a frenzy. Instantly, the stream grew livelier. Bai Xiaofan demonstrated by skill that a grandfather is still a grandfather, formidable and undeniable. In the end, the girl slumped crestfallen. She looked pitiful, her expression begging for comfort. "I'm so sad, please encourage me." A torrent of virtual gifts and props followed. "Grandpa." After lunch, the girl requested, "Grandpa, could you tell us your legendary story?" Bai Xiaofan did not refuse. His eyes shone as he recalled those turbulent years. In a weathered voice he began, "In a myth about our world's origin, a divine being uttered a single breath. At that sound the void came into being. The being breathed again upon the void, and water, fire, and dust formed. Once more the being breathed, and the miraculous wind set the world spinning in the void. 50-odd years ago my father governed this place as its master, a Tusi overseeing 360 li east to west, 410 li north to south, more than 300 strongholds, and over 2,000 households. He was the highest ruler of these lands. Beneath the Tusi were the headmen, beneath them the common people, and below them the household servants. Elsewhere there were 17 other Tusi, but my father differed. He had inherited the 5th rank official seal granted by the Qing, and was the sole Tusi appointed by the Republic. This made the neighboring Tusi hold my father in deep esteem. Yet there was one, Tusi Wang Bo, who refused to regard him with respect, Bai Xiaofan recounted. Not only did the young streamer fall silent, even the live stream viewers listened raptly. Increasing numbers of tourists were drawn and spellbound by the tale. "Host, you are indeed speaking aloud what the original wanted to say before dying, huh? By changing his life, we have forged a true legend," the system murmured. The system's voice sounded in his ear. Bai Xiaofan did not respond. He was used to it. The system would speak to him from time to time. He resumed his tale. The story was long and full of twists, told in old Maki's grand, humorous grassland manner, utterly captivating. Visitors and netizens recorded the storytelling. Opportunities to hear Bai Xiaofan speak like this again would be rare. The video spread online and ignited lively debate. It seemed the whole world was drawn in. "Streamer, you're famous now, say something," some urged. "Don't interrupt. Let the story continue," others pleaded. Before long, Bai Xiaofan's story went viral, appeared in the news, and was carried by major media outlets. Netizens discussed it passionately, and forums sprang up. Scholars used the tale as material to analyze the customs of the grassland people from 50 years earlier and the events of that time. Eventually, a well-known author inspired by the video and legend conducted extensive research, visiting the grassland city, interviewing elders, and gathering materials. He adapted the material into a novel titled Chun Ai Luoding. Later, a director selected the novel, organized a crew, and produced a television series. In short, the legend would not be forgotten, but remembered by those who came after. That, however, is for later. Having finished the story, Bai Xiaofan grew tired, and the visitors reluctantly dispersed. Bai Xiaofan ate his dinner and then rested. "Host, you have 8 hours of life remaining. Would you like to call your children?" the system asked. The system prompted him. "All right," Bai Xiaofan said faintly with effort. "Very well, I'll make the call," the system replied. The system took control of Bai Xiaofan's phone and summoned the Maki family's descendants, sons who had risen in the world and grandchildren born to them. In short, the whole family came, a house filled with descendants. Father, Grandpa. Amid their sorrow, he suddenly passed away. Thus the legend came to an end. My head hurts so much and I smell of alcohol. How much did the original owner drink? In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaofan awoke from a soft couch. The surroundings were adorned, lavishly imbued with an ancient charm. It was a wealthy household from ancient times. "Your Highness, you are awake." Suddenly a delicate voice rang in his ears. Looking up, he saw a rather delicate-looking girl in a long green dress, her demeanor elegant and proper, like a lady stepping out from a painting. She looked at him with both respect and timidity. "Your Highness." The identity of the original owner was still quite remarkable. However, his fate could not be good. Otherwise, Bai Xiaofan would not have arrived. "You may leave now. I want to sleep a little longer," Bai Xiaofan instructed. "Yes," the maid responded. She obediently exited, leaving space for Bai Xiaofan. "Receiving the plot," Bai Xiaofan said. "System plot transmission in progress. Transmission complete." His head buzzed. In an instant, an immense stream of information exploded in his mind, causing Bai Xiaofan's vision to blur, nearly making him cry out. Fortunately, he forcibly held it back. With such an abundance of information, it seemed this world was not simple. Gradually, he digested it. Half an hour later. This is too exaggerated. Even though it's a system, why can theirs unlock golden fingers to such an extent? System, I suspect you are a fake system. Bai Xiaofan understood the cause and effect. First, he would trouble his own system. System, I can't hear you, I can't hear you. Stop playing dead. Bai Xiaofan exclaimed angrily, nearly laughing in frustration. Host, the Time-Space Management Bureau's golden finger was lost outside and my energy is low, making it impossible to open the shop, so the assistance you receive is limited. This system is merely a basic one. If we seize it and devour it, the benefits would be plentiful, the system weakly stated. It is becoming increasingly human-like. It even seeks sympathy. Does he also have a golden finger? He won't discover my identity, will he? Bai Xiaofan worried. System, no, I am the primordial intelligence born with the universe, and other systems and various golden fingers were all generated by me. Although my energy is limited, as long as I encounter it, I can suppress it by level. A mere basic system, he should fear it. He said proudly. It would be best if it were so, Bai Xiaofan replied calmly. Host, you only need to complete the tasks of the client. You do not need to worry about anything else. The client can only be considered a pawn in the protagonist's path, not even a stumbling block. That is true, Bai Xiaofan nodded. The original owner was the crown prince of the Southern Song dynasty. However, he had not been treated well and was not nurtured as a prince throughout his life due to his father's favoritism towards concubines over his wife. The Grand Emperor was completely enchanted by the imperial concubine, following her every command. The original owner's mother was killed in palace intrigue when he was 8 years old. At that time, the imperial concubine's son was only 3 years old, a mere toddler, who naturally could not replace the crown prince. Thus, the original owner was not deposed. However, everyone was aware of the original owner's precarious status. Moreover, with the original owner blocking disasters in front, the imperial concubine's son would be safer, avoiding jealousy. Secretly, the imperial concubine hired the best tutor to educate her son. The emperor tacitly approved, clearly preparing him as the heir. The original owner, despite having the title of crown prince, lived poorly without support from his maternal family, and the emperor did not value him. As a child in the palace, he was often bullied by the imperial concubine's subordinates, frequently punished, and living in fear, developing a submissive character. Furthermore, the tutor did not sincerely teach him the principles of governance, and the original owner understood that he was merely a placeholder for someone else. He was unwilling. What else could he do? With little power, his words held no weight. When he was young, his father, the emperor, was still in full control, leaving the original owner with no opportunity. Finally, as he grew up, the original owner was not foolish. He planned for the future and sought to resist the Great Yuan Empire. At that time, the Great Yuan Empire had an iron cavalry of 300,000 pressing towards Xiangyang city. If Xiangyang fell, the Southern Song would be in danger. The emperor saw the crown prince growing up and became increasingly obstructive. He did not believe the crown prince could achieve anything and agreed directly. It was perfect. When he lost, all the blame would fall on him. However, the original owner did not know what happened. He unexpectedly received the assistance of many martial artists, holding Xiangyang against all odds. They held the city. Additionally, due to internal issues within the Great Yuan Empire, they temporarily retreated. The original owner not only survived, but also gained a certain level of renown. This made the imperial concubine unable to tolerate it. Originally planning to wait a year or two before taking action, since the original owner was seeking death, she would not hold back. Thus, she conspired with the emperor to set a poison trap. After returning to the capital, they designed a scheme to frame the crown prince for treason and plotting to usurp the throne. The original owner could not fathom how the emperor's jade seal and military tokens appeared in his study. Moreover, that day happened to be when the emperor betrothed him. The betrothed was the imperial concubine's niece, with a grand banquet attended by civil and military officials. Then the study caught fire. During the rescue, the emperor's guards accidentally discovered the jade seal and military tokens hidden in the crown prince's study. There was no way to argue. In truth, everyone understood that the original owner, as an incapable crown prince, had no power to rebel. Only a fool would act in such a manner at that time. It was evidently the imperial concubine and the emperor who acted, yet no one spoke up for the original owner. After all, he had no real power. The reason he managed to hold Xiangyang was entirely due to the help of martial artists, not from his own abilities. The original owner went to the front lines merely to gain some good fame. As for anything else, there was none. The crown prince's treason is an act of utmost rebellion, intolerable in the world. His title will be stripped, and he shall be reduced to a commoner, punished to guard the imperial tombs with no mistakes allowed. Without my decree, he shall never leave. The imperial family is heartless. This emperor father did not even give the original owner a chance to explain, exiling him to the imperial tombs. Thus, the original owner spent many years in the imperial tombs. If it were just that, it would be fine, as it was merely the rise and fall of royal power, a common occurrence in palace struggles. Who could blame anyone for losing? One could only say that the imperial concubine was more skilled. However, during his time guarding the tomb, the imperial concubine's son, the new crown prince, frequently sent people to trouble the original owner. Leftover food, beating and insulting him became a daily affair. The original owner, a dignified crown prince, lived worse than a servant. Even every so often that prince would bring a beautiful woman, an extraordinarily beautiful one, to humiliate the original owner. Furthermore, using words only the two of them could hear, he would tell the original owner, "Do you see? The charming Huang Rong, one of the 5 heroes of the Southern Song, daughter of the East, evil Huang Yaoshi, is exceptionally clever and cute. You met her when she was guarding Xiangyang. She is currently my woman. Her father is a grandmaster with formidable martial arts. Her teacher Hong Qigong, the leader of the beggars sect, commands thousands of disciples. She has also found the Wumu legacy. After reading the entire text, her father, daughter, and teacher are all under my command. But do you know that in the last life all of this belonged to you? In this life you are merely a discarded crown prince. These few are princesses sent by the small kingdom of Dali for marriage, daughters of the king of Dali, namely Wang, Yanmu, Wanqing, Zhongling, and Azi. The 4 sisters, each more beautiful than the last, gentle as water. Especially Wang Yuyan, she was the dream goddess of your brother in your past life. Now isn't she obediently kneeling at my feet, serving me with her sisters? Ha ha. Also the Scarlet Snake Fairy from the Northern Song Dynasty, Li Macho. Brother, this time it's the pure and innocent dragon girl. All of them are mine, ha ha ha. It's one thing for them to boast. The key point is that he actually said these women were all related to the original owner in the past life, and that the original owner was still an emperor. This was simply unbearable. If there were no such remarks, the original owner might not have such a strong obsession. However, the other party kept provoking him, coming to find trouble again and again. It was clearly intentional. Humiliated, submissive, miserable, resentful. Various emotions constantly tormented the original owner, making it unbearable for him, being trampled underfoot for a lifetime and bullied at will. More importantly, the other party claimed to have robbed him of everything that belonged to him. The dissatisfaction was profound. The hatred was deeply rooted. It was certain. However, personal grievances were not enough for the original owner to form an obsession and offer his soul in exchange for a chance at revenge. What was even more detestable was that this vile royal brother used imperial power to pursue various beauties. For the sake of one woman, he could become enraged over being insulted by a ruffian from another country, dispatching over 100,000 troops to attack them. The Southern Song dynasty was already on a downward spiral. It could not compare to the empire, yet he still acted recklessly. After such incidents piled up, the surrounding dynasties and empires united, bringing an army to attack the Southern Song dynasty. War broke out, all because of his foolishness, more foolish than the emperor. Later, some ministers, seeing this situation, finally awakened for the survival of the Southern Song dynasty. They boldly moved to promote the original owner, who was already over mid-liege, to the throne. However, the other party did not care at all, disappearing along with his beauties. The mess left behind was entirely the original owner's. The royal family was subjected to execution by the furious major dynasties and empires. The original owner faced dismemberment. After death, the soul saw that royal brother surrounded by various beauties hiding in a canyon, those beauties obeying him. Just like the emperor, who was once bewitched by the imperial concubine. The instigator coldly observed, watching the Southern Song be destroyed, and then countries waged war against each other, with martial artists becoming enemies. A bloody storm, chaos, and war. And the beginning of it all was the Southern Song. The one bearing the blame was not the royal brother, but the original owner, who took the fall. The original owner was the true king of a fallen nation. It was only after the downfall of the Southern Song that the great wars among nations erupted. Later generations condemned him. The original owner could no longer endure such hatred, forming an obsession, and communicated with the system, leading to Bai Xiaofan's arrival. This is probably the essence of the plot. Moreover, this is a world of martial arts. The decline of the Great Song Empire after the death of Yu Fei due to treachery split into the Southern Song dynasty and the Northern Song dynasty. Among the two great dynasties, there are many martial arts masters. The Northern Song's North Shaolin is a beacon, with the leader of the beggars sect Xiaofan and the reclusive master Wu Yizi among other unparalleled masters, and the Tianshan child ant is even more profound. There is even the sweeping monk from Shaolin Temple. As for the Southern Song, the leader of the beggars sect is Hong Qigong. There are also 5 great masters in the martial world, namely the East Evil, the West Poison, the Southern Emperor, and the Northern Beggar. Among them, the Central Divine Master. However, these few masters, except for the deceased Wang Chongyang, are all in the early stages of mastery. Compared to the Northern Songs Wu Yizi, Tianshan child ant, and others, they are relatively weaker. Beyond the two Song dynasties, there is the Great Yuan Empire established by Genghis Khan, ruling over various tribes of the grasslands, having destroyed the Jin and founded the Great Yuan Empire, now in full glory. In the distance lies the Great Ming Empire, the Great Qin Empire to the west, and the Great Han Empire to the north. A world of chaos and war. A cunning hero rises. Ambitious figures abound. The Southern Song was the first to fall, and the original ruler was the king of the fallen nation. According to historical records, with the demise of the Southern Song, chaos ensued across the land. Weapons clash. Spear and halberd are never-ending. In short, the blame for the chaos of the times falls upon the original ruler. Meanwhile, the true culprit enjoys a life of leisure. What a strange set of circumstances. Damn it. Bai Xiaofan was at a loss for words. The system said, "Host, this is a strategy system. Your royal brother Zhao Jie is bound to the system as the tasker. Their purpose is to traverse the myriad realms, conquering beautiful women, especially those with fate, and after conquering them to seize their luck. The original ruler was originally the emperor of the Southern Song. According to the self-regulation of the heavenly Tao in the world of martial arts, with the assistance of some martial artists, the original ruler recognized the suffering of his people, worked hard to improve the state, and prolonged the fortune of the Southern Song for over 200 years. Thus he was considered a son of fortune. Although Zhao Jie was not very interested in ordinary sons of fortune, the original ruler and he were both in the Southern Song and within the imperial court. He was a competitor. Therefore he took action, ruthlessly suppressing the original ruler, seizing his luck, and leading him to a tragic downfall. As for the throne, he didn't care at all. In this realm, he was merely a passerby. After plundering all the luck, those women who were conquered would be discarded by him, their energy absorbed to enhance his own strength. Does he have a method for soul cultivation? Bai Xiaofan frowned and asked, quickly grasping the key point. If there was no method for soul cultivation, then absorbing energy would be of no use. Yes, but it's not very strong yet. He has just acquired divine sense. So host, you need not fear him. As for the system, leave that to me when the time comes. The system continued, once his luck dissipates, and you have struck him hard, I will then take action to devour that system and convert it into our energy. Speaking of which, it feels terrible without energy. I don't want to be a poor sovereign. I understand, Bai Xiaofan replied, continuing to ask, what wish did the original ruler propose? He doesn't want to be a king of a fallen nation and wishes to avoid being cursed by history. Additionally, he seeks to take revenge on Zhao Jie, repaying him in kind. Whatever Zhao Jie desires, he will seize it all, including the throne and women. He wants Zhao Jie to suffer in misery and die unfulfilled. The system stated. Good. Bai Xiaofan nodded. He showed understanding, and it was evident that the original ruler's soul had somewhat turned dark. This was quite normal. Being bullied to such an extent, almost stepping on oneself to rise, combined with all that had transpired afterward, it was only natural to harbor resentment. If it were Bai Xiaofan, he might have turned even darker. Host, what are your plans? The system asked, curiously, wanting to probe a bit. Bai Xiaofan pondered how to deal with Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie, is there any space? Bai Xiaofan asked. The system replied, no. This guy is essentially a playboy from an ancient family who obtained a system and began his journey to conquer beautiful women across realms. However, he himself is a libertine, arrogant, and overbearing, loving to show off. So far, he hasn't experienced modern realms and has no space. How do you know? Bai Xiaofan asked. I used my intelligence brain privileges to find the system's number and reviewed its recent data, the system replied. That's somewhat useful, Bai Xiaofan expressed satisfaction. The system then pressed, but you haven't said how you plan to deal with him. Rest assured, I will definitely make him lose everything, Bai Xiaofan coldly sneered. This task was different from the previous ones. The system's binder was his enemy, a sworn foe. A situation of no death, no peace. Furthermore, given the opponent's despicable nature, Bai Xiaofan would naturally not show mercy. The system is mysterious. At this current moment, the plot has just progressed to the point where the original ruler has returned from Xiangyang, and the imperial concubine and emperor are about to take action. At the celebratory banquet yesterday, the emperor had already issued an edict to betroth the prince, the betrothed woman still being the imperial concubine's niece. Whether for the engagement or the wedding preparations would take a few days, and they would act on that day. This means I still have a few days. Excellent, Bai Xiaofan sneered. Come here, he suddenly called out. Your Highness. A maid entered. Bai Xiaofan said indifferently, change my clothes. This prince is hungry. Yes. The maid has already informed the kitchen to prepare the imperial meal. The maid replied, obediently coming over to assist Bai Xiaofan in getting dressed, then began to serve him food. The food was quite good. After all, the original ruler had just made achievements in Xiangyang, and had some renown, even if it was accidental. At this time the imperial concubine wouldn't skimp on his provisions. Moreover, they had already begun preparing to take action. In any case, the original ruler was about to meet his end, so they weren't in a hurry. The taste is quite good, Bai Xiaofan remarked after finishing a meal. Dismissed, he waved his hand. Yes, the maid takes her leave, she said respectfully, closing the door. With no one around, Bai Xiaofan instantly flashed into the space. This time your identity seems quite good. Is it ancient? Dongfang Bai had become accustomed to Bai Xiaofan, changing his face with each task. Fortunately, every client still looked decent. There were no ugly ones. How could a son of luck be unattractive? Without a bit of luck, one would be dead. What opportunity is there to form obsessions and thus be captured by the system's thoughts? Therefore, Bai Xiaofan's identities across several realms all looked quite handsome. A refined young man. A striking youth. With sword-like brows and starry eyes. The opponent encountered this time is not simple. Little Dongfang, you must lend me your strength. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Can I access space? Dongfang Bai asked excitedly. Yes. This is a comprehensive martial arts world with experts abounding, and imperial conquest is extraordinary. There are quite a few grandmaster-level martial artists and even stronger ones transcending masters. Therefore, we must all be cautious. Good. I had anticipated such a world. Without opponents, how could it work? Only through competition can martial arts advance by leaps and bounds. Dongfang Bai was incredibly excited. For her, being unrivaled in the world was not enough. She sought the path of strength, aiming for martial excellence. Rather than being confined to a single realm, being the best under heaven. By the way, I have one more thing. Little Dongfang, please don't be angry. Bai Xiaofan thought for a moment and then spoke. Gritting his teeth, he knew he had to say it sooner or later. What is it? Dongfang Bai raised an eyebrow. Bai Xiaofan continued, it's like this, the task's client, and quickly recounted this task and the original ruler's demands. Dongfang Bai maintained her composure. Dongfang Bai Xiaofan flattered, is that it? Since it's the task requirement, what else can I say? Moreover, you must be feeling overjoyed inside, Dongfang Bai said with a half smile. She had long been prepared for this, hadn't she? Back in her realm, she had been content with simply belonging to herself. This task is about becoming emperor, little Dongfang. This time I will use this kingdom as a betrothal gift. Would you marry me? Bai Xiaofan coaxed. Not interested, Dongfang Bai replied, proudly turning away. This little one cannot be easily wooed with mere flowery words. Bai Xiaofan, by the way, how long has it been since I left this time? He forcefully changed the topic. A year. Dongfang Bai did not expose him. It seems like each time is basically about a year. Bai Xiaofan wore a serious expression, feeling relieved inside. Having evaded detection. After wandering around in the space, Bai Xiaofan said, let's go, we're heading out. Dongfang Bai responded. Hand in hand, they left the space and stepped into the realm of comprehensive martial arts. The spiritual energy is indeed abundant, but compared to the energy in the space, there is still a gap, not to mention the effects of the spatial spiritual spring water. Unfortunately, reaching the Grandmaster level is not just about having sufficient spiritual energy, it requires comprehension, and one can only have the opportunity for breakthroughs in such a world by contending with strong opponents. Dongfang Bai felt the rich spiritual energy. This should belong to a mid-tier martial arts realm, and due to the integration of many martial arts, it is very close to a high martial world. Perhaps the rules of the small heavenly Tao of this realm are also advancing towards high martial status, which is why various empires and dynasties are emerging with heroes and strong figures abounding. Bai Xiaofan speculated. Perhaps this world will be very exciting. Dongfang Bai looked forward. This is the best realm for you and the Black Commander to break through. The Black Commander was still at the initial stage of the Grandmaster level with no changes whatsoever, just stabilizing his realm. This shows that it is futile to be confined in a single space. In the space, Bai Xiaofan sparred with Dongfang Bai. The Black Commander made no progress while Dongfang Bai remained at the mid-Grandmaster level. His initial breakthrough was still due to binding with the space, leveraging the world of space to gain occasional insights. It could not be that his talent was lacking, it was only an environmental issue. What shall we do next? Dongfang Bai asked. She had no interest in intrigue, she wanted to meet the martial arts masters here. I have the Black Commander here, you can go out and have some fun. Bai Xiaofan smiled, having stayed in the space for many years. He must have been bored stiff. Are you sure there's no problem? Dongfang Bai felt a bit tempted. Of course. The Southern Song dynasty is in decline, and there are hardly any experts in the capital. Moreover, I have the space, and the Black Commander can handle it completely. Bai Xiaofan spoke dismissively. All right. I'm off, I'll come find you in a few days, Dongfang Bai said, using her lightness skill to leap away. She vanished from sight. Next, it's up to you, Black Commander, Bai Xiaofan said coldly. No problem, the Black Commander replied. He was a master-level expert, and in the form of a zombie under Bai Xiaofan's direction, he resolved all the guards of the prince's mansion in a single morning. The prince's mansion had only over 100 guards, most of whom were sent by the emperor along with those of the imperial concubine. There were many spies. The original ruler had no money or power, so he naturally could not support loyal subordinates. This was his dilemma. There was no one to use. When the time comes for the opponent to strike, would he not be helpless? First, let's make the prince's mansion a solid unit. We don't need so many people right now, they have too much combat power. Just let them listen to me, Bai Xiaofan instructed. It's already done, they now obey me and have revealed their masters. The Black Commander said. All right, let's wait for the good show in a few days, Bai Xiaofan said. The imperial concubine and the emperor, aren't they just setting a trap? Then let them lose both the woman and the soldiers. 3 days later, the day of the prince's wedding arrived. The moment of destiny. It came as scheduled. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long, long live. The civil and military officials all knelt down in salute. They treated the original ruler with a hint of indifference. After all, the original ruler was merely a useless prince. Even the imperial concubine's niece. As the nominal princess, she was not very happy either. With her beauty, how could she marry a useless prince? How could she be content? But the imperial edict had already been issued, so she did not dare to resist. Prince, after marriage you are an adult. You must adhere to your duties and not act recklessly, indulging yourself in arrogance and tyranny, the emperor reprimanded with a stern face. I thank Father Emperor, Bai Xiaofan replied, similarly lacking sincerity, and didn't even stand up. After all, the other party did not like him. The emperor made a move. As the emperor noticed this, his expression darkened. The imperial concubine felt a hint of joy. The ministers were at a loss. What's wrong with the prince today? He was not humble or overbearing. In the past, when facing the emperor and the imperial concubine, he was always fearful, rarely speaking complete sentences. Moreover, when the emperor's expression soured, he would immediately kneel to apologize. Today seemed a bit different. Could it be that the prince knew he had no hope? Breaking the pot to smash it. It's possible. Your Highness, why do you speak so to Father Emperor? The imperial concubine's son Zhao Jie was now about 10 years old. Plus, as a tasker, he obviously looked down on the original ruler. He quickly picked a fight. What does the royal brother mean? This isn't an audience, oh why should I kneel? Moreover, the elder brother is greater. Your tone is also quite disrespectful. Bai Xiaofan replied coolly. Zhao Jie's gaze turned venomous. This useless person actually dared to speak sarcastically to him. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have definitely ordered the guards to teach him a lesson. He noted this grudge. His eyes flickering, he stood up and told the emperor that he wanted to go out for a stroll. In reality, he planned how to take revenge on Duan Feng. Zhao Jie was only about 10 years old. Although he had practiced martial arts since childhood, he was still not very powerful. Moreover, conquering a woman would greatly enhance his martial abilities. However, he was only 10 years old now. What woman could he conquer? Thus his martial arts were not impressive. His soul had divine sense, but unfortunately, it was not powerful enough to exert any force. All right, big brother, you should say less. He is your younger brother. As the elder brother, you should allow for him, the emperor scolded. Yes. Bai Xiaofan responded. Then he fell silent. The atmosphere became awkward. The ministers felt uneasy. It was as if the chairs they sat on were prickly, particularly uncomfortable. Amidst the vague atmosphere, some began to speculate that there might be changes today. After all, the imperial concubine was ruthless, and the emperor listened to her. It was impossible to let the prince gain merits and continue to act arrogantly. No one sympathized with Bai Xiaofan. The struggle for imperial power has always been bloody. It was extremely cruel. They had seen much of it. Fire! Fire! Suddenly shouts and commotion came from outside. What's going on? The emperor's expression changed. The imperial concubine secretly rejoiced. I'll go take a look, the prince said, rising with a smile. Let's go together, the emperor said, glaring unhappily. Yes, the civil and military officials replied. Thus they all marched towards the place where smoke was rising. However, upon arriving, they found only smoke and no fire. The emperor's guards had just arrived and had not yet entered. A scream suddenly echoed from inside the room. The emperor instantly knew it was his personal guard, the captain of the guards. He was highly skilled and responsible for the emperor's safety. Many ministers recognized the sound. Go! Bai Xiaofan shouted. The crowd rushed inside. However, the scene inside left everyone astonished, followed by being dumbfounded. The emperor's personal guard, the captain of the guards. What was he doing in the prince's study? And he was injured. Recently, there have been mice in the prince's mansion and wild cats have also visited, so I ordered people to place traps around the study. Captain Yang, why are you in my study? Bai Xiaofan suddenly asked. And what are you holding in your hand? With a glance, a subordinate beside the black commander directly approached, snatched the box from the captain's hands. Thud! It opened. Before everyone's eyes, 2 items fell out. Officials in civil and military positions trembled. The 2 items dropped from the wooden box, stabbed their eyes painfully. The imperial seal, the military talisman. To think it would be these 2 items. Lord Yang, the trusted guard captain of the emperor, placed such things in the crown prince's study on the day of the crown prince's wedding. Then deliberately setting a fire to attract everyone's attention. What was the intention behind this? Need I say more? Father and son brothers turned against each other. The emperor and the favored concubine are too impatient, aren't they? Moreover, they were caught on the spot. A beast trap. What the hell? Who has a beast trap that large in their study? What kind of giant rat or wild cat could there possibly be? The Crown Prince had long been on guard. However, this situation seemed to have him cornered. Crown Prince, the Emperor's face darkened. The favored concubine glared fiercely at Bai Xiaofan, urgently contemplating how to respond, yet they never imagined they would fail. Failure would have been one thing, but to be caught on the spot. Racking their brains, they still couldn't come up with an excuse. After all, the civil and military officials aren't fools. How could they not understand that it was they who were attempting to frame the Crown Prince? If this got out, a foolish ruler, a seductive concubine, the infamy of bringing disaster to the nation cannot be shaken off. Lord Yang, the guard captain, you haven't answered yet. Why did you suddenly appear in this Crown Prince's study? And what about these two items? Oh, could it be that my father, taking advantage of my wedding, sent you to bestow them upon me? All right. It must be so. My father's health has not been good these past 2 years, and as I marry, I have grown up. Logically, I should indeed take on more responsibilities to alleviate my father's worries. It is normal for my father to send you to bring me these items. Bai Xiaofan walked over surprised as he looked at Lord Yang. He reached out to pick up the imperial seal and the military talisman. Father wants to give me a surprise, asking Lord Yang to secretly place them in my study, right? Alas, had I known, I wouldn't have set the beast trap. Bai Xiaofan shook his head and continued, unfortunately, I am lacking in talent and ability. How could I bear such a heavy responsibility? The words he spoke sounded sincere, as if he had no idea that the actions of the emperor and the favored concubine could lead to his own demise. Then he even took the initiative to provide an excuse for the emperor. The emperor wishes to reward the crown prince with the military talisman and the imperial seal as a congratulatory gift, adding more burden to you. I trust you are joking. However, while this excuse is quite far-fetched, it is still an excuse. Having something to lean on is better than having nothing. The crown prince is pitiful. Even in such a situation, he still finds a reason to offer an excuse. But there is no other way. Some old ministers present secretly shook their heads. The emperor and the favored concubine also realized the implications. A gift for your wedding. It's a decent excuse. Immediately the emperor nodded. Crown Prince, what you said is correct. I have not considered this well. I will bestow new gifts separately, so return the imperial seal and military talisman to me. Having said that, he reached to take them back from Bai Xiaofan. However, now that these items are in Bai Xiaofan's hands, how could he simply take them back? That is out of the question. Bai Xiaofan stepped back and shook his head, saying, as the crown prince, I will eventually step into the court to assist my father in dealing with state affairs. Although I know my abilities are insufficient, my father's health is poor. Since ancient times, filial piety has been paramount. Even if it is a bit forced, I must grit my teeth and take on the burden of handling court affairs for a few months in place of my father. I asked my father to take good care of his health within the palace. His health must be prioritized. The emperor and the favored concubine, as well as the civil and military officials. Has the crown prince gone mad? Just this, still forced. Filial piety is paramount. Nonsense. Hiss. Could it be? Several shrewd officials have already sensed something is off. They observed Bai Xiaofan's expression closely, trying to catch a hint. Moreover, they moved silently, stepping back. You dare? The emperor's face turned green with anger. The favored concubine sneered repeatedly. Who would have thought this useless crown prince had such ambition? But is he not being too naive to have you handle state affairs? Do you think that having the imperial seal and military talisman means they will listen to you? A desperate struggle. The emperor's gaze was murderous. He shot a few cold glances at the guards beside him, and the guards' eyes turned cold, just about to rush out. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Xiaofan suddenly pulled out a handgun. Without a word, he fired several shots. Several guards with innate strength were shot in their arms and legs, falling to the ground in pain. Blood spilled all over the floor. You unfilial son, how dare you? You actually dare. The emperor's face turned pale, trembling in fear. The favored concubine's gaze was even more vicious, hiding behind the emperor. What kind of hidden weapon is this? Even the emperor's guards can't dodge it. Is the crown prince really useless? The civil and military officials exchanged glances. They were silent as cicadas in winter. You are so bold. You people actually dare to assassinate the emperor, a grave crime. Come capture this crown prince and throw him into the dungeon for severe interrogation. Bai Xiaofan said lightly, his tone carefree. However, the gun muzzle suddenly pointed at the emperor. The emperor felt suffocated. This guy wouldn't dare to shoot himself, would he? Even innate martial artists couldn't dodge it. What about himself? An old man. For your safety, the assassin must be dealt with severely, right? Bai Xiaofan asked lightly. The emperor took a deep breath. Naturally. A ruler's word is law. The emperor's word is unbreakable, but the imperial seal and military talisman are significant matters. It would be better to make it official and more formal. Why not have the emperor issue a decree to appoint me as regent? Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Crown Prince, you are going too far. The favored concubine angrily said, unable to bear it any longer. The emperor's younger brother went out to eat and has not returned yet. I have already sent someone to look for him. Rest assured, favored concubine, I will guarantee the safety of the emperor's younger brother. He will not lose his life in my crown prince's residence. Bai Xiaofan smiled lightly, his expression cold yet sincere. The favored concubine immediately fell silent, feeling a chill. Zhao Jie has not returned. Indeed. How long has it been? He quickly looked at the emperor with a pleading gaze. The smile on the emperor's face completely faltered. He suppressed his murderous intent and gritted his teeth, saying, what the crown prince said is reasonable. Hurry and draft a decree. My health is poor, and for now the crown prince will take on the regency. All you loyal ministers, do your utmost to assist him. He chuckled coldly in his heart. A useless crown prince raised without being groomed as an heir is probably just a useless person. Can he handle state affairs? Dream on. The dynasty is riddled with wounds with numerous issues. He has been an emperor for decades, yet has been powerless to resolve many problems. There are many opponents among the people. Can a crown prince who does not understand state affairs resolve anything? Furthermore, many in the court are his own, and the aristocratic families are all cunning old foxes. After today, I will find a way to deal with you. The useless crown prince cannot be allowed to remain alive. He must die. Soon the chief eunuch wrote the decree. Bai Xiaofan grabbed it and sealed it with the imperial seal, handing it to the chief eunuch. Read it. Yes, he replied helplessly. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. This chief eunuch with a sharp voice read out the lengthy decree. The gist is that the emperor's health is poor and he needs to rest. The crown prince has merited the imperial seal and military talisman for his contributions against the great Yuan Empire. Thus, he is appointed regent to handle state affairs, etc. Long live our emperor. Long live the crown prince. The ministers knelt to receive the decree. The decree was read publicly and handed into Bai Xiaofan's hands. Thus, the matter of the crown prince serving as regent to assist the emperor in handling state affairs was settled. Father, your health is poor. You should return to the palace. Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Leave. The emperor waved his sleeve and left. The favored concubine said venomously, Crown Prince, what about my son? The emperor's younger brother has probably tired himself out playing and has returned to the favored concubine's quarters. Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. The favored concubine replied, don't be so pleased with yourself, just wait and see. Others have left, and she was not polite. I will be watching closely. Bai Xiaofan was indifferent, snorting, and the favored concubine hurriedly left. Staying in the crown prince's residence is fraught with danger. Crown prince, do you know what you are doing? Have you not considered the consequences of acting like this today? Everyone will be implicated because of you. The crown princess, who is also the favored concubine's niece, rushed up to create trouble, questioning, implicated. You, Bai Xiaofan retorted. I am a mere woman, and I know that self-cultivation, managing the family, governing the country, and bringing peace to the world is not so simple. The stability of the nation and its people cannot be treated lightly. Crown Prince, do not use your ignorance to ruin the Southern Song dynasty. Do not harm everyone in the Crown Prince's residence with your little cleverness. From childhood to now, you have never stepped into the court, nor have you been groomed as an heir. When it comes to state affairs, Zhao Jie, that little boy in his teens, is probably even stronger than you. Now go and plead for forgiveness from the emperor. Perhaps it is not too late. Blah, blah, blah. The Crown Princess is aligned with the favored concubine and naturally believes Zhao Jie is more suited than Bai Xiaofan. The decree is here. Are you questioning the decree? Bai Xiaofan said lightly. How did this decree come about? Who doesn't know? You as the Crown Princess are defying authority and are demoted to a concubine, receiving 30 lashes and being confined to the Crown Prince's residence. Who dares to touch me? The Crown Princess looked incredulous. However, she was seized by the guards, who rushed up and dragged her away, pressed against the punishment stool, receiving lashes, humiliation, anger. The Crown Princess opened her mouth to curse, but under the relentless beatings, she turned to wailing, her cries growing louder. It hurt so much. After being beaten, she was dragged away and locked in the back courtyard of the Crown Prince's residence, guarded by the guards. Host, what will you do next? The system asked. Bai Xiaofan smiled and said, of course I will attend the court and handle state affairs. I must be a qualified Crown Prince and do what I should do. Then, under the care of the maid Qingluo, Bai Xiaofan began to adapt to life in the Crown Prince's residence. Your Highness, is this really not good? The Emperor will not let this rest, and the favored concubine will surely send someone to assassinate you. They might even mobilize the Imperial Guards if pressed. Qingluo cautiously reminded. No worries, I have my own plans, Bai Xiaofan said lightly. Yes, Qingluo replied. This girl was a servant bought by the original owner on the way to Shenyang. An ancient trope, selling oneself to bury a father. The original owner found her obedient and decent-looking, so he brought her along. As the Crown Prince, he had not been arranged with any maids in the palace. After wandering around the crown prince's residence, he said, "You may leave now." "Yes," Qing Luo hurriedly replied. He took out a machine gun from his space and handed it to Captain He, smiling. "You don't need to reveal your martial skills so early, but just use this to deal with those assassins." "All right." Captain He received it. In the Southern Song dynasty, there were not many masters in the palace. They were all innate or postnatal guards, not particularly formidable. Using a machine gun against these people is sufficient. I must also cultivate my own martial skills, though I cannot rely solely on Captain He for protection. The spiritual energy in the comprehensive martial world is abundant, and the energizing technique can finally come into play. Plus the 72 ultimate techniques of the Shaolin sect. The Northern Shaolin of the Northern Song dynasty prides itself on being the North Star of Mount Tai. All martial arts come from Shaolin, such an arrogant claim. When you can integrate the 72 ultimate techniques like I have, then come and speak of this, Bai Xiaofan sneered. The energizing technique. The 72 ultimate techniques. In the realm of carefree wandering, he had once cultivated to the innate realm, even studying Buddhism, contrasting it with the 72 ultimate techniques. Each of them has been deeply researched. Now, though this body is a bit late in cultivation, fortunately, it has decent talent and is suited for martial arts, plus the miraculous aspect of the energizing technique is to transform the root bones. With his experience and martial arts achievements, it's easy to cultivate again. The spiritual energy in this realm is abundant, hence progress is swift. Boom. It only took 3 hours to create a sensation of qi in the dantian. The qi flowed around, and the energizing technique was initiated. An early-stage innate martial artist. Such strength is not much in the comprehensive martial world, but to achieve it in 3 hours is also quite fast. The enhanced version of Great Returning Pill made with precious herbs by Ping Yizhi is just in time for this moment. Bai Xiaofan did not stop. He took out the pills from his space. After swallowing, the overwhelming medicinal power dissolved in his throat, forming waves of incredibly gentle energy, following the route of the energizing technique to transform Bai Xiaofan's body. After digesting it, he swallowed again, cycling repeatedly, consuming a total of 9 Great Returning Pills. Boom. It felt as if the dantian had exploded, and Bai Xiaofan's martial skills soared. Breaking through to the innate level. He stood up, expressing satisfaction. If it were someone else, they would suffer side effects from taking pills. However, Bai Xiaofan had long since reached such a realm, it was akin to dispersing internal energy and cultivating anew. With the aid of pills, it couldn't be better. There were no signs of instability in his realm. "Prepare hot water, I want to bathe," Bai Xiaofan instructed. "Yes," Qing Luo replied and left. Half an hour later, Bai Xiaofan washed away all the grime from his body, which was the effect of the energizing technique expelling impurities. Feeling refreshed. "Your Highness, I have prepared the meal," Qing Luo said. "Good." Bai Xiaofan nodded. After finishing dinner, Bai Xiaofan reviewed some books in the study to better understand the comprehensive martial world and research the current situation. The differences between empires and dynasties. Apart from some small countries such as Dali Tubo and the Great Qing, among the dynasties and empires, only the Southern Song dynasty is the weakest, followed by the Northern Song dynasty. This is not only due to the division of the empire splitting its territory in half. More importantly, the emperor is foolish, the officials are incompetent, and the noble families are bickering for power and profit, showing no desire to solve problems. The court is controlled by those people like a stagnant pond. The Southern Song is like a poisoned, sick tiger with too many problems and numerous wounds. If it is not destroyed first, who will be destroyed first? Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. In the north, there are locust plagues leading to starvation among many. The court is helpless. In the south, there are floods drowning countless houses and fields. The court is helpless. Last year, several counties suffered droughts with no rain, leaving the land parched. The court still had no means. The Great Yuan Empire's 300,000 iron cavalry is coming in full force, heading straight for Xiangyang. Instead of thinking about mobilizing troops to meet the enemy, the emperor and the officials are packing up valuables and preparing to relocate at any moment. Even here, the court is still a battleground of contention. The favored concubine covets the crown prince's throne. Additionally, there are conflicts among martial artists. Those skilled heroes often resort to violence at the slightest disagreement, and the court is still powerless to handle it. Bai Xiaofan was speechless. If this isn't the path to national destruction, then what is? Host, it's not like that. In the era when Zhao Jie appeared, the original prince performed quite well. Although he could not be said to have turned the tide, he diligently ruled during his tenure. He managed to keep the dynasty alive for many years amid chaos and conflict. He was a ruler of revival. The system spoke. That's true, Bai Xiaofan replied noncommittally. System. The court's affairs cannot be rushed. The more haste, the more mistakes occur. Therefore, Bai Xiaofan read for a while before returning to his room to rest. Tat-a-tat. In the latter half of the night, the sound of machine guns echoed from the prince's residence. However, Bai Xiaofan was sound asleep, completely unconcerned. With the black leader present, what assassins could succeed? On the other side, there were others who couldn't sleep. In the palace. Trash. Are you saying that my secret guards can't even enter the prince's residence and are killed by strange hidden weapons? The prince even discarded the bodies of the secret guards outside the door. How dare he? How dare he? What audacity! The emperor was furious, his face twisted in rage as he shouted, "Summon Lord Yang to see me. Secretly mobilize 1,000 executioners from the imperial guards for me. Tomorrow I want to hear news of the prince being assassinated and dying a wrongful death. We must reclaim the military tokens and the imperial seal." Yes, everyone responded in unison. The imperial guards moved out. Naturally, they could not be ostentatious. Even if they knew the orders came from someone, they had to cover it up. Clad in black and masked, they surrounded the prince's residence without any identification. The prince's residence had only a few dozen capable guards, numbering less than 100. No matter how powerful the hidden weapons were, they could not stop them. Surely this would work, right? Tat-a-tat. However, what awaited them was a hail of machine gun fire. There was no choice. If it were possible, Bai Xiaofan would not want to resort to mass slaughter. The original prince had no foundation whatsoever. He had no capable subordinates. The emperor was also impatient. Mobilizing the imperial guards was solely to kill him. Naturally, he could not go easy. This can't be possible. Say it again for me. The emperor exclaimed, his eyes bulging in disbelief upon hearing the report from the commander of the imperial guards. The commander of the imperial guards also wore a look of disbelief. It's true. 1,000 executioners were annihilated in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The black-robed overseer of the prince's residence wielded hidden weapons so formidable that they sparked in the night. Moreover, these hidden weapons didn't require immense inner strength to operate, making it impossible to exhaust the enemy. Charging in with flesh and blood was simply a death wish. To be honest, prior to tonight, the commander of the imperial guards did not believe such a thing could occur even with a grandmaster of martial arts. Facing a massive army, it was impossible for one person to be so powerful. One man slaughtering an army. At this rate, his imperial guards, totaling only 30,000, would be wiped out within a day. Now, if he sent someone to attempt an assassination again, no one would heed his orders. No one was foolish enough to throw their lives away. Are you asking me to endure this? The emperor shouted in anger, his temper flaring. Commander of the imperial guards. What could he say? Bowing his head in silence. How could such hidden weapons exist? Where did the prince acquire them? The civil and military officials trembled in their hearts. After returning home, they also sent spies to observe the situation at the prince's residence. 1,000 executioners. They vanished in the blink of an eye. It was terrifying. So shocking that when they attended court the next day, their hearts quaked at the sight of Bai Xiaofan sitting on the dragon throne. It was instinctive. Gentlemen, you are all the backbone of the court, ministers of the state. Why is the prince silent today as he holds court? Bai Xiaofan said calmly. No one speaks. Do not call my name. I can't hear anything. Since no one has anything to say, then I will first inquire where the commander of the imperial guards is. Bai Xiaofan ordered. I am here. Stealing himself. Last night there were assassins at the prince's residence, and those assassins were familiar faces from the imperial guards, some of whom the prince has seen before. You must give me an explanation. Is it that you failed to manage the army, or that you conspired to assassinate the prince? Bai Xiaofan pressed directly. I dare not. The commander of the imperial guards sweat profusely. Bai Xiaofan declared, the military tokens are in my hands. If they were under your command, that would be a private mobilization and an assassination of the prince, leading to the extermination of your entire clan. If you didn't send them, you are also guilty of negligence, a crime deserving of death. He sat there enveloped in an invisible aura, more authoritative than the emperor. Alexander, caught in a dilemma. The commander of the imperial guards had no excuse, guilty no matter what. He didn't dare say it was the emperor who sent him. That would only lead to a quicker death. Not to mention the emperor wouldn't acknowledge it even if he risked it and confessed. The prince would not spare him either. The emperor's confidant had betrayed before. What good outcome could he expect? Trembling with fear. Since you cannot manage the imperial guards properly, you are dismissed. Return to your residence to reflect on your mistakes and await the verdict. Bai Xiaofan said indifferently. Yes. He sighed in relief. Although this matter was not over yet, he could at least breathe easy. Commander He, you performed well in protecting me last night. I entrust this military token to you. You must immediately gather the imperial guards. Bai Xiaofan produced the military token. Yes. Commander He responded. Gentlemen, do you have any objections? He asked again. The civil and military officials remained silent, speechless. Court dismissed. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand. As for the court's urgent matters, he was not in a hurry. The situation was difficult to reverse. The Southern Song dynasty is currently like a dying tiger, surrounded by powerful enemies on all sides. Although there is still military strength, it is barely holding on. Moreover, these soldiers, after the likes of Yu Fei were framed, became scattered and could not form much combat power. Otherwise, Shenyang City would not have relied on help from the martial world to barely hold on. This situation cannot be resolved by Bai Xiaofan's regency through drastic measures overnight. It's possible that his orders once outside the capital, many officials would not take them seriously, and the easy tasks would get done for the sake of credit, while the difficult ones would be ignored. This is the current state of the Southern Song dynasty. The Northern Song is similar, if not worse. Thus, the situation of Bai Xiaofan lacking capable subordinates must change. It is simply a joke. It is impossible. Thus, for 3 consecutive days, Bai Xiaofan, relying on the military token in hand and the intimidation of Commander He and the machine guns, initiated a thorough reshuffle within the Imperial Guards. Out of 30,000 Imperial Guards, Commander He forcibly eliminated 10,000. Most of those eliminated were sons of aristocratic families. These fellows joined the Imperial Guards not to protect the land and the people, but to gain experience for a few years and then rise through their family's connections. The remaining 20,000 are the truly capable ones. They are worth using. During these days, the Emperor, of course, was unwilling to be idle and sent many assassins as his personal guards suffered heavy losses. Later, when he sent more, they would not listen at all, who would willingly go to their deaths. Additionally, he sent trusted aides outside the capital to mobilize troops and urged the generals surrounding the capital to rise to protect the king. However, in the capital, who doesn't have a few ears? Everyone had heard about the conflict between the prince and the emperor. Without a clear advantage, who would dare to choose sides? Is this absurd? You dare to defy the imperial edict? The emperor's confidant angrily scolded. The generals were silent for a moment before someone said, since ancient times, mobilizing troops requires an imperial edict, which must bear the imperial seal and the patterns of the military token. You want to mobilize the army based solely on the emperor's personal decree. That seems quite against protocol. The emperor's confidant left in disgrace. If he didn't hurry, those hot-tempered generals might take him for a spy spreading false imperial edicts and execute him. How could this happen? A rebellious son, I sent so many people, and yet they are still alive. Why don't you go die? The emperor roared in frustration. Every day, he did not even visit the favored consort. The consort, being a woman, could not handle such matters either. It was Zhao Jie who suggested, there are countless capable people in the world. Among the martial world, many are extraordinary. Father, why not let your son take a fortune and secretly recruit masters from the martial world to deal with the prince? I do not believe his hidden weapons are invincible. I have heard that grandmasters possess astonishing martial arts moving like the wind and cannot be struck by hidden weapons, plus they have inner strength barriers. As long as I invite a grandmaster level martial artist to deal with the prince, it will be easy, and we can interrogate where the hidden weapons came from. Such hidden weapons should be used by us. Furthermore, I can spread the word to the surrounding countries, letting the Great Yuan Empire, the Ming Empire, the Great Qin Empire, and the Northern Song Dynasty all know that the prince possesses such a terrifying weapon. Those empires and dynasties will surely be restless. Perhaps without needing me to invite the grandmaster, they will send their own grandmasters. Good? Ha ha ha, brilliant strategy of using another's knife to kill. My son, you may go. I will take 1,000,000 taels from my private treasury. I will also send guards to ensure your safety. The emperor laughed heartily. Yes, Zhao Jie sneered. He was indeed somewhat anxious. He didn't care about the emperor's throne in the Southern Song Dynasty, but he could not allow his deadly rival to gain the upper hand. Moreover, the hidden weapons of Duan Feng made him doubt his own safety. Therefore, he had to leave the capital in advance to avoid the limelight, to pursue improvement in martial arts. Originally, he wanted to wait a few years until he was 15 or 16, growing into a dashing young man, and then become the prince. Then travel the martial world to pursue beautiful women. Now he could only take action. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Prince, let you feel pleased for now. Oh, I will let you know the consequences of opposing me. Zhao Jie, under the protection of 100 guards, left the city under the cover of night. He looked back with a cold smile, his face twisted with hatred. Royal brother, where are you going by leaving the capital without permission? Suddenly, a cold voice transmitted. You? Zhao Jie turned sharply, his pupils contracting. Looking at Bai Xiaofan, he wanted to ask how he knew his movements. However, Bai Xiaofan waved his hand, not giving him a chance at all. The army had long encircled them completely. The guards were all killed. Zhao Jie was also captured and brought back to the prince's residence, locked in the secret chamber dug out in the basement of the prince's residence these past few days. His martial arts were abolished and his dantian was destroyed. Worse than pigs and dogs. Let me go, I will kill you. Zhao Jie shouted in anger. Royal brother, you scream and shout, and I can only have someone silence you. Don't you see what the situation is now? Unaware of the situation, seeking death. Bai Xiaofan sneered. Zhao Jie's twisted face, his features contorted, was locked by iron chains. Arranging for people to watch over him, sending him food every day, Bai Xiaofan left. As for how to track Zhao Jie's movements, it was naturally the system that locked onto Zhao Jie's location. Zhao Jie naturally would not give up and discussed ways with the system. However, the system was also strictly following protocol host. Without courting the female lead and obtaining fortune, you cannot exchange for items in the shop. Please host quickly court the female lead. How can I court her like this? Zhao Jie shouted angrily. That's the host's business. This system is not responsible. The system replied coldly. In your current situation, you will gain nothing. Zhao Jie threatened, if I die in this situation, I will break the bond with you and find a new host. You? System, I beg you, just bend the rules once. I was careless this time. I promise I won't slack off in the future and will diligently complete tasks and court the female lead. Zhao Jie was nearly crying, his tone softening as he pleaded bitterly. Please host court the female lead to gain fortune, the system replied flatly. In the prince's residence in the study, listening to the system broadcast the conversation between Zhao Jie and the system, Bai Xiaofan nearly laughed, saying, it seems that you are indeed more useful than an ordinary system. Of course, this is just a basic system, part of a set program. Upgraded systems, intermediate and advanced systems possess logical analysis capabilities. However, they are still machines. They merely collect big data to assess the surrounding environment, the host, and even the enemy. Evaluating the situation, they can make some adjustments and responses, but they don't possess my intelligence. The system declared proudly. See, you know how formidable I am now. Bai Xiaofan smiled slightly. Indeed, it was far more useful than Zhao Jie's foolish system. Yet without energy, it remained nothing. In the palace, the emperor, unaware that Zhao Jie had been captured, secretly summoned his trusted ministers to inform them of the situation. Your Majesty, won't the prince react to this? The ministers hesitated, feeling uneasy. This prince was ruthless. Act according to my orders, and do not worry. Without evidence, how can they deal with you? The emperor coldly remarked. Yes. The ministers frowned. This implied, do you have evidence against us? Is it really appropriate for the emperor to threaten a few ministers? However, recalling some of the actions they had taken with incriminating evidence in the emperor's hands, should it be made public, the prince would have evidence to turn against them. They could only comply and leave. Does that rebellious son really think he can rest easy with hidden weapons? It's truly laughable, he's too naive. I will see how he becomes flustered, the emperor sneered. He was pushing himself to the limit. He could not tolerate being suppressed by a wasteful prince whom he did not regard. Impatiently, when he next convened the court, aside from a small number of aristocratic ministers who were not under the emperor's control, there were still some inconsequential officials. To his surprise, 1/3 of the ministers stood up and challenged Bai Xiaofan. Prince, the Ministry of War has received reports that the great Yuan Empire's Genghis Khan's sons have ended their internal strife. Prince Kublai is mobilizing troops and preparing to lead an army against us. The defending forces in Xiangyang are less than 5,000. May I ask, how will the prince respond? Should we cede land and pay reparations, offering gold and beautiful women as a temporary measure? Prince, if we are to cede land and offer gold and beautiful women, the women are easy to procure from the commoners. But how will we gather the gold? The national treasury is empty. There is not much silver. As for the land we need to cede, where will we cede it? Who shall we send to the great Yuan Empire to negotiate this matter? Additionally, Your Highness, regarding the urgent situation in Xiangyang, last time the various officials in Jiangnan lost grain and supplies, and we still haven't clarified the matter. At that time, the court clearly allocated 200,000 stones of grain, yet it was inexplicably swapped for sand in Jiangnan, nearly starving our soldiers at the front. This matter is significant and cannot be delayed. We must give the world an explanation. In places like Huaibei, it has not rained for a year and the land is parched. Millions of citizens are starving. When the stomach is empty, one must find food, and many counties and districts have had starving citizens robbing government grain and killing the county magistrates. How should this be handled? Your Highness, there are also reports from various generals that this year's military expenses total 150,000 taels of silver, but the treasury does not have that much. How should we respond? Your Highness. The ministers spoke with righteous indignation. A pile of difficult problems were thrown out, each more severe than the last. These pertain to the state and the dynasty. Yet previously, when the emperor was present, these people did not seem to worry about the country and its people shouting about these issues all day. Bai Xiaofan observed coldly from a position of superiority. He remained silent. The aristocratic officials all chose to hold their ground. The changing dynasties. The ironclad aristocracy. Allowing the emperor and the prince to fight among themselves is certainly advantageous for them. Only a few young officials showed changes in their expressions, seemingly wanting to say something, but held back. They suppressed their words. Your Highness, these matters are all of the utmost importance, crucial to the safety of the dynasty. Please indicate how we should proceed. The left prime minister, who was close to the emperor, and also the father of the favored consort stepped forward to summarize, with an imposing demeanor almost baring his fangs. The situation has reached a critical point. The left chancellor, being the father of the imperial concubine, stands in natural opposition to the crown prince. These days he has not been idle, using his own personnel to devise various schemes to secretly harm the crown prince. Unfortunately, poisoning and assassination have proven useless. What should be done? It would not do to just sit and wait. The emperor's strategy is quite clever. He throws all the difficult problems out there, as if to say, Crown Prince, do you not wish to take on the court matters? I want to see how you intend to resolve these issues, each one more challenging than the last. Is there anything else? Bai Xiaofan suddenly spoke up. The left chancellor replied, these pressing matters along with other affairs are all included in the memorials. I have already sent someone to deliver them to the imperial study. What do the rest of you think? Bai Xiaofan asked indifferently. The civil and military officials were silent. Among them, one of the emperor's men said, Crown Prince, it is precisely because we are at a loss that we must report this to you for you to make the decision. Indeed, matters of the court cannot be treated lightly. A qualified crown prince should possess the composure to assess the situation, the capability to handle court affairs, and a heart of tolerance and compassion. If this is unmanageable, then we should call upon His Majesty the Emperor to return to power. They all echoed in agreement. Crown Prince. The left chancellor was about to speak. Without even looking at him, Bai Xiaofan coldly stated, come here, Commander He. Arrest these useless, inept individuals who are merely occupying their positions. Yes, Commander He responded. Crown Prince, you have lost your mind. What wrong have we committed? Several officials immediately shouted in anger. A few others struggled at the scene, saying, we refuse to accept this. Crown Prince, do not use your ignorance to undermine the court. Your Majesty, I wish to see His Majesty. Those who speak are innocent. Several lords are merely reporting the facts, the left chancellor said coldly, his face darkening. Chancellor. Bai Xiaofan's expression remained unchanged as he said, the dynasty lacks funds and cannot support idlers. Each year they receive salaries and are granted privileges above others. Is their duty not to solve problems? Instead, they act as mere conduits, reporting problems and relying entirely on me, the crown prince. If that is the case, even a beggar could take their place. The civil and military officials seem to have a point. There is nothing wrong with that. However, why does it feel like they have also been reprimanded? After all, these issues are ones they cannot resolve. Many officials fell silent, trying to minimize their presence, trembling in fear. But we cannot condemn them, Crown Prince, there is no evidence. The left chancellor exclaimed angrily. At this moment, he had to step up. Otherwise, no one would follow him in the future. Did this Crown Prince say to condemn them immediately? I merely stated that these people are unqualified to occupy their current positions. Since they cannot produce effective solutions, they should vacate their positions for those who are capable and willing to work. Bai Xiaofan declared. He was so cold and unreasonable. What if there is no evidence? Crown Prince, although a few lords may not possess great talents, they have worked diligently over the years. Even if they have no achievements, they have put in effort. To dismiss them like this would be unjust, the left chancellor argued. Is merely being a conduit considered putting in effort? For the past few years, the dynasty has been struggling, facing numerous crises with life and death hanging in the balance. Such officials who can only raise problems and cannot put forth a single practical suggestion must never be retained. Bai Xiaofan stated. Immediately someone voiced their discontent. Crown Prince. I may lack talent, but does that mean you, Crown Prince, can resolve these issues and lead the dynasty out of its predicament? If you can resolve these issues, I will be convinced. Indeed, if the Crown Prince has a plan, I am willing to resign. So am I. The left chancellor fell silent. The situation stabilized. Crown Prince, you are still too naive. You think that by controlling the Imperial Guard with hidden weapons you can secure the throne. Foolish. You wretched child. Let's see how you handle this. The emperor, standing outside the hall, revealed a satisfied smile and exchanged glances with the head eunuch beside him. The Crown Prince is incompetent. Fooling around. It is time for this emperor to step in and clean up the mess. Your Majesty. The head eunuch called out in a sharp voice, about to shout. I can handle it. Bai Xiaofan's calm voice came from within. Crown Prince, what did you say? The left chancellor was taken aback. These problems I can resolve, and I can lead the dynasty out of its predicament, Bai Xiaofan emphasized. The emperor and the civil and military officials were at a loss for words. You must be joking, Crown Prince. What will you use to resolve them? Please enlighten us, Crown Prince, the left chancellor sneered. From today, Commander He, you will not only command the Imperial Guard, but also serve as the Minister of War. As for the previous Minister of War, who is quite aged, he should return home to enjoy his retirement. The dynasty does not need a Minister of War who, when the enemy makes a move, cries for peace and offers land compensation and gifts of gold and beauty. How much land, gold, and beauty do you have to offer the enemy? As for the Great Yuan Empire, mobilize the troops immediately. Send orders to the generals in various regions to march on Xiangyang and resist the Imperial Army. Send the Imperial Guard and if there is any disobedience you have the right to execute first and report later. The dispatch personnel should be equipped with machine guns. Yes, Commander He responded. In addition, draft an edict quickly to be sent to Xiangyang. Appoint Huang Rong as the Grand Marshal guarding Xiangyang, and her senior brother Guijing as the Deputy General leading the Beggars sect, and the martial artists of the rivers and lakes to guard it tightly and not be negligent. Just say that the imperial reinforcements will arrive soon. Bai Xiaofan ordered. Crown Prince, this is absolutely not permissible. That Huang Rong is merely a woman and Guijing is just the leader of beggars. How can they possibly handle such a great responsibility? The left chancellor opposed. Otherwise does this Crown Prince let the Imperial Guard pressure the Chancellor to confront the enemy in Xiangyang? Bai Xiaofan countered. The left Chancellor was speechless. Ladies and gentlemen, who is willing to go? This Crown Prince sympathizes with the officials and will certainly give them this opportunity to be recorded in history. Bai Xiaofan asked again. The officials gritted their teeth and remained silent. What nonsense is this? I am to go fight the enemy. In chaotic times, heavy punishments are necessary. During extraordinary times, talents must be selected without restrictions. Moreover, there are no great talents among the court's generals, all are unusable. So this Crown Prince can only promote talents himself. Besides, during the last battle in Xiangyang, Huang Rong and Guijing, this brother-sister duo, led the Beggars sect and bravely resisted. To hold Xiangyang, it is only fair that they receive commendations for their contributions. Commander He, when sending people, tell them that the court is currently in a difficult situation, besieged on all sides. There are no actual rewards to speak of, but at this critical moment, if everyone does not protect the dynasty and work together, we will be doomed, and our people will never be able to lift their heads again. Once we pass this calamity and stabilize the situation, this Crown Prince promises to reward them well. Bai Xiaofan directly decided. Yes, Commander He responded. After speaking, Bai Xiaofan asked, does anyone have any objections? The civil and military officials were silent. Who would dare to object? It was clear he would have the final say. If you have objections, then it is fine. If you do not trust the Crown Prince's judgment and believe that a mere woman cannot handle it, then you can go to Xiangyang and fight the enemy. What do you say, Chancellor? Bai Xiaofan looked at the left chancellor again. The left chancellor replied, as the Crown Prince wishes. He was quickly subdued. Since it has been decided to engage in battle, then the matter of ceding land for peace need not be mentioned again. As for the case of lost grain and supplies in Jiangnan, it can be investigated later. Bai Xiaofan stated. Upon hearing this, everyone dared not oppose. Moreover, in Huaibei and other areas where drought has resulted in crop failures and many starving people, send someone immediately to investigate the situation. If it is indeed true, the court will open the granaries to distribute grain. Yes, Commander He responded. There was no other choice at this time. He could only mobilize the Imperial Guard. Furthermore, he must bring machine guns to intimidate. There really is no one else available. But Crown Prince, the treasury is empty. Where will the grain come from? Also, the military rations requested by the generals have not yet materialized. The left chancellor gritted his teeth. That is easy to handle. When things arise, we take action. If money is needed, we will raise it. In this vast dynasty, cannot this little money be gathered? This Crown Prince does not believe it. Bai Xiaofan said without hesitation. Then he smiled and said, all you ministers are the backbone of the state. At this moment, the dynasty is on the brink of collapse, and those in the martial world are risking their lives to guard Xiangyang. You receive salaries from the court and are supported by the people. It is time to repay the dynasty and benefit the people. My father and I have already decided to lead by example and donate 100,000 taels of gold notes, which is the entirety of our wealth. Even while ill, my father remains concerned for the people and the safety of the state, taking the lead in setting an example. All of you lords should follow suit and generously contribute. Officials above the third rank should contribute 100,000 taels, and those below should contribute 10,000. In addition, the Emperor and the Crown Prince will set the example, and all of you lords should follow. Can the wealthy merchants and grain merchants inside and outside the capital just sit idly by? Send our armies to let them contribute money if they have it, and grain if they have it. If the dynasty is lost, their homes will be destroyed, and how will they continue to make money in the future? Moreover, this Crown Prince does not require donations from them. It is a loan from the court. A promissory note will be written, stamped with the Crown Prince's seal. For those who cooperate, after a couple of years when the court has stabilized, we will return the money with interest. For those who do not cooperate, there will be suspicions of treason and the Imperial Guard will raid their homes. If there is no evidence found after searching, they will be released. The same goes for all of you lords. Within 3 days the money must be in place. If not, the Imperial Guard will raid. At such a time, only extraordinary measures will suffice. Otherwise, by following the rules, we can only sit and wait for our doom. Crown Prince, this is against reason. The left chancellor argued. Other ministers also changed their expressions. Crown Prince, I I do not have 100,000 taels of silver. I have always lived frugally with empty sleeves and absolutely do not have. If any lord cries poverty, claiming they do not have this silver, then it is fine. After 3 days, if the imperial guard breaks in and cannot find the silver, so be it. If it is found, the entire family will be sent to the dungeons. Bai Xiaofan said calmly. The civil and military officials fell silent. This was too ruthless. We are being asked to pay. All avenues are blocked. Crying poverty will not work. Do not think about transferring assets. The imperial guard sealed the city early this morning and your estates are under surveillance. Bai Xiaofan said. Yes. The left chancellor gritted his teeth. Dismissed. Bai Xiaofan ordered coldly. Long live the crown prince. Everyone responded respectfully. There was a hint of gritted teeth in their voices. At this moment, it was not just the emperor and the chancellor's men, even the noble officials represented by the right chancellor could not sit still. This is too unreasonable. It's simply reckless. How could we be asked to provide funds? Right chancellor. You originally wanted to watch the chancellor and the emperor battle against the crown prince, reaping the benefits, but now it has come to this. As soon as they left the court, the left chancellor remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The right chancellor coldly snorted. Better than you all. We can still afford this little money. You, the left chancellor, was furious. The right chancellor did not take the bait. At this moment, seeking cooperation was impossible. Is it just a matter of paying some money? Right now, the crown prince is in a strong position, and it is not wise to be his enemy. Besides, if this crown prince's chaotic actions can truly bring the dynasty back from the brink, even if he does not revive it, improving the situation slightly is also acceptable. Isn't it just a change in dynasty? No, it's just a change in the emperor. After all, I have stood in the court for many years. Though I lack great talent, I am the leader of the noble families. As long as I am not caught with evidence, I will remain safe. Selecting personnel. He would handle it personally. Trusting others was not an option. Your servant pays respects to the crown prince. Over 20 officials knelt and kowtowed. Lu Kuan-yu, you were a third-class metropolitan graduate 5 years ago, skilled in writing fine essays. These past years you have served as a clerk in the Ministry of Personnel, responsible for recording and organizing. Tell me your views on the ministry and the court. Bai Xiaofan asked calmly. Your servant dares to speak bluntly. These men also harbored ambitions. How could they lack aspirations? Who did not wish to rise swiftly through the ranks? To realize their ambitions. Alas, in the past, aristocratic families held sway, and the left chancellor had usurped power, forcing them to stay out of harm's way. They dared not voice any beneficial ideas or opinions for the state. Now Bai Xiaofan was giving them that opportunity. Minister Ma of the War Ministry, you should know the annual military pay and provisions required by the generals across the regions. Which of those receiving pay and provisions diligently suppress bandits, and which merely demand money without action? Furthermore, are there any generals worthy of significant responsibility? Bai Xiaofan inquired further. Minister Ma hastily replied, Crown Prince, in the current court, most generals lack ability. They can hold a region and fight a few horse bandits. But to go beyond the passes and confront the iron cavalry of the great Yuan Empire is impossible. Do you have no one to recommend? Bai Xiaofan asked with displeasure. If he could not provide a satisfactory answer, he need not hold his post. Well, Crown Prince, your servant has learned that some descendants of General Yu Fei's former troops and the Yang family generals are still alive. They either live in seclusion or, after the Yang family's decline, wander the Jianghu in poverty and destitution. These people are pursued by the Minister of War and dare not reveal their identities. However, your servant knows of a few and roughly where they are in hiding. Minister Ma said through gritted teeth. During the height of the Great Song Empire, there were Yu Fei's Yu family army and the Yang family army, led by the Yang generals. They were renowned and formidable, invincible in battle. Later, they were framed and accused by treacherous ministers, and all fell from grace. After Yu Fei's unjust death, the Great Song Empire split into the Southern Song Dynasty and the Northern Song Dynasty, and gradually declined, never to rise again. Good-eye, the Crown Prince shall send you to seek out these people. Explain the stakes to them. Tell them the court has changed. My father, the emperor, has long been ill. I now oversee the court. I intend to rectify governance, enforce military discipline, and hope they will serve for the greater good. If they are unwilling, I shall not force them. Bai Xiaofan said calmly. Yes. Minister Ma breathed a sigh of relief. Then Duan Feng proceeded to examine many others, selecting a few with considerable insight and adequate ability. The next day at court, he immediately proclaimed an imperial edict dismissing all officials from the emperor's and left chancellor's factions, those who had voiced objections the previous day but offered no effective solutions. These new men replaced them. The left chancellor, right chancellor, and other aristocratic families remained unmoved. After all, the purge was not targeting them. Long live the Crown Prince, 10,000 years. Commander He had also arranged matters for the War Ministry. He would not act personally. He had to stay and protect Bai Xiaofan. Moreover, some trusted men within the Imperial Guard had already been transformed into zombie-like bodies by him and would not betray them. They were equipped with machine guns. A troop of soldiers was also dispatched. Handling affairs across the regions posed no issue. Thus, since the Crown Prince took over the court, it was thoroughly cleansed. Within just 2 months, the situation was brought under control. The donated money, along with the 1 million gold notes Zhao Jie had taken from the emperor's private treasury, quickly began to take effect. Merchants in the capital borrowed money and grain from the Crown Prince's estate. Merchants elsewhere had to purchase them. Fortunately, Bai Xiaofan had amassed considerable funds enough to weather the crisis. Drought plagued Huaibei and other areas. Rainfall was scarce, leading to total crop failure. There were many starving refugees. These reports were true. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand and dispatched 5,000 soldiers who rode swiftly to supervise officials at all levels in opening granaries to distribute relief. Where supplies fell short, grain purchased from merchants by the court was also en route. The refugees were urged to ration their food to get through the hardship. Long live the Crown Prince. The refugees were all moved to tears of gratitude. Officials facing the Imperial Guard trembled with fear. They complied with every demand. They had no desire to be mowed down by machine guns. Months later, the reinforcements sent by various generals gradually arrived at Xiangyang. Although the Mongol army had not yet arrived, preparations for war had begun. It was necessary to prepare in advance, otherwise adjusting defenses after the enemy's arrival would be too late. Xiangyang City. The council hall. Everyone was present, including the generals Guijing, the beggars' sect elders, and the many martial arts masters who had come to help voluntarily. In this dimension, Guijing and Huang Rong were fellow disciples. But they were not the Jingage and Rongermimiai type of siblings. This Guijing had long ago become a disciple of Hong Qigong, trained as the next beggars' sect leader. However, he was too dull-witted and slow to react. His martial arts were passable, but he was already mid-aged, over 40. Huang Rong, on the other hand, was a graceful young woman of 16, clever and quirky. Naturally, she would not fancy a middle-aged uncle. This was a composite martial world. Some things differed from the original wuxia. With the Crown Prince's divine weapons and everyone's help united, we can surely defend Xiangyang. Guijing said loudly with a simple expression. He had only heard of it before, but in the past 2 days he had seen it with his own eyes. Senior brother, you are too optimistic. Divine weapons are hard to come by and very limited. If they were abundant, the Crown Prince would not need to deploy troops and order us to fortify defenses and prepare for war. I have seen these weapons. The bullets are used up bit by bit. Moreover, the Imperial Guard generals did not bring an excessive amount of ammunition. Huang Rong said, yes, the sect leader is right. We can survive this crisis, but relying on a few dozen machine guns to kill the enemy's main army is unlikely, someone remarked. Exactly. The Great Yuan Empire also has Grandmaster-level experts accompanying the army. If they launch a decapitation strike to seize the machine guns, the consequences would be dire. Here only Guidashia is at the peak of the Xiantian realm with the highest martial arts. But even his 18 dragons subduing palms might fall short against a Grandmaster. Xiangyang is still in great danger. Opinions were voiced freely. In short, the situation was not optimistic. Then, little junior sister, what do you think we should do? Guijing scratched his head, realizing his own naivety after hearing this. He quickly asked. Despite her youth, Huang Rong was methodical. Tapping the map on the table, she said, dispatch beggars' sect elders above the 9th generation with Xiantian strength to scout the Great Yuan Empire's military intelligence. They must not be detected. Find out the enemy's numbers, marching speed, and the commanding general. Be as thorough as possible. Yes. The beggars' sect disciples were fiercely loyal. Prepare plenty of boulders, rolling logs, hot oil, and arrows. The grain must be guarded well. It is all we have and cannot be compromised. Huang Rong added. I will personally guard the grain, Guijing declared. He knew that provisions must be secured before an army moves. As for the generals, intensify training. According to my defense plan, set up ambushes in the mountains for 100 li around Xiangyang, Huang Rong instructed. Yes. Everyone assented. Despite being a young woman of 18 or 19, Huang Rong was a heroine who surpassed many men. As for the Grandmaster-level experts, old Qigong and my father should arrive in Xiangyang soon. That way we will have 2 Grandmaster experts. The enemy is unlikely to send more than 3 Grandmasters. With my master and father's skills, handling them should not be too difficult, Huang Rong said. Excellent. With Island Master Huang and Chief Hong Qigong joining the fight, Xiangyang will surely be defended. Yes. Everyone agreed. After Wang Chongyang's ascension, the martial world of the southern Song had declined considerably. The eastern heretic Huang Yaoshi was Huang Rong's father. The western venom Ouyang Feng was a villain who caused much trouble. He would not lend a hand. The southern emperor Duan Zhixing, though living in seclusion in the southern Song, was a royal of the Dali Duan clan. After failing in a bid for the throne, he had come to the southern Song territory. He was unlikely to involve himself in the conflict between the southern Song and the great Yuan Empire. The northern beggar Hong Qigong was the beggar's sect leader. As for Zhou Buotong, Wang Chongyang's junior brother, though a grandmaster, he wandered the world eccentric and mad. His heart was only for martial arts. He had no sense of greater righteousness and could not be relied upon. All told, the southern Song dynasty could field only two grandmasters, Hong Qigong and Huang Yaoshi. The others were uncertain. There was also Qiu Qianren, the leader of the Iron Palm sect. He had once defected to the Jin Empire. After the Jin's fall, he was recruited by the Prince Ruyang's mansion of the Great Yuan Empire, becoming a retainer of the commandery Princess Minmin Timur. Thus he stood on the opposing side. After a discussion and formulating a plan, the meeting was adjourned. "Little junior sister, why are you sighing and looking so worried?" Guijing asked Huang Rong. Huang Rong replied, "Last time we barely defeated the Great Yuan army. This time it will likely be a life-and-death struggle. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it," Guijing consoled. He was good at fighting and charging into battle, but when it came to thinking and strategizing, he was at a loss. "Enough, senior brother, go guard the grain. I need to study this copy of the Wu Mu's legacy again," Huang Rong said, waving her hand. Talking to Guijing was like casting pearls before swine. "All right," Guijing responded. Once alone, Huang Rong couldn't help but mutter in complaint. "This crown prince first put a lofty title on me. Grand Marshal of Xiangyang, Defense General of the expedition against Yuan. All empty promises. No real benefits, just asking me to contribute people and effort. He said rewards would be given after the crisis, but that's just a carrot on a stick. Whether he'll actually get those rewards is uncertain. When I saw him in Xiangyang last time, he was timid and shy, blushing when spoken to. How did he become so thick-skinned? Was he pretending before? Strange." As she muttered, she recalled the shy, blushing youth she had met in Xiangyang. Curious about the crown prince's appearance, she had gone to speak with him. To her surprise, he had stammered, looking very nervous. The memory was quite amusing. "Which one is the real you? And those machine guns are simply incredible, surpassing even the mahist mechanisms and crossbows of the Great Qin Empire." Huang Rong murmured softly, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Busy as she had been, she had nearly forgotten that young crown prince. Now her curiosity was piqued again. Elsewhere in the capital, at the crown prince's residence in the underground chamber. The crown prince is wise and brilliant. With a few words, he solved the problems that left the ministers helpless. And his ideas are truly unconventional. When the court had no money or grain, he had the ministers donate and borrow from the big grain merchants. It might affect his reputation a bit, but it was effective. To accomplish things, one must grit one's teeth. The crown prince had a great saying, "Cutting the bone to remove the poison." It means the dynasty is riddled with problems and gravely ill. In extraordinary times, strong measures are necessary. These methods are like cutting the bone to remove the poison. The process is painful but unavoidable. Exactly. Just because the crown prince with no foundation managed to suppress the emperor, the imperial consort, and the left chancellor, I support him. The guard's discussions like a curse drilled into Zhao Jie's ears, each word piercing his heart. Curled up in a corner, shrouded in darkness, his eyes red with rage, he muttered, "Why won't you die? You deserve to die." He had been trampled into hell. Hearing daily about his archenemy's growing success and stable position was a form of mental torture